Vhumad God Chapter 2142 to Chapter 2225. Buzz, Lin Xian's sword slashed over. It was as if it had pierced through the 9 heavens. All sorts of terrifying sword light appeared. The sword let out a dragon-like roar. The Golden Lion King was equally terrifying. It was as if an ancient lion had awakened. Its golden fist destroyed a large area of space. Boom, boom. Both of them were peerless geniuses. When they attacked with all their might, it was earth-shattering. After the attack, both of them quickly retreated. Their blood was boiling, and their faces were pale. However, their eyes were even more piercingly cold. Seal of the Tailless Lion. Just at this moment, the Golden Lion King coldly shouted. A sharp light burst out from its eyes. Its palms formed a seal, and golden light shone in all directions. A lion phantom appeared and circled in the Golden Lion King's hand. The lion's shadow was extremely terrifying. As soon as it appeared, the sky in all directions collapsed, and terrifying thunder rumbled. The Golden Lion King held the seal of the fearless lion and quickly charged over. Boom! Boom, boom! Countless black flames surged out from Lin Xian's body. They burned fiercely like the flames of hell. Soon after, he turned into a huge flaming giant. It was 10,000 feet tall and looked down on the world. The flaming giant clenched its fists. A huge flaming divine sword appeared in its hand and slashed downwards. Boom! Boom, boom! Hundreds of thousands of divine swords trembled. The terrifying sword light was hundreds of feet long, and it ruthlessly shattered the void. Kill! The Golden Lion King roared and activated the seal of the fearless lion to contend against it. Intense collisions constantly sounded. Every time, the void was shattered. However, Lin Xian's sword chi was too strong. It caused the seal of the fearless lion to dim and even crack. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed, could it be that this Lin Xian is even stronger than the Golden Lion King? They didn't dare to imagine. In the next moment, the seal of the fearless lion in the Golden Lion King's hand shattered. Seeing that the huge flaming sword was about to fall, the Golden Lion King roared. Burning Sun Fist. At this critical moment, he once again unleashed a peerless fist technique. His fist transformed into a golden sun. It was incomparable and shone in all directions. Boom, he punched out, hitting the flaming sword chi, causing cracks to appear on the flaming sword chi. In an instant, the Golden Lion King unleashed over 100 punches. That huge flaming divine sword was broken into 2 halves. Lin Xian was also affected and retreated. The Golden Lion King was so powerful. He actually possessed such a terrifying fist technique. That's right, from the looks of it, the Golden Lion King was still stronger. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Even the elders of the imperial family cried out in surprise. Lin Xian was sent flying by the shockwave and came to a stop. His face was a little pale, but his eyes were even colder. In the next moment, he was about to unleash an even more powerful ultimate move. However, at this moment, countless runes appeared around him, forming another array. It enveloped him. On the other side, the Golden Lion King was also besieged again. Damn it, it's this formation again, Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect the array to be able to repair itself. It was beyond his expectations. On the other side, the Golden Lion King was also enraged. It frantically attacked the surrounding runes again. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged. He didn't make a move immediately. Instead, his eyes flickered. Because from the previous exchange, the Golden Lion King was very strong. It was not weaker than him. In fact, it was even stronger than him. Therefore, if he rashly opened the seal and went out to fight, he might not be able to win. Therefore, he had to think of another way. In the next moment, Lin Xian asked via voice transmission. Ruzalong, is the Heart of Darkness done? One is done. I'll give it to you first. The Crimson Dragon replied via voice transmission. He opened his mouth and spat out a Heart of Darkness. Lin Xian raised his hand and formed an array. It formed a light that covered his body. He didn't want others to pry into his secret. Therefore, a few more arrays appeared in the ancient array and covered Lin Xian's figure. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were all very surprised. they couldn't understand what Lin Xian was trying to do. Lin Xian took out the heart of darkness from the black earth and quickly swallowed it. Boom! Boom, boom. The heart of darkness no longer had the aura of death. Therefore, after being swallowed by Lin Xian, it directly turned into the purest energy. Lin Xian crazily circulated the longevity incantation to digest and absorb this energy. At this moment, he circulated the longevity incantation to the extreme. The longevity incantation was indeed terrifying. It displayed an extremely powerful conversion ability. It allowed Lin Xian to quickly absorb this energy. Lin Xian's cultivation strength was also rapidly increasing. However, the people outside were somewhat puzzled. Because at this moment, they couldn't see clearly what Lin Xian was doing. However, no one was in the mood to care. The most important thing now was to break the array. However, this array wasn't that easy to break. Except for Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King, who broke it once. The third prince and the others didn't manage to break it. However, no one gave up. The Golden Lion King also fell into the array again. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. At this moment, an extremely terrifying fluctuation was emitted from Lin Xian's side. Then, all the light on Lin Xian's body disappeared, and his figure appeared again. Seeing this scene, everyone was somewhat surprised. But more than that, they were puzzled. What was this guy doing? However, at this moment, their gazes were attracted by the third prince. Because the third prince relied on the secret technique of the royal family to break the array. He tore a crack and quickly came out. After coming out, the third prince revealed a proud smile. He strode forward, wanting to enter the valley. The third prince succeeded. In the grand imperial hall, the royal family elders exclaimed when they saw this scene. Sure enough, the third prince was indeed powerful. Although he didn't usually fight, as one of the top princes, his strength was definitely not weak. For a moment, everyone's gaze was on the third prince. Lin Xian looked at the scene outside, and the corner of his mouth raised into a cold smile. He asked in a deep voice, "Ruzalong, is it done?" "Don't worry, Ben Huang will definitely do it." In the next moment, another crack was torn in the array in front of Lin Xian. Then, Lin Xian stepped out and walked out. What? This kid broke it again. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The elders of the imperial family also cried out in alarm. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so terrifying. He actually broke the array for the second time. Even the Golden Lion King let out a furious roar, its eyes cold. Because until now, it hadn't broken the array for the second time. And the other party actually broke it for the second time. It was really shocking. In fact, it wasn't Lin Xian who broke it. Lin Xian had been in the array for a day and night, absorbing the energy of the heart of darkness. The one who broke the array was someone else. In fact, the array was not broken by Lin Xian. Lin Xian had been in the array for an entire day and night, absorbing the energy of the heart of darkness. Someone else was the one who had broken the formation. It was the Crimson Dragon. However, no one knew who it was, but that did not stop them from exclaiming in surprise. The third prince looked at the figure behind him, and his face became extremely ugly. He did not expect Lin Xian to come out as well. This wasn't good news for him. However, he snorted coldly. "Kid, I didn't expect you to be so lucky to break the array so quickly. However, I'll show you my strength." "Your strength? What strength do you have?" Lin Xian sneered. To be honest, he had never seen the third prince fight before. The third prince was trembling with anger. "Don't be too arrogant. My strength is definitely beyond your imagination. You'll feel it soon." At the sight of this, all of the Almighties took in a deep breath. The eyes of the royal elders flickered because they knew that the third prince was definitely powerful. Among the princes of the Taiyu dynasty, he was definitely ranked in the top 3. That kid is dead meat. Does he really think that I'm weak like the princes of the royal family? He'll regret it soon. Of course, the princes of the royal family are all peerless geniuses. With the supreme resources of the royal family, how can they be weak? It's just that these princes are of noble status and don't easily make a move. Once they make a move, they will definitely shock the world. Especially a top prince like the third prince. His combat strength is definitely terrifying. I'm guessing that he's not weaker than the Golden Lion King. The elders also nodded. They knew the strength of these princes. They were definitely incomparably powerful. Sure enough, the third prince's aura changed. Previously, he was unwilling to make a move, but that did not mean that he was not strong. At that moment, his body was emitting a terrifying aura. Countless rays of light surged out of his body, forming a divine rainbow that quickly enveloped his entire body. The aura of a true dragon appeared and turned into a true dragon that circled around the third prince. With the addition of the aura of the true dragon, the third prince's aura became even more terrifying. At that moment, the third prince looked like a natural god of war. Kill! The third prince let out a furious roar and charged forward like a violent dragon. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly as well. Using the demigods and semi-devils, he charged forward like a bolt of lightning. Boom, in the next moment, the two of them collided in the air like two huge meteors colliding. A terrifying sound rang out as resplendent light scattered in all directions. Then, the two of them retreated. The third prince's expression was grave. Lin Xian also frowned. That was because he realized that the third prince was really strong. He definitely surpassed the average genius. It seemed that these princes of the royal family were indeed peerless geniuses. Although they usually did not fight, their strength was definitely not weak. This third prince was definitely not weaker than the first blade. He might even be stronger than a top genius like Bai Zijing. At this moment, Lin Xian's expression was incomparably grave. The third prince was also shocked. His strength was indeed terrifying, even surpassing a peak genius like the first blade. He even believed that he could contend against the Golden Lion King. It was just that he wasn't willing to take the risk. But now, the other party was actually able to fight to a draw with him, which really surprised him. Thinking of this, a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Then, he charged over again. The two of them erupted into a shocking battle, and terrifying sound waves swept out in all directions. After exchanging dozens of blows, the third prince suddenly struck out with his palm. Suddenly, the shadow of a true dragon quickly appeared, turning into a fierce killing move. This palm was extremely terrifying. It contained a supreme power, like a true dragon. Boom, Lin Xian raised his hand and slashed out. A terrifying sword chi cut through the void and slashed on the giant dragon's palm. The two of them exchanged dozens of blows again, and then they each retreated. What peerless genius! You're nothing in front of me. The third prince sneered. That was because he realized that the other party could only fight to a draw with him, which made him very confident. That was because he still had a trump card in his hand that he had not used yet. You're very confident. But now, it's all over. Lin Xian's body once again surged with a terrifying aura. Feeling this aura, everyone's expression changed. Especially the third prince, whose eyes were filled with fear. Damn it, you're still hiding your strength, you've hidden so much. He was too shocked because he realized that the other party's aura had become stronger than before. Indeed, Lin Xian had become stronger. That was because he had absorbed the energy of the Heart of Darkness. That made his strength even more terrifying than before. Wild Thunder Heavenly Eagle, in the next moment, Lin Xian decisively attacked. An extremely violent aura surged out of his body, turning into a sharp bolt of lightning that flashed through. Then, the third prince was sent flying. Bang, the third prince was sent flying and smashed through the void. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Ah, the third prince roared at the sky, and the anger of the heavens appeared in his voice. His opponent dared to injure him, which was unforgivable, therefore, he decided to use his trump card to kill his opponent. However, at that moment, countless runes lit up around him again, and a formation enveloped him again. Ah, damn it, the third prince was furious. He did not expect to be trapped by the formation again before he could make a move. On the other side, Lin Xian turned his head and no longer looked at the other party. However, the surrounding people were silent. Especially the royal elders in the Grand Imperial Hall, they were extremely shocked. They knew the third prince's strength. He was definitely powerful and could fight against the Golden Lion King. Even so, he was still injured. Damn it, that kid's strength has become stronger again. How is this possible? Could it be that he was still hiding his strength? They did not dare to believe it. The Golden Lion King also frowned. In the next moment, he roared, and with a domineering aura and boundless killing intent, he quickly smashed the light screen in front of him. Then, he walked out again. Seeing the Golden Lion King walk out again, Lin Xian also turned his head and looked over. Dense killing intent appeared in his eyes. The Golden Lion King sneered in disdain. Kid, you're not my opponent. Boom, Lin Xian did not say anything and directly attacked. He took a step forward, and his body emitted a monstrous aura. The sword aura that filled the sky swept out, shocking everyone. It directly shattered the 9 heavens. Feeling the change in the aura, the Golden Lion King frowned. His eyes flickered as he stared at Lin Xian. Your aura is stronger than before. No wonder you dared to attack me again. However, it was still useless. After saying that, his figure flashed and instantly appeared beside Lin Xian. His right hand swept out. A huge palm grabbed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian used the demigods and semi-devils and dodged the palm. At the same time, the long sword in his hand turned into a sharp lightning and mercilessly pierced out. Clang, the two of them clashed and pulled apart the distance between them. The Golden Lion King frowned slightly, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Because in the previous exchange, his entire right arm was filled with frost aura, and his meridians were all sealed. There was even a sharp sword aura that made his entire arm feel numb. This was too unbelievable. How did his opponent's strength become so strong? The surrounding powerhouses and the royal elders all sucked in a breath of cold air. That was because they discovered that the Golden Lion King had actually suffered a loss in the battle just now. This was too inconceivable. One must know that Lin Xian was sent flying by the Golden Lion King with a single palm. After a day, Lin Xian was able to make the Golden Lion King suffer a loss. How did he do it? However, they were still extremely shocked. Because these two people were definitely peerless geniuses with endless means. Any one of them would be able to suppress these powerhouses. After succeeding in one move, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He had consumed the Heart of Darkness and increased his strength by a lot. Moreover, in the previous exchange, he did not use his full strength. That was why everyone thought that he was sent flying. However, this time, he did not plan to hold back. Gaining the upper hand was just the beginning. With his current strength and the Great Dragon Sword Soul, he could definitely contend against the Golden Lion King. Therefore, in the next instant, Lin Xian made his move again. He stepped on the demigods and semi-devils and appeared in front of the Golden Lion King in an instant. The 9 underworld demonic sword in his hand emitted a terrifying aura, and then mercilessly slashed down. Boom, the Golden Lion King's expression was solemn. He threw out a punch and hit the 9 underworld demonic sword. In an instant, the two of them trembled. Then, the two of them kept retreating. The Golden Lion King stopped his body, and his expression was solemn. Because Lin Xian's sword technique was much more terrifying than before. This shocked him, and he had to be careful. It seemed that his opponent's strength had indeed increased. However, he did not know if it was because he held back yesterday, or because he became stronger after a day and a night. But no matter what, it was a big problem for him. Brat, your swordsmanship is not bad. You can indeed contend against me. The Golden Lion King said in a deep voice. However, I am merely resisting. I haven't even used my full strength yet. I still have countless trump cards that I haven't used yet. As a genius of the war race, you simply can't imagine what level my strength has reached. Moreover, the war clan is not something you can provoke, so I'll give you a piece of advice: quickly leave, because you don't have the right to compete with me. But don't worry, after I obtain the peerless treasure, if I'm in a good mood, I can reward you with 1 or 2 cultivation techniques that will benefit you for the rest of your life. What? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the Golden Lion King to say such words. Lin Xian, on the other hand, frowned. You're too confident. Do you think you're the only one who hasn't used your full strength? I didn't use my full strength either. Lin Xian's voice was resounding. However, as for the Battle Clan's cultivation method, you can keep it for yourself. I don't need it, what I need is the rare treasure in front of me. Brat, it seems like you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the Golden Lion King's lips curled up into a cold smile. My war race was born for battle. How can you contend against me? There's no point in talking anymore. Let's fight, Lin Xian coldly snorted. His gaze focused once again. He had already used many trump cards, but he could only fight to a draw with the Golden Lion King. It seemed like if he wanted to win, he would need to use some special methods. Buzz, the demon-slaying sword array appeared beneath his feet. Soon after, it condensed into the immemorial phantom. At the same time, the dragon sword domain appeared and covered the sky above. This way, the entire sky and earth were her domain. As for Lin Xian, he stood in the air. His body emitted a terrifying primal chaos sword chi. Boom, the immemorial phantom took the initiative to attack. The Golden Lion King struck out with the seal of the fearless lion to contend against it. At the same time, golden flames burned on the Golden Lion King's hands. It was as if two golden suns were revolving once again. Burning Sun Fist. Last time, it was this fist that sent Lin Xian flying. However, this time, Lin Xian coldly snorted. Countless primal chaos sword chi gushed out from his body and slashed forward. Boom, boom. Boom, what? It was blocked. Seeing that Lin Xian's sword chi was actually able to contend against that golden sun-like fist, everyone exclaimed in shock. Those royal elders were also shocked. They realized that Lin Xian's strength had indeed become stronger. Not only that, what shocked them even more was what happened next. Because Lin Xian let out a long roar. Instantly, the dragon sword domain above his head emitted countless rays of sword chi. Then, it merged with him. The terrifying sword chi that filled the sky became even more biting cold. It shook the Golden Lion King's arm to the point of numbness. Crack, a crack appeared on the Golden Lion King's fist. Then, blood flowed out. Damn it, how could this be? The Golden Lion King furrowed its brows as a trace of anger appeared in its eyes. Injured. He was actually injured. As for the surrounding people, they were all stunned. Heavens, the Golden Lion King was injured, how could this be? Previously, the Golden Lion King had received a peak-grade Earth-rank artifact with his bare hands. Even then, he was not injured at all. One could imagine how strong the Golden Lion King's physique was. But now, under Lin Xian's sword chi, he was actually injured. There was even blood flying out. Could it be that Lin Xian's sword chi had surpassed a peak-grade artifact? Thinking of this, they swallowed their saliva. In the blink of an eye, the sword wounds on the Golden Lion King's arm increased. Although they were not deep wounds, it was enough to cause blood to flow and dye the void red. Brat, you have really angered me, the Golden Lion King's voice was ice cold. A terrifying killing intent spread out in all directions. The void behind him exploded, turning into a huge void. As for the Golden Lion King's body, it was constantly tumbling and turning into flames, burning fiercely. Brat, go to hell, 9 heavens golden flame art, the Golden Lion King roared. Then, the golden flames on his body suddenly erupted, engulfing the 9 heavens. The entire space was completely covered by the golden waves. Lin Xian waved his hand. The dragon sword domain above his head quickly covered him. Then, he released countless sword chi. It blocked the golden flames that filled the sky. Boom, the battle broke out again. The two's strength was constantly clashing. They were like two huge mountains, constantly colliding. The golden flames surged. The sword chi filled the sky. Everywhere it passed, the void would shatter. Nothing could withstand it. Luckily, the third prince and the others were enveloped by the array. Otherwise, they would have been hit by the terrifying energy. Buzz, in this sky filled with energy, the surrounding people could not see clearly. They could only rely on their souls to capture the trajectory. However, at this moment, a sword cry rang out. Then, everyone felt their souls tremble. How terrifying, what was that? All the experts present exclaimed. Although they were separated by a formation, they still felt a sense of fear. It was as if that sword light could destroy their souls. What was that? Could it be that this brat still had a terrifying treasure sword in his hand? Everyone was terrified. The Golden Lion King also furrowed his brows because he also felt a biting cold aura that made his entire body shiver. Buzz, in the next moment, he waved his hand and a golden spear was formed from the endless sea of flames. He held it in his hand. With a thrust of the spear, heaven and earth were shattered. However, that chilling aura didn't disappear. It seemed to be getting heavier. No one knew that at this moment, a dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in front of Lin Xian. Then, it was held by Lin Xian and slashed out. Boom, the sky changed color and the surrounding space shattered. This sword chi shattered the void and directly slashed toward the Golden Lion King. In an instant, a large area of the sea of flames was extinguished. It was as if cold water was poured over it and it quickly disappeared. The Golden Lion King's figure appeared in front of everyone. When they saw a sharp sword light slashing toward them, everyone was shocked. The elders of the royal family also exclaimed. The Golden Lion King's pupils constricted. He roared, "Get lost." In the next moment, he waved the spear in his hand and turned it into a golden lion, charging over. Boom, a collision shook the sky. That lion pounced on the sword light and kept biting. However, this time, it was useless. This was the power of the great dragon sword soul. It was incomparably terrifying. In an instant, it slashed the lion into two. What? It was destroyed? How could this be? The Golden Lion King was stunned. However, in an instant, that sword light arrived in front of him. Damn it! Block it for me, this sword light was too fast. It was so fast that the Golden Lion King found it hard to believe. Therefore, he could only raise the golden spear in his hand to block. Crack, however, in the next moment, the golden spear broke and turned into countless flames, scattering in all directions. As for the Golden Lion King, he was sent flying by the sword. The golden flames on his body were split apart, revealing a golden armor. That said, the golden armor was unable to withstand the golden light. A crack appeared on it. The Golden Lion King was sent flying as it spat out large mouthfuls of blood, dyeing its body red. What? The Golden Lion King was sent flying. Furthermore, he was injured. Everyone was going crazy. Even the royal family elder couldn't believe it. Even the Empress cried out in alarm. Her face was filled with shock. The Golden Lion King was invited by her. He was a genius of the war race and was unrivaled. It could be said that he was a genius born for battle, but now, she was actually sent flying by someone. She simply couldn't believe it. Beside her, His Majesty's eyes were like rainbows as he stared fixedly at the screen. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Boom! Boom! The Golden Lion King was sent flying for several thousand miles. Along the way, it destroyed countless mountains, palaces, and pavilions. Dust and smoke filled the air as golden flames burned. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He turned into a stream of light and flew forward. He didn't know what kind of damage the sword would cause to the Golden Lion King, but he couldn't stay here any longer. Because it wouldn't be long before the formation enveloped him once more. Therefore, he had to leave quickly. At the next moment, he waved his hand. The dragon sword domain flew over and merged with him. Finally, it turned into an azure dragon. With a swing of its tail, it tore through the void and flew toward the valley ahead. Boom! Boom! At this moment, Lin Xian was truly powerful to the extreme. Therefore, there was nothing that could stop him. Did he disappear? Did that brat enter the valley? Damn it! I can't see clearly. In the Grand Imperial Hall, the royal family elders were roaring furiously. Because the screen in front of them no longer showed Lin Xian's figure. They couldn't do anything about it. They could only see the scene around the third prince. However, the third prince was currently trapped in the seal. They couldn't come out for a while. Therefore, they couldn't see into the valley at all. They could only be anxious. Even His Majesty's face was slightly gloomy. However, he couldn't do anything about it. Damn it! Did that brat enter? Could it be that the heavenly treasure was obtained by that brat? Outside, the third prince and the surrounding almighties were all screaming madly. They also wanted to chase after him. However, they couldn't even break through the light screen in front of them. Lin Xian continued forward, tearing through countless rays of light. Finally, he arrived at the valley. His figure swayed and landed. The dragon sword domain revolved around him, supporting a space. It protected his safety. It couldn't be helped. The aura in the valley was too cold. When the rays of light hit the dragon sword domain, they produced a shocking collision sound. Fortunately, the dragon sword domain was evolved from the great dragon sword soul. Therefore, it was extremely sturdy. Otherwise, if it was an elite expert's domain, it would probably be penetrated in an instant. How terrifying, damn it. What exactly is that? Lin Xian's expression was serious. He realized that the light pillar in front of him was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Previously, when he was outside the valley, he didn't feel it. However, now that he was inside the valley, every aura made his heart tremble. In the next moment, he used the heavenly secret god eyes. The golden light was like a sharp sword that pierced through the void. Through the countless rays of light, Lin Xian saw the scene inside clearly. Soon, he was stunned. A hint of passion appeared in his eyes, and his body became excited. Because in front of him was an ancient sword that was inserted into the soil. That ancient sword was very simple and unadorned. It was obvious that it was an ancient item. That terrifying pillar of light was emitted by this ancient sword. A peerless treasure sword. This was definitely a peerless treasure sword. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. As a swordsman, he could naturally feel the aura emitted by the long sword in front of him. It was much more terrifying than the 9 Hell Demon sword in his hand. In fact, it had completely surpassed those top-grade treasured sabers that he had obtained before. One had to know that those sabers were all top-grade earth-rank treasures. However, in front of this ancient sword, they were nothing at all. The difference between the two was like the sun and the moon and a firefly. One could imagine how terrifying the grade of the ancient sword in front of him was. Could it be that it was a heaven-rank treasure that surpassed an earth-rank treasure? Thinking of this, Lin Xian was shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. If this was true, then he would definitely be rich. A heaven-rank treasure was the same as a heaven-rank cultivation technique. They were extremely special and each of them was a priceless treasure. Lin Xian had already tasted the power of a heaven-rank cultivation technique. He had practiced the first few moves of the chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword, and its power had far surpassed all earth-rank martial arts. And the heaven-rank treasure in front of him automatically emitted light that could penetrate an elite almighty. One could imagine how terrifying it was. If he could obtain it and use it with the great dragon sword soul, then his combat strength would reach an incomparably heaven-defying realm. However, there was a problem now. How was he going to obtain this heaven-rank treasure sword? Just by standing there and feeling the surrounding light, it was already very difficult to resist. If he continued forward, the resistance would be even greater. And the truth was indeed so. Lin Xian had just taken a few steps when he felt the sword chi in front of him. It was like a wild beast, crazily pouncing on him. He had no choice but to stop. In the next moment, Lin Xian stopped. His eyes flickered as he thought of a countermeasure. And just as Lin Xian was thinking of how to obtain the heaven-ranked treasure sword, a long roar came from outside. Then, a golden light tore through the sky. The Golden Lion King quickly charged over. His hair was disheveled, and golden light engulfed his body. He was like an angry demon king, with killing intent surging all over his body. Angry, he was really too angry, because no one had ever been able to injure him. And he was actually injured by a king younger than him. This was intolerable. The sword wound on his body was healed by a secret technique, but the anger in the Golden Lion King's heart could not be quelled. Especially when he knew that Lin Xian had already entered the valley ahead, he roared even more furiously. He waved his hands and tore through the void, flying forward quickly. The Golden Lion King also entered. Seeing this scene, the powerhouses around the third prince exclaimed. The imperial family elder also cried out in surprise. His face was full of envy, but there was nothing he could do. He could only watch helplessly. However, they were very puzzled. Did Lin Xian obtain the treasure, and could the Golden Lion King reverse the situation? Who would obtain the heavenly treasure in the end? They did not know, but they were very anxious. At this moment, a red-cloaked powerhouse at the side said, "Third Prince, don't hesitate. Quickly use your trump card. Otherwise, we won't have any chance." "That's right, Third Prince. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You must not miss it. The surrounding powerhouses all advised. The third prince's face was gloomy, as if he was thinking. In the end, he gritted his teeth and decided to use his trump card. It was not that he did not have any trump cards, but he was prepared to use them to deal with the first prince. Because the first prince was the greatest threat to his position as the crown prince, if he used them rashly, it would be difficult to deal with the first prince in the future. But now, he could not care so much. Judging from the light in front of him and the image of heaven and earth, this was definitely a rare treasure. If he could obtain it, he might be able to defeat the first prince. Thinking of this, his expression turned serious as he took out a weapon from his storage ring. It was something similar to a pair of scissors. However, it was not an ordinary pair of scissors. Instead, it was a terrifying treasure formed by two flood dragons coiling around each other. Flood dragon scissors. A top-grade Earthstep artifact, boom. Boom, in the next moment, the third prince activated his Tao of Dragon aura and infused it into the scissors in his hand. Immediately, the Jiao dragon scissors trembled as if it had come alive. As for the two flood dragons, they were spiraling around each other and letting out deafening roars. Boom. Boom, then, he violently slammed into the light screen in front of him. Then, the light screen shattered, and the third prince was freed. However, he didn't stop. Instead, he quickly helped the surrounding powerful beings out of their predicament. After the Almighties broke free, they poured their spiritual energy into the Jiao dragon scissors. Instantly, the scissors grew bigger. They were thousands of feet long, as if two real flood dragons had come back to life. They roared at the sky, waved their claws, and tore their mouths apart. In an instant, all the Almighties on the third prince's side were rescued. The Jiao dragon scissors were the third prince's treasure. It seemed that the third prince was really going to use his trump card. When the royal elders saw this scene, they began to discuss among themselves. The eyes of the royal elders who supported the third prince flickered. It seemed that the third prince was really going to get serious. If that was the case, the third prince might have a chance. The third prince was not weak. He was definitely a top genius. Moreover, the Jiao dragon scissors was definitely not the only trump card he had. If he used all of them, coupled with the help of the surrounding Almighties, perhaps even the Golden Lion King would not be able to fight against him. These people discussed animatedly. As for the third prince, he led 4 Almighties and quickly charged over. Boom, in the valley, Lin Xian was thinking about how to get the Heaven Ancient sword in front of him. At this moment, an angry roar came from behind, accompanied by an extremely terrifying energy. In the next moment, he frowned and turned around. Then, he saw a golden figure charging over. However, the moment that figure entered the valley, he was stunned and slowed down. Obviously, that was the Golden Lion King. Moreover, he felt the impact of the terrifying sword chi in the valley. As expected, after entering the valley, the Golden Lion King's expression became incomparably serious. In the end, he had no choice but to create an illusory lion to cover his body. Only then could he ensure his safety. What was this place? What was in front of him? The Golden Lion King's expression was grave and his eyes flickered. He did not expect that the aura in the valley would be so terrifying. Even if he was a genius of the war tribe, he still had to be careful. Soon, he looked around and saw Lin Xian's figure. His face immediately turned gloomy. However, he did not make a move. Instead, he snorted coldly. Because the aura was so terrifying, it was very disadvantageous for him to make a move. Moreover, the most important reason for coming to this valley was to get the treasures inside. He decided to wait until he got the treasures before killing Lin Xian to avenge the hatred in his heart. In the next moment, the Golden Lion King took a step forward, wanting to walk forward. However, the more he walked, the more frightened he became. In the end, the illusory golden lion on his body was pierced through by the terrifying sword chi. He had no choice but to stop. Moreover, he had to create a golden domain to cover himself. Next, the Golden Lion King also encountered trouble. Moreover, he was also thinking about how to walk forward and get the treasures. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian sneered. It seemed that the Golden Lion King also could not get close. However, at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from behind again. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and turned around. Someone else came in. Who could it be? The third prince. However, he soon discovered that it was indeed the third prince. Not only the third prince, but there were also 4 elite powerhouses beside the third prince. Their faces were gloomy as they flew over with all their strength. It was really them. Lin Xian was shocked. He did not expect the third prince to have escaped. Moreover, all the powerhouses beside him had escaped. As expected of a prince of the imperial family. The third prince indeed had a trump card in his hand. When Lin Xian saw the 2 huge flood dragons surrounding the third prince, he narrowed his eyes. The aura that the other party was emitting was definitely a treasure. Moreover, it was a top-grade treasure. It seemed that he had underestimated the third prince. Lin Xian squinted his eyes when he saw the 2 giant dragons surrounding the third prince. The aura that the third prince was emitting was definitely a treasure. Moreover, it was a top-notch treasure. It seemed that he had underestimated the third prince previously. However, he did not pay too much attention to it. So what if the third prince had a trump card? It would not be easy for him to make a move in this valley. The Golden Lion King also turned his head and glanced at the third prince and the others. Then, he withdrew his gaze and no longer paid attention to them. What he needed to do now was to find a way to get closer. As expected, when the third prince came in, he was overjoyed because he saw Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King standing in front of him. It seemed that he did not succeed. This way, he would definitely have a chance to get the treasure. But soon, he frowned and there was even a hint of shock in his eyes. After entering the valley, he felt that the pressure had multiplied. The surrounding light pillars were a great threat to him. It caused the 2 dragons beside him to tremble slightly. Buzz, in the end, the third prince had no choice but to stop and land in the valley. Then, he looked around in bewilderment. The elite almighties behind him were also frowning. Pressure, threat, they felt a great sense of danger. It was as if the light pillars in front of them could easily take their lives. What was that thing? How could it have such a terrifying aura? The third prince and the others were extremely shocked. The imperial family elders were also exclaiming. Through the third prince, they finally saw the scene in the valley. Lin Xian was there, the Golden Lion King was there too. Neither of them succeeded. That was great. Many of the imperial family elders let out a sigh of relief. That was because neither Lin Xian nor the Golden Lion King were from their imperial family. If they got the treasure, it would not be good for the imperial family. But if the third prince got it, it would be different. After all, the third prince was a member of the imperial family of the Taiyu dynasty. Moreover, he was a prince. If the third prince got it, it would be equivalent to the strength of the Taiyu dynasty increasing. But very quickly, these imperial family elders frowned because they discovered that the third prince and the others had stopped as well. They were no longer moving forward. What was going on? Why aren't you moving? Some elders frowned, while the other elders said. It seemed like this valley was not simple. Even Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King did not act rashly. Presumably, there was a huge crisis. Look, the flood dragon scissors are even shaking. Heavens, what kind of power is this? To be able to make the flood dragon scissors tremble, some of the elders noticed this and many of them cried out in surprise. The flood dragon scissors was a top-tier earth-rank artifact. Moreover, with the support of the Tao of Dragon, its power could be multiplied. It could be said to be incomparably terrifying. However, even with that being the case, the ravine was still trembling uncontrollably. From that, one could imagine how terrifying the aura and power inside was. What the hell was that? I don't know. However, from the looks of it, if it was a treasure, it would definitely surpass the earth rank. Could it be a heaven-step treasure? Thinking of this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Even their Taiyu dynasty only had a few heaven-grade treasures. The third prince and the others stopped in their tracks and looked ahead in bewilderment. Buzz, at this moment, an elder raised his hand and shot out a blue light shield, which flew forward. This was a mid-tier earth-rank artifact. At this moment, it flew forward like a meteor. However, after flying for a few dozen meters, it exploded into pieces. Such terrifying power. Seeing this scene, the third prince and the others' faces turned ugly. They could not break a mid-tier Earth-rank artifact, but here, it shattered so easily. One could only imagine how terrifying the situation ahead was. Even if they had a top-tier Earth-rank artifact, they might not be able to come out unscathed. It seemed like they had to make a good plan. At this moment, the Golden Lion King moved. He looked ahead like a god of war and took out a golden treasure wheel. That golden treasure wheel kept enlarging. In the end, it was like a mountain, completely enveloping the Golden Lion King. The golden treasure wheel was incomparably dazzling. It emitted mysterious runes and revolved around the Golden Lion King. That terrifying aura blocked the countless rays of light in front. Buzz, the Golden Lion King, began to move its feet and walked forward. Although it had the protection of the Supreme Treasure Wheel, it walked very carefully. Damn it, this Golden Lion King actually has such a treasure. Seeing this scene, the third prince and the others' faces turned ugly. On the other side, Lin Xian also made his move. He had many treasures in his hands. Heaven and earth treasures, cultivation techniques, secret manuals, and all kinds of artifacts. Even the wealth of a peerless almighty might not be as much as his. However, after looking around, he could not find anything that could resist the aura and power here. However, he thought of something else. The Sage's Hand Bone. This was something he had spent a lot of effort and luck to obtain last time. It had been left in the Black Earth all this time. Because the Sage's Hand Bone was too powerful, he could not control it. However, it seemed that he had to take it out in advance. The Sage's Hand Bone should be able to resist the Heaven-rank Ancient Sword. Therefore, Lin Xian communicated with He Tu and decided to use the Sage's Hand Bone. Buzz, in the next moment, Lin Xian's expression turned solemn. A black armor appeared on his body and the dragon sword domain completely enveloped him. He carefully controlled and took out the Sage's Hand Bone from the Black Earth. This was not a complete bone, only a small section. It was very small and floated beside Lin Xian. It could be said that it was almost negligible. However, the aura it emitted was too terrifying. Moreover, there were countless runes flickering on it. This was a restriction created by He Tu and the Crimson Dragon together. Because the Sage's Hand Bone in its complete state was too powerful, he could not withstand this power at all. It had to be sealed. On it, there were 9 ancient runes that formed 9 seals. Even so, Lin Xian still felt a burst of fear. He carefully controlled the Sage's Hand Bone. As expected, the Sage's Hand Bone was like a divine spear that cut through the countless light pillars in front of it. Then, Lin Xian also moved forward. What? This kid also has a heaven-defying treasure. Seeing that Lin Xian could move forward again, the third prince and the surrounding mighty figures exclaimed. Third prince, what should we do? A few mighty figures asked. They had also used their treasures, but it was difficult for them to move forward. It seemed that they could only use that thing. The third prince gritted his teeth, and a hint of determination appeared in his eyes. After all, he was already here. If he were to go back now, he would definitely be unwilling. Therefore, he decided to use his trump card again. Buzz, a silver-white light appeared from his body and hung above his head. It was a silver bottle that was half a meter tall. There were mysterious runes carved on it. Under the support of the dragon aura, it quickly expanded and formed a silver light that enveloped Prince Shan and the others. The Imperial Bottle. It wasn't an Earth-rank artifact, but an Imperial Bottle. It was refined by the top blacksmith of the Imperial Physician dynasty. It was extremely powerful, even surpassing a top-grade artifact. However, there was also a shortcoming, and that was that the number of times he could use it was limited. Normally, he could only use it 3 to 5 times. It could be said that it was extremely precious. Unless it was an emergency, it wouldn't be taken out. Sure enough, when the third prince took out the royal Dao bottle, the elders in the Grand Imperial Hall began to discuss after seeing it. It seemed that the third prince had made up his mind and was determined to obtain freedom. Otherwise, he wouldn't take out the Imperial Bottle. That's right. This item should be used in the final battle against the first prince and the 8th prince. Now that he took it out, what would he use at that time? There was no choice. The item in front was too tempting. If he could get it, even the first prince wouldn't be able to fight against him. Everyone was discussing, but their eyes were all on the light screen. Even the Empress was nervous. Fortunately, the Golden Lion King was still inside, and it seemed to be walking at the front. This made her feel more at ease. As long as the Golden Lion King got the treasure, he would be able to help the first prince defeat the other princes. However, what made her worried was that the young man called Lin Xian was following closely behind. His speed wasn't slow either. Lin Xian was the 8th prince's man, she couldn't let him get the treasure. The Empress snorted in her heart. Boom! Boom, boom. At this moment, the Golden Lion King arrived. When he was 100 meters away from the center, the pressure and power there became stronger again. Clang, the Golden Lion King also suffered a great impact. The golden wheel above his head emitted an incomparable light. The two of them clashed, creating a shocking collision. The handsome face of the Golden Lion King was also somewhat malevolent. He roared angrily, and the golden wheel blossomed with light. It was like a sun as it spun quickly. Then, they formed beams of powerful light that tore the void into pieces. Under the terrifying rotation of the golden wheel, the murderous aura permeated the surroundings and shattered the pressure in front of him. This caused the Golden Lion King to move forward once again. How terrifying! When the royal elders saw this scene, they cried out in alarm. This should be the War Clan's magical treasure, right? It was incomparably terrifying after all. On the other side, Lin Xian had also reached the 100-meter mark. Suddenly, he felt the pressure increase exponentially. Immediately, his black battle armor began to tremble rapidly. The light on it also trembled non-stop as if it would shatter at any moment. Lin Xian took a deep breath as a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he carefully shot a beam of energy at the saint's hand bone. Wang, the sage's hand bone released a terrifying pressure that blasted away the energy in front of it. Lin Xian felt that the pressure on him had decreased a lot, which made him heave a sigh of relief. However, he still walked forward with a serious expression. This brat had also successfully entered. What is that thing in his hand? The royal elders cried out in alarm. They couldn't see it clearly. It couldn't be helped. It was just a light screen. They couldn't see through the light to see the real thing. However, thinking about it, it was definitely a rare treasure. Everyone looked at Lin Xian. Their eyes flickered as if they wanted to pierce through the void. However, they couldn't do it at all. But soon, these imperial family elders looked at the third prince. The imperial vase above the third prince's head released a supreme aura as it led the powerful beings forward quickly. When he reached the 100-meter mark, he also felt the pressure increase exponentially. As a result, the imperial vase emitted a supreme aura. Strands of golden aura drooped down and coiled around the third prince like a golden dragon, blocking the pressure. The third prince and the others set off again. They carefully walked forward. Boom! When they reached the 50-meter mark, the pressure increased exponentially again. The Golden Lion King stopped in its tracks. However, it soon roared and blew the huge horn on its head again, causing it to spin rapidly. It was like a divine artifact, releasing a terrifying power. When Lin Xian reached the 50-meter mark, he also felt the impact. He carefully injected another beam of energy. Then, the pressure of a saint erupted again. The third prince also pushed the imperial vase above his head. Like a divine artifact, thousands of beams of light hung down. The three of them resisted the pressure of the 50-meter mark. However, the speed of the three of them became extremely slow. Because if they went further, the pressure would become even more terrifying. Even if the three of them had powerful treasures in their hands, they still had to be careful. When they reached the 40-meter mark, the Golden Lion King stopped. His face was a little pale. It was obvious that using the imperial vase with all his strength consumed a lot of his energy. Lin Xian didn't move forward rashly. Because he was a little afraid of the saint's hand bone in his hand. If this thing were to explode, it would be a terrifying threat to him. The third prince and the others also stopped. At this moment, not only the third prince, but the four powerful beings around him were also crazily injecting their internal energy into the imperial vase. They used the power of this artifact to the extreme. However, when they reached the 40-meter mark, their scalps also went numb. The pressure here was already extremely great. The five of them had no choice but to use all their strength. However, when they reached the 35-meter mark, the imperial vase above the Golden Lion King's head suddenly emitted a cracking sound. A small crack appeared on it, and it quickly became bigger. What? That artifact was actually broken. When the imperial family elders saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. Although the imperial vase was separated by a light screen, they could imagine how terrifying it was. However, now, it actually couldn't withstand the pressure of the light pillar that reached the sky. It was simply too unbelievable. The Golden Lion King's expression also stiffened. Then, he stopped. His face was incomparably gloomy. That was because the imperial vase above his head had a crack. This was the artifact he brought out from the war race. It was even more terrifying than a peak Earth rank artifact. However, now that a crack had appeared, he couldn't help but be shocked. At the same time, he also felt a trace of pain. Therefore, he stopped for a moment. Because he didn't dare to move forward. If the imperial vase cracked, then the impact on him would be huge. Boom, it wasn't just the Golden Lion King. A crack also appeared on the imperial vase above the third prince's head. This made the faces of the third prince and the others become incomparably ugly. The imperial elders were also shocked. What? Even the imperial treasured vase cracked. Just what kind of terrifying realm had that pressure reached? Perhaps even a peerless expert wouldn't dare to stay here. What about that kid with the surname Lin? Did his item crack? Everyone looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian stopped 35 meters away and didn't move. It was impossible for the sage's hand bone to crack. However, cracks appeared on the light on his body and it seemed like it would shatter at any time. However, Lin Xian gritted his teeth and undid the first seal. The sage's aura increased greatly. The damaged light screen was restored once again. Lin Xian also wore a jade pendant. This jade pendant was also given to him by Hey Tuesday. It could be used to establish a connection with the seal on the sage's hand. This way, he wouldn't be affected too much. As expected, Lin Xian felt that the sage's aura had weakened a lot when he wore the jade pendant. If he didn't have the jade pendant, he would have no choice but to use the great dragon sword soul. Regardless of whether it was the sage's oppressive might or the sky-reaching pillar of light, the pressure brought about by them was simply too strong. Fortunately, he wasn't in too much of a threat right now. Therefore, in the next moment, he moved forward again. What? That kid's treasure wasn't damaged. How was that possible? When the imperial elders saw this scene, their eyeballs almost popped out. Even the imperial treasured vase and the war race's treasure were cracked. What kind of treasure did this kid have that he could be safe and sound? Damn it, where did this kid come from? Wasn't he too mysterious? What kind of treasure did he have to be able to resist such a terrifying power? Discussions could be heard. Even the Empress's eyes were cold. The Emperor's eyes flickered. Damn it, when the third prince and the others saw this scene, their faces darkened. Their imperial treasured vase cracked, but the other party was fine. They couldn't believe it. On the other side, the Golden Lion King didn't say anything. However, he also stared at Lin Xian's figure with a cold killing intent in his eyes. In the next moment, he roared again and walked forward. Ka ka ka, following the Golden Lion King's footsteps, the cracks on the golden chakra above its head became even bigger. In an instant, 3 cracks appeared, and they were still increasing. On the other side, the third prince and the others were also gritting their teeth. He and the 4 elite powerhouses were going all out to get out of the ecliptic Aquarius. Cracks also appeared on the surface of the sword, spreading all over it. From the looks of it, it would shatter at any moment. In the end, Lin Xian was the first to reach the 30-meter mark and stopped. The Golden Lion King followed closely behind. However, when it reached the 30-meter mark, the pressure once again doubled. This caused the golden wheel above his head to instantly shatter into pieces. Humph, a sharp radiance appeared in the Golden Lion King's eyes. At the same time, a magic treasure quickly appeared on its body. That was a large golden cauldron. It was like a giant mountain as it floated above his head. Tens of thousands of streaks of radiance hung down, surrounding him, so that he would not be harmed by the beam of light. However, his face was unusually pale. Boom, when the third prince and the others arrived, the zodiac treasured vase above their heads shattered. The third prince and the others cried out in surprise. Then, the flood dragon's scissors turned into two giant dragons that were hundreds of feet long and surrounded them. Then, these people quickly retreated. When they reached the 50-meter mark, a purple pagoda appeared above their heads. It protected the third prince and the 4 elite powerhouses, temporarily withstanding the pressure. However, the 5 people's faces were incomparably ugly. Because they had failed. With the power of the Emperor Base treasure, they could only withstand the pressure for 30 meters. They could not withstand any further. Even if the third prince still had an Emperor Base treasure, he would not be able to reach the end. Therefore, their faces were extremely ugly. Was the third prince going to give up? The imperial family elders also cried out in surprise. They could see that the third prince did not have the ability to reach the end. There was no other way. They were not well prepared. Not to mention the third prince, even the 8th prince and the eldest prince might not be able to reach the end. Damn it. If only we could go in, an imperial family elder gritted his teeth. The other elders also said, yes, even if we could not go in, we could have gotten the news in advance. We would have let these princes bring more treasures. But now, they were not well prepared, it seemed that they could only wait for the next time. An elder sighed. Yes, even an Emperor-based treasure could not withstand the pressure. The Golden Lion King and Lin Xian would not be able to reach the end. No one would be able to take the treasure. It was okay. This space was always under the control of the Taiyu dynasty. Next time, we would definitely be well prepared. At that time, we would definitely get the treasure. These elders discussed animatedly and began to prepare for the next entry. After all, the pressure emitted by the treasure was too terrifying. It was definitely a heaven-grade treasure. If they could get it, the strength of the Taiyu dynasty would increase. This was a very important matter to them. Of course, all their plans were based on the premise that the Golden Lion King and Lin Xian would not be able to get the treasure in the end. Therefore, all the imperial family elders were looking at the Golden Lion King. They were all looking at Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King. The Golden Lion King had a golden cauldron on his head. His body was overflowing with light and a mysterious rune appeared on his forehead. It seemed that the Golden Lion King had activated the power of his bloodline. The golden cauldron on his head was not simple either. They wondered if he could reach the end. Those imperial family elders discussed, but many of them shook their heads. It was too difficult. The Golden Lion King was too young. If he had the cultivation of a peerless almighty, he would definitely be able to reach the end. But now, he was still far from it. As the crowd discussed among themselves, many of them turned to look at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face was also very serious. The sage's hand bone in front of him was emitting a monstrous aura, blocking the pressure that filled the sky. Countless sword chi surrounded his body, protecting him. He was not worried about the sage's hand bone breaking because it was hard to find in the world. No matter how strong the pressure in front of him was, it might not be able to break the hand bone. What he needed to do was to protect himself and not be threatened by the sage's aura. However, He Tu and the Crimson Dragon seemed to be very reliable this time. The jade pendant they gave him played a huge role. The two of them slowly moved forward. However, when they were 25 meters away, another crack appeared on the golden cauldron on the Golden Lion King's head. This made the Golden Lion King's face unsightly. The rune on his forehead shone even more brightly. An incomparably terrifying bloodline power gushed out from the Golden Lion King's forehead and poured into the golden cauldron. The war race was born for battle, this was not a joke. At this moment, the bloodline power in the Golden Lion King's body was surging non-stop. Soon after, a huge golden illusion appeared on his body. Roar, the golden figure roared towards the sky. Its body was covered with runes. Then, it grabbed the golden cauldron and smashed it forward. Boom, a void appeared in front of it. The terrifying energy was also torn apart. The Golden Lion King took a step forward and instantly arrived 20 meters away. However, this was already his limit. Although he was a prodigy of the war race, he was still young. Moreover, his cultivation was only that of a 6-star king. Therefore, it wasn't easy for him to come here. Looking at the 20-meter distance, the Golden Lion King's eyes flickered. His expression was incomparably gloomy. Normally, he could travel back and forth a few hundred times in an instant. However, he couldn't even move a centimeter forward. On the other side, Lin Xian also coldly shouted and activated the second restriction. Immediately, the pressure of the saint's hand bone became even stronger. He also arrived at the 20-meter distance. Then, he glanced at the Golden Lion King in the distance and took another step forward. 19 meters. What? He could still move forward? At this moment, the Golden Lion King was stunned. The third prince and the surrounding experts were all stunned. Those royal elders were all stunned. They looked at Lin Xian's figure in disbelief. Damn it. How could this be? The Golden Lion King's expression was gloomy. There was a trace of madness in his eyes. Because he didn't dare to believe that he, a prodigy of the war race, couldn't move forward even after using his bloodline power and the treasures of the war race. However, the other party could still move forward. How could this be? How could the other party compare to him, in terms of aptitude, identity, bloodline, talent, and strength? He thought that he could crush the other party, but now, the other party was actually in front of him. He couldn't accept this. The third prince and the others were also stunned. How could the other party still move forward? Even the Golden Lion King stopped. How could the other party move forward? They couldn't accept this. As for those royal elders, their expressions were also ugly. Originally, when the Golden Lion King stopped, they were relieved. It seemed that even the prodigy of the war race couldn't move forward. This made them believe that no one could obtain the treasure. Perhaps, they could obtain it the next time they entered. However, Lin Xian's performance exceeded their expectations. The fact that the other party was still able to advance surprised them greatly. Damn it, what exactly is this kid's Dharma treasure? How could he be so strong? No matter how much they guessed, they would never have guessed that Lin Xian actually had the bone of a saint. Even though they did not know what it was, everyone was glaring at Lin Xian right now. Especially the Golden Lion King. The killing intent in its eyes transformed into a materialized sharp sword, slashing forward. However, when the killing intent left his body, it was crushed by the overwhelming power of the sky-reaching light pillar. Lin Xian didn't care about them at all. He carefully controlled the saint's hand bone and walked forward. Finally, Lin Xian arrived at the 10-meter mark. Everyone's hearts were raised to their throats. It was too crucial. In the last 10 meters, could the other party hold on? Could he continue? This was extremely important to all of them. Lin Xian also stopped in his tracks, his eyes flickering as he looked to the front. He could still clearly see the ancient sword in front of him. However, the pressure in the last 10 meters was too great. Even if he opened 2 seals now, he might not be able to contend against it. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to open the 3rd seal. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to the Crimson Dragon and Hey Tuesday. He told them to prepare to seal it. After all, a heaven stage treasure was too terrifying. Just like the saint's hand bone, he still couldn't control it. However, this didn't mean that he couldn't get it into the Black Earth. The equipment inside was complete. As long as he provided energy, he could seal the heaven stage ancient sword. Now that Lin Xian had acquired so many precious treasures, it wasn't difficult for him to activate the Black Earthen and seal it. Don't worry, there's enough energy. Hey Tu replied. Lin Xian nodded and then sent a voice transmission again. Ruzalong, prepare the profound jade platform. After the heaven stage treasure sword is collected, we will immediately teleport away. Don't worry, the profound jade platform is also prepared. There were 3 floating profound jade platforms beside the Crimson Dragon. Lin Xian had no choice but to be careful. After all, this was a heaven stage treasure. Although others might not know about it, just the aura it emitted was enough to shock them. This would definitely cause a huge pursuit, not to mention others. The Golden Lion King and the 3rd prince behind him would definitely not let this go. He had to leave this place quickly to avoid being surrounded by these people. After explaining everything, Lin Xian opened the 3rd seal and walked forward again. Everyone else held their breaths and stared at Lin Xian's back. They didn't know if Lin Xian would succeed. Because they didn't dare to believe it. The pressure of the last 10 meters would increase exponentially. How could the other party resist it? Perhaps even a peerless expert wouldn't be able to resist it. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters, 7 meters. As he got closer and closer, everyone became more and more nervous. When Lin Xian arrived at the front, everyone was stunned. They didn't dare to believe that a 6-star king could reach the center of that kind of power. How did the other party do it? No, damn it, the Golden Lion King's face was cold. The third prince and the others roared crazily. However, everything was useless. Their voices were mercilessly crushed by the power in front of them. Only Lin Xian's back was left in front of him. Lin Xian was under great pressure. The dragon sword soul appeared on his body and enveloped him. Do it, Hey Tuesday. Lin Xian controlled the saint's hand bone and the dragon sword soul surrounded his body to resist the power in the surroundings. And above him, a black hole appeared. Immediately after, countless runes flew out and turned into rays of divine light in the sky, completely enveloping the Heaven Stage Ancient Sword. Buzz buzz buzz, the Heaven Stage Ancient Sword naturally wasn't willing to be subdued so easily. It launched a crazy counterattack. Boom, in an instant, the entire valley was razed to the ground. Terrifying energy spread in all directions. Not good, run. When the third prince and the others saw this scene, their faces changed drastically. They couldn't care about anything else and ran out crazily. The Golden Lion King roared. He was unwilling to give up. The rune between his brows flickered incomparably. He circulated the power of his bloodline to the extreme, wanting to resist. But in the end, he still couldn't resist. More cracks appeared on the golden cauldron above his head. It was about to shatter. Damn it, the Golden Lion King roared and could only retreat helplessly. Because if he stayed any longer, he would probably be torn to pieces by this power. Boom, everyone retreated. The valley in front of them was completely enveloped by countless rays of sword chi, forming a void. In the Grand Imperial Hall, the elders discovered that the light screen in front of them was also chaotic. They couldn't see clearly at all. It seemed that the heavenly treasure was enraged and emitted a terrifying energy. That brat should have been blasted to pieces. Inside the Grand Imperial Hall, the elders realized that the light screen in front of them was also in chaos. They couldn't see it clearly at all. From the looks of it, that natural treasure must have been enraged, and was emitting a terrifying energy. That kid should have been blasted into pieces, that was natural. This power had already surpassed that of a peerless almighty. No one could contend against it, perhaps only an invincible king could contend against it. Even a top genius like the Golden Lion King had retreated. What ability did that kid have to stay inside? Everyone discussed and even sneered. In their opinion, Lin Xian should have been killed. Lin Xian had indeed suffered a great impact, so he frantically broke the fourth seal. Suddenly, the pressure of the sage increased. The terrifying pressure shattered heaven and earth. Roar, Lin Xian blocked the violent energy. However, his face was pale and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, the great dragon sword soul rushed out and circled around his body. It let out a loud dragon roar and blocked the pressure of the sage. Inside the black earth, countless runes were like a river of stars. In the end, they completely sealed the heaven-ranked ancient sword. Inside the black earth, a black soil floated in the air. In front of it, there was a huge array. On top of the array, there were 9 fist-sized divine crystals. They provided the energy of the entire array. Then, 9 ancient runes floated out and quickly surged forward. They completely enveloped the heaven-ranked ancient sword. This sealing method was the method used to seal the sage's hand bone. If it could even seal the sage's hand bone, it could be imagined that this priceless sword could also be sealed. Sure enough, the 9 ancient and mysterious runes entered the heaven-ranked ancient sword. Then, the heaven-ranked ancient sword's fierce aura disappeared. The light that filled the sky and the terrifying aura also quickly retreated. Lin Xian took a step forward, waved his arm, and pulled out the heaven-ranked ancient sword. Clang, the ancient sword broke out of the ground. Lin Xian was stunned. Broken sword, that's right, it was a broken sword. It was only about 2/3 of a normal longsword. It seemed that the tip of the sword was broken. Lin Xian was extremely shocked, but there was no time to think. The terrifying power was disappearing, and he had to leave quickly. In the next moment, he threw the heaven-ranked ancient sword into the black earth and took the 3 profound jade platforms from Rizalong. He infused his spiritual energy into one of the profound jade platforms, which emitted a bright light. Then, a spatial array appeared under his feet. Then, a spatial door appeared. Outside, the Golden Lion King and the third prince kept staring ahead. However, at this moment, they were shocked. This was because the berserk aura in front of them was receding like the tide, and the light that filled the sky had also disappeared. Then, he disappeared. Damn it, what happened? What about that energy? Could it be that the kid had subdued a rare treasure of heaven and earth? The third prince exclaimed. The Golden Lion King's expression was malevolent as he roared. Damn it, leave the treasure behind. Then, a huge golden palm covered the sky and pounced forward. Humph, the third prince also snorted coldly and activated the flood dragon scissors. 2 huge flood dragons spiraled and turned into 1,000 feet long flood dragon phantom that rushed out. The 9 trapping arrays outside were broken, and Daoist Long and the Lord of the Underworld were able to escape. They soared into the sky and also looked forward. The eyes of the royal elders flickered as they stared at the light screen. Damn it, could it be that the kid had succeeded? Impossible, how could he have succeeded? What kind of heaven-grade treasure did he use to seal it? That's right, that level of treasure was not something that he could withstand. Even if he could get close, he would not be able to use it. Everyone discussed, not believing that the other party could succeed. But what was the situation now? When did the treasure's aura disappear? This meant that the other party had subdued a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Although they did not want to believe it, they had to accept this fact. So, in the next moment, they looked at the light screen again. In the sky, the huge palm that covered the sky slammed down, and 2 flood dragon phantoms quickly moved through the void. However, Lin Xian was 1 step ahead of them. He had left through the profound jade platform's teleportation. Boom! Boom! The valley was torn apart by the terrifying energy, but no one was left behind. This made the faces of the third prince and the others gloomy. Ah! The Golden Lion King roared at the sky. He let out a terrifying roar, and divine lightning fell from the sky. The treasure is mine, and no one can take it away. His figure flickered, and he appeared in front of them. Then, his eyes were like lightning. The power of space, that kid had teleported away. You can't run away. I will kill you even if you are at the end of the world. I will take the treasure back. The Golden Lion King waved his hand, and a space scroll appeared. Then, it wrapped around him and shattered the void, and he disappeared. Go! The third prince also shouted coldly. He also took out a space scroll and quickly teleported away. The world quieted down, and countless rays of light disappeared. Only the shattered valley and the cracked ground were left. Now, only Daoist Long and the Lord of the Underworld were left. The Lord of the Underworld's face was gloomy. Damn, both of us ran away. What should we do? Go back the way we came? No, let's go back too. Since they have all left, there is no need for us to stay. I have to report to the 8th prince. Lin Xian had snatched the rare treasure, and he would probably become the target of everyone's attacks. As he said that, he also took out a token. This is a teleportation token. It can allow us to return to the 8th prince's side, but there is only one chance. Daoist Long said in a deep voice. Then, he crushed the teleportation token, and the power of space wrapped around the 2 of them, and they disappeared. Boom! Outside the dark canyon, 30,000 miles to the west, the void cracked. Then, Lin Xian's figure appeared. As soon as Lin Xian appeared, he circulated his spiritual energy to eliminate the dizziness caused by the space. Then, he looked around. Fortunately, it seemed that he had come out of the dark canyon. This way, he would be much safer. After all, it was very dangerous to be alone in the Hengyang Canyon. Soon, he frowned and looked at the sky. Then, his figure flickered, and he flew into the distance. That was because he felt an extremely unstable power of space coming from the sky. Someone should be teleporting over. Boom! As expected, not long after Lin Xian left, the sky in the distance shattered, and the figure of a golden god of war appeared. The Golden Lion King had come out. As soon as he came out, he roared, and the surrounding mountains below exploded. Then, the golden aura on his body formed a lion that sensed the surroundings. As for the Golden Lion King, he suddenly opened his eyes. "Remnant power, you really appeared here, you can't escape." As he said that, the Golden Lion King turned into a golden lightning and chased after him. Not long after the Golden Lion King left, the third prince and the others also shattered the void and appeared in the sky. Then, their faces turned gloomy. "Damn it, he disappeared. We can't catch up." The third prince frowned. The powerful figures around him said, "Why don't we spread the news? Then, we'll secretly gather our people and form a team. That way, we'll let others help us find that kid's whereabouts. After we find him, we'll attack and snatch him." "Alright, let's do that." The third prince nodded. Then, they began to move. Firstly, they gathered everyone and returned to the third prince's side. Secondly, these mighty figures quickly spread the news. On the other side, the eighth prince and the others were waiting patiently outside the dark canyon. However, they were a little anxious because it was almost the appointed time, but the other party had yet to appear. Buzz, at that moment, a jade pendant on the eighth prince's waist floated up and released a mysterious talisman. The eighth prince opened his eyes and frowned. "Is that a teleportation token? Could it be that they've encountered some danger and had no choice but to use the teleportation token?" At the next moment, he said in a deep voice, "Everyone, prepare to receive them. Our people are coming out." The surrounding mighty figures also opened their eyes and stood up. Their aura surged as they prepared to receive them at any time. Boom, crack, soon, the void on their left cracked open and two figures appeared. As soon as the two figures appeared, two mighty figures walked up and protected them. At the same time, the other two mighty figures rushed out and stared at the void. Fortunately, no danger rushed out. Then, the Lord of the Underworld and Taoist Master Long regained their composure. However, everyone's expression was not good. Especially the eighth prince, who frowned. "Where's Lin Xian? Why hasn't Lin Xian come out? Could it be that he's in danger?" The others also looked over. Taoist Master Long said in a deep voice. "He's indeed in danger, but it's not what you think." Soon, Taoist Master Long gave a rough account of what had happened inside. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air after hearing this. They were envious. On the other hand, the eighth prince frowned. "You're saying that Lin Xian has obtained a rare treasure and left? The Golden Lion King, the third prince, and the others are chasing after him?" "That's indeed the case." Taoist Master Long sighed. No one would not be jealous of a rare treasure. Lin Xian had obtained it and had to bear the consequences of being hunted down. However, it's up to you now, eighth prince. Do you want the treasure, or do you want Lin Xian to help you become the crown prince? Crown prince, of course. The eighth prince said in a deep voice. Then, with a serious expression, he gave the order. Just like that, all news of Lin Xian would be sealed. No one was allowed to leak any information about him. Find out where Lin Xian is and get in contact with him. We'll become enemies with the other princes. At that moment, a mighty figure, the eighth prince. After the eighth prince heard this, he sneered. Becoming enemies with the other princes? The crown prince, the overworld, overlook the overlook, over. The sovereign overs SSSS speak. The eighth prince said, "Everyone is our enemy in the crown prince competition. Our stance remains unchanged, we'll support Lin Xian. Let's go. Let's go. I suspect that the third prince will do something. We have to meet up with Lin Xian quickly. Let's send out a warning. Hunting down Lin Xian means becoming our enemy." Everyone took a deep breath after hearing this. It seems like the eighth prince is going to protect Lin Xian with all his strength. That's right, Lin Xian is too important to the eighth prince, whether it's in the first round or in the second round. Lin Xian has provided great help for the eighth prince to become the crown prince. Now, it's reasonable for the eighth prince to protect Lin Xian. This also made everyone feel a lot more at ease, because this matter showed that the eighth prince was not a person who coveted treasures, but a prince who was worthy of trust. Soon, the eighth prince's side started to move. The elders in the Grand Imperial Hall looked at the screen with complicated expressions. The eighth prince has chosen to support Lin Xian. The third prince had started to spread the news and contact the other princes. The first prince had also started to move. I have to say, the first prince's intelligence network is really developed. He got the news so quickly. I wonder what will happen in the end. I think it will be more intense than the usual crown prince competition. After all, the overworld treasure has lit a fire in the crown prince competition. The elders were discussing. Sure enough, under the third prince's great efforts, the news spread quickly. When the other princes, elites, and young geniuses found out that Lin Xian had obtained an earth-shattering overworld treasure, they were all shocked. What? An overworld treasure? An overworld treasure that surpasses the Earth rank, or even a peak Earth rank treasure, would break in front of him. Rumor has it that it might be a heavenly rank treasure. Did such a thing really appear? And it was obtained by a junior? The eyes of the older generation's almighties turned red, as if they were injected with chicken blood. The eyes of the other princes were even more fiery. If the description was true, then it was definitely a heaven-defying treasure. After obtaining it, their strength would undergo a tremendous change. Therefore, they started to move. Hurry up and find that Lin Xian. We can't let him go. We must get the treasure. If we can't, kill him. Hurry up, let's get the treasure first. One order after another was passed down. The princes, elite almighties, and peerless geniuses were all on the move, searching for Lin Xian all over the world. When the third prince saw this, his lips curled up into a cold smile. Humph, despicable brat. How dare you snatch the treasure in front of Benhuang? Let's see how you die now. On the other side, the first prince's side was moving quickly. I heard that the Golden Lion King is already chasing that brat. That brat won't be able to escape. Let's go too. That Lin Xian is a genius of the eighth prince. If Tian can kill him, the eighth prince will definitely go crazy. Let's see how he can compete with me for the crown prince position. The first prince sneered. When the eighth prince heard the news, his face darkened. Damn it, the news actually spread out so quickly. Someone must be adding fuel to the fire. Needless to say, it must be the third prince. The Golden Lion King doesn't need to do that. The Lord of the Underworld snorted. It's better to hurry up and find Lin Xian. It's dangerous for him to be surrounded by others. On the eighth prince's side, he led his men to move quickly. On the other side, Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King started their pursuit. However, Lin Xian still had the profound jade platform. Therefore, he teleported again, causing the Golden Lion King to lose its target. Ah! Damn brat, don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I'll tear you into pieces. The Golden Lion King was furious. His voice shattered another dozen or so mountain peaks in the surroundings. However, a few figures soared into the sky from one of the mountains. Damn it, who is it? Who dares to disturb me while I'm snatching the treasure? From one of the mountain peaks, a few silhouettes soared into the sky. Damn it, who is it? How dare you disturb me when I'm trying to snatch the treasure? There were 3 silhouettes, 2 men and 1 woman. All of them were middle-aged, and their faces were extremely cold. They were the subordinates of the 12th prince. Originally, they found a spiritual herb in the valley below and were about to snatch it. However, they did not expect that the surrounding mountain peaks would explode, and even the spiritual herb would be blown to pieces. This made them extremely angry. Therefore, they soared into the sky, wanting to see who dared to provoke them. However, when they saw the figure, their faces turned green. Damn it, it's actually the Golden Lion King, not good, run. They had heard of how terrifying the Golden Lion King was. They probably would not be able to defeat it. Therefore, they could only turn around and run. Humph, the Golden Lion King coldly snorted. He waved his hand, and suddenly, 3 sharp rays of light shot out, turning into divine spears that reached the heavens and chased after them. Puff! Puff, puff! 3 golden divine spears pierced through the void, and then pierced through the bodies of the 3 kings, nailing them to the sky. Then, the golden divine spears exploded, and the bodies of the 3 kings also exploded, turning into a bloody mist. The Golden Lion King turned around, tore through the void, and left this place. On the other side, Lin Xian also slowed down. He spread out his soul power to check the surroundings. He found that the Golden Lion King was no longer around. It seemed that he had gotten rid of the other party. This made him sigh in relief. Next, he descended and took out a few pills to consume to recover his inner strength. At the same time, he quickly thought about what to do next. There's someone there, that kid? Isn't that Lin Xian? It's really him. In the distant sky, 3 silhouettes flew over quickly. They were an old man and 2 young men. They looked down at Lin Xian with ecstasy. Haha, it's that kid, the heavens are helping me, the old man also laughed sinisterly. Kid, hand over the treasure in your hands, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. At the end of his words, the old man emitted a terrifying aura that shattered the surrounding heaven and earth. You guys know. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. How did they know? Kid, don't hide it. Who doesn't know that you have a treasure in your hands? One of the young men also sneered. However, you're not fated to obtain a rare treasure. There are too many people here who are stronger than you. Those princes, elites, and seniors, which one of them isn't an expert? What ability do you have that you want to monopolize this rare treasure of heaven and earth? Hand it over obediently, and I can spare your life, otherwise, it will be the day of your death. Cold shouts could be heard. Lin Xian's face darkened when he heard that. It seemed that the news had already spread, and the speed at which it spread was even faster than he had imagined. But why did it turn out like this? He had just come out, so logically speaking, these people should not have known. Lin Xian's face darkened. And King 2. SN to 2. T and it. Maybe it's the third prince's doing in the dark. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's eyes flashed with killing intent. How dare he spread the news and get everyone to attack him? This third prince really deserves to die. It seemed like he was in big trouble. Everyone was looking for him. What was the 8th prince's attitude? Lin Xian shook his head. He couldn't put all his hopes on the 8th prince. He had to think of a way himself. The 3 people above saw Lin Xian's eyes flickering, but they ignored him. They were furious. How dare he ignore them? Unforgivable. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. One of the young men snorted and slashed down with the green sword in his hand. The sword chi was like a rainbow. It turned into a 1,000-meter-long sword light and enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian came back to his senses. He snorted and punched out. The black fist instantly shattered the 1,000-meter-long sword chi. Then, he said coldly, get lost. Don't kill more people than me. Kid, I admit that you're strong. You're almost invincible among the younger generation. However, we're not fighting one-on-one. If we work together, we might be able to defeat you. The young man laughed coldly. Moreover, we have Senior Huang Feng with us. Do you think you can escape? The young man sneered. He was very arrogant. Indeed, in his opinion, it shouldn't be difficult for such a team to crush Lin Xian. You're courting death, Lin Xian snorted. Since the other party wanted to die, he wouldn't be lenient. In the sky, the 2 young men smiled. Senior Huang Feng, please help us. We'll go down and capture this kid. The old man nodded. He stood with his hands behind his back. His expression was very cold. He was an elite almighty while the other party was only a 6-star king. In his opinion, although this person was a peerless genius, he wouldn't be able to withstand one of his attacks. Kid, kneel down and accept your death. The 2 young men stepped forward. One of them held a long sword while the other held a battle saber. Their auras were like thunder, and their black hair danced wildly. Kill, the 2 of them turned into lightning and rushed down quickly. In an instant, they arrived beside Lin Xian and slashed mercilessly with their swords and sabers. Buzz buzz, however, Lin Xian stretched out his palms and grabbed in front of him. In the next moment, he grabbed the 2 young men's weapons. You want to fight us barehanded? You're courting death. The 2 young men sneered. Lin Xian was too arrogant. They would let Lin Xian know the price of underestimating them. Boom, however, in the next moment, they were stunned. There was even a strong sense of fear in their eyes. That was because the treasured sabers and swords in their hands were instantly crushed into countless pieces by Lin Xian. What? How is that possible? Damn it, how did he do it? The two young prodigies were extremely shocked, and their faces were filled with fear. How could Lin Xian be so powerful? He could even crush their treasured weapons with his bare hands. No one answered them. Lin Xian's palm was wrapped in a dragon-shaped sword chi. Then, he held the broken sword and saber and slashed in front of him. Poof poof poof, 2 heads flew up, and then 2 corpses fell to the ground, staining the ground red with blood. They were killed. After seeing this, the elite mighty figure's pupils constricted, and his face was filled with shock. Lin Xian's method was too powerful. Although he could do it too, he was an elite mighty figure. Lin Xian was a 6-star king. How could he be so powerful? Those 2 pieces of trash actually need me to deal with them personally. The elder snorted. In his opinion, the 2 young men were too weak. That was why Lin Xian had to kill them. Kid, don't think that you can be so arrogant just because you killed 2 people. You're still not strong enough in front of me. The elite mighty figure snorted coldly, then stretched out his palm and grabbed in front of him. I'll write crazily all night and continue during the day. Brothers, please support me. Recommend me. Monthly votes. Subscribe. Collection. Reward me, please support me. His move was extremely arrogant. It was as if he was pinching an ant instead of Lin Xian. Humph, Lin Xian sneered and drew his demonic sword. His body turned into a sharp sword light and slashed out. Buzz, what a powerful sword chi, the elite powerhouse's expression changed. Damn it, how could he be so powerful? The sword chi was too sharp. It made him feel as if he was on the verge of death. He wanted to stop the next moment, but it was too late. Pfft, the sword light flashed and instantly pierced through his hand. Blood flowed wildly as his bones shattered. The elite powerhouse screamed. However, what shocked him even more was yet to come. The sword light did not weaken. Instead, it became stronger and stronger. Then, it suddenly exploded. Boom, the terrifying sword chi instantly swallowed his entire right arm. Then, his right arm left his body and flew into the sky. The powerhouse turned around and ran. Life was better than any treasure, you want to run? Lin Xian sneered. The sword in his hand exploded again, and streaks of chaotic sword chi quickly shot out. The powerhouse did not dare to take it head-on. He quickly threw out 2 shields. At the same time, a blue pagoda appeared above his head and enveloped his body. He could only passively defend. He only wanted to escape as soon as possible. Boom, boom. Boom, however, Lin Xian's chaotic sword chi was a heaven-grade cultivation technique. It was extremely terrifying. In an instant, the backs of the 2 shields were cut open, and the blue pagoda above his head was sent flying. All of the elder's defensive methods were broken. Seeing this scene, the elder's scalp went numb. He was scared out of his wits. He had never seen such a technique before. He knew that he had been careless this time. He had kicked an iron plate. The young man in front of him could not be measured by common sense. He was definitely a terrifying figure. Boom, at this moment, countless blood-colored sword runes appeared under Lin Xian's feet. Then, a black primordial shadow rushed out and turned into a huge black crocodile. Roar! The black crocodile charged forward with its bloody mouth open. In an instant, it swallowed the powerhouse. Boom! Boom, dazzling light swept through heaven and earth. This breath could swallow mountains and rivers. Nothing could stop it. Sure enough, that supreme being screamed miserably. His body was cut in half and fell from the sky. Lin Xian waved his hand and took the man's storage ring. Then, he shot out a black hellfire and burned the corpse. After doing all this, he snorted coldly and turned around to leave. However, the battle was not over yet. In the next half a day, Lin Xian encountered 2 more attacks. Lin Xian didn't show any mercy either. Anyone who dared to attack him was mercilessly killed by him. When the other princes learned of this situation, their faces turned gloomy. That was because these geniuses and almighties were the elites under their command. Yet, they had all been killed. How could they tolerate this? For a moment, the princes quickly joined hands and prepared to capture the other party. This was because they had also discovered that the other party was simply too powerful. Even though he was alone, he still had such combat strength. The 6th prince, the 7th prince, the 10th prince, and the 12th prince joined forces. The Almighties and geniuses under their command also joined forces and formed powerful teams to surround and kill the other party. Among them, when a 3-man team found Lin Xian was cultivating. He was recovering his lost stamina, but when he saw another group of people coming, he suddenly opened his eyes. There was a monstrous light in his eyes. Humph! With a cold snort, Lin Xian decisively made his move. His black fist was like a mountain that shot into the sky. It instantly blew up a young prodigy. Boom, blood splattered everywhere, and the void shattered. The remaining 2 people felt their scalps go numb when they saw this scene. They fled in 2 different directions. Their eyes were filled with fear. At the same time, they roared into the sky and let out sharp booms. Come over, that kid is here. They had used all their power to create sound waves, so everyone within a 10,000-mile radius could hear them. It even spread further. Boom! 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 In an instant, a few terrifying auras lit up in the distance. They turned into streams of light and quickly charged over. Another 3-man team flew over quickly. Obviously, they were the closest to this place. These 3 people joined up with the previous 2. There were a total of 5 people. 2 Almighties and 3 young geniuses. They were like killing gods as they stared at Lin Xian. Kid, you're very arrogant. How dare you kill our people? Today is the day you die. Kneel down obediently and accept your death, and we'll let you live. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. The few of them stared at Lin Xian coldly like wild beasts. Because the 5 of them were confident that they could destroy everything when they joined forces. No matter how strong the other party was, it was impossible for him to fight against them. You want to take me down with just the 5 of you? Lin Xian sneered. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. As he said that, he took a step forward, and the entire world trembled. Seeing that the other party still dared to attack, the 5 of them were furious. They quickly attacked at the same time. Streams of light pierced through the void and blasted the nearby mountain peaks. Whoosh! Lin Xian used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. His speed was extremely fast and he dodged in an instant. At the same time, he took out a few formations from the black earth and quickly set them up. These formations were all created by the Crimson Dragon. The materials used were the treasures that Lin Xian had obtained over the past few days. The other Almighties had also borrowed the materials inside. They were very powerful. Even if an Almighty was trapped, it would probably take some effort. At this moment, Lin Xian set up 2 formations and immediately separated the 5 of them. Among them, a red-clothed Almighty and a young woman were trapped together, while the other Almighty was trapped alone. The remaining middle-aged man and a young man were still in the air. However, their expressions immediately became extremely ugly. Damn it, how could the other party have such a powerful formation? They realized that the 2 Almighties were unable to rush out for a while, which shocked them. In the next moment, they felt Lin Xian's terrifying gaze and trembled. They were no match for Lin Xian at all. The reason why they dared to attack was because the 5 of them together formed a terrifying chain attack. But now, the 2 of them were not enough. After all, they knew that Lin Xian had already killed many Almighties and geniuses. You want to kill me, snatch the treasures, with just you? Lin Xian sneered and attacked decisively. Brother Lin, this is a misunderstanding. Listen to me. The middle-aged man hurriedly explained. However, it was useless. Lin Xian did not give them any chance. He had already made up his mind to kill anyone who dared to come and kill him. He would not let anyone go. Boom! Lin Xian attacked decisively. The chaotic sword chi slashed out and instantly sent the middle-aged man flying. As for the young king, he was also split apart by the sword. It was too terrifying. Under Lin Xian's terrifying killing intent, the chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword finally displayed the strength of a heaven-grade cultivation technique. In just one exchange, a young genius was killed. The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood as cracks appeared on his armor. Then, it shattered into pieces and exploded. Instantly, the middle-aged man gasped. The armor had saved his life previously. But now, he was afraid that he would not be able to block the second attack. "Damn it, go to hell," the middle-aged man roared. He knew that it was impossible for him to escape. He could only fight with his life on the line to have a chance of survival. He knew that no matter how powerful the array was, it would not be able to trap the two mighty figures for too long. He only needed to wait for the two mighty figures to come out and he would be safe. So in the next moment, he pulled out a red spear and rushed over. Boom! Boom! As the spear pierced out, the entire void was pierced through. A terrifying energy storm swept out towards Lin Xian. Slash! Lin Xian swung his sword. Chaotic sword chi fell and shattered all 300 rays of light. At the same time, he threw out a punch. The terrifying fist turned into a black dragon and rushed out. The black dragon was formed by hellfire. It carried a terrifying flame aura and instantly swallowed the middle-aged man. Ah! The middle-aged man roared crazily. His body began to burn with black flames. He wanted to extinguish the flames like crazy, but he could not do so. Whoosh! 3 seconds later, he was burned to ashes. The entire process seemed slow, but it only took 5 seconds. The two mighty figures who were attacking the array saw this scene and felt a chill in their hearts. Buzz, Lin Xian waved his hand and the array around one of the trapped mighty figures disappeared. However, the array was controlled by him and placed on another mighty figure and a young woman. Damn it, the two of them saw this scene and their faces darkened. The reason for that was because they'd already caused cracks to appear in the surrounding spirit formations. Yet now, another spirit formation had been added. This made it extremely difficult for them to escape. Next, it's you, Lin Xian smirked as he looked at the elite mighty figure that he had just released. Courting death, kid, you're too arrogant. Seeing that the other party was going to attack him, the elite mighty figure was furious. Boom! In the next moment, the Almighty opened his mouth and spat out a blue giant hammer. It was surrounded by terrifying lightning. Then, the hammer descended. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning instantly smashed towards Lin Xian. Boom! Lin Xian slashed out with his sword, and a 1,000-meter-long sword chi transformed into an ancient phantom. Its huge body slammed into the blue hammer with a heaven-shaking boom. Boom! In the end, the blue hammer's terrifying sword chi phantom directly unfolded. Terrifying sword waves spread out in all directions like ocean waves. The surrounding dozens of mountains were flattened in an instant. Damn it, why is his sword chi so powerful? That elite expert's expression changed. Although he knew that the other party was very strong, he found that the other party's strength was a little surprising after the real fight. Wang, thinking of this, he snorted coldly and summoned his king's domain, which circled around him. At the same time, he pulled out a treasured sword. Vermilion bird sword of the North Pole, he slashed out with his sword, and a monstrous sword light transformed into a gigantic vermilion bird, which rapidly swooped down. You want to compete with me in swordsmanship? You're really courting death. Demon-slaying sword array, break for me. The blood-red sword array quickly surged out, and then the ancient phantom appeared in the sky, fighting with the vermilion bird. In less than 3 moves, the vermilion bird was torn apart, turning into countless flames that scattered in all directions. The surrounding forest was set ablaze. As for the ancient silhouette, it let out a roar and charged over. Damn it, vermilion bird 3 techniques, that elite expert's pupils constricted, and he once again unleashed his terrifying sword technique, using 3 ultimate moves. Fire God roar, Lin Xian didn't want to tangle with him at all, and he directly launched a powerful attack. Hellfire spread, and the fire god sword slashed down wildly. With one slash, the world was killed. The elder was wrapped in hellfire, and his body was cut in half by the sword. Next, it's your turn. Lin Xian's body was full of killing intent, and he was like a god of death. He turned his gaze and looked at the last 2 people. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved the 2 arrays. One of them had been destroyed, but the second array could still be used. He recalled it to the black earth and let the crimson dragon repair it with materials so that it could be used again in the future. After the 2 kings lost the array, they turned and fled. Although one of them was an elite expert, and the other was a young genius, they didn't dare to face Lin Xian at all. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. The two of them fled crazily. Especially the young woman, who spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood essence. A bloody mist enveloped her body, and then she turned into a blood-red bolt of lightning, instantly streaking across the void. The elder also roared, and 2 wind wings appeared on his back. With a flap of his wings, he turned into a tornado and fled quickly. Facing Lin Xian, the two of them didn't dare to fight. Instead, they turned and fled. You want to leave? Lin Xian used the demigods and semi-devils and quickly chased after them. At the same time, his long sword slashed through the air. 5 bolts of lightning struck. Boom. Boom, boom. Countless bolts of lightning struck the void and chased after the two in front. The two of them felt their scalps go numb. They raised their hands and attacked one after another to block the power of lightning. However, they didn't dare to take it head-on. The 5 bolts of lightning still affected them to a certain extent. At this moment, Lin Xian raised his hand again and struck out with his palm. 10,000 miles ice seal, the icy aura quickly spread, and the surrounding space quickly froze, forming a world of ice and frost. The 2 warriors in front were also affected by the icy aura. Their speed slowed down, and frost even formed on their bodies as if they were about to freeze. Damn it, their expressions changed. The icy aura on their bodies became thicker and thicker, making it impossible for them to escape. Boom. However, at this critical moment, 3 violent energy fluctuations suddenly came from afar. Then, 3 rainbows quickly rushed over. Great, the reinforcements are here. Seeing this scene, the two of them exclaimed in surprise. They were too happy. They didn't expect that reinforcements would come at the moment of certain death. To them, this was simply the best news as far as they were concerned. Therefore, in the next moment, the two of them turned to look at Lin Xian with a ferocious expression. Brat, so what if you're strong? Do you think you can fight against the 5 of us? We already know that you have an array. As long as you dodge carefully this time, you won't be trapped by the array. Buzz. However, Lin Xian didn't say anything. Instead, golden runes flashed in his eyes. Floating light, Lin Xian immediately activated his heavenly secret god eyes. Anyway, the two of them wouldn't reveal his secret. Buzz. Indeed, in the next moment, the two of them were hit by the soul attack, and their eyes became dull. The spiritual aura on their bodies also weakened in an instant. Obviously, the two of them were hit by the soul attack and couldn't fight back. They didn't even have the ability to protect themselves. La la la, time to get up and vote, recommend, monthly vote, subscribe, bookmark, tip. Give them all to me. Frost Spike. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palm and used the power of frost. Immediately, the blood in their bodies froze and turned into sharp arrows that shot out quickly. Bang! Bang, bang! Their bodies were pierced and their internal organs were completely shattered. They fell from the sky. What? They were killed. Seeing this scene, the 3 people who were watching from afar were also stunned. They stopped abruptly, their faces filled with terror. What was going on? In just 2 seconds, the other party was killed. What kind of technique was that? That was an elite almighty and a young heaven's chosen. Run. The 3 people in the distance did not dare to continue fighting and turned to flee. Boom, they came quickly and fled even faster. Lin Xian did not chase after them. This time, the golden runes in his eyes shone brighter and brighter. They could pierce through the void. Then, ice spread on his right hand and formed an ice longbow. He pulled the bowstring with his left hand and an ice arrow quickly appeared. In the next moment, the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. That was because he had already locked onto a target through the heavenly secret divine eyes. The power of the great dragon sword soul was injected into the ice sword and it was extremely sharp. Whoosh! In the next moment, the ice arrow flew out from Lin Xian's hand and tore through the void like a silver lightning bolt. The 3 people in front of him fled quickly. However, at that moment, the body of a young man was suddenly pierced through by an ice arrow. Then, the power of frost and the sword chi of the great dragon sword soul quickly spread and blasted him into a bloody mist. He turned into countless ice cubes and scattered on the ground. What? He was killed. The 2 martial artists next to him were about to go crazy when they saw this scene. How far was the distance between them? How could the other party have been killed? How did that kid do it? In the next moment, they turned their heads and found that the other party was not chasing after them. That made them even more shocked. Damn it, it was the Bao. An old man's face was extremely ugly. What, the Bao? How could he have such a terrifying penetrative power? God knows how he did it, but they had to quickly put up their strongest defense. The two of them did not dare to be careless and quickly put up their defenses. However, as soon as they put up their defenses, another ice arrow flew quickly toward them. Clang, the old man was sent flying. Fortunately, he was already wearing a suit of armor. However, the huge force still sent him flying. The void shattered, and the mountains collapsed. Countless pieces of ice formed on his body, and even the armor on his body began to crack. This arrow contained the power of the great dragon sword soul and was extremely sharp. Puff, the old man spat out large mouthfuls of blood. He was seriously injured. The armor on his body was also about to be scrapped because it was covered with cracks. Wung, at this moment, the second arrow came, which made his scalp tingle. Pung, the old man wanted to escape, but this arrow was extremely accurate. It hit the exact same spot as the previous arrow. Therefore, the armor that was already cracked shattered with a loud bang. His body was pierced through by a sword and nailed to the ground. Before the blood could flow out, it was frozen. The remaining mighty being swallowed his saliva. This method was heaven-defying, this was too terrifying, and he didn't dare to continue fighting. He immediately unleashed 3 layers of defense and unleashed his king's domain, as well as a large bell. With 5 layers of defense on his body, he quickly escaped. Moreover, his speed had reached its fastest speed. He even burned the spiritual power in his body to escape. Along the way, he also encountered other King Realm mighty beings. Those people were puzzled when they saw this scene. What was going on? Was someone chasing after him, or had he encountered a terrifying demon king? Boom! In the next moment, the King Realm mighty beings along the way were stunned because they saw a blue arrow flying over from the distant horizon. It directly collided with the mighty being's body and exploded. Pung, the mighty being was sent flying and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. 2 layers of defense on his body were instantly broken. Damn it, he took out a handful of pills and swallowed them. Then, he absorbed the spiritual power around him and escaped at an even faster speed. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. Just who was this person? Wasn't that too terrifying? They looked around and even used their soul power, but they did not find anyone. However, where did that arrow come from? From an extremely far place, but how did he do that? They did not dare to imagine. That was because they had to hide their auras. Ordinary mighty beings would not be able to detect them. However, the other party had accurately hit them. Boom, boom. Boom, however, just as they were feeling puzzled, countless streams of light appeared in the distance. Then, they turned into ice arrows and quickly pierced toward them. What? Those people's faces immediately turned green. Damn, why are we being attacked too? In the next moment, those people started to defend themselves. However, a few of them who were too slow were directly pierced by the arrows and nailed to the ground. Seeing that scene, everyone went crazy. They ran for their lives, cursing at the same time. F***ck. Who dares to attack us? Damn it, we didn't do anything. Why are they attacking us? Those people were really crazy. The mighty being who was running in front shouted in a low voice, "Hurry up and run. The one who attacked us is Lin Xian." What? Are you talking about that Lin Xian who obtained the rare treasure? These people were extremely shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. At the same time, they also knew why the other party attacked them. That was because they were also chasing after the other party. They did not expect that they would be hunted down by the other party before they could even see his face. Boom. Boom, boom. The ice arrows that filled the sky were even more terrifying. In the end, there were not only ice arrows, but also flame arrows, lightning arrows, and wind arrows. All kinds of terrifying arrow rain swept over like a wave. There were so many of them that they had nowhere to go. They were like stray dogs that had lost their homes as they quickly fled. During that period, those who were weaker were directly pierced by countless arrows. There was no way for them to survive. The mighty beings roared crazily. Damn it, how is that possible? How can he be so powerful? I don't believe it. We're already 50,000 miles away. How can he lock onto us? His soul power can't be that powerful. Damn brat, don't let us catch you, or we'll tear you into pieces. Ah. Could it be because of that rare treasure? When someone asked that question, the others came to a realization. Yes, it must be the rare treasure. Although they did not know what the rare treasure was, it was definitely the effect of the rare treasure. Otherwise, how could a 6-star king be so powerful? Let's go back and inform the prince to send more people. We'll join forces to kill him. Those people had all gone crazy. They were full of desire for the rare treasure. That was because if a 6-star king could become so powerful, they would be heaven-defying if they could obtain it. At that time, he might even be able to kill a peerless almighty. Thinking of this, they sped up and ran away crazily. And this news swept across like a gust of wind. In an instant, all the princes and almighties knew about it. They were silent because from the description, Lin Xian was too heaven-defying. Even ordinary elite almighties were no match for him. Only special elite almighties or pinnacle almighties could stand a chance against them. The 8th prince also received the news. When they knew that Lin Xian was not in danger for the time being, they heaved a sigh of relief. However, when they heard about Lin Xian's heaven-defying battle record, their scalps went numb. It was too terrifying. On the other side, the Golden Lion King let out a furious roar, shattering mountains and rivers as it charged towards Lin Xian. As for the 3rd prince and the 1st prince, they gathered all their forces and prepared to attack. Dark Night King, it's up to you. The 3rd prince looked at an old man in a black robe and said in a deep voice. Don't worry, 3rd prince, I'll bring that kid's head to you. The old man in a black robe merged into the void and disappeared. On the other side, the 1st prince looked at the young man and woman in front of him and said in a deep voice. The two of you, make your move. Remember, you must bring back the heavenly treasure. It's been a long time since I met such an interesting young man. I heard that he also has ice and fire attributes, but I don't know how he compares to us 2 siblings. The young man and woman sneered. Although they looked like they were in their 20s or 30s, their real age was more than 1,000 years old. They were not young geniuses, but 2 elite almighties. Moreover, they were the most terrifying elite almighties because they had the power of bloodline. After receiving the order, the 2 of them moved and left quickly. On the other side, Lin Xian chased away a group of pursuers. Then, he found a mountain range and set up a few formations. He was ready to go into seclusion. This was because he was going to use the dark crocodile's demonic blood to temper his body. At the same time, he was going to use some of the pills he got from the dark canyon. In short, he wanted to improve himself in all aspects. He knew that the upcoming battle would be even more intense and terrifying. Taking out a red pill, Lin Xian swallowed it in one gulp and began to refine it. At the same time, he directly entered the Black Earth. Inside, there was a crimson array set up by the Crimson Dragon specifically for Lin Xian to refine demon blood. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and took out some demon blood to refine his body. Needless to say, as an ancient demonic beast, the dark crocodile's blood contained a terrifying amount of energy. After Lin Xian used it, the muscles on his body instantly turned red, as if they were being burned by endless flames. He knew that this was the power of that powerful bloodline. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. One could imagine how terrifying the dark crocodile was. Fortunately, he had only encountered a young crocodile. If he had encountered an adult crocodile, perhaps even a peerless powerhouse would not have been able to defeat it. In fact, it was still unknown whether an invincible king could be subdued. Everything was progressing quickly. 2 days later, the peace was broken. An earth-shattering sound came from outside, accompanied by a terrifying energy vibration. In the Black Earth, Lin Xian opened his eyes and asked, "Black Earth, what's going on? Someone is here. Kid, do you want to make a move?" Just then, Lin Xian stood up. He had just consumed some pills and refined some demon blood. It was a good time to test its power. With that, Lin Xian took a step forward and left the black earth. Outside, more than 10 mountains were still cracked, and the ground was even more cracked. It seemed that they had suffered a fierce attack. Suchen raised his head and looked into the distance. There stood an old man. The old man's face was pale, but his eyes were extremely sharp. On his black robe, there were star-like spots of light. "You're Lin Xian?" The old man looked ahead and asked coldly. "That's right, I am." "Who are you? Tell me your name." "I won't kill nameless people." "Kid, you're really arrogant." The old man snorted coldly. "Listen carefully, I'm the Dark Knight King, I'm the top expert that the third prince invited. The treasure originally belonged to the third prince. Now, hand it over obediently." "The third prince again?" Lin Xian frowned. "Why?" "He doesn't dare to come himself, so he sent his underlings? But he really doesn't learn his lesson." "Only you? Is he sending you to your death? I advise you to hurry up and go back. Call a few more people. Otherwise, you're no match for me alone." "Kid, you're really arrogant." Hearing that, the Dark Knight King's face darkened, and a sharp light appeared in his eyes. "You'll pay for your ignorance soon." The Dark Knight King snorted coldly, then rushed up from his body. A black light screen instantly covered 1,000 miles. Boom boom boom, the sky darkened in an instant. Originally, it was still daytime, but now, it was incomparably dark. One couldn't even see their own fingers. The Dark Knight King's figure also disappeared. Only a voice could be heard. "Humph, you've entered my Dark Knight realm. Prepare to die." "Dark Knight realm?" Lin Xian frowned. What a strange king's realm. No wonder the old man dared to come alone. The Dark Knight King's realm was very special. This was also the reason why the third prince had sent him. Once this realm appeared, the sky darkened, and nothing could be seen. Even the soul power of a king was affected, and it was difficult to see clearly. In such a realm, one could only passively take a beating. Those with stronger defense would be fine, but those with weaker defense would not even know how they died. It could be said that the Dark Knight King was extremely terrifying. His soul was also suppressed. Lin Xian tested it and found that it was indeed similar to the Dark Canyon. His soul power was also suppressed. He couldn't probe too much. In that case, it would be difficult to find his opponent. Interesting. Lin Xian's lips curled up. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. "Kid, don't try to be brave. In my Dark Knight realm, you can't use much strength. Don't even think about finding my traces. Now, feel the pain of death." Whoosh, a sinister voice sounded. At the same time, a terrifying black sword light pierced towards Lin Xian's feet. It was as if it was going to cut him in half. Whoosh, Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he quickly dodged. That sword light slashed towards the void and then disappeared. Eh? He dodged it. Seeing that his attack missed, the Dark Knight King was surprised. This shouldn't be. How could his opponent dodge so many attacks? "Kid, I have to say that you're very lucky to be able to dodge my attack. But you won't be so lucky next time." Around Lin Xian, darkness surged, forming 18 black giant axes, and mercilessly chopped down. Continue to ask for recommendation votes. Bookmark, monthly vote, subscribe, tip. Boom, boom, boom. However, this time, he missed again. Lin Xian's figure disappeared in an instant and reappeared in another direction. What, he dodged again? How could this be? The King of Darkness hid in the darkness and frowned when he saw this scene. How could his opponent be so lucky? Damn it, no wonder you can be so arrogant. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. However, this time, I'll make a move personally. Let's see if you can still dodge it. Whoosh, the King of Darkness charged forward silently. He was like a ghost, without a trace of aura, and without a trace of sound. In his Dark Knight domain, he was the King of Darkness who ruled over everything. Nothing could go against him. Therefore, in an instant, he appeared behind Lin Xian. He stretched out his hand, and countless black auras appeared. They were like ghost claws that silently grabbed at Lin Xian's back. If he was caught, he would probably die immediately. Buzz, however, his palm stopped when it was less than 5 centimeters away from Lin Xian. He could no longer move forward. How could this be? The King of Darkness finally couldn't help but scream. His face was full of fear and disbelief. Because he found that a hand had grabbed his palm, making it impossible for him to move forward. What? How could this be? The elder was stunned. How could the other party grab his palm? That meant that the other party had captured his tracks, but this shouldn't be the case. This was his king domain, and he was the king here. No one could capture his tracks. Only a peerless almighty would be able to do this. But was the other party a supreme powerhouse? The other party was only a 6-star king. How did he do it? Just as the Night Lord was lost in his thoughts, Lin Xian turned his head around. Boom! At the next moment, the King of Darkness was shocked. His pupils constricted as if he had seen a ghost. Because at this moment, there were golden Taoist patterns on Lin Xian's eyes. They looked very mysterious. This? What kind of eyes were those? The King of Darkness was stunned. He had never seen such golden eyes before. It was too terrifying. The power it carried made his heart tremble. It was as if it could pierce through him with a glance. However, he was clearly hiding within his own king's domain. Your darkness domain is useless against me. Lin Xian sneered. Then, he exerted force in his palm. Crack, ah! In the next moment, the King of Darkness cried out in pain because his hand had been broken. Following this, countless traces of black aura flowed out of his body, and the darkness domain around him quickly moved forwards. Lin Xian sneered and let go of his hand. His figure appeared in another direction and dodged the attack. The King of the Dark Night also took this opportunity to retreat. His face was pale, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The Dark Night domain around him provided him with energy, allowing his broken arm to recover. However, he was extremely shocked in his heart. He had miscalculated. He had definitely miscalculated. His opponent had a pair of golden eyes that could see through his king's domain and clearly track his movements. This was something he had never imagined. His advantage was gone. Thinking of this, his face turned gloomy. However, as a terrifying elite almighty, he did not only have the advantage of hiding his tracks. Therefore, the King of Darkness did not escape. Instead, he chose to continue fighting. Kid, I admit that I have underestimated you. You are very powerful. But do you think that you can be arrogant just because of that? The King of Darkness snorted. My king's domain is not only useful for hiding my tracks. Whoosh! In the next moment, an extremely terrifying aura radiated from his body, and the king's domain around him trembled. Whoosh! The king of the underworld's body instantly disappeared. His speed was so fast that it was dazzling. Whoosh! In an instant, he was in front of Lin Xian. The long sword in his hand quickly stabbed out. Boom! Lin Xian also raised his sword and slashed out. The two swords collided violently. However, the King of Darkness did not take it head-on. He swayed and disappeared again. When he reappeared, he was on the other side of Lin Xian. Kid, speed is also my advantage. You can't keep up with my speed at all. The corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. Moreover, his speed was getting faster and faster. You want to compete with me in speed? Lin Xian sneered. He did not use the demigods and semi-devils. Instead, a terrifying icy aura surged from his body. Boom! A wave of icy power spread out in all directions, covering a radius of 100 miles. Ice domain, you're an ice-type martial artist. The King of Darkness was shocked. He quickly retreated because his body was covered in frost. He had no choice. The icy aura froze his power and slowed his speed. You can actually restrain my speed. The King of Darkness's face darkened. He did not expect his opponent to be an ice king. The icy aura had greatly interfered with his speed. However, you're dead meat if you want to compete with me in terms of king's domain. The King of Darkness sneered again. He was an elite almighty. He was very powerful. His king's domain could easily shatter his opponent's domain. Thinking of this, he activated his Dark Night domain and blasted it towards Lin Xian's blue world of frost. Boom! Boom! The collision of the two's domains was extremely terrifying. Cracks appeared in the surrounding void one after another. Who told you that my domain is an ice domain? Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. Suddenly, a sharp light bloomed in his eyes. Immediately, the dragon sword spirit domain appeared and turned into a shocking sword light, slashing forward. At the same time, a monstrous murderous aura spread out. He wasn't an ice-type martial artist. He had other domains. Seeing this scene, the King of Darkness was shocked. He was wrong. He was really wrong. He did not expect the young man in front of him to be so terrifying. With his strength, it could be said that he could easily kill an elite almighty. Because no one could resist his Dark Knight domain. But now, not only did this kid have a pair of golden eyes that could see through his tracks, but he also used ice to suppress his speed. Now, he had an extremely terrifying aura that he could not resist at all. Door of Darkness. At the critical moment, the King of Darkness roared. His Dark Knight domain began to tremble, forming two pitch-black doors in front of him. Boom! In the next moment, the Dragon Sword domain blasted on top of the King of Darkness, creating a shocking collision. Crack, however, the Door of Darkness only lasted for a short while before it shattered. What? He was actually so powerful. The King of Darkness's scalp went numb. He did not expect that the other party could even destroy his Door of Darkness. Damn it, I don't believe it, the King of Darkness roared ferociously. The black aura on his body became thicker and covered his body. At this moment, the King of Darkness was like an unparalleled demon king. Soul of Darkness, the Dark Knight King roared, and a vertical black demonic pattern appeared on his forehead. The moment the demonic mark appeared, it emitted a terrifying aura. It was like an eye that was extremely mysterious. The sky collapsed and shattered. It could not withstand it at all. Even Lin Xian felt a chill down his spine. The King of Darkness was indeed powerful. But in the next moment, he sneered and used his heavenly secret god eyes. Mysterious runes appeared in his eyes. They turned into mysterious runes. Buzz, a dark light shot out from the demonic runes on the King of Darkness's face and slashed forward. Soul ignition, Lin Xian's eyes were extremely cold. Countless mysterious runes started to spin in his right eye. Then, a ball of golden flames floated out from his eyes. Whoosh, soon, the golden flame clashed with the black light and burned it to ashes. Not only that, the golden flame did not weaken and instantly engulfed the King of Darkness. Ah, ah. Ah, ah, the King of Darkness screamed in agony. His entire body was twisted and he struggled in the air. But after a few seconds, he stopped struggling. His eyes were empty as he fell to the ground. The Dark Knight domain around him also disappeared in an instant. Boom, his body landed on the ground and created a deep pit. Cracks spread around him. Lin Xian slowly descended and came to the King of Darkness's side. He checked his opponent again and heaved a sigh of relief. The King of Darkness's soul power had been completely destroyed. There was no chance of him surviving. What a terrifying attack, even Lin Xian was shocked. He could feel that the King of Darkness was an elite almighty and he was extremely powerful. But even so, he could not stop the golden flame from burning. What was even more strange was that the King of Darkness was not injured at all. Only his soul was burned. What a terrifying heavenly secret god eyes. He was shocked. Such a soul attack was impossible to defend against. This was a move that came with the heavenly secret god eyes. Lin Xian realized that as his strength increased, the heavenly secret god eyes would automatically display various powerful moves. This mysterious eye shocked Lin Xian. Even He Tu and the Crimson Dragon could not understand it. However, although this move was powerful, it consumed more than half of Lin Xian's soul power. It could be said that with Lin Xian's current strength, he could only use it 2 or 3 times. But 2 or 3 times was enough. After all, this was a terrifying killing move. Lin Xian used it as a trump card. He waved his hand and took the King of Darkness's storage ring. Then, he turned around and left. His soul power had been greatly consumed. He needed to rest and recover to his peak in order to fight the next battle. But luckily, Lin Xian had many treasures. So, he prepared some elixirs that were used to recover soul power. Half a day later, his soul power had recovered. Phew, Lin Xian let out a breath and he stood. Now, as long as he was not surrounded by dozens of lords. But there were still threats. The Golden Lion King was the biggest threat to him. Other than that, it was the third prince and the first prince. There had been no movement from the first prince's side, but the third prince had tried to kill him time and time again. He had even released the news, asking the whole world to attack him. Killing intent rose in Lin Xian's heart. He decided to kill the third prince, however, before Lin Xian could make a move, two more figures flew towards him. They were very arrogant. They did not hide at all. They released their powerful auras and rushed over. They were two experts. Only experts would dare to be so powerful and confident. "Young man, are you Lin Xian?" At that moment, a flirtatious voice was heard, and the two figures from afar came before Lin Xian. The one who spoke was a beautiful woman. She was in her 20s. Her clothes fluttered in the wind. Her movements were light. But there was a faint icy blue in her eyes. But her tone did not sound like a young man. Instead, she sounded like a god. On the other side, there was a handsome man in a blue robe. He looked young, but his eyes were filled with vicissitudes. "Kid, I'll give you a chance. Hand over the treasure. Otherwise, die." "Here they come again." Lin Xian's lips curled up. He knew it. It was impossible for the King of Darkness to come alone. He looked at the two in front of him and asked, "Tell me your names. Which prince sent you here?" "We are the first prince's men." The first prince was destined to be the crown prince. In the future, he would be the ruler of Tai Emperor's court. It was unwise to make an enemy of such a person. "How about this? Hand over the treasure obediently and come back with us. Perhaps the first prince will spare your life. It is not impossible for him to put you in an important position." The first prince's men. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. As expected, the first prince could not wait to make a move. "You want my treasure?" "Sure. Let's see if you have the ability." Lin Xian's body surged with hundreds of sword qi and circled in the air. "You dare to attack us? You must be tired of living." The Spirit Fire King snorted. "Kid, I heard that you have the power of ice and fire. Coincidentally, my sister and I also have the power of ice and fire. Let's see if you have the capital to be arrogant or not." On the other side, the beautiful woman, King Tianshuang, laughed coldly. "Ice and fire?" Lin Xian was surprised. He looked at the two people in front of him again. These two people have the power of ice and fire. What kind of special means do they have? They must be extraordinary. Because ordinary ice and fire elements could not compete with him. His ice and fire came from the legendary Cerberus of Hell. "Sister, why are you talking nonsense with him? Just kill him." Then, he brought his heavenly treasure and head to see the first prince. The Spirit Fire King's expression was cold. His eyes were filled with killing intent. In the next moment, a pair of flaming wings appeared on his back. He charged toward Lin Xian with a fiery aura. In the blink of an eye, he was beside Lin Xian. He reached out a hand. This hand was powerful and covered with flames. It was like the hand of the god of fire. "Humph!" Lin Xian snorted and waved his fist. Hellfire rushed out and covered his fist. Boom, the two collided. Two types of flames surged in the air. The terrifying energy lit up the entire sky. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Whoosh! The sky was filled with flames. The red and black flames collided in the air. They were evenly matched. The Spirit Fire King frowned. He was surprised that Lin Xian's flames could compete with his. In the next moment, the flaming wings on his back vibrated. He returned to his original position. Interesting. The flames are not weak. They are strange. No wonder you are so arrogant. Kid, I wanted to kill you for the first prince. Now, it seems like you have no choice but to die. Only by devouring your flames can I improve my cultivation. The Spirit Fire King's eyes shone with a terrifying light. His cultivation technique was to devour different flames to purify his power. Now that he saw the flames on Lin Xian's body, he was naturally excited. He wanted to take them for himself. Me too. on the other side, the Frost King also stood out. Her exquisite face had a smile. I wonder what kind of ice element you have, don't disappoint me. Although she was beautiful, she was an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. Her attack was extremely powerful. With a wave of her hand, a terrifying ice appeared. Countless ice flashed under her feet. Then, a huge ice spear rose from the ground. Like an ice dragon, it pierced towards Lin Xian. Whoosh, Lin Xian's body flashed and retreated. However, just as he moved, the surrounding ice energy enveloped him. His speed slowed down as he was enveloped by the icy aura. In the next moment, hellfire surged out from his body and blocked the ice. An ice longsword appeared in his hand. Boom, he slashed out with his sword, slicing through the sky and slicing the world of ice before him in half. What a powerful ice energy, what a pure sword of ice, Lord Tianquang smiled satisfactorily. Not bad, not bad. Kid, I didn't expect you to have so many treasures. Since that's the case, the two of us will take them, humph, what? You think you can take me down? Lin Xian snorted. The two of them had appeared as if they were in control of the situation. Did they really think that he could be taken advantage of? Kid, it seems like you don't understand this situation. You might be able to fight us one-on-one, but we won't give you a chance. Don't worry. We'll give it our all, we won't give you any chance to escape. Although you didn't offend us, it's your fault that you have such a treasure and such a pure ice and fire attribute energy. Since you have a treasure that doesn't belong to you, you deserve to die. After you die, we'll make good use of your energy. Lord Tianquang smiled coldly. Buzz, Su Chen's face darkened as well. Cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. He summoned the dragon sword territory and covered Lord Spiritual Fire. He pulled out his demonic sword and charged towards Lord Tianquang. How dare you attack me? Kid, you've angered me, Lord Tianquang laughed, but the light in her eyes was extremely sharp. Boom. She lashed out with her palm, which immediately formed a blue frost palm and blasted towards Lin Xian. Pong, in the next moment, Lin Xian's figure flashed and dodged the palm. However, the surrounding icy aura enveloped him. Then, countless frost formed and froze him in midair. It's useless. The entire space is within my attack range. Seeing that his opponent was frozen, Frost King smiled. I have to say, you're really too weak. You can't even take a single move from me. Boom, however, just as she finished speaking, the ice sculpture suddenly exploded into pieces. Then, Lin Xian took a step forward. His body glowed brightly, and he didn't suffer any frostbite at all. Had it been broken, he hadn't been affected at all. How could this be? Seeing this, Frost King frowned. This shouldn't be the case. Even though his opponent was also an Ice King, he was very confident in his own ice energy. Even if the other party wasn't injured, they would still be affected. But now, the light on the other party's body was resplendent. It was clear that he hadn't received any damage at all. How could this brat's physique be so strong? King Tianquang frowned. What he didn't know was that Lin Xian had just used the immemorial demonic blood to refine his body. Naturally, his physique was extremely strong. Although his opponent's ice energy was terrifying, it didn't have much effect on him. Lin Xian was delighted. His physique was obviously much stronger than before. This was the effect of the immemorial demonic blood. As expected of an immemorial demonic beast. The power of its bloodline was indeed terrifying. Lin Xian clenched his fists. His eyes glowed as he smiled. Whoosh, he used the demonic 8 parts and charged towards his opponent. Do you think you're the only one who knows how to use the power of ice? Lin Xian snorted coldly. His body emitted a terrifying ice energy that froze the surroundings. The entire space turned into a world of ice and snow. You're not qualified to use ice in front of me. Frost King snorted coldly. Countless amounts of ice surged out of his body. The two's ice energy clashed in the air. However, at this moment, Lin Xian held the demonic sword in his hand. His body emitted a terrifying killing intent. Ice Piercer. As he stabbed out, a blue sword light pierced through the void and sliced the space in half. Boom, the world of ice and snow that Frost King had created was sliced apart. What a powerful sword chi. Frost King's face turned pale as she hurriedly dodged. However, the sword light in Lin Xian's hand became brighter and brighter. Then, it turned into a curtain of swords that covered the sky. Finally, 3 of the sword chi hit Frost King. Clang! Clang! Even though it had hit the armor, Frost King was still sent flying. Frost King's face was pale. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. The blood in her body was chaotic. She didn't expect Lin Xian's sword technique to be so powerful that it could injure her. Boom! At this moment, there was an earth-shattering explosion behind her. Then, a sea of fire flew and blew away the dragon sword realm. Kid, do you think you can trap me with a small realm? How naive, Spiritual Fire King sneered. Flames danced on his body as if he was the fire god. His eyes were sharp. Lin Xian's face darkened. He waved his hand and the dragon sword realm appeared beside him, emitting countless sword chi. After Spiritual Fire King came out, he looked into the distance. However, when he saw that Frost King was injured and her face was pale, his face darkened. Killing intent surged from his body. Sister, you're injured, Spiritual Fire King exclaimed. Then, he turned around and stared at Lin Xian. Damn kid, how dare you injure my sister? I'll tear you to pieces, you won't have the chance, Lin Xian snorted. Blood-red sword runes appeared under his feet. The demon-slaying sword array rushed up and covered the ground. Then, the immemorial shadow appeared. The huge black body crushed the void as if it was going to crush Spiritual Fire King into a bloody mist. This immemorial demon soul had been refined by Lin Xian using the immemorial demon blood not long ago. Its power had increased once again. It was terrifying. It was as if a real immemorial demon beast had been revived. Its terrifying power crushed the void. Even the elites wouldn't dare to fight against it. Not good, the Spirit Fire King was startled when he saw the ancient phantom, and a trace of shock appeared on his face. He did not expect that the other party would have such a terrifying ultimate move. Especially the aura of the primordial phantom, which made him shudder with fear. In the next moment, flame surged out of his body and formed a red lotus. It kept expanding in front of him. It was as heavy as a mountain. Boom, boom. Boom, then, the immemorial shadow crashed into the red lotus. Heaven and earth shook. There was a huge explosion in the void. A terrifying shockwave swept out. Initially, Frost King wanted to charge over. However, when she sensed the energy storm, she retreated as well. In front of her, Spiritual Fire King grunted. The red lotus above his head shattered, turning into countless flames. His entire body kept retreating, creating a black hole in the void. Damn it! How is this kid so strong? Spirit Fire King steadied himself with an ugly expression. He didn't expect that other than the power of ice and fire, his opponent would also have such a terrifying archaic shadow. It seemed that he had to be careful of his attacks. Spirit Fire King formed a hand seal, and a layer of fiery red armor covered his body. He looked forward again. What a dense fire aura! Lin Xian's eyebrows twitched as he looked ahead. He realized that the flame battle armor was no ordinary item. It should be a top-tier Earth-grade treasure. His opponent was indeed not an ordinary almighty. He actually had a top-tier treasure. Thinking of this, Lin Xian snorted coldly. The dragon sword soul in his body circulated, and the dragon sword domain trembled rapidly. Then, countless sword chi flew out like meteors in the sky, all of them blasting forward. It's useless. My armor is a top-tier Earth-grade one. You can't break my defense. Spirit Fire King sneered. Hand over the heavenly treasure obediently, or you'll die. Spirit Fire King then slapped his palms, and a monstrous sea of fire spread out, covering the entire sky. Go to hell, brat. At this moment, Frost King also charged over. The brother and sister didn't care about the rules of the world. They decided to work together to kill Lin Xian. On the other side, Frost King also unleashed a terrifying amount of ice power. It transformed into a giant ice snake in the air, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it pounced towards Lin Xian, as if it wanted to swallow him whole. Boom! Boom, boom! The battle was very intense, and the surrounding space trembled violently. This phenomenon naturally attracted many almighty kings. They had been frantically looking for Lin Xian, and now they were wandering around every corner of the secondary space. They naturally had to come and watch a battle of this level. What a terrifying aura. Who is fighting? This is the power of fire and ice. Is it the brother and sister of the first prince, Spirit Fire King and Frost King? They were both experts among the elites. The brother and sister together were terrifying. They could fight top-tier almighties. Who was fighting them? Was it the third prince's men or the eighth prince's men? The people in the distance discussed animatedly. However, they only dared to watch from 10,000 miles away. They didn't dare to come closer. This was because the area within a radius of 10,000 miles was completely covered by a monstrous sea of fire and terrifying frost. What? It's him. At this moment, a middle-aged man's eyes emitted a black light that pierced through the void. He saw the situation inside and exclaimed. What's wrong, old Fong? Who did you see? The person next to him asked. Lin Xian was Lin Xian's son. The middle-aged man explained the situation. It was that brat. It was really him, a pair of worn-out iron shoes searching for nothing, only to find it by chance without any effort. An old man laughed loudly, while the others were shocked. Although they had found Lin Xian's whereabouts, the current situation was not optimistic. Even an idiot could tell that Spirit Fire King and Frost King were fighting for the treasures. If the two kings succeeded in capturing him, it would be difficult for them to make a move on him. However, they didn't dare to snatch it now. After all, Spirit Fire King and Frost King could defeat them if they joined forces. Hence, they could only watch from afar. But soon, they sucked in a breath of cold air. This was because they realized that Lin Xian wasn't at a disadvantage against the two powerful kings. Instead, he was getting fiercer and fiercer. Heavens, where did this brat come from? His combat strength was too terrifying, many kings swallowed their saliva. In the distance, Spiritual Fire Emperor and Frost Emperor's faces darkened as well. Both of them were elite almighties, and their expressions could fight against pinnacle almighties. However, they couldn't take down a brat even with their combined forces. This gave them a surreal feeling. How could this brat be so strong? Their faces turned ugly as they attacked even more ferociously. Damned brat, go to hell! The Spiritual Fire King roared in anger. When he opened and closed his eyes, terrifying flames overflowed. On the other side, Frost King was also terrifying. She waved her hand, and the ice domain around her froze the entire area. Lin Xian was even more valiant. His eyes were terrifying, and the sword chi on his body surged. He opened the dragon sword domain, and the terrifying sword chi turned into giant dragons that rampaged in the sky. The demonic sword in his hand became hundreds of feet long. Every time it slashed down, it would destroy a part of the world. Boom! Boom, boom! At this moment, Lin Xian displayed his powerful combat strength against the two elite kings. In front of him, energy rumbled as if the world was about to be destroyed. The people who were watching the battle from afar were all shocked and dumbfounded. Although they were here to capture Lin Xian, they had to admit that Lin Xian was too strong. If it were them, they wouldn't be able to withstand such a combo attack. One move would probably turn them into a bloody mist. But now, Lin Xian was still not at a disadvantage after exchanging hundreds of moves with them. How powerful and heaven-defying was that? No, the Spirit Fire King and Frost King haven't used their full strength yet. I remember that they both have bloodline power. An elder's eyes flashed as he spoke. That was indeed the case, the others nodded as well. They had naturally heard of the power of the siblings. Their bloodline power would increase their combat strength. If they used it, Lin Xian wouldn't be able to withstand it. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Another intense collision. Lin Xian turned into a sword god, and the demonic sword in his hand slashed forward, clashing with the terrifying world of fire and ice. Then, the three of them split up and stood in three different directions. Lin Xian's eyes were solemn, and his body was filled with killing intent. On the other side, the Spirit Fire King and Frost King's faces were terrifyingly dark. They didn't expect a brat to be so troublesome. They couldn't do anything to him even if they worked together. Some of the sword wounds on their bodies were caused by the other party. They were still in pain and couldn't heal at all. Brother, don't hold back anymore. Use your bloodline power. We have to take down this brat quickly. I feel that he's too evil. Frost King gritted his teeth and said. All right. Hearing this, the Spirit Fire King nodded solemnly. Then, the flames in his eyes shone even brighter. Brat, you should be proud that you made us use our bloodline power. Speaking of this, a flame mark appeared in between his eyebrows. Then, the blood in his body rumbled as he quickly used his bloodline power. Bloodline power, hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. No wonder. This pair of siblings actually possessed the power of bloodline. It was indeed terrifying. Only he was strong enough to withstand it. If it were another elite, he would have been killed long ago. Boom, Spirit Fire Bloodline, the Spirit Fire King roared as streaks of bloody light shot out from his body and merged with the surrounding flames. Flame runes flashed around his body, each of them mysterious and emitting a terrifying power. On the other side, Frost King also used her bloodline. A blue snowflake appeared between her eyebrows, and the power of ice in her body became even more terrifying. Even the kings who were watching from afar were trembling, their faces pale. This aura was twice as strong as before. Everyone was shocked. This bloodline power was too terrifying. It could actually multiply one's attack power. It's over. That kid is dead for sure, yeah, unless he also had bloodline power, he wouldn't be able to fight back at all. What a pity. The treasure was going to belong to the first prince. Discussions could be heard. Obviously, these people thought that Lin Xian couldn't fight against Spirit Fire King and Frost King. Go to hell, brat, Spirit Fire King roared and punched out. The terrifying fist tore through the void and smashed towards Lin Xian. Wang, Lin Xian waved his hand, and countless hellfire gathered, forming a huge flaming door in front of him. Pong, however, in the next moment, the flaming door was smashed into pieces by the punch. Lin Xian stepped forward and used the demigods and demigods to dodge the terrifying fist. It's useless. Stop struggling. You're not my match at all. Spirit Fire King's voice was cold. You have no chance of resisting after using your bloodline power. Kid, this is the difference between us. With bloodline power, we are the favorites of heaven and earth. We are invincible. Frost King also attacked mercilessly. She was like an ice queen who wanted to suppress everything in the world. In her jade-like hand, an ice spear quickly formed, and she waved it forward. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, a cold wind blew, and the air was filled with a terrifying icy aura. In the sky, Lin Xian's sword chi was all frozen, and then fell to the ground, creating countless craters. This is the difference between us. Your attacks are completely useless against the power of our bloodline. Unless you have bloodline power, you have no right to fight against us. Spirit Fire King snorted. Lin Xian said in a deep voice, I don't have the power of a bloodline, but what I have, you don't have either. At this point, he let out an angry roar. The great dragon sword spirit in his body suddenly erupted. Then, a sharp sword wave surged from his body, connecting heaven and earth, and spread out in all directions. Lin Xian's aura also became incomparably strong in an instant. So powerful, this guy's strength had also increased. How could this be? Could it be that he had been hiding his strength before? The mighty figures in the distance were all stunned. They didn't dare to believe it. Spiritual Fire King and Frost King sensed the change in aura. Their pupils shrank as well. Stronger, the other party's aura had also become stronger. Just like them, he had become incomparably powerful, far stronger than before. But how was that possible? They had become stronger because of their bloodline power. When they unleashed their bloodline power, their battle prowess would increase exponentially. However, what right did the other party have? The other party did not possess any bloodline power, so how could his battle prowess have increased? They simply could not understand. If you can't figure it out, then go to hell and figure it out. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He swung his sword, and a terrifying flaming sword slashed down crazily. At the same time, his palm moved, and a thunderous palm slapped towards Frost King. At this moment, Lin Xian was like a god of war. He was unstoppable. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom! Spiritual Fire King and Frost King fought back against the terrifying sword chi and thunderous palm. Then, they roared, "Damn kid, go to hell." The two of them were really angry. They had unleashed their bloodline power. Could it be that they couldn't do anything to the other party? They didn't believe it, so they attacked fiercely. His fist was extremely red. This was the terrifying bloodline power. Together with the towering flames, it was definitely terrifying. Boom, the fist was like a sun that appeared in the sky. On the other side, Frost King also slapped out with his jade-like hand. His jade-like hand contained terrifying bloodline power. It was like the hand of the ice goddess. It was extremely terrifying. Boom, boom. Boom, Lin Xian had completely exploded. He held the sword in one hand and slashed towards Spiritual Fire King. His other hand was clenched into a fist and punched towards Frost King. Boom. The sword chi slashed open the fiery fist. Lin Xian's fist pushed back the icy palm. Seeing this scene, the people in the distance were all stunned. Some of the older generation people even exclaimed, "Heavens, isn't his physique a little too strong? He dares to fight against an expert with bloodline power barehandedly without being injured. How did he do it? I've only seen such a physique on the Golden Lion King." But the Golden Lion King was a genius of the war tribe. Where did this kid come from? These people were crazy. The craziest ones were Spiritual Fire King and Frost King. Both of them had unleashed their bloodline power. They were originally full of confidence and thought that they could destroy the other party. However, the other party didn't expect that they couldn't suppress the other party. In fact, they were suppressed by the other party. This made them go crazy. Damn it! Fire Spirit Divine Fist. Spiritual Fire King roared. His fists surged crazily. They were like meteors that smashed forward. Frost Seal, between the heaven and earth, the air was filled with icy aura. Then, a mysterious palm descended from the sky. Holding an ancient seal, it suppressed Lin Xian. Everywhere it passed, there would be a clanging sound. The space was completely frozen. Spiritual Fire King and Frost King were truly enraged. At this moment, not only did they unleash their bloodline power, but they also unleashed their powerful martial skills. Kill, Lin Xian roared as well. His killing intent sword. He held the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand. With a swing of his sword, the fiery sword chi gathered. A black sword light swept across the heaven and earth. Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword. During this period of time, Lin Xian's Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword had improved again. It was a lot stronger than before. Therefore, when he unleashed it now, the sky changed color. Boom. Boom, boom. After an intense collision, Spiritual Fire King roared. He was hit by 2 sword chis. Blood spurted out. There was even a place where his bones were exposed. He couldn't believe it. The other party's sword chi was too terrifying. Even his soul was trembling. On the other side, Frost King was also hit by a sword chi. She was sent flying and vomited blood. Her delicate face turned incomparably pale. Lin Xian quickly unleashed the Chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword to fight with the other two. He didn't have any other moves. He wanted to improve his sword skills in such an extreme battle. After all, the Chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword was a heaven-class sword skill. It was difficult to cultivate normally. Spiritual Fire King and Frost King were rare opponents. Therefore, he didn't want to let go of this opportunity. He wanted to fight to his heart's content. Boom, the battle was unusually intense. Lin Xian relied on his body that had just been tempered by the primordial bloodline. After putting on the black armor, he was extremely valiant. The Chaotic Sky Destroyer sword in his hand was even more powerful. Lord Tianshuang and Lord Spiritual Fire roared in anger. In the blink of an eye, another 100 moves had passed. Just then, Lord Spiritual Fire released 400 streaks of sword light. Each of them was filled with chaotic sword chi. Ah, Lord Spiritual Fire roared and waved his hands. His bloodline power exploded and turned into a sea of red fire, blocking the 400 streaks of sword light. At the same time, he retreated quickly. Wang, after pushing Lord Spiritual Fire back, Lin Xian used demonic dragon's 8 parts and appeared in front of Lord Tianquang. He slashed down with his demonic sword. Streaks of chaotic sword chi fell from the sky. Boom! 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 It was as if countless dragons were flying down from the sky. They broke through the void and pressed down on Lord Tianquang. Lord Tianquang's expression changed instantly. Her delicate face became ferocious. She did not expect Lin Xian to be so fast that she could not react in time. It was impossible for her to escape now. She gritted her teeth and activated her bloodline power, preparing to fight back. Ice God's Wall. Heaven Frost King quickly formed a seal. The ice field vibrated and formed 8 blue ice walls around her. Each one was hundreds of feet tall and towered into the sky. The 8 blue ice walls shone with runes and gave off a mysterious aura. The 8 ice walls were like mysterious ice mountains. They blocked in front of Lord Tianquang and surrounded her tightly. After using this mystique, Lord Tianquang heaved a sigh of relief. Then, an ice armor appeared on her body. She did not believe that Lin Xian could break her ice god's wall. Boom! In the next moment, the terrifying demonic sword landed on the ice walls. Suddenly, the ground shook and a cold wind blew. Frost started to fall from the sky. Crack! 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 Cracks began to appear on one of the gigantic ice walls. The cracks quickly spread until the entire ice wall was completely cracked. Then, it exploded with a loud bang. No, Lord Tianquang roared and spat out blood again. She was hurt by this attack and was sent flying. However, she waved her hand and the remaining 7 ice walls started to spin again. However, she had underestimated Lin Xian's speed. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian had appeared beside her, so the ice wall had lost its effect. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the Spirit Fire King in the distance roared and rushed over madly. He had already healed his injuries, but he did not expect that his sister would fall into an extremely dangerous situation. Brat, if you dare to touch my sister, I'll tear you to shreds, Peng. However, just as he finished speaking, the long sword in Lin Xian's hand fell at the same time. Instantly, the attack landed on Frost King's stomach. Frost King spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing the sky red. Her delicate body was like a shooting star, smashing down heavily. Boom! Boom! Dust rose from the great earth below, the great earth cracking apart. 4,000 li-long cracks appeared, and they were still continuously extending. The pupils of the King Almighty's thousands of miles away shrank when they saw this scene, and all of them were extremely terrified. To be honest, they had never dreamed that such a scene would occur. This was because they knew how terrifying Frost King and the Spirit Fire King with their bloodline power were. However, Lin Xian's strength had exceeded their expectations and understanding. Ah, damn brat, I'll kill you, I'll definitely kill you, the Spirit Fire King roared madly. This was because he realized that Lin Xian had sent his sister flying. He rushed over madly, his eyes red, and his body filled with killing intent. It turned into a killing sword, piercing through the surroundings. Boom! Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword, Demon Seal. At this moment, the sword light in Lin Xian's hand suddenly exploded. He had used the first killing move of the Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword. Boom! A huge sword chi descended from the sky, ruthlessly striking the Spirit Fire King's body, instantly sending him flying. The armor on his body shattered instantly, and a terrifying sword mark appeared in front of him, almost cutting him in half. The spiritual energy in Lin Xian's body was quickly sucked out like water. He did not expect that the Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword would consume so much energy. Especially this killing move, it had used up 1/3 of his spiritual energy. Whoosh, he sucked hard, and the spiritual energy in a radius of 10,000 miles quickly gathered towards him. The crowd in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. They were shocked. Even the Almighty Kings were dumbfounded. They hadn't expected Lin Xian to be able to unleash such a powerful killing move. 5,000 miles away, the Spirit Fire King stopped and roared into the sky. His body had almost been cut in half. His body was a blur, and blood flowed wildly. The mountains and rivers below were also destroyed mercilessly. Shock, fear, humiliation, anger, and all sorts of emotions swirled in the Spirit Fire King's heart, making him crazy. In the next moment, he took out a large amount of spiritual herbs from his storage ring and swallowed them. At the same time, he used his cultivation technique to temporarily suppress his injuries, and the bloodline power in his body burst out. Crazy, he had really gone crazy. No matter what price he had to pay, he would kill his opponent today. Therefore, in the next moment, fierce flames erupted from his eyes, burning fiercely. Boom! On the other side, a figure flew up quickly from the ground. It was the Frost King. She had been hit by Lin Xian earlier, and there were 3 sword holes on her body. Although she had temporarily suppressed her injuries, her hair was disheveled, and she was in a sorry state. "You are the first person to force me and my sister into such a desperate situation," the Spirit Fire King gritted his teeth, and his voice was filled with killing intent. "However, there is no chance for you to kill us." As he spoke, he flew closer and closer to Frost King. Seeing this, Lin Xian frowned. The powerful kings in the distance were also confused. What was going on? The Frost King and the Spirit Fire King still wanted to fight, however, this should not be the case. They were both heavily injured, and it seemed like they could not even use half of their combat strength. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly be a match for Lin Xian? After all, they could not even defeat him when they were at their peak. Now that they were heavily injured, how could they turn the tables? Why was he not running away? They could not understand. Could it be that he still had some trump cards? That was right, they still had some trump cards. Soon, these people were stunned. The Spirit Fire King and the Frost King were leaning against each other, and their bloodline powers were beginning to merge. "Kid, I will let you see our final killing move. No one can block our final killing move, and you are no exception. You will be killed. I will use your blood to wash away the humiliation we have suffered." The Spirit Fire King and the Frost King gritted their teeth, and their bloodline powers quickly exploded and merged in the air. Buzz, their king domains also intertwined in the air, and the power of ice and fire quickly gathered, and an even more terrifying aura exploded. Please recommend, vote, subscribe, collect, tip. Buzz, their king domains intertwined in the sky. The power of ice and fire quickly gathered, and an even more terrifying aura burst out. What? The fusion of ice and fire? Their bloodline powers were actually able to fuse. In the distance, the King Realm experts were stunned. What kind of theory was this? It was impossible. Ice and fire were 2 completely opposite powers. How could they merge? However, it was happening right in front of them now. Even Lin Xian furrowed his brows as his eyes flickered. He did not expect the other party to possess such ability. However, soon after, he sneered. It seemed that even the heavens were helping him. He had the hellfire and sea god's ice, but he could only let them coexist. He could not merge them. However, the 2 in front of him could merge them. They must have some kind of secret technique. If he could get it, he might be able to increase the power of his ice and fire. In front of him, the 2's aura burst out again. Their bloodline powers had merged. An ice and fire domain circled in the sky, releasing a terrifying power. "Brat, take our strongest attack." Ice and fire, Spirit Fire King and Frost King roared as they attacked together. Their king domains quickly shot out a beam of ice and fire, a mysterious power surged. It was both cold and hot. The 2 completely opposite auras merged into one. It was like a beam of divine light descending from the sky towards Lin Xian. This attack was too terrifying. Even the King Realm experts thousands of miles away knelt on the ground. They could not take it. Lin Xian's expression was grave as well. He too felt a great threat. In the next moment, he took a deep breath and swung the chaotic Sky Destroyer sword again. Demon Seal. It was the same killer move from before. This time, Lin Xian was even more familiar with it. Countless sword chi flashed and formed a huge net. It seemed to be able to seal the world. Boom, the 2 attacks collided. In the end, the chaotic Sky Destroyer sword was stronger and sealed the beam of ice and fire. He could seal it. This was impossible. What kind of sword technique was he using? How could it be stronger than our combined attack? Spirit Fire King and Frost King were stunned. They did not dare to look. This was their strongest trump card, a powerful killing move formed by the fusion of their bloodlines. Even pinnacle mighty figures couldn't resist it. However, the other party actually managed to block it. What kind of swordsmanship was that? They had no chance to find out because Lin Xian had sealed the light of ice and fire. Then, he stretched out his palms and turned them into two green dragons. In an instant, Spirit Fire King and Frost King were bound and sealed. Loud and clear dragon roars were heard. Spirit Fire Emperor and Frost Emperor's faces were ashen. They did not have much energy left. There was no way he could withstand Lin Xian's attacks. However, in the next moment, they were all stunned. The reason for that was because they discovered that although they were bound, the other party did not take their lives. What was going on, the two of them couldn't understand. But in the next moment, the world spun and they fainted. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian sealed the two of them, knocked them unconscious, and threw them into the black earth. He didn't kill them immediately because he had his own plans. These two people were still useful to him, so he kept them for now. What's going on? What about Spirit Fire King and Frost King? Could it be that they were killed? The people in the distance were shocked because Lin Xian's movements were too fast. Many of them didn't see it clearly. However, thinking about it, they were probably dead. With Lin Xian's terrifying means, the two of them would definitely be killed. In the next moment, Lin Xian turned around and looked around coldly. Then, he said in a deep voice. "What? You want to attack me too?" There was a trace of cold killing intent in his voice. Instantly, the kings who were watching the battle swallowed their saliva and felt their scalps go numb. Many of them even ran away. What a joke! Who would dare to attack him? Didn't they see that the powerful Spirit Fire King and Frost King were defeated? Making a move against him now was truly an act of seeking death. In an instant, everyone left and didn't dare to get close. However, some of them secretly called for help. Although they couldn't defeat him, they didn't believe that he was invincible with more than 10 or 20 of them attacking together. However, these people had all left quietly and no one dared to appear in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted and left in a flash. However, the news of this battle spread like wildfire. Those princes who weren't here heard about it and all of them gasped. They didn't even believe it. They knew how powerful Spirit Fire King and Frost King were. How could they be defeated? However, as more and more people spread the news, they had no choice but to believe it. Damn it, when the first prince heard about it, he was furious. He roared in anger. He didn't expect that his two elite subordinates couldn't defeat Lin Xian even when they worked together. It was really unexpected. Damn it, where was the Golden Lion King? He told him about Lin Xian and asked the Golden Lion King to kill him. On the other side, the third prince, the eighth prince, and the others had all heard about it. The eighth prince was naturally happy. He then led his men to the location of the battle. The third prince's face was gloomy. Even Spirit Fire King and Frost King had been defeated. The Dark King that he sent must have been killed. Damn brat, looks like I have to do it myself. The third prince also decided to lead a large group of men to kill Lin Xian. He didn't believe that Lin Xian could fight against his entire team. However, when they arrived, they found that Lin Xian had already left. This made them go crazy. However, the third prince believed that Lin Xian couldn't have escaped far. Therefore, they started a crazy search in the surrounding 100,000 miles. The Golden Lion King also arrived. He descended like a god of war. He then looked at the battlefield and snorted. "Brat, you can't escape." He then flew into the sky and disappeared again. However, Lin Xian had already left. He found a mountain range and hid before entering the Black Earth. In front of the third prince were two powerhouses who were tied up. Lin Xian sneered and walked over. Spirit Fire King and Frost King had already woken up. When they saw Lin Xian walking towards them, they screamed. "Damn brat, let us go, you dare to touch us? You're dead, you still dare to threaten me?" Lin Xian sneered. "Looks like you guys still don't understand your situation." He looked at the two of them, his eyes shining with a terrifying light. "What do you want?" The two of them felt their hair stand on end when they were stared at. "What do I want?" Lin Xian sneered. "You guys came to kill me. What do you think I want? Naturally, I'll kill you. Also, let me tell you something. I'm very interested in your ice and fire fusion power." "Why?" "Of course, I'm going to kill you. Also, let me tell you something. I'm very interested in your fusion of ice and fire. What? Hearing this, the two's pupils shrank. Damn brat, you dare to target us? They were furious. Previously, they wanted to kill Lin Xian and steal Lin Xian's energy. Unexpectedly, not only did they fail, they even became prey. How ironic. Dream on, we won't tell you. Frost King snorted. I don't need you to tell me, I'll get it myself. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden light. Your eyes. When Spirit Fire King and Frost King saw this scene, their eyes were filled with fear. In the next moment, they cried out in pain and their eyes became blurry. The golden light in Lin Xian's eyes became brighter and brighter. 2 hours later, he retracted his gaze. Plop, the two in front of him fell down powerlessly. So that's how it is. Lin Xian understood. With a wave of his hand, hellfire appeared and burned the two to ashes. In the following time, he began to study the fusion of ice and fire. On this day, Lin Xian opened his eyes. With a wave of his hand, a strange energy appeared in his hand. Lin Xian was delighted. He looked at the ball of fire and ice in his hand and smiled. Ever since he was strengthened by hellfire and ice, he was unable to fuse his heart. But now, it seemed that he had succeeded again. After the fusion of ice and fire, the energy would definitely increase by several folds. It had completely surpassed the power of hellfire and ice alone. Brat, the 8th prince's men are here. At this moment, He Tu reminded him. The 8th prince had finally found his way here. Lin Xian raised his head. He wasn't surprised that the 8th prince could find him. Because he still had 3 trump jade talismans in his possession. They could form a weak connection with the 8th prince. Thinking about it, the 8th prince would find him sooner or later. Moreover, he hadn't moved for the past 3 days. Little Lin, be careful. I wonder what the 8th prince's attitude is. At the side, the Crimson Dragon also reminded him. According to my deduction, the 8th prince is not a person who is greedy for treasures. His main goal should be to become the crown prince. Therefore, I guessed that he wouldn't do anything to me. Instead, he would protect me. Lin Xian's guess was correct. When he left the Black Earth and met up with the 8th prince and the others outside, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. The 8th prince was overjoyed. Then, he quickly expressed his intentions. He decided to protect Lin Xian with all his might. Lin Xian laughed when he heard that. Don't worry, 8th prince, with me here, you will definitely become the crown prince. Brother Lin, do you have any good plans? The 8th prince asked. He had also heard of Lin Xian's battle achievements. This was definitely a formidable battle strength. With Lin Xian's support, the position of crown prince was just around the corner. The Almighties around the 8th prince, including Taoist Dragon and Lord of the Underworld, all looked at Lin Xian with strange expressions. They were nervous. To be honest, although Lin Xian's strength was formidable when he first came in, he was still lacking compared to the Almighties. At that time, they did not pay much attention to a young junior. But now, in less than a month, which was more than 20 days, Lin Xian's cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds. He had already surpassed them by far. This made them very emotional. They also knew that a peerless genius like Lin Xian was definitely rare. Perhaps only someone like the Golden Lion King could be mentioned in the same breath. Moreover, there were historical records of such freaks in the ancient times. In the ancient times, there was someone who became a saint at the age of 30 and became an unparalleled saint. There was someone who created a supreme sword technique in his 20s. There was an even more heaven-defying legend. There was someone who established a sect at the age of 18 and his strength was boundless. There was no limit to time for the Almighties. Those peerless geniuses were usually able to stand out when they were young and reach heights that ordinary people could never reach in their lifetime. There was no doubt that Lin Xian was also such a freak. Lin Xian naturally did not know what these people were thinking. After hearing the 8th prince's words, he thought for a while and said, I've decided to take action against the 3rd prince. Take action against the 3rd prince. Hearing this, the 8th prince was stunned. The Almighties behind him were also shocked. If they were in Lin Xian's shoes, they would probably take the safer approach to protect themselves. However, Lin Xian wanted to take the initiative to attack the other princes. Moreover, Lin Xian chose one of the 3 strongest princes. I have 2 reasons. Lin Xian explained. First, it is my own reason. The 3rd prince has tried to kill me many times and even spread the news to make everyone my enemy. Since he is trying to get rid of me, it is impossible for me not to be angry and not take action against him. Moreover, as the crown prince, your main opponents are the 3rd prince and the 1st prince. The other princes are not a threat to you at all. As for the 1st prince and the 3rd prince, the 1st prince is the strongest. Therefore, if you want to become the crown prince, you have to take action against the 3rd prince. Only by taking care of the 3rd prince will you be qualified to challenge the 1st prince. That's right, I think so too. The 8th prince closed the folding fan in his hand and nodded slightly. Then, I will take action against the 3rd prince. I think you should know that all of us princes have trump cards that can save our lives. In other words, when our lives are threatened, we will automatically teleport out. Although we will not be killed in the end, we will completely lose the crown prince's battle. Therefore, when you attack, do your best to attack the 3rd prince. As long as he is eliminated, we will win. Of course, they will also attack me crazily. So, you must be very careful. The 8th prince said in a deep voice. Next, Daoist Long and the other almighties began to analyze the battle. Who would be defending, who would be attacking, and who would be sneak attacking? These all had to be discussed. At the very least, they could not act like headless flies. Needless to say, the main attacker was Lin Xian. Together with the other powerful almighties. These almighties either had extremely violent attributes such as lightning and fire, or they had powerful attacks such as swordsmen and sabermen. The defense was represented by Daoist Long. The other almighties mainly had ice, earth, water, and other defensive attributes. In other words, those who had supreme defensive artifacts would do their best to protect the 8th prince. The sneak attack was mainly carried out by the Lord of the Underworld. This kind of assassination, darkness, and speed almighties were all listed as the main sneak attack force. In addition, there were also formations, soul attacks, and demonic beasts. Since they had discussed the grouping, they decided to take action. However, these people did not plan to take the initiative to look for them. They decided to use Lin Xian to lure the 3rd prince and the others out. They would wait at ease for the exhausted. Lin Xian naturally agreed to this suggestion. After they had set up the formation, Lin Xian moved out. He came to the outside world to attract everyone's attention. Especially the 3rd prince and the others. After they finished setting up the formation, Lin Xian made his move. He came to the outside world to attract everyone's attention. Especially the 3rd prince's men. Boom, as soon as Lin Xian came out, he raised his hand and tore apart more than a dozen mountains and shattered a few rivers. He even blasted 3 almighties away. His appearance naturally attracted the attention of others. Damn it, it's that kid. That kid is here again. Quickly report to the 3rd prince. We can't let him escape again. Many figures flashed quickly. They didn't make a move immediately. Instead, they called for reinforcements. That was because after knowing Lin Xian's combat strength, no one dared to fight with Lin Xian alone. Buzz buzz buzz, Lin Xian floated in the sky and formed an ice bow in his hands. One after another, frost arrows shot out and exploded in all directions. Instantly, the kings who wanted to escape to deliver the message were all blasted into pieces. He only left one person behind. That person was the 3rd prince's man. That person fled quickly like a shooting star. He even used a secret technique to cover his body with blood to increase his speed. The 3rd prince, a blood-red light descended from the sky and rushed into a valley. The 3rd prince and his men were in the valley. At that moment, they were resting and adjusting to their peak condition. However, the voice in the sky woke them up. In the next moment, the 3rd prince and the other almighties opened their eyes. What's going on? The 3rd prince stood up and asked in a deep voice. The blood-red lightning rushed into the valley and turned into Almighty. He quickly said, 3rd prince, that kid Lin Xian has appeared. He's killing people everywhere. He's here. That's great. The 3rd prince was overjoyed. The other almighties also stood up. Let's go. The third prince waved his hand, and all the kings flew into the sky and flew into the distance. On the other side, Lin Xian floated in the sky and created some huge commotion from time to time. Soon, he squinted his eyes because he realized that there were more than 10 rays of light in the distance. They were like rainbows that were rushing toward him. They're here. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a smile. Naturally, he could clearly see the figures in front of him. It was the third prince's team. Therefore, in the next moment, his figure flashed and he flew into the distance. Behind him, the third prince and the others roared madly when they saw this scene. Stop him quickly, don't let him escape, Wang. At this moment, a grand cultivator in a green robe raised his hand and threw out 9 green flags. They covered the sky and locked onto an area. Boom, Lin Xian was also sealed in that space. Boom, however, in the next moment, the space shattered, and the 9 green flags flew out. Lin Xian's figure flickered again, leaving that place. Behind them, the third prince and the others were chasing after them. They would definitely not miss such a good opportunity. Moreover, the distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. Wang, among them, 3 mighty figures who were proficient in speed burst forth instantly. They tore through the void and appeared in front of Lin Xian in an instant, blocking his path. The third prince and the other mighty figures behind him also caught up and cut off his escape route. In an instant, they surrounded Lin Xian. Let's see where you can run to. Those mighty figures sneered. The third prince also walked out. Obediently hand over the rare treasure and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll let you know what it's like to beg for death. Lin Xian turned around. There was no fear on his face. Instead, there was a cold smile on his face. I've finally lured you guys out. What do you mean? Hearing this, the third prince frowned. The other mighty figures' expressions also changed. Could it be a trap? Boom. Just as that thought came to their minds, countless rays of light suddenly lit up in all directions, forming a formation that enveloped them all. Then, more than 10 figures flew over from the mountain range in the distance. They came to the void and looked ahead, laughing loudly. Old 8, it's you guys, the third prince looked around with a gloomy face. That's right, these people were the 8th prince and the others. Lin Xian had lured them into a trap and then stopped, which led to the scene just now. That's right, third brother, it's me. It's time to put an end to this. The 8th prince said in a deep voice. Just you? You want to fight with me? You're still lacking. The third prince snorted coldly. Although the 8th prince's strength was on par with his and they were both first-tier princes, he was confident that he could defeat the 8th prince and the others. His biggest target should be the first prince. Old 8, take your men and get lost. Otherwise, I'll eliminate you early. I should be the one saying that to you. The 8th prince's expression gradually became serious. I'll eliminate you today. After I'm done with you, I'll deal with the first prince. Who do you think you are? You want to eliminate me? The third prince sneered in disdain. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. A terrifying aura surged from the third prince's body. Then, a dragon-shaped shadow wrapped around his body. The mighty figures around him also exuded a powerful aura. In the Grand Imperial Hall, the royal family elders exclaimed when they saw this scene. Is the final battle finally about to begin? Calculating the time, it's about time. There were only 7 or 8 days left. It's about time to clean up. However, in the past, they had always started from the weak princes. They didn't expect that the 2 first-tier princes would fight and advance this time. They couldn't help but be shocked because the 3 princes who had the highest chance of becoming the crown prince were the first prince, the third prince, and the 8th prince. Now that the 2 of them were fighting, it would have a huge impact on the future. Who do you think will win this battle? I think it will be the 8th prince. He didn't suffer much damage. Moreover, Lin Xian obtained a rare treasure. I'm afraid that the 8th prince's strength will increase greatly. That was to be expected, as the third prince had suffered some damage in the Dark Canyon previously. However, I don't think so. I'm optimistic about the third prince. Although the third prince suffered some damage, the others obtained a lot of rare treasures. During this period, their overall strength could be said to have increased by leaps and bounds. Everyone discussed animatedly, each with different opinions. Everyone's analysis was reasonable. However, they didn't know what the final result would be. They could only watch patiently. They finally met Lin Xian again. At this moment, the first blade stood out. He exuded a terrifying saber intent. Why? You want to fight with me? Lin Xian looked at him. That's right. I've explored 5 or 6 ruins during this period. My strength has increased greatly. This time, I won't lose to you. However, Lin Xian looked at him and shook his head. You're no match for me. Hearing this, the first blade snorted. I admit that you've obtained a rare treasure. However, I don't believe that you can fully use it now. The first blade's aura became more and more fierce. 7 terrifying saber seals appeared behind him. 7 demon blade, kill. As soon as the battle started, he used his strongest killing move with his first strike. It seemed like he wanted to defeat Lin Xian and prove his strength. A huge blade light appeared between heaven and earth. It was as if the heavens had arrived, causing the hearts of the surrounding powerhouses to tremble. The first slash's strength had increased by so much. It was too terrifying. The powerhouses on the 8th prince's side were shocked because they realized that the first slash's strength had increased greatly. It was a world of difference compared to when he first entered. They thought that the other party must have had an unimaginable fortuitous encounter during this period. However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. Since the other party had made a move, he would let the other party see how much he had grown during this period of time. He stretched out his hands. On his left hand, a ball of icy aura surged rapidly. On his right hand, a black flame danced. Then, he formed a seal with his palms and slowly put his hands together. Buzz, Hell's Ice Lotus. The blue ice and black flame merged and turned into a blue and black lotus. It spun rapidly in Lin Xian's hand, emitting a monstrous destructive aura. Feeling this aura, everyone's expression changed. What kind of power was this? It was too terrifying. The powerhouses on the 8th prince's side were shocked, and the 3rd prince's pupils shrank. Damn it, this kid's strength is too terrifying. The first slash's expression was also serious because the aura of the Hell's Black Lotus was too terrifying. Even his body was trembling slightly. However, in the next moment, he gripped the long blade in his hand tightly and slashed down. Buzz, the huge blade shadow swooped down and turned into a silver river, slashing towards Lin Xian. Go! Lin Xian waved his left hand and the Hell's Ice Lotus floated out quickly. Wherever it passed, the void was destroyed mercilessly. Boom, there was a shocking collision, and then the energy between heaven and earth exploded. The peerless blade shadow was instantly shattered and burned, scattering in all directions. As for the black fire lotus, it collided with the body of the first blade and blasted it back. Puff, the first slash spat out a mouthful of blood, and half of his armor was shattered. He had lost. He had actually lost. And he had lost in one move. He had lost even faster than before. Could it be that the gap between the two of them had not narrowed, but widened instead? The first blade could not believe it. He could not accept this reality. Just as he was about to move, the chi and blood in his body began to churn violently, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. The 3rd prince and the grand cultivators around him all became serious. This was because they realized that the other party's strength was too strong. He had definitely surpassed the elite almighties. Kill them all. The 3rd prince roared. Boom. Boom, the surrounding kings quickly counterattacked, and their auras flowed out. Many people rushed towards Lin Xian, while even more people rushed towards the 8th prince. When the 8th prince saw this scene, he waved his hand. Daoist Long released his king's domain and covered the 8th prince, and a few higher beings surrounded the 8th prince to protect him. The underworld king led a group of people and charged over. A great battle erupted, shaking heaven and earth. Everything within a range of 10,000 li was instantly destroyed. Terrifying energy surged into the sky like a volcanic eruption, causing the ground to collapse rapidly. The terrifying killing intent was like a tidal wave that swept out in all directions, causing the surrounding mountains to collapse. Under this kind of energy, nothing could be preserved. Buzz buzz buzz, the sovereign realm spread out in all directions, tearing apart the firmament. The terrifying light connected with the stars in the sky. It was a terrifying scene. Boom, Lin Xian held the demonic sword in his hand and quickly swung it, instantly sending a higher being flying. Blood splattered everywhere, and that person crashed onto the ground like a meteor. Boom, then, he punched back. Hell's Ice Lotus appeared on his terrifying fist, and it directly smashed a king who had ambushed him from behind. Blood splattered everywhere. Lin Xian fought in the air like a god of war. The third prince's people felt their scalps go numb as they looked at Lin Xian in horror. On the other side, the underworld king and the others also attacked. In the sky, a huge purplish-black ball of light appeared, covering a radius of 1,000 li, forming a terrifying pressure. The other higher beings also attacked, causing the heavens and earth to explode. This battle was too terrifying. Even the elders of the royal family in the Grand Imperial Hall were nervous. Boom, however, the third prince was definitely one of the top princes, and the higher beings under him were also extremely terrifying. Therefore, not long after the battle, the eighth prince's side also suffered a blow. Many people were injured, and 1 or 2 were killed. It could be said that the battle was very tragic. Kill, the eighth prince roared, and the Tao of Dragon aura on his body quickly surged out. In the distance, Lin Xian and the others felt a pure energy surrounding them. This was the Tao of Dragon aura, which could be used to increase the power of other King Almighties. Now, the eighth prince was using it to provide energy for Lin Xian and the others. Indeed, under the Tao of Dragon aura, these King Almighties were all excited. You're not the only one who has the Tao of Dragon aura. I have it too, the third prince also shouted coldly, and the dragon-shaped shadow on his body roared rapidly. The King Almighties around him also received the power of the Tao of Dragon aura. Boom, both sides fought again, causing the heavens and earth to shatter. This was a terrifying battle, and the terrifying power caused the entire ground to collapse. The void shattered, and nothing could stop it. The third prince's side went crazy, and the elite almighties all activated their domains, enveloping the surroundings. Lu Fei, Duan Qingqing, and the other young geniuses were pale. This crazy battle was a difficult test for them. Fortunately, they had obtained some opportunities before, and their strength had increased greatly. That was why they were able to narrowly avoid those killing moves. The eighth prince's side also fought back with all their might. The underworld king roared, and the pair of purple wings on his back were like heavenly blades, cutting one of the third prince's almighties in half. Blood splattered like a sea of blood, circling the sky. This King Almighties of Darkness was finally enraged. The dark aura on his body swept through the heavens and earth, and the surroundings were pitch black. It was as if he had come to the underworld. Boom, at this moment, 18 large flags suddenly appeared in the void, locking down the space, and completely trapping Lin Xian. 5 almighties instantly appeared, and their 5 king domains overlapped as they attacked Lin Xian crazily. This was because they could see that the greatest threat here was not the older generation or the elite almighties, but this young man in his 20s. The other party's combat strength was too strong, and he would often severely injure them in just a few moves. This was too great a threat to them, and they had to get rid of him. Kid, go to hell, the 5 king domains flickered in the sky, and then they enveloped Lin Xian. Buzz, Lin Xian used the demigods and semi-devils, and he instantly tore through the void and dodged to the side. It's useless, you can't break my 18 flags. In the sky, a green-robed elder sneered. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, he was stunned. It was broken. How was that possible? He was too shocked because a black hole the size of a house had appeared in the sealed space formed by the 18 flags that he was so proud of. Lin Xian retreated 1,000 miles in a flash. Boom. Boom, in an instant, the 5 kings' domains had destroyed the original space. How was that possible? How did that kid escape from my spatial seal? He did not dare to imagine. Boom, in the next moment, Lin Xian moved again. He charged toward the elder in green robes. He realized that the elder in green robes was too threatening, especially the spatial seal. It was very troublesome for him. If it was someone else, it would be difficult for them to escape. Therefore, he decided to deal with this problem first and then turn around to kill the third prince. Whoosh, Lin Xian was like a giant dragon. He flew quickly in the air and charged toward the elder in green robes. "You're courting death, get lost," the elder in green robes roared and slammed his palm down. The space within 1,000 miles shattered as a terrifying palm descended from the sky. Buzz, the moment the Chaos Sword technique was unleashed, it was like a comet that lit up the entire sky. The terrifying sword light tore apart the huge palm and then slashed toward the elder in green robes. Whoosh, the elder in green robes retreated like lightning and dodged in the void. At the same time, the 18 flags circled around him, forming a king's domain. Seal, the elder in green robes waved the 18 flags and activated the sealing power. Once again, the space around Lin Xian was sealed. However, it was useless. Lin Xian was like a sword god. His body emitted a dazzling sword light as streaks of chaotic sword chi surged out from his hand. In an instant, the sealed space was shattered. Fire gods roar. In the sky, a huge flaming sword slashed down and sent the 18 flags flying. 5 of them were burned to ashes. Damn it, the elder in green robes looked pained. His opponent's flames were too terrifying. They could burn his Dharma treasures. In the next moment, the remaining green flags circled around him. He opened his mouth and spat out a pagoda. Suddenly, the pagoda rapidly enlarged and spun, forming a terrifying power. The sky was filled with green light, and the void was shattered. Large black craters appeared one after another. These rays of light shot towards Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian directly pierced through the void and appeared in another location. Azure Sky Pagoda, on the 8th prince's side, many officials exclaimed. Among them, Daoist Long loudly reminded them to be careful and not be swept by the cyan light. Lin Xian also furrowed his brows, because the green pagoda gave him a huge sense of danger. The green light seemed to be able to melt everything. It had a strong corrosive effect. That was how the black holes in the sky were formed. Fortunately, he had extreme speed and was able to dodge it. Otherwise, if he was hit by the green light, he would have been injured. Thinking of this, the Hellfire and Sea God's ice rushed out from his hands and merged in front of him to form the Hell's Ice Lotus. Go, Lin Xian waved his hand, and then the Hell's Ice Lotus spun and flew upwards. Suddenly, it collided with the green pagoda, causing a huge explosion. The green pagoda exploded, and countless cracks appeared on it. Even 2 floors of the pagoda were directly blown to pieces. No, damn it, the mighty figure in green spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood with a ferocious expression. He did not expect his opponent to be able to shatter his Dharma treasure. In the next moment, he activated the remaining green pagoda and quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Humph, Lin Xian used the chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword, and a shocking sword chi exploded. After a great battle, the green pagoda was cut in half, and the remaining sword chi shattered another 3 green flags. The mighty figure in green was in a sorry state, and he was injured all over. He quickly escaped. He did not run far, but returned to the 3rd prince's side. The 3rd prince's aura of the Tao of Dragon could quickly heal his injuries. Kill! With a roar, Lin Xian charged towards the 3rd prince. As long as he killed the 3rd prince and eliminated him, he would win. The remaining mighty figures would have nothing to do with them. Lin Xian led his men and charged towards the 3rd prince. Several elite mighty figures followed behind him, and their bodies were filled with killing intent. Courting death, get lost. Seeing that Lin Xian had finally attacked the 3rd prince, a mighty figure in purple robes beside the 3rd prince roared. His voice was like the roar of flames, and it turned into a huge fire snake that swooped down. The fire snake was formed from purple flames, and it burned fiercely with a monstrous heat wave. It was a type of spiritual fire of heaven and earth, and it was extremely terrifying. At this moment, it was even more terrifying in the hands of this mighty figure. Lin Xian raised his hand and shot out an ice phoenix. A huge blue figure covered the sky and crashed into the fire snake. The Almighties behind him also spat out attacks that landed on the huge purple flames. Boom! Boom, boom! After being hit by so many experts, the purple flame snake was instantly torn apart. However, at this moment, the ground around Lin Xian rumbled. Rocks, walls, and mountains appeared around them. A bare-chested burly man stood in front of the 3rd prince, and his hands were constantly clapping. He emitted a heavy aura that suppressed the 9 heavens. Earth-type king, the other party formed a cage and sealed them. For a moment, Lin Xian and the 3 mighty figures behind him were completely sealed in this special space. Myriad forms domain, this was the other party's domain. It was like a vast world with huge walls everywhere. Bang! Bang, bang! Beside Lin Xian, a few mighty figures attacked and shattered the thick walls with their palms. They wanted to break out. However, it was useless. Every time one collapsed, more would appear, blotting out the sky and covering the sun. There was no end to this. No, if this continues, we will be trapped here until we die. The 3 mighty figures stopped attacking. Their eyes flickered as they tried to find an opening. Indeed, such futile attacks were useless. They had to find an opening. Lin Xian stood in front, his clothes fluttering in the wind. Occasionally, a golden light would flash in his eyes. Outside, the sky was gray. Lin Xian and the others were enveloped by a strange domain. The Earth-type king sneered. It's useless. You can't break my myriad forms domain. Then, he turned around and said to the mighty figures around him, hurry up and attack. Use your king domains to kill them. The mighty figures all activated their king domains, wanting to kill Lin Xian and the others who were trapped inside. However, at this moment, there was a shocking explosion in front of them. Then, a huge crack appeared in the myriad forms domain. Lin Xian and the other 2 charged out like shooting stars. Damn it, this is impossible, how did he break my myriad forms domain? The Earth-type mighty figure spat out a mouthful of blood. He was extremely shocked. He was very confident in his myriad forms domain. Even if the other party was strong, they wouldn't be able to break it in a short time. By the time the other party was about to break it, their domains would have overlapped and they would have killed the other party. However, he realized that he had underestimated the other party's combat strength. The other party had broken his domain so quickly. Wild Thunder Eagle, as soon as he appeared, Lin Xian raised his hand and shot out a bolt of lightning. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Its speed was extremely fast as it charged towards Tianfeng. Protect the 3rd prince. Seeing this scene, the surrounding mighty figures roared crazily. The earth element mighty figure even clapped his hands. Mud walls appeared in front of them one after another. The earth walls were extremely thick and emitted a desolate aura as if they had traveled through time and space. In an instant, more than 10 layers of defense appeared around the 3rd prince. However, the Wild Thunder Eagle was too violent. It was like a heavenly blade that instantly shattered 5 layers of defense. However, the Wild Thunder Eagle exhausted its energy at the 9th layer of defense and turned into countless bolts of lightning that scattered in all directions. Seeing this scene, the 3rd prince and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the other party was not heaven-defying enough to break through all the defenses. This was indeed good news for them. Lin Xian's eyes flickered because this was not his strongest attack. It was already very good that it could achieve such an effect. At this moment, a series of exclamations came from afar. It turned out that the 3rd prince's men had also gone to kill the 8th prince. They quickly shattered a few layers of defense and arrived near the 8th prince. Fortunately, Taoist Master Long and the other elite mighty figures were very powerful and blocked this wave of attacks. Both sides had a tacit understanding. They were both going to assassinate the prince directly. Whoever succeeded first would win. Boom, Lin Xian made his move. He waved the demonic sword in his hand and pressed forward like a mountain. At the same time, the Lord of the Underworld also led his men to sneak attack from behind. The terrifying giant sword slashed down and split the void. On the other side, a huge purple ball of light appeared. Boom, in front of him, the earth element mighty figure struck out with both palms. His palms turned into 2 mountains and met the attack. The 2 collided and made a deafening sound. Boom, the earth element mighty figure was sent flying and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Although his defense was strong, Lin Xian's attack was even more terrifying. He suffered internal injuries with 1 strike. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian attacked again. The long sword in his hand slashed down quickly, and streaks of sword light pressed down like mountains. Bang! Bang! The earth-type powerhouse was sent flying, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. he was seriously injured. Lin Xian swung his long sword and performed the chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword. Terrifying chaotic sword chi slashed at the other almighties. The sword light was like a ferocious dragon, and was extremely violent. The surrounding powerful beings all dodged. Boom, a Linglong treasure pagoda descended from the sky and enveloped all of them, forming a powerful defense. Boom. A bronze cauldron appeared once again, forming a second layer of defense. The incomparably terrifying ice walls transformed into numerous ice dragons that coiled around the surroundings. 9 purple shields emitted the aura of thunder and lightning as they floated around the third prince. The third prince had formed an impenetrable defense around him, which was impossible to penetrate. However, the primal chaos Heaven Destroyer sword technique was a heaven-class technique, and its power was beyond imagination. With Lin Xian's great dragon sword spirit, the combination of the two could be said to be earth-shattering. Boom, the 9 purple shields instantly broke into 2 halves and fell from the sky. The blue ice dragon let out a wail as its body was pierced by countless sword chi. What? How could he be so strong? Seeing the other party break through 2 layers of defense in an instant, these people were about to go crazy. They could not believe it at all. However, Lin Xian's attack was still ongoing. The Hell's Ice Lotus flew out and blasted the bronze cauldron away. Lin Xian strode over. The surrounding energy shockwaves could not cause any harm to him. His current physique was definitely incomparably strong. Buzz, another chaotic sword light directly sent the last Linglong treasure pagoda flying. Then, Lin Xian charged towards the third prince. Seeing that all of their defenses had been destroyed, the surrounding powerful beings roared angrily. They attacked and counterattacked quickly. The sky was filled with terrifying energy, and a terrifying domain enveloped Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian executed the demigods and semi-devils and dodged the attacks with extreme speed, easily dodging the attacks. He appeared on the other side. At this moment, the Lord of the Netherworld had arrived. A huge purple ball of light crushed the surroundings, causing the King Realm powerful beings to resist crazily again. Demon Seal, Lin Xian seized the opportunity and used a killer move of the chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword to attack the third prince. Oh no! The surrounding powerful beings roared angrily and wanted to counterattack. However, it was too late. The third prince's pupils constricted as he felt a deadly threat. Buzz, in the next moment, he opened his mouth and spat out the flood dragon scissors, which instantly turned into 2 flood dragons. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they collided with the demon seal. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The third prince was pushed back, but he managed to block the demon seal swordplay. Although he managed to block it, the third prince's face was gloomy. This was because it was too dangerous for him. He had never thought that he would have to block it with his own hands. If there were a few more attacks like this, he would not be able to block it. Thinking of this, his eyes turned gloomy as he looked into the distance. Over there, the 8th prince was also waiting and mingling. At this moment, the 8th prince was also in great danger. Therefore, he also took out his ecliptic treasure. The 8th prince's ecliptic treasure was a golden divine sword. At this moment, it was swaying in the wind as if a golden dragon was circling around him, emitting a terrifying power. Whoosh, at this moment, the third prince's pupils constricted as his body suddenly moved to the side. The place where he was originally standing was directly smashed into pieces. The Lord of the Underworld appeared, sneered, and disappeared again. Damn it, form a formation and seal them, the third prince roared as the dragon energy in his body surged out and poured into the bodies of the 5 kings around him. Then, a mysterious formation appeared. 7 stars battle array. I didn't expect that the third prince would even use this battle array. It seems that he is really anxious. In the Grand Imperial Hall, everyone was discussing. They also realized that the third prince's situation was very bad. That was because Lin Xian's attacks were too powerful and could threaten the third prince's life at any time. As expected, Lin Xian attacked again. He was like a god of war. A casual attack could tear the sky apart, even though his opponent had formed a formation. However, as a formation master, Lin Xian specialized in attacking the flaws and weaknesses of the formation, causing it to be unable to sustain. Damn it, how did he know the flaws of the formation? The third prince was so angry that he flew into a rage. Zixin, hurry up and do it, the third prince shouted. Next to him, a middle-aged woman stood out. The middle-aged woman was dressed in purple and had a beautiful face. When she heard the third prince's words, she took out a purple gourd. She shook it gently. Suddenly, a cloud of purple mist floated out and transformed into a terrifying beast in the air. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, 6 demonic beasts appeared in the void. They were not ordinary beasts, but terrifying monster kings. Each of them was hundreds of feet long and occupied the void. They emitted a monstrous aura. As soon as the 6 monster kings appeared, they directly shattered the void within a radius of 10,000 miles. The terrifying aura made the surrounding kings change their expressions. Go! The purple-clothed woman's black hair fluttered behind her as her eyes flickered. She controlled the 6 demon kings and quickly charged over. Brother Lin, don't worry. We have a beast tamer here as well, the 8th prince shouted loudly and wanted to send out his beast tamer. However, Lin Xian said, there's no need. Let the beast tamer protect you. I'll deal with these 6 demon kings. At this point, the sharp aura in his eyes erupted once again, and a monstrous sword light swept through heaven and earth. Hearing this, the surrounding king realm experts were shocked. The purple-clothed woman sneered. You want to fight against all of my demon kings alone? You're overestimating yourself. She was an extremely terrifying beast tamer. The demon kings in her hands were not ordinary. Each of them was abnormally ferocious, far surpassing king realm experts of the same level. Now that 6 demon kings had appeared together, it was definitely terrifying. Therefore, in the next moment, she attacked. With a wave of her hand, the fiery red bird quickly rushed out. This was a flaming eagle. It was extremely terrifying. As soon as it appeared, it spread its wings like a sea of red flames surging from the sky. The terrifying heat wave swept in all directions. Boom! The flaming eagle opened its mouth and spat out a huge fireball that rolled toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian stood in the void like a god, his body releasing terrifying sword intent. Behind him, the dragon sword domain appeared. Lin Xian activated the dragon sword soul and charged forward. Boom! Countless sword chi intertwined, and a black phoenix flew out of the dragon sword domain. It spread its wings and covered the 9 heavens. This phoenix was formed by hellfire and sword chi. Under the effect of the dragon sword soul, it was as if it was possessed by a real divine beast. As soon as it appeared, it let out a long cry and shattered the 9 heavens as it charged forward. Could it be that this kid was also a beast tamer? When everyone saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. They thought that this was a real phoenix. But soon, they shook their heads. Impossible, how could there be a real phoenix in the world? This was this kid's divine ability, heavens, how could this kid have such a terrifying divine ability? They were too shocked. They didn't know that the great dragon sword spirit's offensive saint technique could simulate everything. At this moment, it was displayed by Lin Xian. It was truly terrifying. The 2 giant beasts fought in the sky. Soon, the flaming eagle let out a wail as its body was pierced through by the other's claw. A terrifying bloody mist appeared. After another 5 moves, the flaming eagle's body was split into 2 halves from the middle. The black phoenix let out a long cry and flapped its wings in the sky. So powerful, while the 3rd prince was astonished, the violet-clothed woman's face darkened. Her opponent had killed one of her demonic kings with a raise of his hand. This made her feel incomparably pained and driven her mad. In the next moment, she urged the 5 demon kings to attack the black phoenix together. Boom! Boom! The void trembled and quickly shattered. The black phoenix was being attacked by the 5 monster kings and was in imminent danger. Seeing this, the people on the 3rd prince's side laughed. They did not believe that the other party could still unleash such a terrifying attack. The 8th prince had a dignified expression, but Lin Xian only sneered disdainfully. Comparing numbers? You're really courting death. Lin Xian stood in the dragon sword domain and roared toward the sky. His body erupted with resplendent light. Everyone was stunned. They saw thousands of sword chi intertwining in the dragon sword domain, and a terrifying demonic beast phantom flew out. Phoenix, Qilin, True Dragon, 9-headed lion, Hell Demon Elephant. Peerless serpent, three-headed hellhound. Terrifying figures appeared in the sky. They crushed the 9 heavens and shattered the stars. It was as if real primordial demonic beasts had awakened. The terrifying aura made everyone tremble. Damn it, how could it be? How could he have such a method? The third prince's side had gone mad. The violet-clothed woman's body was trembling. Her face was incomparably pale without a trace of blood. She had a total of 5 demonic kings on her side, but the other party had taken out nearly 50 of them. None of them were weaker than her. How could she fight when there was a difference of 10 times? Damn it, these were all energy bodies. They could not stay for a long time. As long as they persevered, they would be fine. The violet-clothed woman's face was gloomy. She naturally knew about this matter. However, she did not know if they could withstand the other party's attack. Sure enough, after a few moves, the violet-clothed woman's 5 demonic beasts were all killed. Blood dyed the sky. It turned into a sea of blood. A few huge corpses smashed onto the ground, causing billowing smoke. In the sky, the demonic kings gradually faded and would disappear at any time. However, Lin Xian still waved his hand. Immediately, 50 demonic king phantoms charged towards the third prince. Block for me. The third prince's scalp went numb. He quickly shot out the flood dragon's scissors and instantly pierced through 10 demonic beast phantoms. The remaining 40 or so demonic beasts mercilessly drowned them. Boom boom boom, in the next moment, these demonic beast phantoms exploded, turning into a fierce storm that filled the sky. Boom boom, several powerful figures were sent flying in an instant. The third prince was drowned and could not be seen clearly at all. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. Some of them even stopped fighting. The royal elders in the Grand Imperial Hall were also on tenterhooks. Would the third prince be able to withstand such an attack? They did not know, but they were very worried. The surrounding demonic beasts who were sent flying used their king domains and quickly charged in to save the third prince. When all the light was torn apart and the energy faded, the third prince's figure appeared. His hair was disheveled and he was in an extremely sorry state. There was blood flowing from his body. The flood dragon's scissors beside him also had cracks on them. This was a top-tier treasure. Now that there were cracks on it, one could imagine how terrifying the explosion was. The third prince was injured, everyone was shocked. The royal elders also exclaimed in surprise. On the other hand, the 8th prince was cheering. From the looks of it, it wouldn't be long before they could eliminate the third prince and eliminate him. The third prince gritted his teeth and his expression was extremely ferocious. Damn it! Damn it! How could the opponent use such a terrifying method? Even he was injured. If it were not for the flood dragon's scissors protecting him, the explosion just now would have eliminated him. Thinking of this, he swallowed a pill and used a secret technique to recover his body. At the same time, he summoned the surrounding demonic beasts to protect him. Looking at the current situation, his strength had been greatly reduced. It was unlikely that he could kill the 8th prince again. Therefore, the third prince wanted to retreat. However, how could the 8th prince and the others let the third prince leave? This was a perfect opportunity. If they missed this opportunity, there would not be a next time. Therefore, the 8th prince and the others launched a fierce attack and attacked the third prince crazily. Lin Xian was even faster. He used the chaotic heaven destroyer sword to the extreme. Every sword chi was extremely terrifying and was even accompanied by a loud dragon roar. Almost no one could fight him one-on-one. Even if they surrounded him, Lin Xian could still dodge with his super speed. Damn it, he's too strong, everyone's face turned ugly. They did not know that this was not Lin Xian's full strength. If Lin Xian used the great dragon sword soul and activated the heavenly secret divine eyes, these people would probably go crazy. Boom. Boom, in the end, several powerful figures were sent flying. Lin Xian slashed at the third prince. The third prince's pupils shrank and he quickly dodged. He was swept by the sword chi and was sent flying. However, the 2 dragons firmly protected him. However, this was not the way to go. Seeing that some of the almighties around him had been pinned down while the rest had been blasted away, there was no one left around him. The third prince's face turned gloomy. He did not expect to face the danger of being eliminated. Thinking of this, he roared angrily. "Old 8, do you dare to fight me one-on-one?" Hearing this, the surrounding powerful figure sneered. The 8th prince also decisively refused. "You are not qualified to fight me. You coward, you don't even dare to fight me one-on-one. How can you be the crown prince?" The 3rd prince was furious. His opponent did not fall for his trick, which made him go crazy. "If the crown prince wants to fight me one-on-one, I might consider it. But 3rd brother, you are at the end of the road. Do you still want to make a comeback? Brother Lin, do it." Hearing this, Lin Xian held the demonic sword in his hand and strode forward. "Damn brat, I won't let you succeed," the 3rd prince roared and launched a fierce attack. Anyway, they had protective talismans and would not really die. Therefore, he had to kill this detestable brat at all costs. The aura of the Tao of Dragon on his body burst out. The 3rd prince crazily activated the flood dragon scissors and attacked. The 2 dragons roared and turned into demonic beasts that were thousands of feet long. They attacked crazily. The terrifying aura pierced through everything. Feeling this aura, the faces of the elites on the 8th prince's side changed. The 3rd prince's strength was so terrifying, they were too shocked. That was because they had not thought the 3rd prince to be very powerful before. But now, the 3rd prince had unleashed his full strength. This caused them to be extremely shocked. Lin Xian also activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul and used the Chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword to quickly slash forward. The sword technique was incomparably horrifying, slicing the entire void apart. The boundless sword light was like the stars in the sky, exploding everything in front of it. The 3rd prince's expression changed. He could feel the threat of death from Lin Xian's sword chi, which made him shudder with fear. However, there were terrifying sword chi all around him. It was like a cage that firmly locked onto him. He had no way of escaping at all. Boom! Boom! The 3rd prince could only activate the flood dragon scissors and resist madly. He shattered some of the sword chi, but even more sword chi came at him. The Primal Chaos Heaven Destroyer sword was indeed a heaven-tier cultivation technique. It was extremely terrifying. Coupled with an offensive saint art like the Great Dragon Sword Spirit, Lin Xian's sword aura was like a divine sword from beyond the heavens. It was abnormally terrifying. Clang! Clang! The 3rd prince's yellow flood dragon scissors were beaten back again, and more cracks appeared on them. They could split open at any time. However, it was still a top-tier treasure after all. It could hold on for a while, but the 3rd prince's situation was getting more and more dangerous. Roar! The 3rd prince roared angrily. His eyes were bloodshot, and killing intent surged from his body. It was all because of this detestable kid in front of him that he was about to be eliminated. If he was eliminated, then he would completely lose his position as the crown prince, and he would never be able to take it back. Thinking of this, he roared at the sky, and his black hair danced wildly. At this moment, he was like a killing god, staring at Lin Xian. "Kid, I want you dead." The 3rd prince took out another golden treasure box. The box was the size of 2 palms, and it was golden all over. It was as bright as the sun, and it shone brightly. There were dragons carved on it, and one could tell at a glance that it was no ordinary item. The royal elders in the Grand Imperial Hall were also shocked when they saw the golden treasure box. Could it be that thing? The 3rd prince was too bold. How could he bring that thing with him? What was he trying to do? Many of the royal elders' expressions changed because they had already guessed what was inside the golden treasure box. Even the Empress and His Majesty frowned. In the battle, the 3rd prince's expression was ferocious. "Kid, this is between you and me, you can go to hell for me." As he spoke, he quickly opened the golden treasure box. Suddenly, the sky was filled with red light, and the entire sky was dyed red. A monstrous murderous aura swept out in all directions. Everyone trembled, and even the elites were no exception. What is this thing that contains such a murderous aura? Damn it, this is the blood essence of the royal family. At the back, the 3rd prince exclaimed. "Be careful, don't get hurt by that thing. This is the blood essence left behind by a supreme expert of the royal family. 1 drop is enough to kill a top-tier mighty. If there are a few more drops, it won't be a problem to kill a supreme expert." So terrifying. When the other elites heard this, their scalps went numb, and they quickly retreated. No one dared to get close to the third prince. Heavens, one drop of blood could kill them. This is too terrifying. This must be the blood left behind by a supreme expert. Even Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect the third prince to have such a treasure. Thinking of this, his face turned gloomy. He felt that he had to get rid of the third prince quickly. Otherwise, the third prince might cause trouble again. After thinking about it, Lin Xian didn't plan to use the Tianji Divine Eyes. If he used the Tianji Divine Eyes, he could destroy the third prince's soul, but he couldn't kill the third prince. Unless he really destroyed the third prince's soul, the third prince would definitely recognize his eye technique when his soul recovered. It was the legendary Tianji Divine Eyes. At that time, he would be mercilessly hunted down by the entire Taiyu dynasty. After all, this thing was more precious than any rare treasure. It was enough to make a supreme dynasty go crazy. Thinking of this, Lin Xian gritted his teeth and decided to use the second killing move of the Chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword at all costs. In the next moment, the great dragon sword soul in his body circulated wildly. Chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword, demon seal, he swung his sword, and a terrifying sword chi slashed out. The third prince felt that his life was not in danger, and he frantically took out the drop of blood from the golden box. Buzz, the drop of blood was crystal clear, but it contained supreme energy and terrifying killing intent. The moment it appeared, the entire void shattered. Countless cracks spread out for thousands of miles, unable to withstand the power at all. Boom! Boom, boom. The two attacks collided, and the entire void was torn apart in an instant. In front of him, the bright chaotic sword chi collided with it, and then it shattered. This was a heaven-class cultivation technique. It shattered in an instant. One could imagine how terrifying the power contained in this drop of blood was. However, although the demon sealing sword chi shattered, the energy in the drop of blood was mostly depleted. The murderous aura on it was not as fierce as before. However, it still charged toward Lin Xian. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. They wanted to know if Lin Xian could withstand it. Lin Xian focused his gaze and a bright light burst out from his eyes. Then, he used his second killer move. Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword, War Song, a sword chi that was even more terrifying than the previous one slashed out and sliced the blood in half. The terrifying sword essence on top of it frantically destroyed the energy inside. Boom, at the same time, the entire sky was split apart. What? It was sliced apart. The third prince's pupils shrank when he saw this. He did not expect that his last killer move would be broken apart by his opponent. He could not believe it. In the next moment, he was sent flying by the sword chi and vomited blood. Crack, 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 more than half of the third prince's bones were broken and the golden box in his hand was also sliced apart. However, he did not teleport out. Seeing this, Lin Xian roared and the sword soul in his body circulated wildly. Then, a dragon-shaped sword chi was slashed out by him. Roar! When the sword slashed out, there was a loud dragon roar in the surroundings and countless lightning bolts seemed to fall from the sky. No, you can't kill me, the third prince roared crazily. This sword was even more terrifying than the previous one. He did not expect that his opponent's combat power would be so strong. He could not withstand it at all. He wanted to escape, but he could not. In the next moment, he was drowned by the sword chi. No, seeing this scene, many almighties cried out in alarm. Their faces were ashen and filled with despair. This was because they could feel that this sword was too terrifying. Even if the third prince was not injured, he would not be able to withstand it. Now that the third prince was seriously injured, he would not be able to withstand it. If the third prince was eliminated, then all of them would be eliminated. In this way, they would not be able to receive the baptism of the imperial dragon bloodline. In front of them, the violent energy continued to flood the area. The surrounding people could not see it clearly. However, everyone's eyes were extremely solemn, regardless of whether it was the third prince or the eighth prince. Buzz, buzz, buzz. However, at this moment, all the almighties on the third prince's side shone brightly. A terrifying spatial energy quickly formed on their bodies. What is this? These people's faces changed, but the eighth prince's face was filled with ecstasy. we won," the Nether King, Daoist Long, and the others gasped when they heard this. Their eyes shone brightly. They were too excited. This meant that the third prince had been eliminated, and the remaining powerhouses would also be teleported out. Sure enough, in the next moment, these powerful beings were enveloped by a mysterious force. They tore through the void and disappeared. In front of him, the energy vortex also gradually disappeared before dispersing. The void in front of him quickly healed, and the third prince was nowhere to be seen. Seeing this scene, the eighth prince's side cheered. Inside the Grand Imperial Hall, the royal elders were all extremely shocked. They never thought that the third prince would actually lose. How could this be? The elders who supported the third prince all had ugly expressions on their faces as they gnashed their teeth. Those who supported the eighth prince were very excited. Inside the imperial palace, there was another hall. There was a huge formation there. It was very mysterious. The array suddenly flickered, and then a figure appeared. This person was the third prince. As soon as he appeared, he roared furiously at the sky, as if he had gone mad. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" the third prince gritted his teeth. His eyes were red, and the murderous aura on his body pierced through the void. "Xianxia, how dare you eliminate me? I will definitely kill you, I will tear you into pieces," the third prince roared crazily. However, no matter how much he roared, he could not change the fact that he had been eliminated. The news of the third prince's appearance swept out like a gust of wind. When the other princes heard about it, they were all extremely shocked and could not believe it. To be honest, if the second prince, the sixth prince, and the seventh prince were eliminated, they would not be shocked. They would not be too shocked. After all, these princes were ordinary and would be eliminated sooner or later. However, the first to be eliminated was the third prince. The third prince was one of the three strongest princes. His strength was extremely terrifying. He was the most popular prince in the battle for the position of crown prince. He had a high chance of becoming the crown prince. However, such a person had been eliminated. How could they not be shocked? When they found out that it was the eighth prince who eliminated the third prince, they all fell silent. This was because the eighth prince was also one of the three strongest princes. Now that he had defeated the third prince, it could be said that he was extremely powerful. Perhaps only the first prince could fight against him. After the first prince received the news, his face turned gloomy and he snorted coldly. This eighth prince was able to defeat the third prince. This is really surprising. However, if he wants to deal with me, he is still too weak. The first prince could not let his guard down. I feel that the reason why the eighth prince was able to defeat the third prince was related to Xianxia. After all, he had just obtained a unique treasure. Perhaps it was the unique treasure that played a role. Yes, that's right. I think so too. After the first prince said that, the surrounding experts nodded their heads. The first prince's eyes flickered. Then, he said, "Where is the Golden Lion King? Let him come back. We will meet him." Xianxia had already met up with the eighth prince. It would be dangerous for him to go alone. Moreover, calculating the time, it was almost time for the final battle to begin. Let's eliminate the other princes first. Next, the first prince started to act. He did not specifically look for the eighth prince. Instead, he pushed his way through. He eliminated all the princes that he encountered along the way. The eighth prince had the same plan. He also pushed his way through. Soon, the weaker princes were eliminated. In the end, only the first prince, the eighth prince, and the stronger fourth prince, the ninth prince, and the 15th prince were left. Among them, the ninth prince and the 15th prince joined forces to fight against the first prince. On the other side, the eighth prince and the fourth prince met. Ninth prince, 15th prince, you two should obediently admit defeat. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Humph, you want us to admit defeat? Sure, show us your strength and defeat us, otherwise, it's impossible for us to surrender with just a few words, the ninth prince snorted coldly. The 15th prince also had a serious expression. The kings around them all looked as if they were facing a great enemy. You're courting death, since you want to fight me, I won't hold back. The first prince sneered. Then, a giant dragon appeared on his body. Go, kill them, the first prince shouted coldly. The kings around him also started to move. At the same time, a golden figure descended from the sky. He was like a god of war. His aura suppressed the surroundings. Not good, it's the Golden Lion King, quickly stop him, the 9th prince and the 15th prince roared. They knew how terrifying the Golden Lion King was. They could not let him get close. Otherwise, they would be in danger. Boom, a fierce battle broke out. However, the first prince's side was too strong. In addition to the Golden Lion King, the 9th prince and the 15th prince were eliminated in the end. 8th prince, you're the only one left. The first prince sneered. Then, he waved his hand and led his men to set off again. On the other side, the 4th prince and the 8th prince met and fought fiercely. Among them, Xianxia stood out. He looked at Lin Xian without saying a word. However, the sword intent on his body was getting more and more terrifying. The aura he emitted was far stronger than before. Obviously, Xianxia had also obtained a great opportunity during this period of time and improved his strength. Lin Xian naturally knew what Xianxia meant. Therefore, he also took a step forward and sword chi surged on his body. Then, he used the chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword and fought with Xianxia. What a terrifying sword technique! Xianxia and Lin Xian exchanged more than 10 moves and were defeated. His arms were trembling slightly because his opponent's sword technique was too terrifying. He didn't use this sword technique in the first stage. Could it be that he obtained it in some ruins? Xianxia was extremely shocked. Xianxia was defeated, and soon, the 4th prince was defeated as well. It couldn't be helped. Although the 4th prince was powerful, he was still lacking when compared to the 3rd prince. Since the 3rd prince was eliminated, the 4th prince would definitely not be able to hold on for long. Therefore, the 4th prince and the kings around him were all teleported out. In the royal palace, the 4th prince and the others appeared. They also sighed, knowing that they had no chance to compete for the position of crown prince this time. Let's go. The 4th prince tidied his clothes and said, let's go and see if the 1st prince or the 8th prince won this time. Although he lost, the 4th prince wasn't too depressed. Because he knew from the beginning that his chances of winning the position of crown prince were less than 10%. Therefore, in the second stage, he led his men to search for all kinds of ruins and obtain the treasures inside to increase his strength. He had done his best to do what he should do. Therefore, there was no need to be disappointed now. Right now, he wanted to go and watch the final battle. Not only him, all the princes went to the Grand Imperial Palace. Those powerful beings also followed one after another. They were still in the camp of their respective princes, so they naturally had the opportunity to watch the final battle. In an instant, the Grand Imperial Hall became extremely lively. Everyone was discussing who the final victor was. Humph, was there even a need to think? It had to be the 1st prince, with the strength of the Crown Prince's lineup, as well as the Golden Lion King, who could be the Crown Prince's opponent. No matter how strong the 8th prince was, it was impossible for him to compete with the eldest prince. That's right, the final victor would definitely be the 1st prince. Many old men spoke bold words. It was obvious that they supported the 1st prince. Hearing this, the corners of the Empress's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile. However, some people didn't think so. Not necessarily, the 8th prince was not to be underestimated. Moreover, he still had Lin Xian. That kid had obtained a lot of rare treasures. I'm sure you've all seen the previous battle. Lin Xian's battle prowess is incomparably terrifying. He's definitely at the top. There would definitely be no problem for him to compete with the Golden Lion King. Yes, there would be no problem for him to compete with the Golden Lion King. However, do you think the 8th prince would be able to compete with the 1st prince among the remaining people? Someone sneered. In short, everyone was discussing intensely. However, at this moment, someone exclaimed. Look, they've met. Hearing this, everyone shut their mouths. Their eyes widened as they looked at the screen. They discovered that the 1st prince and the 8th prince had indeed met. The two sides were facing each other in the air, and the void was directly shattered. Seeing this scene, everyone took a deep breath. Their expressions were incomparably solemn. The blood in their bodies was about to boil because this was the final battle. The 8th prince and the 1st prince had met. The 8th prince was incomparably solemn. The king almighties behind him also looked as if they were facing a great enemy. After all, the 1st prince was the strongest prince. He had many trump cards in his hands, and he also had the Golden Lion King. It could be said that his strength was incomparably terrifying. Old 8, I didn't expect that the one who would fight with me in the end would be you, the 1st prince looked over and said coldly. However, against me, you have no chance of winning. If you don't want to lose too much, I advise you to obediently take your people and admit defeat. Otherwise, when I make my move, you won't have a good ending. Humph, the 8th prince coldly snorted. It wasn't certain who would win or lose, since they had already reached the final step. How could he admit defeat at this moment? You're courting death. Seeing that the 8th prince still wanted to resist, the 1st prince sneered. The king almighties behind him also emitted a terrifying aura. At the same time, in the sky, a golden figure descended. Boom, a terrifying aura pressed down in all directions. The Golden Lion King, seeing this golden figure, the 8th prince's side sucked in a breath of cold air. The moment the Golden Lion King descended, he didn't care about anyone else. His eyes were fixed on Lin Xian. Kid, hand over the heavenly treasure, otherwise, die. Humph, Lin Xian snorted and took a step forward. His body emitted a biting cold aura. You want the heavenly treasure in my hands? Sure, but you have to defeat me. The heavenly treasure is yours. You're courting death. The Golden Lion King's face sank. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Then, a strange rune appeared between his eyebrows. The power of his bloodline immediately surged. That rune was very dazzling and incomparably mysterious. It made people feel dizzy just by looking at it. The chi and blood in the Golden Lion King's body was like a furnace, emitting a terrifying light. Rays of rainbow light shot into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds. Boom, a terrifying aura erupted, causing everyone's expression to change. Especially the 8th prince's side. Everyone looked as if they were facing a great enemy. There was nothing they could do. The aura emitted by the Golden Lion King was too terrifying. It made them feel suffocated. Was this the power of the war tribe's bloodline? It was too terrifying, that's right. He was only a 6-star king, but he already had the battle strength of a peak almighty. If he entered the realm of almighty, wouldn't he be heaven-defying? Everyone was shocked. After the Golden Lion King used his bloodline power, his aura became extremely sharp. His gaze was like a golden divine sword, piercing through the void. At this moment, he didn't seem like a human. Instead, he seemed like a high and mighty war god, looking down on the common people. Humph, Lin Xian snorted. Since you want to fight, I'll fulfill your wish. As his voice fell, a terrifying light surged from his body. The great dragon sword soul in his body erupted. A majestic sword aura shot into the sky. Buzz, with a slash, the primal chaos destroyer sword soul's power erupted. It was incomparably terrifying, like a heavenly sword descending. Buzz, with a slash, the primal chaos heaven destroyer sword was unleashed. Mixed with the power of the great dragon sword soul, it was incomparably terrifying. Boom, the Golden Lion King clenched his fist, and the bloodline power in his body surged crazily. Then, he punched out. When the two collided, shocking energy exploded, and the surrounding space quickly collapsed. An extremely powerful energy storm formed between the two of them. Not good, retreat. When the surrounding King Almighty saw this scene, their expressions changed. They frantically retreated, and instantly retreated a few thousand miles. Even the 1st prince and the 8th prince quickly retreated. Soon, the space where they were originally standing turned into countless cracks, and then collapsed. Not only that, the cracks were still spreading. Soon, it spread from 1,000 miles to 10,000 miles. The entire space within 10,000 miles was completely shattered. The violent energy swallowed Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King. It was too terrifying. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them with fear. Even the elders in the Grand Imperial Hall felt their scalps go numb. This was just a casual attack from the two young men, and it caused such a terrifying scene. If the two of them attacked with their full strength, how terrifying would it be? They didn't dare to imagine. Those princes were also silent. Especially the third prince, he was so angry that he was gnashing his teeth. Right now, his killing intent towards Lin Xian could be said to be monstrous. However, now that he saw how powerful Lin Xian was and how he could actually fight the Golden Lion King head-on, he was even more furious. The first prince's expression was grave and somewhat cold. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to fight the Golden Lion King. It was really out of his expectations. However, in the next moment, he sneered. He didn't have the Golden Lion King, but his side was still very strong. However, on the 8th prince's side, without Lin Xian, his strength would probably be greatly reduced. Therefore, in the next moment, his gaze was like a knife as he stared at the 8th prince. "Old 8, follow me to the other side to fight." Hoof, the 8th prince snorted and flew away with Daoist Long and the other kings. After flying for 30,000 miles, they stopped. It couldn't be helped. If they wanted to fight, they couldn't rely on Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King to get too close. Otherwise, they would be affected. Let the two young geniuses fight. The first prince also followed behind and stopped. He laughed coldly and said, "Old 8, let me see if you have made any progress during this period." "You will see," the 8th prince said in a deep voice. A dragon-shaped phantom appeared on his body. Then, with a cold shout, he attacked. Boom! Boom! Terrifying energy erupted as the 8th prince and the 3rd prince finally clashed. Everyone in the Grand Imperial Hall was astonished when they saw the dazzling lights dancing on the screen and Wu Ji's divine ability. However, they actually wanted to see the battle between the Golden Lion King and Xian. But now, the 1st prince and the 8th prince were more than 30,000 miles away from Lin Xian and the others, so the light screen couldn't show them. They could only wait patiently. However, at this moment, a very powerful elder of the royal family said in a deep voice. Perhaps the key to this battle was to see who would emerge victorious between Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Could it be that the two young men were already able to affect the entire battle? However, after thinking about it, it was indeed so. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but become excited. On the other side, Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King clashed, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to split. Then, the two of them stopped again and each stood on one side. The Golden Lion King's body shone brightly like a god of war. He retracted his fist with a cold expression. "Kid, hand over the Heavenly Emperor's treasure obediently. Otherwise, your end will be very miserable. I've said it before. If you defeat me, the treasure will be yours." Lin Xian replied in a deep voice. "Alright, I'll let you see the ultimate skill of my war tribe today." As soon as he finished speaking, the aura on his body became violent again. He was like an immemorial beast. He recovered quickly. Burning Sun Fist. The Golden Lion King's arms danced, and the power of his bloodline spread out. A violent aura swept through the world. Each fist was incomparably terrifying, like a sun blooming in the sky. This fist technique of mine is a set of ultimate skills of the war tribe. Under the power of my bloodline, it's incomparably terrifying. No one below the realm of supreme beings can resist it. You are no exception. The Golden Lion King transformed into a ball of fiery red sun as it charged towards Lin Xian at high speed. Is that so? What war tribe? It's just a legend. I was able to injure you last time, and I can do the same this time. Lin Xian pulled out the 9-nether demon sword, and a terrifying killing intent bloomed from his body. In the next moment, he used the Primal Chaos Heaven Destroyer sword and faced the attack. Boom! Soon, the two of them met in the air. The golden fist and the sharp sword technique collided once again. The sky fell and the earth cracked. Nothing could withstand this power. Lin Xian also frowned because he felt that the other party's power had become stronger again. It was even more violent than before. It was as if thousands of mountains were pressing down on his sword, making his demon sword incomparably heavy. Do you feel it? This is my true power. Do you think you can contend against it? The Golden Lion King's handsome face revealed a trace of malevolence. Then, he attacked again. Burning heaven and earth, the golden fist burned fiercely and turned into two golden suns. It attacked again and forced Lin Xian to retreat. The Golden Lion King walked over with large strides, creating countless cracks in the void. With every step, the aura on his body condensed. The power of bloodline turned into strange demonic runes one after another, appearing on his body. In the dark, there seemed to be an incomparably terrifying battle intent that was awakening and erupting. You injured me last time because I was careless. This time I will use all of my bloodline power. I will let you know how terrifying the war tribe is. It's not something you can imagine. The golden rune between the golden lion king's eyebrows flickered. The power of bloodline in his body quickly circulated. His fist transformed into thousands of suns, crushing the void and enveloping Lin Xian. Each sun was incomparably terrifying. They burned fiercely and could instantly kill an elite supreme expert. Perhaps even a peak supreme expert wouldn't be able to withstand it. Lin Xian's expression was grave. He didn't expect this golden lion king to be more terrifying and powerful than he imagined. As expected of the legendary genius of the war tribe. It was absolutely heaven-defying. This was the most terrifying enemy he had encountered so far. In the next moment, he would use the primal chaos heaven destroyer sword. A terrifying sword light would surge out and slash apart the sun-like phantoms one after another. However, when the sun phantoms exploded, the energy formed caused a terrifying impact to him. Fortunately, his physique had been refined by the immemorial demonic blood and far surpassed before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Kid, I didn't expect you to be more powerful than before. Interesting indeed, however, you are not my opponent at all. The Golden Lion King was surprised to see that Lin Xian was able to block the golden suns in the sky. He realized that Lin Xian's strength was indeed stronger than the last time they met. But so what, he had fully activated his bloodline power. He could even kill a god, limitless heaven and earth. The Golden Lion King's fist technique became extremely berserk again. Terrifying golden fists appeared in the sky. Then, they formed a golden ocean and rolled over. The void collapsed in an instant. There was nothing that could withstand it at all. At this moment, Lin Xian felt a great sense of danger. Even the King Almighties who were fighting tens of thousands of miles away trembled as fear rose in their hearts. They subconsciously turned their heads and looked at the sky tens of thousands of miles away. There, golden light flickered. It was impossible to see clearly. However, the aura it emitted seemed to be able to devour heaven and earth. Lin Xian also felt threatened. He didn't dare to be careless. He covered himself with the black battle armor and summoned the Ice Guardian. Then, Lin Xian used the primal chaos heaven destroyer sword and attacked. Demon Seal. Terrifying sword chi was unleashed. It seemed to be able to seal the heaven and earth. Therefore, the golden waves that the Golden Lion King shot out gradually dimmed under the influence of Demon Seal. It seemed like they would disappear at any time. What was going on? Why did the golden light in the distance suddenly dim? The kings 30,000 miles away were extremely confused. The Golden Lion King also frowned. He could feel a mysterious power weakening his strength. Boom, in the next moment, the golden light in the sky disappeared completely. It was completely sealed. What was this? The Golden Lion King frowned. A trace of coldness appeared in his eyes. The burning sky-scorching sun fist was his war tribe's ultimate skill. It was extremely violent and terrifying. No one could resist it, let alone seal it. But now, the berserk power he had unleashed had inexplicably disappeared. He was unable to believe it. However, before he could react, Lin Xian charged at him once again. Seeing this scene, the Golden Lion King's face darkened. Not only did he fail to injure Lin Xian, but his attack was also destroyed. This made him furious. One must know that he was the Golden Lion King. He was a genius of the war tribe. He had never placed anyone in his eyes. But now, Lin Xian was provoking him again and again. He even successfully suppressed him. This made him so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Damn brat. Go to hell. The Golden Lion King roared. The golden light in his body suddenly burst out and engulfed the surroundings. At the same time, two balls of golden flames appeared on his fists. Instantly, the spiritual chi within a radius of 10,000 miles surged towards him and entered the two balls of flames in his hands. The two balls of flames became even more resplendent, as if they were the flames of the gods. Boom, the void directly collapsed, unable to withstand this power at all. Soon after, the Golden Lion King formed a seal with both of its hands, and the two golden flames began to fuse together. Suddenly, an even more terrifying aura burst out. Not only that, but the golden flame also began to transform into a golden divine tree that was burning fiercely. Above the golden birth god tree, clusters of golden phantoms appeared like suns. Sun God's palm, with a wave of his palm, the sky was filled with flames. It was as if a real sun had descended to the mortal world. That terrifying aura directly shattered the mountain peak below. Large swathes of the forest burned and turned into ashes. In the Golden Lion King's hand, the golden flames turned into 9 golden crows. They spread their wings and flew towards Lin Xian. Soon after, they grew in size and turned into 300-meter-long demonic beasts. They were incomparably terrifying. Lin Xian roared. The dragon sword domain quickly appeared and turned into 2 true dragons. They circled around his hands. In the next moment, he grabbed the void and pulled with force. Ka, the entire void was like a piece of cloth. It was torn in half from the middle. A huge black crack flew out from Lin Xian's fingertip and spread forward. The sky seemed to have really been split open. The violent spatial energy spread out in all directions. It even charged towards the Golden Lion King. This was a very terrifying method. It was equivalent to Lin Xian withstanding the terrifying spatial energy. However, countless sword chi rose from his body and destroyed the power of space. However, the 9 golden crows in front were fiercely attacked. The first 3 golden crows were instantly torn in half by the spatial energy. They turned into countless flames and fell into the dark void. However, this was an absolute art after all. In addition to the power of the Golden Lion King's bloodline, it was incomparably terrifying and burned fiercely. The 6 golden crows behind directly shattered the void and attacked again. They fought against the spatial crack. In the end, they disappeared into the void together. Spatial energy? The Golden Lion King frowned. He didn't expect the other party to have grasped this spatial energy. This spatial energy was very difficult to grasp. As far as he knew, only the Gu family of the East had grasped it. He didn't expect the other party to have it. However, in the next moment, the corner of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. Brat, don't think that you can threaten me just because you have grasped the spatial energy, you are too naive. I will let you know the true power of my war tribe. The Golden Lion King's mouth curled up into a sinister smile. The golden light in his eyes bloomed even more. The golden rune between his brows became even more resplendent. In the next moment, he stretched out his hands and pulled with force. Crack! Crack, crack! Instantly, the void in front of him was torn apart. A huge black crack spread out. That scene was exactly the same as Lin Xian's. It was as if it was copied. In the sky, 2 incomparably dark spatial cracks were spread out. Everyone within 100,000 miles could see it. At this moment, not to mention the 8th prince and the 1st prince, even the people in the Grand Imperial Hall could see it through the screen. They were extremely terrified. What kind of ability did the 2 of them use? How could they tear apart such a terrifying space? Heavens, this couldn't be spatial energy, right? Otherwise, ordinary energy wouldn't be able to tear apart such a terrifying void. That's right. Only an invincible king could create such a spatial crack. Other than spatial energy, I can't think of anything else. The 2 of them actually know how to use spatial energy. How is this possible? Everyone was stunned. They couldn't understand it at all. Lin Xian furrowed his brows as well. When he saw that the other party was doing the exact same thing as him and creating a scene, he immediately frowned. What's going on? Why does it feel so familiar? Lin Xian coldly snorted. He formed a seal with both hands. The Hell's Ice Lotus flew out from his hands and rushed forward. Useless brat. The Golden Lion King's mouth curled up into a sinister smile. The power of his bloodline bloomed even more. He also formed a seal. Soon after, a golden lotus flew out and enlarged. It was like a golden mountain as it rotated in the empty palace. The aura it emitted was incomparably terrifying. A golden lotus quickly flew out and enlarged. It was like a golden mountain as it rotated in the illusory palace. The aura it emitted was extremely terrifying. Boom! 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 The two lotuses collided in the air and formed a terrifying storm. Then, they were extinguished together. It was the same attack again. Lin Xian frowned even more. In the next moment, the demon-slaying sword formation appeared under his feet. An immemorial shadow soared into the sky. The black shadow carried a violent power as it charged towards the Golden Lion King. The Golden Lion King sneered in disdain. At this moment, he was like a god of war that controlled the world. Countless golden patterns spread under his feet and turned into golden flames. They condensed into a golden illusory shadow. It was like an immemorial demon god that emitted a desolate aura. It really looked like a golden immemorial demon beast that had awakened. Boom, boom. Another shocking collision. Then, the two completely disappeared in the void. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was completely stunned. He was too familiar with this method. No matter what the other party used, he could simulate it. This was a divine ability that came with his great dragon sword soul. How did the other party know how to use it? Lin Xian was too surprised. It could even be said that he was extremely shocked. Because he didn't expect the Golden Lion King's move to be so similar to his. But, how was this possible? The reason why he could do it was because he had the great dragon sword soul. It could simulate everything. How did the other party do it? Why was it able to simulate the move he used? Could it be that the other party also had a similar divine ability or treasure? Lin Xian didn't know, but he was extremely shocked. Rizalong, hey Tu, do you know the origin of the war tribe? Lin Xian asked through voice transmission. However, Rizalong and Hey Tu shook their heads. The war tribe was prosperous about 100,000 years ago. However, it gradually declined. 10,000 years ago, it completely disappeared. When I was there, the war tribe had already disappeared. And Hong said. Hey Tu also said that when I was there, the war tribe was very low-key. Therefore, I couldn't find anything. Lin Xian's frown deepened when he heard the voice transmission. Even Hey Tu and the Crimson Dragon didn't know about what happened 100,000 years ago, so how could he know? However, he guessed that the war race was definitely not that simple. Seeing Lin Xian's astonished expression and frowning appearance, the Golden Lion King smiled. How is it, brat? Are you very astonished? It's no wonder you're surprised. I can use all the martial skills and divine abilities you use. Therefore, in front of me, you have no chance of winning. A confident smile appeared on the Golden Lion King's face. He looked at Lin Xian with pity in his eyes. I admit that you can be considered a genius, surpassing most people. But unfortunately, you met me. The war race is not something you can imagine. The war clan's foundation also far surpasses your understanding, therefore, they had to obediently hand over the heavenly treasure. I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, you will experience what it means to be in despair, to live a life worse than death. Hearing the Golden Lion King's words, Lin Xian regained his senses and coldly snorted. Although he didn't know what method the Golden Lion King used to imitate his divine abilities, he still dared to challenge the war race. However, the other party actually dared to compete with him in this aspect. He was really courting death. The great dragon sword soul wasn't someone to be trifled with. As long as Lin Xian used his full strength, it would definitely be terrifying. Therefore, the other party was truly courting death. This is your method, the divine ability of your war race? In my opinion, it's only SOSO. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Only SOSO, brat, don't boast. I can use all the divine abilities you know. Moreover, under the power of my bloodline, they're definitely stronger than yours. What can you use to defeat me, even stronger than mine? You're too confident, too naive. You can give it a try and see if it's stronger than mine. Lin Xian disdainfully snorted. He would let the other party know what was called the Great Dragon Sword Soul, unparalleled in the world. Since you're courting death, I'll grant you your wish. The Golden Lion King's face sank. Since the other party didn't know the difference between life and death, there was no need for him to hold back. On the other side, Lin Xian's palms formed seals again. The black hellfire and the blue sea god's eyes quickly merged in front of him. However, this time, it wasn't a simple fusion. Lin Xian poured the power of the great dragon sword soul into it. The Hell's Ice Lotus was formed. On the surface of the lotus, dragon patterns appeared, emitting a terrifying aura. This power was several times stronger than before. Lin Xian waved his arm and the Hell's Ice Lotus flew out. It's useless. I've already learned this move. You're not my opponent at all. Seeing Lin Xian using the Hell's Ice Lotus, the Golden Lion King sneered in disdain. He quickly formed seals with his palms and the power of his bloodline surged. A golden lotus rose into the air and flew out quickly. Boom, in the next moment, the two collided in the air and a terrifying energy swept out. Humph. Although it's just an imitation, my bloodline power is definitely far stronger than yours. This time, you won't be able to block it at all. The Golden Lion King stood behind with a cold gaze. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. Even his pupils shrank abruptly. Damn it. How is this possible? He was extremely shocked because he felt that the Hell's Ice Lotus he formed was quickly shattering into pieces. The other party's Hell's Ice Lotus was coming at him with a terrifying aura. Boom, in an instant, it arrived in front of him. How is this possible? He was extremely shocked and didn't dare to believe it. How did the other party's power increase again? In fact, it even surpassed the power of his bloodline. What's going on? He couldn't understand. However, he didn't have time to think about it. The Hell's Ice Lotus in front of him had already enveloped him. If this energy exploded, it would definitely threaten his life. Therefore, in the next moment, the Golden Lion King roared and his speed exploded to the limit. He turned into a stream of light and disappeared in an instant. At the same time, he waved his fists and used the Fearless Lion's seal. The terrifying seal was infused with his bloodline power. It was as if a real demon king had awakened. In an instant, he collided with the Hell's Ice Lotus in front of him. Only then did he block the Hell's Ice Lotus. However, he was still affected by this energy and kept retreating. The golden flames on his body were extinguished by quite a bit. Damn it. What's going on? His divine ability was even more powerful than before. The Golden Lion King retreated to the back with an incomparably cold expression. Previously, he had tested the other party's power. It was the same as when he didn't use his bloodline power. Now that he used his bloodline power, his combat power had increased by several times. It would definitely not be a problem to kill the other party. Even if he used the same move, he would still be able to defeat the other party. However, the situation now was beyond his expectations. Both parties used the same move, but his move was broken. In other words, the other party's divine ability was more powerful than his. However, how is this possible? He was a genius of the war tribe and possessed an incomparably terrifying bloodline power. He was born for battle. His battle prowess had reached the pinnacle of the younger generation. How could his opponent be stronger than him? He did not believe it. Why? Are you surprised? Is it out of your expectations? On the other side, Lin Xian stepped in the air and walked over. He revealed a trace of ridicule. Who do you think you are to be able to control everything? Do you think the war tribe is really as powerful as the legends say? In my opinion, it's only SOSO. At least, you can't control me. Damn it, I don't believe it, the Golden Lion King roared. Brat, I don't know what secret technique you used to stimulate your body's potential. That's why your battle prowess is multiplied. But thinking about it, the secret technique can't last for too long. It can't be compared to my bloodline power at all. Ignorant, the war tribe was strong, but they were not the strongest. Otherwise, they wouldn't have declined. Lin Xian's expression was cold. Do you still think that your war tribe is at its peak? You're courting death. My war tribe just doesn't want to come out. Now, I'll let you know how powerful I am. The Golden Lion King was really angry. His opponent actually dared to look down on him and look down on the war tribe. This was something that the arrogant Golden Lion King could not tolerate. Hence, in the next moment, he roared and the golden flames on his body jumped. He instantly turned into a huge golden giant and roared towards the sky. Then, a golden flame longsword appeared in the golden giant's hand. It turned into a golden dragon and roared in the sky. Brat, die for me, the Golden Lion King roared and swung his arm down. The golden flame longsword also slashed down. This move was Lin Xian's ultimate move, Fire God's Roar. At this moment, it was used by the Golden Lion King and its power was terrifying. Humph, let me show you what the real fire god's roar is. Lin Xian coldly snorted and the hellfire on his body quickly spread. Then, a black giant was quickly formed. Roar, the black giant roared towards the sky and let out waves of dragon roars. The surrounding mountains instantly shattered and a terrifying black hole appeared in the sky. Lightning fell from the sky. This energy fluctuation was felt by everyone within a radius of 100,000 miles. Instantly, the 8th prince and 1st prince's people raised their heads in shock. In the next moment, their pupils shrank. That was because they saw two towering giants tens of thousands of miles away. They stood there as if they could reach the heavens. One was like a god of war in gold, while the other was like a demon king in darkness. Even though they were tens of thousands of miles away, they could still feel the terrifying aura. Some of the weaker ones even began to tremble uncontrollably. This was too shocking, they were all powerful geniuses. Yet, they were all trembling under such pressure. What kind of strength was this? They couldn't believe it. The people in the Grand Imperial Hall saw the two giant figures standing in the distance through the light screen. Then, they all sucked in a cold breath. When they saw the black giant let out a furious roar and shatter the sky, they were even more astonished. This black giant was so strong, this was Lin Xian's giant, one of his ultimate moves. He had seen it before. Many people were discussing this matter. On the other hand, the elders who supported the 1st prince had gloomy expressions. What was going on? It was obvious that the Golden Giant's aura had been suppressed. But how was this possible? Could it be that the Golden Lion King couldn't defeat the other party? When this thought came out, they were all stunned. How was this possible? The Golden Lion King was a genius of the war tribe. He was born for battle. How could there be someone he couldn't defeat, unless it was a supreme expert? They didn't dare to believe that there was someone who could suppress the Golden Lion King. The Golden Lion King's expression was gloomy. He felt the aura of a dragon from the other party and was instantly shocked. What was going on? Why was there the aura of a dragon? Who was the other party? Could it be someone from the royal family? The dragon's roar. He immediately thought of the royal family. Only the royal family had the aura of a dragon and could let out a dragon's roar. However, Lin Xian wasn't from the royal family. Then why? Could it be because of his cultivation technique? The Golden Lion King's expression was gloomy. He didn't expect the other party's cultivation technique to be related to dragons. So what? Even if it was related, it wasn't a real dragon. I don't believe that you can suppress me. The Golden Lion King was also furious. There was a hint of madness in his cold eyes. In the next moment, the rune on his forehead flickered even more. The power of his bloodline was unleashed to the extreme. Mysterious runes revolved around him like divine runes. They were incomparably mysterious. Even the surroundings were filled with an ancient voice. His voice was very low, and it shook people's souls. Buzz, when this scene appeared, the golden flames on the surface of his body suddenly blossomed. It was like a huge sun, extremely dazzling. The Golden Lion King's aura rose again, as expected. As expected of a genius of the war tribe, seeing this scene, everyone started to discuss. The Crown Prince heaved a sigh of relief. That's right. How could the Golden Lion King be suppressed? That brat dared to fight with the Golden Lion King. He would definitely be killed. It could even increase his strength. It was indeed powerful. Lin Xian was also shocked. He had to admit that the Golden Lion King was indeed a difficult opponent. Its strength was incomparably terrifying. However, it was a pity that it met him. In the next moment, Lin Xian directly activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Another loud dragon's roar rang out, shattering the clouds in all directions. In the next moment, the black giant clenched his fists. Countless black flames danced and turned into a huge flaming sword. However, the huge flaming sword was too shocking. It wasn't a sword at all. It was a dragon. A huge black flaming dragon was held in the hands of the black giant. The dragon's head roared towards the sky, looking extremely ferocious. Roar, on it, even the dragon's runes could be clearly seen. Buzz, the sword slashed down, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. The terrifying black dragon sword was incomparably terrifying. It directly slashed forward, wanting to split the Golden Lion King into pieces. Die for me. On the other side, the Golden Lion King also roared. He controlled the golden giant and also swung the huge flaming sword. In the next moment, the two giants attacked at the same time. Two terrifying huge swords collided in the air. Boom! Boom! This attack was extremely terrifying. It really had the aura of destruction. An extremely terrifying sword wave spread out in all directions with the two as the center. Everywhere it passed, mountains, forests, and rivers collapsed. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, extending for tens of thousands of miles. Buzz, tens of thousands of miles away, the eighth prince, the crown prince, and the others who were fighting felt a terrifying surge of energy, causing them to have no choice but to retreat. At this moment, they simply stopped fighting and retreated to the distance to watch the battle. Because this battle was too shocking, they couldn't help but pay attention. The experts and elders in the Grand Imperial Hall widened their eyes as they stared at the screen. Clang, under everyone's nervous gazes, an earth-shattering sound could be heard. The huge golden flaming sword was split in half. Whoosh, the broken half fell to the ground and immediately turned into a sea of golden flames that spread in all directions. The raging flames burned fiercely, but the golden giant roared in anger. In the next moment, it was split in half by the black dragon sword. What? It was split in half. How was this possible? Everyone went crazy. On the first prince's side, the elite experts and elders all widened their eyes in disbelief. The Golden Lion King's golden giant was split in half. The Golden Lion King's pupils shrank in disbelief. His opponent actually broke his attack. How was this possible? How could his opponent be stronger than him? He couldn't believe it. He roared crazily and wanted to block it. However, he realized that the huge black dragon sword was already slashing down rapidly. It would soon engulf him. Get lost, the Golden Lion King unleashed a terrifying attack. A golden armor appeared on his body and covered his entire body, only revealing a pair of cold eyes. Boom, in the next moment, the long sword slashed down. It was earth-shattering. Mountains and rivers were shattered. A terrifying wave of energy turned into a rolling light pillar that rushed into the 9 heavens. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. The earth cracked and the void collapsed. The surrounding mountains cracked and formed huge rifts. Everyone's eyelids twitched as they stared into the distance. They wanted to know how the Golden Lion King was doing. When the black dragon sword's shadow disappeared, everyone became nervous. They didn't know how the Golden Lion King was doing. Damn brat, I'm going to kill you. However, at this moment, a cold voice came from the remnant energy. This voice was filled with killing intent and didn't contain any emotions. Hearing this voice, the first prince and the others heaved a sigh of relief. They knew that this was the Golden Lion King's voice. This meant that the Golden Lion King shouldn't have suffered much damage. Bang! In the next moment, the void was torn apart and the Golden Lion King stepped out. His long golden hair danced wildly in the wind, and his handsome face seemed to have been carved by a knife. However, there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, which was exceptionally eye-catching. Not only that, when they looked down, everyone was stunned. The exquisite golden battle armor on the Golden Lion King was now filled with cracks, as if it would shatter at any moment. Not only that, but the area in front of his body caved in. There was an obvious sword mark that slashed it open. This could no longer be considered a golden armor, because large amounts of blood had dyed it red. He was injured. The Golden Lion King was actually heavily injured. Everyone was extremely shocked, not daring to believe it. On the other hand, the Golden Lion King's expression was ice-cold. The rune between its eyebrows shone even brighter. Even though Xianxia's face was pale, the killing intent he exuded was far sharper than before. Brat, if you dare to hurt me, I'll make you pay back tenfold. The Golden Lion King was truly enraged. He simply couldn't understand why his opponent's might was so much greater than his when they used the same martial skill. This was too illogical. One must know that the Golden Lion King had grasped a kind of divine ability. Only by combining it with the power of his bloodline would he be able to imitate other people's martial skills. Furthermore, under the effect of his bloodline, the might he imitated would far surpass his opponent's. This kind of divine ability could not only defeat his opponent's hand, but it could also shatter his opponent's confidence and martial heart. But now, the divine ability that he was so proud of had actually failed. On the opposite side, Lin Xian sneered. Why? Are you surprised? This is just an appetizer. Next, I'll give you a surprise. Damn it, could it be that this brat still has some trump cards? The Golden Lion King frowned. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. He had an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Because he discovered that Lin Xian's palms were rapidly forming seals. A ferocious and terrifying aura was rapidly emitted from the imprint. Damn it, how is this possible? How can he use it? The Golden Lion King was truly stunned. Damn it, I don't believe it, the Golden Lion King seemed to have received a huge blow. He went crazy. Damn it, how can he use the seal of the Fearless Lion? Impossible, fake. This must be fake, this brat is trying to confuse me, the Golden Lion King roared, trying to stabilize his emotions. However, Lin Xian sneered. Fake, is that so? Then look at this. As he spoke, he waved his palm. The seal of the Fearless Lion was unleashed. A golden lion appeared in the air and roared towards the sky. It was extremely terrifying. Damn it. Impossible. I don't believe it, the Golden Lion King had truly gone crazy. The other party was actually able to use his divine ability. This was too unexpected, this divine ability was his battle tribe's ultimate skill. Others simply couldn't use it. However, how could the other party use it? Damn it, could it be that this brat also knows how to imitate other people's divine ability? But how is this possible? The Golden Lion King was truly stunned. The reason why he could imitate other people's divine ability was because of his battle tribe's bloodline power. Without the bloodline power of the battle tribe, others simply couldn't use it. This was definitely not the seal of the Fearless Lion. Brat, do you think that just by imitating the shape of a lion, it's the seal of the Fearless Lion? You simply can't unleash its power and essence. The Golden Lion King roared and quickly formed seals with his palm. He also unleashed the seal of the Fearless Lion. In his opinion, Lin Xian must be trying to confuse and deceive him. That's why he used the seal of the Fearless Lion. He guessed that the other party's seal only had the shape of a lion. It didn't have the power and essence of the seal of the Fearless Lion. If that was the case, then it was nothing. Because it couldn't threaten him at all. Therefore, he also used the seal of the Fearless Lion and quickly unleashed it. He wanted to shatter the other party's lion. In the sky, the two golden figures collided again and tore apart. However, very soon, the Golden Lion King screamed again. Because he realized that the seal of the Fearless Lion he unleashed was broken by the other party. Damn it! How is this possible? The other party not only had the same shape as him, the power was even stronger than the original version he unleashed. How is this possible? How could the other party use their battle tribe's divine ability? Furthermore, the power was even stronger than his. The Golden Lion King was truly going crazy. Damn brat, how did you do it? Who exactly are you? The Golden Lion King gritted his teeth. How did you do it? Naturally, I did it the same way. Lin Xian sneered. Impossible, I don't believe it, the Golden Lion King roared crazily. I can only do this because I have the battle tribe's bloodline. You're not a member of the battle tribe. It's even more impossible for you to have the battle tribe's bloodline. How did you do it? So it was the bloodline of the war tribe. After Lin Xian heard this, he was enlightened. Now, he finally found some clues. Damn it, you actually tricked me, the Golden Lion King roared. He didn't expect that the other party was still investigating the secret of his war tribe. This made him mad. Therefore, at the next moment, he attacked again. It's useless. I know everything you know. Moreover, the power is stronger than yours. Therefore, you are not my opponent at all, Lin Xian said coldly. These were the words that the Golden Lion King had said to him before. However, he was now returning them back to them. Ah! Damn it! I'm going to kill you, the Golden Lion King was mad. This was a slap to his face. He had to kill the other party in order to vent the hatred in his heart. What's wrong? Are you angry? Lin Xian sneered. Now, have a taste of my burning sky-scorching sun fist. Boom, terrifying black flames rose on Lin Xian's fists. Then, they danced quickly. Numerous black suns danced in the air, releasing terrifying heat. What he was using now was the ultimate skill that the Golden Lion King used before, the burning sky-scorching sun fist. It was also a terrifying ability of the war tribe. At this moment, when it was used, it had the aura of destruction. Damn it, seeing the other party using his war tribe's ultimate skill again, the Golden Lion King was so angry that he vomited blood. Everything was out of his control. Originally, he wanted to use his bloodline power to imitate Lin Xian's ultimate skill to kill the other party. This way, he could use the most humiliating method to kill the other party, but now, he realized that not only did he not succeed, but he was also defeated by the other party. Now, his martial heart was about to collapse. Because the other party was too mysterious, this battle was truly too depressing. The Golden Lion King looked at Lin Xian. The other party was using his war tribe's ultimate skill. Moreover, the other party was stronger than him. This made him mad. He roared crazily. The golden rune between his eyebrows flickered. At the next moment, he gritted his teeth and roared. Brat, I don't believe that you can copy my bloodline power. In the next moment, he used his bloodline secret skill and attacked madly. Suddenly, the power of his bloodline burst out, and a red light rushed out from his forehead. It turned into a red blood sword and slashed down madly. Bloodline sword, the long sword contained a terrifying bloodline power, and mysterious runes flickered on it. The blood-red longsword rushed out, shattering all the black suns, and quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian quickly dodged and used the demigods and semi-devils. At the same time, he used the chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword to fight back. The two sword techniques clashed fiercely in the air. Clang, it was as if a magnificent army was galloping. The blood-red longsword returned to the Golden Lion King's side and floated in front of him. On the other side, Lin Xian also snorted coldly as sword light bloomed from his body. Kid, aren't you very powerful? Attack. Make a copy of my bloodline sword, the Golden Lion King sneered again. How is it? You can't use it anymore, right? Do you think you're very powerful? You can't use the same divine ability as my bloodline power at all, the Golden Lion King sneered disdainfully. He guessed correctly. Lin Xian couldn't copy the divine ability of the bloodline power. However, he sneered at the next moment. So what if you can't copy it? Could it be that you can copy all my divine abilities? What a joke. Of course I can. The Golden Lion King was full of confidence again. You don't have bloodline power, so you don't have any secret bloodline skills. As long as it's not a divine ability formed by bloodline power, I can use it. The sword technique you used to resist my bloodline sword should be a heaven tier sword technique, right? I can also use it. The Golden Lion King snorted and quickly activated the bloodline sword beside him. Immediately, the bloodline sword soared into the sky and quickly danced in the air. It looked exactly the same as the chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword that Lin Xian used before. Kid, do you see that? I can also use heaven tier techniques. However, you can't copy my bloodline sword, therefore, you will definitely die in this battle. Do you think I only have heaven tier techniques? Lin Xian's expression was cold and his eyes flickered. The Golden Lion King was right. He couldn't copy the secret technique of the bloodline power. However, so what? He also had many ultimate moves that his opponent couldn't copy, therefore, Lin Xian decided to use his strongest trump card. He didn't want to delay any longer. He had to get rid of the person in front of him. Buzz, in the next moment, rays of golden light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. They turned into mysterious patterns and covered his entire eyeball. A pair of golden eyes emitted a mysterious aura. Golden eyes, the Golden Lion King was stunned when he saw this scene. In the next moment, he felt his hair stand on end as if he was facing a terrifying threat. Floating light, as expected, the mysterious patterns in Lin Xian's eyes revolved and he launched a powerful attack. Ah, the Golden Lion King's body trembled. His soul power suffered a strong impact as if it was going to shatter his soul. In the next moment, he screamed crazily. Anger appeared in his eyes and the flames on his body surged rapidly. Damn it! It's a soul attack, block it for me. there was a blue necklace around the Golden Lion King's neck. It was emitting a blue radiance. This was a treasure for soul defense. It formed a powerful defense to block Lin Xian's floating light attack. However, it was useless. He underestimated Lin Xian's eye technique. If it was an ordinary eye technique, the blue necklace would definitely be able to block it. However, this was an illusion from the heavenly secret divine eyes. It was extremely terrifying. Therefore, the Golden Lion King fell for it. Boom! Seeing this scene, Lin Xian decisively made his move. The primal chaos exterminating sword slashed out quickly and ruthlessly on the Golden Lion King's body, sending him flying. Boom, boom. Boom, the sky shattered and the earth sank. The Golden Lion King coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. The armor on his body was shattered again. Many of his bones were even broken. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were also impacted. The intense pain made him wake up from the illusion. In the next moment, he roared toward the sky. Golden radiance enveloped his body. He quickly repaired his body. At the same time, he activated the bloodline sword beside him and slashed away the remaining chaotic sword chi. Damn it! This is impossible. The Golden Lion King's face turned ugly once again. The advantage he had gained because of the bloodline sword had disappeared once again. He didn't expect his opponent to use an eye technique. Moreover, it was such a terrifying illusion. Even his soul defense treasure couldn't block it. In the next moment, he roared ferociously. But soon, a smile appeared on his face. Kid, I have to say, thank you very much for giving me such a powerful illusion attack. The Golden Lion King was too excited. If he used his bloodline power to perform such an illusion attack, he would definitely be able to heavily injure his opponent. He might even have the chance to kill his opponent. Therefore, in the next moment, the bloodline power in his body circulated crazily. His pair of blood-red eyes gradually turned golden. But soon, his body trembled and he stood there in a daze. Cold sweat even flowed down his forehead. Damn it, impossible, this is impossible, why can't I copy it? The Golden Lion King was stunned because he realized that he couldn't copy Lin Xian's eye technique at all. What's going on? The Golden Lion King didn't dare to believe it. He couldn't understand how the other party could have something that he couldn't copy. Could it be the power of bloodline? Other than the power of bloodline, he couldn't think of anything else. Because he could even copy a heaven-tier cultivation technique. Damn it, the power of bloodline, you actually have the power of bloodline. The Golden Lion King roared crazily. He originally thought that Lin Xian was just an ordinary genius and didn't have the power of bloodline. But now, he realized that he was gravely mistaken. The other party actually had the power of bloodline, and it was incomparably mysterious. On the opposite side, Lin Xian saw the Golden Lion King's crazy appearance and sneered. Why, didn't you say that you can copy all my divine abilities? Now, copy it and see. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the Golden Lion King was so angry that he vomited blood. This was a slap to his face. And he couldn't even fight back. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth and roared. Brat, don't be too arrogant. I have soul attacks too. I can still kill you, you have it too, is that so? Then show it and let me see. The golden runes in Lin Xian's eyes flickered like a god, incomparably mysterious. Humph, you will see it. The Golden Lion King's expression was cold. His bloodline power circulated crazily. The golden light in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by a touch of blood red. My battle race was born for battle and is incomparably powerful. Do you think my battle race doesn't have any divine abilities? Now, I will let you see it. As the Golden Lion King's voice fell, the blood-red light in his eyes became even more monstrous. It was like a sea of blood, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. Soul Source Slash, as his voice fell, countless blood-red light bloomed in his eyes. Ka, the void in front of him shattered like a mirror. Formless energy surged in the sky, and Lin Xian also felt a threat that came from his soul surging toward him. When this energy surged out, even Lin Xian couldn't help but be shocked. Truly worthy of being a genius of the war race. This Golden Lion King was truly too frightening. In fact, he even felt that the other party could stand shoulder to shoulder with supreme beings. This war race was so mysterious. They actually had a soul-level divine ability, and it was so terrifying. Lin Xian snorted. In the next moment, the golden Tao pattern in his right eye rotated and turned into a golden flame. Ran Hun, golden flames drifted out, formless and formless. The void instantly shattered, unable to withstand it at all. The crimson light began to burn rapidly. Huff. Huff, the golden flame was not big, but it was incomparably terrifying. In an instant, many blood-red rays of light were ignited and burned fiercely, showing signs of spreading for thousands of miles. On the other side, the Golden Lion King held its head and screamed miserably. Its eyes were blank. Roar, it gritted its teeth and waved the bloodline sword beside it, cutting off the connection between the crimson light and itself. Then, it retreated thousands of miles, panting heavily. Its face was incomparably pale. As for the crimson light that was cut off, it quickly burned into ashes. Damn it, impossible. How could this be? The Golden Lion King was stunned. The other party's eye technique was actually stronger than his. One had to know that this soul slash was a soul attack that used its bloodline power. It could instantly slash anyone's soul. It was extremely terrifying and impossible to guard against. It was a secret technique that belonged to it. Once it was used, no one below the Supreme Being level could resist it. If a Supreme Being was accidentally hit, they would probably be seriously injured. However, such a terrifying soul slash was actually burned into ashes, leaving nothing behind. What exactly was that golden flame of the other party? Was it a soul flame condensed from an eye technique? The Golden Lion King was extremely shocked. Even the soul flame of a Supreme Being wasn't that terrifying. Unless it was the soul flame of an invincible king. However, the other party was obviously not an invincible king. In fact, he was just a 6-star king like it. No matter how strong the soul power was, how strong could it be? Why was the soul flame so terrifying? Could it be that it wasn't the soul flame? Then what was it? The Golden Lion King's face was incomparably ugly. However, in the next moment, all the hair on its body stood up. Because it realized that the golden flame was quickly floating towards it. Its soul felt threatened. The Golden Lion King's face instantly turned green. If it was enveloped by this thing, its soul would probably be ignited. At that time, even if it didn't die, it would be seriously injured. Moreover, it would be an injury that would be very difficult to recover from. Damn it, the Golden Lion King was like a golden lightning, constantly dodging and teleporting in the air. However, the golden flame seemed to be staring at it. No matter how it dodged, it couldn't escape. Bloodline sword. Kill it for me, there was no other way. The Golden Lion King could only activate the bloodline sword beside it. Whoosh, the bloodline sword bloomed with runes and turned into a bolt of lightning. It instantly flew out and slashed on the golden flame. Boom, this attack was too terrifying. The explosive energy directly blew up everything. The bloodline sword was indeed mysterious and incomparably terrifying. It contained the bloodline power of the war tribe. Therefore, even if the golden flame was summoned by the Tianji divine eyes, it was still affected. The golden flame on it was somewhat dim. However, the bloodline sword wasn't in a good state either. The blood-colored light on it was flickering like boiling water. It was about to be ignited. The blood-colored light quickly slashed the entire bloodline sword, as if it was about to melt. Seeing this scene, the Golden Lion King's face turned ugly. It roared crazily. Damn it, how could it be like this? This was impossible. It knew how powerful the bloodline sword was. There was absolutely nothing that could block it. However, the golden flame was actually able to block it. Damn it, kill it for me, the Golden Lion King roared crazily and poured all its bloodline power into the sword. Immediately, the bloodline sword bloomed with a strange light. However, on the other side, Lin Xian also activated the Tianji divine eyes. The mysterious runes flickered with golden light. The golden flame also became stronger. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, the flame flickered, able to ignite the bloodline sword. There was no other way. Seeing that the bloodline sword was about to melt, the Golden Lion King gritted its teeth and a trace of madness appeared in its eyes. Block it for me, it roared and directly detonated the bloodline sword. Immediately, the bloodline sword exploded, turning into a blood-colored energy ball and spreading in all directions. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles was instantly covered by the blood-colored energy ball, and it was still continuing. 10,000 miles, 20,000 miles, 30,000 miles. Soon, 50,000 miles was completely covered. Please recommend, vote, subscribe, collect, tip. The eighth prince, the first prince and the others also felt their scalps go numb as they frantically retreated. Once again, they retreated 70,000 li away, their faces filled with fear. The area in front of them was completely covered by the blood-colored energy. They couldn't see clearly at all. The royal elders and experts in the Grand Imperial Hall all frowned and cried out in alarm. They couldn't see the details of the previous battle clearly. Therefore, they didn't know that the Golden Lion King had used the bloodline sword. They also didn't know that Lin Xian had used the heavenly secret divine eyes. Otherwise, they would have gone even crazier than now. They could only see a blood-colored energy ball covering a radius of 50,000 li. The terrifying scene caused them to be extremely shocked. However, they couldn't figure out what kind of attack it was. The blood-colored energy ball lasted for a long time before it gradually faded away. Then, the world regained its clarity and the berserk energy also gradually disappeared. However, the eighth prince and the others didn't dare to approach at all. They could only wait in bewilderment. In front of them, the Golden Lion King's armor was mostly shattered. His hair was disheveled and he looked extremely miserable. Blood flowed from his body. It was abnormally red. He frantically made the bloodline sword explode and finally blocked the golden flame. However, he also suffered from the impact and was heavily injured. On the other side, the dragon sword domain on Lin Xian's body slowly dispersed. The black armor on his body was also mostly shattered. Blood also flowed from the corner of his mouth. The impact from before had also injured him. At this moment, he took out a few elixirs and quickly consumed them. The longevity art in his body quickly circulated and healed his injuries. Although he was injured, his eyes were incomparably sharp. Damn it, how is this possible? This is impossible. On the other side, the Golden Lion King crazily roared. He stared at Lin Xian and looked at the golden eyes. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. Could it be that this was some kind of eye technique? Heavenly secret divine eyes. You're from the heavenly secret race. The Golden Lion King's pupil shrank. The heavenly secret race was an even more mysterious race than the war race. However, the heavenly secret race was also at the peak of the ancient era. They had already been extinct for tens of thousands of years. There might not even be a single heavenly secret race member alive in the entire continent. However, his golden eyes were simply too similar to the legendary heavenly fate god eyes. The Golden Lion King could not help but be suspicious of its might. Damn it, just what is your relationship with the Heaven's Legacy race? Are you from the Heaven's Legacy race? The Golden Lion King had a malevolent expression. As for Lin Xian, he was frowning. Had he been recognized? Sure enough, the golden eyes were too eye-catching. This Golden Lion King should have guessed it. But since that was the case, Lin Xian pulled out the nine-nether devil sword, his body emitting a terrifying killing intent. Since you've guessed it, I can't let you live. Killing intent surfaced in Lin Xian's eyes. He had decided to kill this Golden Lion King. Although it was very risky and might incur the wrath of the heavens, he could not let the news of him possessing the heavenly secret godly eyes spread out. Otherwise, he would become the enemy of the entire world. He was afraid that the people from the Tai dynasty would also attack him. After all, the heavenly secret divine eyes was an extremely mysterious eye. It was rumored that it was related to the reincarnation sword. Regardless of whether the legend was true or not, the power of the heavenly secret divine eyes was enough to drive everyone crazy. Want to kill me? Not so easy, the Golden Lion King snorted. He was very sure that his opponent's eyes were the legendary heavenly secret divine eyes. He never thought that he would encounter the heavenly secret divine eyes one day. Brat, I never thought that you would have the heavenly secret divine eyes. Since that's the case, I won't let you go. If I get your eyes, perhaps no one in the world will be my match. Maybe I'll be lucky enough to obtain information related to the reincarnation sword. The Golden Lion King laughed crazily. He took out countless treasures from his storage ring and consumed them without any regard for his life. Right now, he needed to quickly heal his injuries and kill Lin Xian. Whoosh, brat, I admit that you're very powerful and have the heavenly secret divine eyes. But if I fight with my life on the line, you're definitely not my match. Speaking until here, the bloodline power in his body began to burn. A scarlet flame wrapped around him. Boom, the Golden Lion King's power and aura erupted once again. At this moment, he was extremely terrifying, even surpassing the peak experts. Burning his bloodline power, at this moment, everyone could feel the aura emitted by the Golden Lion King. The first prince and the others were extremely shocked. The royal elders also felt their scalps go numb. What kind of situation did the Golden Lion King encounter? Why did he have to burn his bloodline power? This was a desperate fight. Even if he managed to kill his opponent, he would be severely injured. His cultivation might even drop, he might even need to spend hundreds or thousands of years to recover. However, the Golden Lion King actually burned his bloodline power without any regard for anything else. Could it be that Lin Xian was already so powerful? Lin Xian also frowned. He never thought that the Golden Lion King would be so crazy. He didn't hesitate to burn his bloodline power and burn his life to snatch the heavenly secret divine eyes. It seemed like his prediction was right. He had to kill the Golden Lion King. Otherwise, when the other experts got the news, they would probably hunt him down at all costs. Buzz. Buzz, the power of the Golden Lion King's bloodline burned and turned into 18 ancient runes, protecting his head. Brat, it's useless. Your heavenly secret divine eyes won't be able to hurt me this time, the Golden Lion King coldly snorted. 18 incomparably ancient runes ignited the power of its bloodline and protected its head, which also meant that it was protecting its soul. Without the heavenly secret divine eyes, let's see what you can use to fight me. Boom. Support the original version, fight the pirates. Speaking until here, the Golden Lion King's aura burst out. Then, he quickly charged over. In an instant, he arrived in front of Lin Xian. The golden fist in his hand was wrapped in blood-red flames and fiercely punched out. At this moment, the Golden Lion King's strength increased by several times. There was no helping it. The burning of his bloodline power was too terrifying. Boom. The original version will win, the pirates will die. Lin Xian was forced back. The black battle armor on his body was completely shattered. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His face was incomparably gloomy. Ha 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 ha, did you see that, brat? You can't even block one of my punches. Now, obediently die for me. Seeing that he had forced his opponent back with one punch, the Golden Lion King laughed proudly again. He didn't dare to delay. After all, what he burned was his bloodline power. Therefore, in the next moment, he turned into lightning and charged over again. He wanted to use the fastest time to finish off his opponent. Lin Xian's eyes were cold. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He used the two secret techniques, floating light and soul ignition. The golden light in his eyes burst out and swept out. However, it was blocked by the opponent's 18 ancient runes. Indeed, under the effect of the Golden Lion King burning his bloodline power, it finally blocked his heavenly secret divine eyes. Unless Lin Xian also burned his soul power, he might be able to kill his opponent. However, Lin Xian wouldn't do that. It seemed that he had no choice but to use that move. Unless Lin Xian also desperately burned his soul power, he might be able to kill the other party. However, Lin Xian would not do that. It seemed that he had no choice but to use that move. After being blasted back again, Lin Xian clenched his fist and quickly formed a seal. Immediately, a loud dragon roar rushed out from his body. Buzz, at the same time, the dragon sword domain spread out, covering a radius of 10,000 miles. The sword chi it emitted blocked everyone's view. King domain against me? It's useless, kid. Your domain is no threat to me. Seeing Lin Xian use the king domain to cover a radius of 10,000 miles, the Golden Lion King sneered in disdain. Lin Xian's expression was cold as he floated in the sky. He did not answer the other party, nor did he plan to use the dragon sword domain to kill the other party. He planned to use the dragon sword soul in his body to kill the other party. Buzz, therefore, he wanted to use the king domain to block the view of others. After all, the dragon sword soul was comparable to the heavenly secret divine eyes. It was more mysterious. It was something that could make people go crazy. If the secret of him having the dragon sword soul was leaked, it would not only affect the entire central continent, but also the entire true spirit world. Everyone in the 5 continents would desperately hunt him down, those invincible kings were no exception. Perhaps even the sages would come out to kill him and seize the dragon sword soul. A dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in front of Lin Xian, emitting a terrifying aura. It was as if a divine dragon had appeared in the world. Boom, boom. Boom, a deep dragon roar sounded, and the surrounding space shattered. It could not withstand this energy at all. A terrifying sword aura rushed into the sky. On the opposite side, the Golden Lion King was extremely shocked. He stopped moving, and a bloody light surrounded his body as he looked ahead in shock. He did not expect Lin Xian to have other trump cards other than the heavenly secret divine eyes. Moreover, this energy fluctuation was even more terrifying than the heavenly secret divine eyes. What was that? The Golden Lion King looked ahead with a gloomy face. He discovered that there was a dragon-shaped sword shadow in front of him. It was very ferocious, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as if it was going to break through the sky. The Golden Lion King was shocked. Suddenly, the burning red flames on its body began to surge and jump, as if it had become crazy. Not only that, but all the flames danced forward as if they wanted to kneel down and worship their king. What was going on? The Golden Lion King was stunned. Lin Xian was also stunned. How could such a thing happen to the other party? Could this be related to the great dragon sword soul? In the distance, the Golden Lion King was even more astonished. That was because it was not only the red flames on his body, the bloodline power in his body was also rapidly pulsating like a war drum, abnormally rumbling. In the end, it was even about to leave his body. Damn it, what's going on? How could my bloodline power have changed? The Golden Lion King was stupefied. He had never encountered such an unforeseen change in the power of his bloodline. In the next moment, he suddenly raised his head and stared straight ahead. Could it be that it was because of that sword shadow? He swallowed his saliva in disbelief. However, the only thing that could make his bloodline power tremble so crazily was probably that thing. Damn it, how could the other party have such a thing? The Golden Lion King did not dare to believe it. Their war tribe had been searching for it for tens of thousands of years, but they could not find it. How could it be in the hands of a brat? The Golden Lion King felt his breathing become hurried, and his blood was boiling. He was simply too shocked. That thing was even more terrifying than the heavenly secret divine eyes, an even more terrifying existence. It was also what their war tribe had been searching for all this time. Great Dragon Sword, damn it, you actually have the Great Dragon Sword. The Golden Lion King finally gritted his teeth and roared. Lin Xian's brows twitched, and his face was filled with astonishment. He did not expect that the other party would recognize his Great Dragon Sword soul the moment it appeared. How was this possible? Could it be that the Golden Lion King knew so much about the Great Dragon Sword, or could it be that he knew about the Great Dragon Sword? You actually know about the Great Dragon Sword? This is really unexpected, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. The Golden Lion King snorted coldly, and a trace of madness appeared in its eyes. Brat, I have to say, you have given me too many surprises. You have the heavenly secret divine eyes, a heaven-defying eye technique. Now, you even have the Great Dragon Sword soul. I don't know how the Great Dragon Sword soul ended up in your body. However, you don't deserve to have such a sacred item. This is something that belongs to our war tribe. Now, hand it over obediently. Otherwise, I will let you die an ugly death, something that belongs to your war tribe. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned even more. What was going on? How was the war tribe related to the Great Dragon Sword? He was extremely surprised because the corpse of the 4th-generation successor of the Dragon Sword was in Black Earth. Now that he had obtained the Great Dragon Sword soul, logically speaking, he should be the 5th-generation successor of the Great Dragon Sword. However, what was the relationship with the war tribe? Could it be that someone from the war tribe had obtained the Great Dragon Sword before? Was it the 2nd-generation successor or the 3rd-generation successor? Or was there some other reason? Lin Xian did not know. When he asked He Tu also shook his head. He had never heard of the war tribe being related to the Great Dragon Sword. Humph, thus, Lin Xian snorted coldly. I don't care what relationship your war tribe has with the Great Dragon Sword, But now, it belongs to me. What a load of nonsense. Belongs to you, brat, you are too reckless. The Golden Lion King roared. Our war tribe was born for battle. This great dragon sword was born to belong to us. Since you are not willing to hand it over obediently, then don't blame me for being impolite. In the next moment, he ignited his bloodline power again and charged over crazily. Boom! The Golden Lion King tore through the void and arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. He stretched out his 5 fingers and a blood-red palm grabbed at the dragon-shaped sword shadow. He wanted to snatch it away. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. You dare to snatch my dragon-shaped sword shadow? You are courting death. He grabbed the dragon-shaped sword shadow and let out a resonant dragon roar. With a swing of his sword, a terrifying dragon-shaped sword chi tore through the void and slashed at the Golden Lion King. Buzz, the Golden Lion King dodged rapidly and appeared on the other side of Lin Xian in an instant. At the same time, both of his hands quickly formed seals. One after another, mysterious and simple runes flew out from his fingertips. At the same time, he let out a series of strange syllables. It was as if he was speaking from the outer world. Buzz, as if it was affected, the dragon-shaped sword shadow in Lin Xian's hand also let out a dragon roar. What was going on? He was actually able to affect the great dragon sword soul. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. This was the first time he encountered such a thing. However, in the next moment, he grabbed the great dragon sword soul and the energy in his body quickly circulated. Instantly, the connection was severed. Soon after, the sword chi swept out again. Bang, this time, the Golden Lion King was directly sent flying by the sword chi. A huge sword wound appeared on its body. Fresh blood flowed out crazily and it was almost split into 2. As for his expression, it was also one of extreme fear. The Golden Lion King was directly sent flying by the sword chi, and a huge sword wound appeared on his body. Blood flowed wildly, and he was almost cut in half. As for his expression, it was also one of extreme fear. Damn it! This is impossible. How can you cut off my connection with the great dragon sword soul? The Golden Lion King was too shocked because their war tribe had a mysterious connection with the great dragon sword. The seal and the strange syllables he sent out before were all used to communicate with the great dragon sword. Although it was his first time using it, it was an ancient record of their war tribe, and it couldn't be wrong. Moreover, the great dragon sword soul also sent out a loud sound as if it was responding. Originally, he thought that he could control the great dragon sword soul, but he didn't expect that his connection would be cut off in an instant. The other party was actually able to completely control the great dragon sword soul. How was this possible? He didn't dare to believe it. The next moment, he gritted his teeth and frantically used this secret technique, wanting to communicate with the great dragon sword soul. But this time, it failed. Lin Xian and the great dragon sword soul seemed to have merged into one, and he continuously sent out dragon-shaped sword chi, cutting through the surroundings. This caused the Golden Lion King to continuously retreat, and he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. How is this possible? I don't believe it. How did you completely subdue the great dragon sword soul? The Golden Lion King was really crazy. He had learned about the great dragon sword soul's mysteriousness from the ancient records of the war tribe. That was an offensive saint technique between heaven and earth, and whoever grasped it would be able to obtain the strongest power. However, the more violent the power, the harder it was to control. It was rumored that even saints couldn't completely control it. But now, this kid, a 6-star king, was actually able to completely control the great dragon sword soul. He didn't dare to believe it. Damn it, this can't be real. The Golden Lion King gritted his teeth and roared, but the next moment, he turned around and fled. His speed was extremely fast. Because he didn't plan to continue fighting, he wanted to return. He wanted to leave this place and return to his family. He wanted the war tribe to send out countless experts to snatch the great dragon sword soul. He definitely couldn't let the great dragon sword soul fall into the hands of others. Buzz, the Golden Lion King turned around and fled. His speed was extremely fast. Want to leave? Lin Xian coldly snorted and quickly waved the dragon-shaped sword in his hand. At the same time, he activated the dragon sword domain around him and sent out streams of sword chi to form a sword net cage, sealing off the space and preventing the Golden Lion King from escaping. He had already used 2 of his trump cards, completely exposing his identity and secret. How could he allow the other party to escape? Pong, the dragon-shaped sword in his hand slashed out a terrifying sword chi. It tore through the void and instantly enveloped the Golden Lion King. Roar! The Golden Lion King was so scared that his scalp went numb. All the hair on his body stood up. Because this sword chi was simply too terrifying. In the next moment, a hint of madness appeared in his eyes as he quickly cut open his palm. Countless runes condensed in his palm, accompanied by a stream of scarlet blood. Boom! This was a secret magic formed by his bloodline power. Behind him, a bloody figure took his place. Pong, the bloody man was split into 2 halves by the sword. As for the Golden Lion King, it appeared 1,000 miles away. It was in an extremely sorry state, but it was running away as if it had gone mad. He dodged it. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect the Golden Lion King to have so many secret skills. It was actually able to dodge his dragon-shaped sword chi. This really surprised him. However, this made it even more impossible for him to let the other party leave. In the next moment, he gathered the energy in his body again and prepared to launch the second dragon-shaped sword chi. However, at this moment, the dragon sword domain around him trembled rapidly. It turned into a torrential sword light and flew toward the Golden Lion King. Scram! Support the original version. Fight against piracy. The Golden Lion King roared toward the sky. It burned its bloodline power again without caring about the price. It formed a blood-colored lion and directly shattered the void. Buzz, the Golden Lion King stepped into the blood-colored whirlpool and appeared a few thousand miles away again. The moment he appeared, he ran for his life. That was the Golden Lion King. He came out, he was fine. In the distance, the first prince and the others looked into the distance and were extremely shocked. They didn't expect the Golden Lion King to be the first to come out. Could it be that he won? Thinking of this, the first prince laughed crazily and was extremely excited. That's great. The Golden Lion King won and killed that brat. In this way, they could join hands and kill the 8th prince. On the 8th prince's side, his face was incomparably ugly. If Lin Xian was killed, they would no longer have any chance of winning. The 8th prince's face was even more gloomy. He shook his head crazily. Impossible, Brother Lin couldn't be killed. Lin Xian was extremely powerful. He didn't believe that the Golden Lion King could kill him. Pong. The original version will win, the pirated version will die. In the next moment, the void in the distance shattered. Following that, a figure quickly appeared. It was Lin Xian. Baleful aura surrounded his body. A terrifying sword light covered a radius of more than 10 meters, forming a sword Dao world. Others couldn't see it clearly. He did this because he wanted to hide the heavenly secret divine eyes and the great dragon sword spirit. When his aura appeared, the 8th prince and the others exclaimed. Lin Xian. It was Lin Xian. Lin Xian also came out. He didn't die. That's great. The 8th prince's side was excited. On the other hand, the first prince's side was gloomy. Damn it, what's going on? This brat didn't die. This was far beyond their expectations. At this moment, even the royal elders and almighty experts in the Grand Imperial Hall were extremely surprised. Previously, they could only see the terrifying energy shockwaves. Now, they could finally see the 2 figures. However, these 2 people were too mysterious. One of them was shrouded in a blood-red light, and it was hard to tell him apart. The other was shrouded in a sharp sword chi, and it was also hard to see him clearly. However, they could still distinguish who was who. The one with blood-red aura was naturally the Golden Lion King. That blood-red aura should be the power of bloodline. The one with monster sword chi was naturally Lin Xian. After all, he was an incomparably terrifying swordsman. But soon, they were stunned. Because after Lin Xian came out, he shouted coldly. Want to leave? Do you think you can leave? As he spoke, a terrifying sword light shot out rapidly, forming a huge dragon in the air and surging forward. Damn it, the blood-red figure in front roared and struck out a huge blood-red palm. It was like the palm of a Buddha, fiercely slapping towards the void. Boom, heaven and earth shook. The blood-red palm slapped on the terrifying sword chi, forming a huge energy storm. But soon, the blood-red palm was cut open. Countless blood surged in all directions. The Golden Lion King coldly snorted and turned around to escape. What's going on? The Golden Lion King escaped. The almighty experts on the first prince's side were all dumbfounded. Even the first prince's mouth twitched and his face turned gloomy. In the Grand Imperial Hall, the royal elders were even more shocked. Heavens, did the Golden Lion King lose? Why did it escape? To be honest, they were really confused. They didn't know what was going on. The eighth prince's side was also stunned. To be honest, they were all confused. They had no idea what was going on. The eighth prince's side was also stunned. Previously, they were worried that Lin Xian would be killed. But now, it seemed like that wasn't the case. The one at a disadvantage was definitely the Golden Lion King. Otherwise, with his character and identity, it would be impossible for him to escape. Today, you won't be able to escape. Behind him, Lin Xian used Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and chased after him with extreme speed. The two of them were very fast and disappeared into the void in an instant. Damn it, chase after them. The first prince roared angrily and led his men to quickly catch up. The eighth prince waved his hand and said, "Let's go and support Brother Lin." They were too excited. As long as they could defeat the Golden Lion King, their side would win for sure. Therefore, these people all soared into the sky and chased after them. In an instant, a great chase began. Inside the Grand Imperial Palace, these people looked at the flickering figure on the screen in a daze. At this moment, the royal elders, experts, and the other princes were all stunned. They didn't dare to believe it. The incomparably powerful genius of the war tribe, the Golden Lion King, was actually being chased. Moreover, he was being chased by a 6-star king. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. The queen's face was so gloomy that it was terrifying. Killing intent surged out from her body. Inside her sleeves, a pair of jade-like hands were clenched tightly. Damn it, how could it be? How could it be? How could the Golden Lion King be chased? She was about to go crazy because she couldn't accept the fact in front of her eyes. That was the Golden Lion King. He was a genius of the war tribe. His strength was terrifying. With the power of his bloodline, no one below the realm of supreme experts could suppress him. Not to mention defeating him. But now, the Golden Lion King was actually running for his life. It was as if he had gone crazy and even burned his bloodline power. This meant that the Golden Lion King was defeated. Moreover, he lost miserably. Otherwise, he wouldn't be running. He couldn't understand. What kind of technique or ability could defeat the Golden Lion King? On the other side, the Golden Lion King frowned and ran for his life. However, he was incomparably shocked because he realized that Lin Xian was following closely behind him. He couldn't escape. Pung, Lin Xian slashed out with his sword, imbued with the power of the great dragon sword spirit, emitting a bright light. It was like a streak of divine red, releasing a terrifying power. Pung, this sword was powerful and heavy. It was like the roar of a giant dragon as it charged forward. Instantly, a part of the sky exploded. Whoosh, pung, the Golden Lion King dodged with extreme speed, wanting to avoid this sword. However, he was still swept through by the sword wave. He was immediately sent flying, shattering the void, shattering the great earthquake below. Kill, Lin Xian's figure flickered, holding the dragon heart sword shadow in his hand as he charged downwards. Boom! Boom, the terrifying sword light completely submerged the ground below. Suddenly, the ground was struck down, forming a bottomless black hole. As for the Golden Lion King, it ignited its bloodline power without any regard for its life and soared into the sky. However, the injuries on his body were even more terrifying. There were 5 or 6 sword wounds on his back, and each of them revealed deep white bones. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a genius of the war race and had a strong physique, as well as the power of his bloodline, the sword chi would have already torn him to pieces. Even so, he was still severely injured. Right now, he was only able to escape by igniting his life force without paying any price. In the distance, the first prince and the eighth prince led their experts and flew rapidly. However, their speed wasn't as fast as the two of them. Hence, they were tens of thousands of miles away from them. However, these people were also rushing with all their might. When they sensed the scene in front of them, they were all stunned. However, in the next moment, they sensed that Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King had left their range of perception again. This won't do. First Prince, the two of them are too fast. We can't keep up. Even if we can't, we have to keep up. We have to pay attention to them. We can't lose them. The first prince roared crazily. The key to success or failure this time was the Golden Lion King. He definitely couldn't let anything happen to the Golden Lion King. On the other side, the eighth prince's expression was also grave. He didn't say anything and only used all his strength to activate his dragon aura, enveloping everyone as he flew rapidly. In front, the Golden Lion King's face was incomparably pale. He had already suffered great injuries and could die at any time. Thinking of this, he roared crazily. Damn brat, you dare to kill me? You're dead, I'm from the war race. If you kill me, the war race won't let you off. Behind him, Lin Xian sneered. He didn't slow down at all. Threatening me? Do you think I'll be afraid? Since you know my secret, I won't let you off. Damn it, the Golden Lion King's expression was crazed. The other party actually wasn't threatened at all. It really drove him crazy. However, he snorted again. You better think carefully. If you kill me, not to mention the war race, even the Taiyu dynasty won't let you off. They will definitely capture you and hand you over to the war race. Moreover, as long as my war race gives you the conditions, the entire world will crazily hunt you down. Humph. Support the original version, pirates must die. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The dragon-shaped sword chi in his hand slashed out again, slashing towards the Golden Lion King. This time, the Golden Lion King didn't dodge. Half of its body was enveloped by the dragon-shaped sword chi and instantly turned into dust. Blood crazily flowed, piercing through the void. The mountain below collapsed. The Golden Lion King struggled crazily with a malevolent expression. Because it was too painful, half of its body was completely hacked apart. The terrifying sword chi still filled the remaining part of its body. Pain, madness, shock, fear, all kinds of emotions filled it. As a genius of the war race, it had never suffered such a serious injury. Moreover, it was in danger of being killed at any time. Kid, die for me, the Golden Lion King's expression was crazed. It discovered that the half of its body that was hacked apart couldn't be healed. After all, it knew the aura of the great dragon sword spirit. It was impossible for it to resist that kind of power. Therefore, it decided to risk its life. Kid, so what if you kill me? I want you to die, you must die. I want you and the great dragon sword spirit to be buried with me. The Golden Lion King had really gone crazy. It decided to use its own life as the price to kill the other party. In the next moment, the remaining half of its body burned fiercely. The power of its bloodline was ignited, releasing an incomparable power. At this moment, the Golden Lion King's aura rose without limit. It's over, Lin Xian also took a deep breath. Soon after, he kept the 9 underworld devil sword. He pulled out the broken ancient sword, and a monstrous power surged out from the ancient sword. Heaven-rank treasure sword. Seeing this scene, the Golden Lion King's pupils shrank. This is your heavenly treasure? It was incomparably frightened. It turned around and fled. What a joke, it didn't even have the thought of risking its life. An extremely expensive treasure sword in addition to the great dragon sword spirit. It was impossible for it to block it. He was terrified as he turned around and fled. What a joke. He didn't even have the thought of risking his life. He definitely wouldn't be able to block the priceless sword and the great dragon sword soul. Buzz, with a slash of the sword, heaven and earth were shattered. The heaven-grade sword was too sharp. It instantly took away half of Lin Xian's strength. The power of the great dragon sword soul covered the sword. The aura of the dragon sword soul burst out and shrouded the Golden Lion King. No, a miserable cry rang out. Then, an infinite amount of sword chi burst out. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, huge sword chi pierced through the clouds. Boom! Boom, boom! Behind them, the first prince saw this scene and roared crazily. Stop! They stopped tens of thousands of miles away and looked ahead. Their faces were extremely ugly. The eighth prince's side also stopped. They carefully floated in the void because the power in front was too terrifying. It was enough to destroy them. Therefore, they didn't dare to move forward. They could only wait far behind. In front, the huge sword chi was still there, covering the heaven and earth. At this moment, a figure walked out from the torrential sword chi. Lin Xian, it's Lin Xian. It's that brat. Everyone exclaimed. Then, they looked at each other again. But soon, they were stunned. Where's the Golden Lion King? Why didn't the Golden Lion King come out? They didn't know, but no one dared to move forward because the sword chi was still there. Lin Xian held the demonic sword and walked towards the first prince. At the same time, he said coldly, "Eighth prince, it's time to deal with them." What? The first prince was shocked. His god empress's powerful figures were also shocked. What's going on? Is he going to take action now? Could it be that the Golden Lion King was killed? The eighth prince was also puzzled. He subconsciously asked, "Brother Lin, that Golden Lion King won't come out to fight against us again, right?" "Don't worry, he won't come out again," Lin Xian said coldly. The first prince and the others were shocked. What does he mean? Won't come out again? They looked ahead, bewildered. However, the light in front of them was so bright that they couldn't see clearly. But at this moment, Lin Xian. He used the chaotic sky-splitting sword, and the terrifying sword technique instantly surged forward. Kill! The eighth prince's side also roared and attacked. Damn it, block for me! Block it for me! The first prince roared furiously as the King Realm experts around him attacked with all their might. A great battle broke out once again. However, everyone was confused, especially the elders in the Grand Imperial Hall. All of them frowned. Because until now, the sword chi had yet to disappear, and the Golden Lion King silhouette had yet to appear. Could it be that the Golden Lion King was trapped inside? Their eyes flickered, but for now, they could only focus on the battle. Because this was the final battle. Who would become the Crown Prince? The situation of the Crown Prince was not looking good. Without the Golden Lion King, there was probably no one who could resist Lin Xian. That was indeed the case. However, after such a long battle, Lin Xian shouldn't have much strength left. I hope so. I wonder if the first prince and the others will be able to hold on. Sounds of discussion could be heard. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. The other prince's eyes flickered. To be honest, from the current situation, the one who had the highest chance of becoming the crown prince was actually the eighth prince. When such a conclusion appeared, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They couldn't believe it. Because before this, everyone thought that the first prince was the one who had the highest chance of becoming the crown prince. But now, that might not be the case. The empress' face was gloomy. She was clenching her teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. The scene in front of her was very unfavorable for the first prince. Also, the Golden Lion King's situation made her even more confused. Why didn't he come out? Could it be that he was trapped? But what kind of array could trap the Golden Lion King? From the beginning to the end, these people, including the Empress, never thought that the Golden Lion King would be killed. Because in their opinion, no one would dare to touch the Golden Lion King. At most, they would injure him. However, it was impossible to kill the Golden Lion King. Not to mention Lin Xian, even they, the imperial family, did not dare to kill the Golden Lion King. Because the Golden Lion King was from the war race. Moreover, he was a peerless genius of the war race. Killing him was equivalent to enraging the war race. With the terror of the war race, no one could withstand it. Boom. Support the original, start with you. A terrifying battle erupted. The first prince's side was forced to retreat. Although there were many almighties besieging Lin Xian. They even wanted to exhaust Lin Xian's strength. However, they realized that Lin Xian's strength did not weaken at all. It was as if the strength in his body was inexhaustible. It was shocking. How could they know that Lin Xian had many heavenly treasures in his hands? He could definitely recover quickly. Moreover, the miraculous art of longevity was far beyond their imagination. Therefore, this battle was completely one-sided. With Lin Xian's participation, the eighth prince's side fought more and more fiercely. In the end, the almighties around the first prince were sent flying one by one. In the end, there were only 2 elite almighties around the first prince. As for the first prince, many cracks appeared on his body. Even his tough battle armor was shattered. It's over. The first prince lost. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The royal elders, the almighties, and the other princes were all shocked. The queen's face was terrifyingly gloomy. The murderous intent in her eyes pierced through the void. On the other hand, the emperor at the side said lightly. His eyes flickered. No one could tell whether he was happy, angry, or sad. However, one could guess that he was also very surprised. The first prince led 2 almighties and fought back crazily. However, in the end, they could not escape the fate of being eliminated. In the end, the 8th prince was the only one who managed to stay in the second round. As for him, he had obtained all the jade talismans and king tokens. We won. We actually won. The almighties around the 8th prince were all extremely excited. They laughed crazily. Lu Fei, Duan Qingqing, and the other young elites were extremely excited. They could not believe that they had won in the end. Taoist Master Long and the Lord of the Underworld gasped. To be honest, they did not expect this to be the outcome. Although the 8th prince was powerful before, there was still a certain gap between him and the first prince. They were not confident that they could become the crown prince in the end. However, with the help of Lin Xian, they managed to defeat the first prince and clinch the final victory. The 8th prince trembled with excitement. He came in front of Lin Xian, grabbed Lin Xian's shoulder, and shouted happily. Brother Lin won, I won. I'm the crown prince, ha 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 ha. Congratulations, 8th prince. Lin Xian said with a smile. Congratulations, 8th prince. Congratulations, 8th prince, Taoist Master Long, the Lord of the Underworld, Duan Qingqing, Lu Fei, and the others also cheered. However, at this time, Taoist Master Long smiled. We should change our words and congratulate the crown prince. Congratulations to the crown prince. The elders and princes who supported the 8th prince in the Grand Imperial Hall clapped their hands and laughed when they saw the scene on the screen. They were too excited. King Valurium was shocked when he saw the screen. To be honest, he did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. Moreover, he had played such a big role. On the other side, the elders who supported De Huanzi were ashen-faced. The other Huanzi had different expressions on their faces. The 4th prince sighed. I didn't expect that the final winner would be the 8th prince. We didn't guess it at all. That's right. Lin Xian was simply too powerful. He had managed to turn the tide of the battle single-handedly. Obtaining one person was equivalent to obtaining the world. Previously, they had thought that it was a legend. They did not expect such a person to exist. The 4th prince was still fine. He was just lamenting. On the other hand, the 3rd prince was furious. He never thought that the 8th prince would actually become the final victor. He could not accept it. If the first prince was the final winner, he could accept it. After all, the first prince was stronger than him. However, the 8th prince was the final winner. A prince who was on par with him in terms of strength had now become the crown prince. This was the most unacceptable thing to him. It was not a problem to be defeated by someone who was better than him. However, he could not accept being surpassed by someone who was on par with him. That was how the 3rd prince felt. However, there was nothing he could do even if he wanted to vomit blood. Moreover, he knew that the 8th prince's status would be different from now on. He was the crown prince and was above him. He could not take revenge. However, the same could not be said for the other person. Lin Xian, I will not let you go. The 3rd prince's eyes were cold. Lin Xian was strong, but he was only a young genius. Moreover, he would not stay by the 8th prince's side for the rest of his life. As long as Lin Xian left the palace, the 3rd prince could definitely send a peerless expert to kill him. He sneered when he thought of this. He felt that there was no need for him to do anything. The first prince should be even more furious than him. With the first prince's status and the empress's background, how could he let this kid go? Let's see how you'll die this time. The 3rd prince sneered. The crown prince was indeed furious. As soon as he was teleported out, he roared at the sky. His entire being was like a killing god, and his body was filled with killing intent. To be honest, his lungs were about to explode from anger. He had actually lost. He never thought that he would lose the competition and let the eighth prince take the position of crown prince. This was something he had never dreamed of. The surrounding powerful beings shook their heads and sighed. They had not expected this either. The first prince was the empress child. His strength was incomparably terrifying. Adding on the fact that he had the war race's genius, how could such a person lose? But in the end, he was defeated. He had lost to the eighth prince. It had to be said that the eighth prince was definitely the biggest dark horse. Damn it. Support the original, kill the pirated version. Lin Xian. I will definitely kill you, I will never let you off, the first prince gritted his teeth. In his opinion, his failure was due to Lin Xian. If not for Lin Xian, he would definitely not have lost. Thinking of this, the first prince looked around. Around him, there were many powerful beings who were teleported out together with him. These people shook their heads and sighed. Their faces were ashen. However, the first prince frowned and asked coldly, "Where's the Golden Lion King?" Hearing this, everyone was bewildered. Then, they turned around and found that the Golden Lion King was not around. What was going on? These powerful beings were puzzled. Previously, they were too sad and did not pay attention to the people around them. Now that they looked around, they did not find any trace of the Golden Lion King. The first prince frowned. At this moment, a powerful being said, "Could it be that he left earlier than us?" "That's impossible. That's impossible. This place is sealed. Only I can lead you out. Even if the others teleported out earlier, they can only wait here." The first prince's eyes were gloomy. Then, he said, "Come, follow me to the Grand Imperial Hall." The first prince's face was gloomy as he led these people to the Grand Imperial Hall. When they arrived at the Grand Imperial Hall, everyone looked at them with complicated expressions. The first prince snorted. His eyes were like lightning as he looked around. Then, his frown deepened. Because, there was no trace of the Golden Lion King. What was going on? The Empress also stood up. "Mother, there was no trace of the Golden Lion King. Could it be that he did not come here?" Hearing this, everyone was surprised. What was going on? Could it be that the Golden Lion King disappeared? After hearing this, the Empress also frowned. The Golden Lion King did not appear here. Men, go and check the surroundings. See if there is any trace of the Golden Lion King. Soon, the guards in the palace came to report that there was no trace of the Golden Lion King. What was going on? Everyone was discussing. Could it be that the Golden Lion King felt that he had lost face and decided to stay here and leave? That was possible. After all, he was a peerless genius. He probably did not want to lose face. However, some people shook their heads and snorted. Impossible. A person like the Golden Lion King would definitely not leave so easily. He would definitely stay here and fight with Lin Xian until the end. Moreover, even if he left the palace, he would be detected by the experts guarding the palace. That was right. The Golden Lion King was so conceited and arrogant. How could he allow himself to be defeated? He would definitely challenge Lin Xian again. But now, the Golden Lion King had disappeared. What was going on? Let's wait for the eighth prince and the others to come out and ask Lin Xian. Everyone waited patiently. On the other side, the eighth prince and the others were also sent out. Then, they walked towards the Grand Imperial Hall. When the eighth prince and the others arrived at the Grand Imperial Hall, they attracted everyone's attention again. There was no other way. This was the future crown prince. If there was no accident, he would be the future ruler of the Tai dynasty. However, not everyone's gaze was friendly. At least, the third prince and the first prince had a cold expression. Especially the first prince, his eyes were filled with killing intent. On the eighth prince's side, Lin Xian also frowned. He realized that many people were looking at him with a trace of doubt. Lin Xian was also very confused. What were these guys looking at? But at this time, the first prince stood up and pointed at Lin Xian. He shouted coldly. "Brat, let me ask you. Where is your Golden Lion King?" As soon as he said this, the eighth prince and the others were puzzled. What did the Golden Lion King have to do with them? Lin Xian also sneered. Could it be that the first prince lost his mind because he lost? The Golden Lion King is someone you invited. What does it have to do with me? Why are you asking me? That's right, the Golden Lion King has nothing to do with me. The eighth prince also opened his mouth. The Crown Prince coldly snorted. What does it have to do with you? The Golden Lion King has already disappeared, and you still say that it has nothing to do with you. Brat, you were the one who fought with the Golden Lion King, and we don't know what happened in the end. Where did you take him? The moment he said that, everyone turned to look at Lin Xian. Even the Empress and the Emperor turned to look at him. There was no other way. The Golden Lion King was too important. If they lost him, they wouldn't be able to give an explanation to the war race. What's there to say? He lost, so I left. How would I know what happened next? Lin Xian sneered. I guess he lost and didn't have the face to stay here. Maybe he left the palace long ago. That's right, maybe he found a place to hide. He might even have left long ago. Duan Qingqing also said. Impossible. The Crown Prince coldly snorted. There was a record of anyone who left the palace. No one was an exception. No matter how strong the Golden Lion King was, it was impossible for him to leave the palace quietly. However, the experts guarding the palace didn't find any record of the Golden Lion King leaving. This meant that the Golden Lion King didn't leave at all. We have already searched the entire palace, but we didn't find the whereabouts of the Golden Lion King. Then tell me, where is he? The Crown Prince's gaze was like lightning as he stared at Lin Xian. The others were also discussing spiritedly. Some people even guessed that the Golden Lion King might still be in the space of the second stage. That's impossible. He is the Crown Prince's man. If the Crown Prince was teleported out, he must have been teleported out as well. That might not be the case. There was an exception. What's the situation? Someone asked. However, a royal elder said in a deep voice. Killed, the people who died in there wouldn't be teleported out. What? Killed. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as their scalps went numb. The Golden Lion King was killed? How is this possible? Who has the guts to kill the Golden Lion King? Everyone was stunned as they discussed spiritedly. The eighth prince's side was also shocked. Many people looked at Lin Xian. Even the eighth prince turned his head. Brother Lin? Support the original version, combat piracy. To be honest, he was also extremely shocked. Before this, he had never thought in this direction. That was because he knew that Lin Xian was a smart person. He naturally knew the consequences of killing the Golden Lion King. Therefore, he did not believe that Lin Xian had killed him. But now, the Golden Lion King did not appear at all. And there was only one reason why it did not appear. Therefore, he was also very confused and could only look at Lin Xian. I don't know what you're talking about. Lin Xi looked at the Crown Prince and coldly spoke. How strong was the war race's genius? How could he be killed by him, or are you saying that you've been eliminated and have no chance of becoming the Crown Prince, and now you want to take revenge and frame me? You, the Crown Prince was furious. The King Almighties on the first prince's side also stared at Lin Xian with killing intent in their eyes. The first prince sneered. Revenge? If I want to take revenge on you, I have plenty of ways. Any peerless Almighty would be able to kill you. Do you think I would use such a method? That might not be the case. Using a peerless Almighty would not be good for your reputation. If you use such a method, not only can you kill me, but you can also rope in the war race. Why not? Lin Xian sneered. At the side, the eighth prince also said in a deep voice. Boss, don't talk nonsense without evidence. Old eight, do you dare to lecture me now? The first prince was furious. As for the eighth prince, he coldly snorted. Why not? I'm the Crown Prince, you. The first prince was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. The word Crown Prince was like a sharp sword that pierced his heart, driving him crazy. Although he was the first prince and was the son of the Empress, he was still just a prince. And now, the eighth prince opposite him had obtained the position of Crown Prince. He was the future ruler of the Taiyi dynasty, and his status was higher than his. However, he could not accept it. A little prince that he had previously stepped on was now stepping on his head. How could he accept this? However, the eighth prince sneered. Lin Xian is the genius that I invited, and now he has helped me obtain the position of crown prince. He is my benefactor, whoever dares to slander him, don't blame me for being impolite. After saying this, the eighth prince's eyes turned gloomy as he looked around. Immediately, many King Realm experts shut their mouths, and they did not even dare to look at him. There was nothing they could do. The eighth prince's status was different now. Now, the eighth prince had obtained the final victory. He had obtained the position of crown prince and was about to become the real crown prince. And in the future, he would be the ruler of the Taiyi dynasty. He was someone who ruled the world. If they were to go against him now, they would be courting death. Therefore, many people were silent for a moment. However, the first prince's face was gloomy. The empress was also gritting her teeth. She realized that the Golden Lion King might really die in there. To him, this was absolutely shocking news, because the Golden Lion King was the genius of the war tribe that she had invited. If he was really killed here, she would not be able to explain it to the war tribe. Therefore, she turned around and looked at the emperor. The emperor's eyes flickered as he spoke in a deep voice. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. After all, the Golden Lion King's identity was very important. Therefore, he immediately sent a few elders into the space of the second stage. They were to find the whereabouts of the Golden Lion King. As for you, the emperor looked at Lin Xian, stay in the palace for a few days. When the matter is clear, you can leave. Alright, hurry up and take action. After saying that, the emperor waved his dragon robe and instantly turned into a flash of light, disappearing from the palace. On the other side, the empress coldly snorted, rolled up her phoenix robe, and left as well. The other elders of the royal family also gathered together to discuss how to enter the second stage and search. The remaining people also left one after another. When the third prince passed by Lin Xian and the eighth prince, he snorted coldly with a trace of schadenfreude in his eyes. The first prince glared at Lin Xian, brat, the Golden Lion King is really dead. Even if you die 100 times, you won't be able to quell your anger. Ridiculous. Lin Xian snorted coldly, not bothering to reply. The eighth prince's face was gloomy. Then, he said, Brother Lin, you can stay here for now. When the matter is clear, everything will be fine. Next, the eighth prince arranged for Lin Xian to stay in the palace. The others did not leave and stayed in another place. In the eighth prince's palace. Although the eighth prince had won and was about to become the crown prince, their expressions were solemn. However, at that moment, these people's moods were somewhat heavy. They had never expected such a thing to happen. The Golden Lion King actually disappeared. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Although he looked calm on the surface, he was thinking quickly in his heart. He did not expect that the matter of the Golden Lion King would arouse suspicion so quickly. If those elders entered the space of the second stage, they would definitely be able to find clues. At that time, the news of the Golden Lion King's death would also spread. If that was the case, the forces led by the first prince would definitely not let him go. They might even capture him and send him to the war race for punishment. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's gaze turned gloomy. Although he was strong, he was not arrogant to the point that he could cause trouble in the Taiyi dynasty's palace. Among them, there were a bunch of powerful experts and even invincible kings. Although he was strong, he could not fight against so many people. However, if he forced his way in now, he could leave with the Black Earth when no one was paying attention. But then, he would lose the baptism of the dragon aura. One must know that the reason why Lin Xian helped the eighth prince obtain the position of crown prince was because of the baptism of the dragon aura. But luckily, he had a trick up his sleeve. He brought the remaining half of the Golden Lion King's corpse into the Black Earth and it was now in his hands. When those people entered, they could only find the remnant aura and could not find the corpse. In other words, at most, they suspected him but did not have any evidence. However, this did not mean that these people would not make a move on him. How to deal with the time difference was still a problem. At the very least, he had to obtain the baptism of the dragon aura before leaving. While Lin Xian was thinking about how to escape, on the other side, in the Empress Phoenix Palace, a group of strategists was also troubled. Among them, the first prince sat there with a gloomy face. He did not expect that the 8th prince would obtain the final victory. "Mother, what should we do?" The empress's eyes flickered. She also did not expect the final result. Moreover, there was an even more troublesome matter in front of her. The Golden Lion King had gone missing. How was she going to explain this to the war race? However, at this moment, a tall and sturdy middle-aged man wearing red battle armor stood up. He said, "Sister, you don't have to worry. This matter may not be a bad thing for us." What did he say? The empress looked at the middle-aged man in front of her and frowned. This person was her younger brother. He was very strong and was a powerful expert. "That's right, uncle. The Golden Lion King's position in the war race is extremely high." "That's right. Now that he's killed, the battle race's fury will definitely burn our side. Indeed, it will affect us. However, we are not the ones bearing the brunt of it. Don't forget that we were not the ones who killed the Golden Lion King." "You mean?" The empress's eyes flickered. The burly middle-aged man sneered. "That's right, the 8th prince. Right now, the royal elders had already entered to search for the Golden Lion King. If they could find the corpse, that would be great. They could directly prove that it was the 8th prince's subordinate, Lin Xian, who killed the Golden Lion King. If they couldn't find the Golden Lion King's corpse, then it was fine, because they couldn't find the Golden Lion King anywhere. This meant that the other party was undoubtedly killed. It was to the extent where even the corpse was destroyed. This would make the war race even more furious. Therefore, no matter what, the murderer was Lin Xian. And Lin Xian was one of the 8th prince's men. We just need to instigate a bit of discord, and the battle race's anger will be directed at Lin Xian. It might even affect the 8th prince. If we let the 8th prince fight against the battle race, sister, think about it. What kind of scene would that be? I even think that the 8th prince might not even be able to become the crown prince in the end. Don't forget, the battle race is a legendary race. A prince who hasn't become the crown prince has completely offended such a race. How could our emperor let him become the crown prince? At that time, the 8th prince would be deposed. Then, the crown prince would naturally become the crown prince. Really, hearing this, the empress was also happy. The crown prince was even more excited. Great, as long as he could kill the 8th prince, he would definitely be able to become the crown prince. But soon, he frowned. "Uncle, although this method sounds good, it's very difficult to implement. The 8th prince is not an idiot. He won't foolishly go against the battle race. It doesn't matter. There are some things that he can't avoid even if he doesn't want to. After all, this matter is related to him. As long as the battle race's anger comes, the 8th prince will have no choice but to resist. Leave this matter to me." "All right, I'll leave it all to you," the empress nodded. After all, the middle-aged man in front of her was her younger brother and the crown prince's uncle. She believed that he would definitely help them. It was late at night. The 8th prince hadn't slept yet. Lin Xian wasn't sleeping either. He came to the 8th prince's study and knocked on the door. "Brother Lin, it's you." Seeing that it was Lin Xian, the 8th prince was surprised. He opened the door and let Lin Xian in. Then, he asked, "It's so late, why are you looking for me?" "Don't worry, Brother Lin. Although this matter is a little strange, I won't let those people hurt you without evidence." Lin Xian smiled. Then, he asked, "Crown Prince, I want to ask, how long will it take for the dragon energy baptism to start?" 3 days. 3 days later, you will be baptized by the dragon energy baptism," the 8th prince said. The 8th prince sighed. "According to the previous rules, I will be baptized by the dragon energy baptism in 3 days. Then, within a year, I will worship the heavens and become the crown prince." Although there had been some unexpected incidents, the process shouldn't change. "Don't worry, Brother Lin. You are my benefactor. Without you, I wouldn't be able to become the crown prince." 3 days. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It's not too late. However, he asked, how long will it take for the royal family elder to come back from the secondary space? It's hard to say. It depends on whether they can find the Golden Lion King or get some key clues. "Brother Lin, what happened to the Golden Lion King? Why did he disappear?" The eighth prince was also very confused. Lin Xian looked at the eighth prince with flickering eyes. Then, he raised his hand and a formation covered the entire study. Brother Lin, seeing this scene, the eighth prince was shocked. However, he wasn't too worried. He found that this was just a set of defensive needle techniques to prevent others from probing. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "I have killed the Golden Lion King." What? Hearing this, the eighth prince's body trembled. His face was filled with shock. He couldn't believe it. What did you say? You killed the Golden Lion King? Shocking, he was too shocked. That was the Golden Lion King. It was incomparably terrifying. Even they didn't dare to offend it. After all, the war tribe was very mysterious and the Golden Lion King was a genius of the war tribe. If he suffered any losses, the war tribe would probably go crazy. You didn't hear it wrong. I killed the Golden Lion King. There's no need to talk about the specific process. In short, this is the result. However, do you know what the consequences of killing the Golden Lion King will be? You didn't hear wrongly. I killed the Golden Lion King. There's no need to talk about the details. In short, this is the result. Lin Xian said. However, do you know what the consequences of killing the Golden Lion King will be? The eighth prince's face was pale. Until now, he still hasn't recovered. I naturally thought of the consequences. However, I have a reason to kill him. Lin Xian said. Eighth prince, I don't want to drag you down with me. However, I hope that you can help me. Tell me, the eighth prince took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Lin Xian said. I must participate in the baptism of Dragon Aura in 3 days. If the first prince and the others obstruct me, I hope that you can help me fight them. Don't worry. Once I get the aura of Dragon Aura, I will immediately leave the palace and announce it to the public. The Golden Lion King was called a war god by me. It has nothing to do with you. This way, it won't threaten your position as the crown prince. Brother Lin, hearing this, the eighth prince was surprised. He didn't expect that Lin Xian would want to protect him. This was really out of his expectations. In the next moment, the eighth prince said. Brother Lin, what kind of person do you think I am? You helped me get the position of crown prince. I'm not that kind of person. Don't worry. I will definitely help you get the baptism of Dragon Aura in 3 days. Moreover, I will do my best to help you leave the palace safely. Although I can't fight against the war race directly, my status is different now. With my status as the crown prince, I can mobilize more resources to help you. At least, I can resist the first prince. Lin Xian and the eighth prince discussed for a while. Then, they turned and left. After Lin Xian left, the eighth prince calmed himself down. After a while, he shouted coldly. Someone, yes, a ghostly figure appeared in the air and appeared in the study. He half knelt on the ground and was very respectful. Didn't many elders come to visit these few days? Tell them that I will summon them tomorrow. Yes. The figure once again turned into green smoke and disappeared into the void of space. The eighth prince's eyes flickered. The war clan, the first prince, was truly a powerful force. It seems that I really need to contact a group of elders and princes. The next 2 days were very quiet. It was because everybody was waiting for the elders who had entered the secondary space to send back messages. However, for some reason, 2 days had passed and there was still no news. On the 3rd day, the entire palace was bustling with activity. This was because today was the day that the baptism of the Tao of Dragons would begin. This was also the most exciting moment for all the powerful beings. The reason why they supported the princes at all costs, even putting their lives on the line, was for the sake of this final baptism of the Tao of Dragons. This was no ordinary Dragon Tao aura, but the Dragon Tao aura formed by the Tai dynasty's dragon vein. It contained incomparably mysterious and surging power. If they could receive the baptism of the Tao of Dragons, their strength and physique would definitely rise to a whole new level. Lin Xian was also extremely excited. Because during this period of time, as he cultivated and absorbed the various natural treasures in his possession, he had already reached the late-stage 6-star king realm. However, it would be very difficult for him to rise further. This was because many people had spent hundreds or even thousands of years without making a breakthrough. From this, one could imagine how terrifying the amount of energy required to do so was. However, today was an opportunity. If he could receive the baptism of the Tao of Dragons and absorb the powerful energy inside, his strength and cultivation would definitely rise to a whole new level. It was even possible for him to take the opportunity to make a breakthrough. On a square in the palace, there were runes engraved all over, emitting a mysterious glow. At this moment, many princes had gathered there, as well as many powerful beings, kings, and geniuses. This was the place where the baptism of the Tao of Dragons would take place. The first prince, the third prince, the fourth prince, and the other princes were all there. The kings behind them were all very excited. Although they had failed, they could still receive the baptism of the Tao of Dragons. Of course, the only difference was the amount. The amount of Tao of Dragons obtained by those who succeeded would definitely be far greater than theirs. Moreover, the amount of Tao of Dragons obtained would be distributed according to merit. Whoever contributed the most in the battle for the position of Crown Prince would be able to claim the most Tao of Dragon Chi. Therefore, the group that enjoyed the most Tao of Dragons was naturally the kings around the 8th prince. Among the kings around the 8th prince, the one who enjoyed the most was naturally Lin Xian. It could not be helped because Lin Xian's contribution was too great. He had single-handedly turned the tide of the battle. Moreover, he had successfully eliminated the first prince, allowing the 8th prince to obtain the final victory. No one could compare to such a contribution. Therefore, he was naturally assigned to the first place, the Tao of Dragons. However, when Lin Xian wanted to take the first place, the first prince stepped out. He snorted coldly. He was still a very important suspect and was not qualified to receive the baptism of the Tao of Dragons. That's right, 8th prince. The others can, but not this kid. The third prince also stepped out to stop him. As for the other princes, they were silent at the side. They did not participate in the battle. Firstly, they did not dare to offend the 8th prince. Secondly, they did not dare to offend the first prince. Therefore, it was better for them to watch the battle between the two of them. Not allowed, why not? The 8th prince snorted coldly. He had already guessed that these people would stop him. Now, it seemed that it was not unexpected. He was a suspect in the murder of the Golden Lion King. Do you think he is qualified to enter? The third prince sneered. The 8th prince said in a deep voice. So what if he is a suspect? Is there a rule in the Tai dynasty that forbids suspects from receiving the baptism of the Tao of Dragons? You are twisting words and forcing logic. The third prince snorted coldly. The 8th prince was also angry. Third prince, watch your attitude. I am now the future crown prince. Humph. Support the original. Pirates must die. Hearing this, the third prince was so angry that his face darkened. However, he did not dare to openly provoke the 8th prince anymore. After all, the 8th prince's status was different now. He was no longer on the same level as him, but above him. The third prince snorted coldly, waved his sleeve, and retreated. The first prince stepped out and sneered. What? You think you can show off after winning the second round? Don't forget that you are only the future crown prince, not the real crown prince. What's there to be arrogant about? In the end, it's not certain whether you will become the crown prince or not. Hearing this, the surrounding king realm experts were shocked. The princes also gasped. What did their boss mean? Could it be that he still had a chance to turn the tables? Everyone was stunned and could not believe it. Hearing this, the surrounding kings were shocked. The princes also gasped. What did their boss mean? Could it be that he still had a chance to turn the tables? Everyone was dumbfounded and could not believe it. Logically speaking, the first prince had lost and had no chance of becoming the crown prince. But now, the first prince's tone was so arrogant that he even dared to provoke the 8th prince. And what exactly was the trick behind all of this? They did not know. However, the 8th prince vaguely guessed it, and his face turned gloomy. Boss, I advise you not to play tricks behind our backs. You have no chance of becoming the crown prince. So, you'd better be a good prince. Otherwise, when the time comes for the conferment, you won't even be a king. The 8th prince's voice had a hint of coldness. After hearing this, the other princes felt their scalps go numb. Even the third prince's eyelids twitched. The eighth prince's words were laced with a strong threat. It seemed that the eighth prince was really angry. The other princes were also silent. They decided that they would not stand out and participate in the battle for the position of crown prince. Otherwise, they would not even know how they died. The first prince flew into a rage. Threatening him? How dare he threaten him? He was about to go crazy with anger. Previously, when there was no crown prince, he had always been the boss and was above everyone else. Moreover, he was the son of the empress, so his status was higher than the other princes. Usually, no one dared to go against him. But now, the eighth prince, who had always been under his feet, dared to openly threaten him. This was intolerable. He was about to go crazy with anger, however. The mighty figure at the side quickly reminded the first prince not to move. First prince, there's still a long way to go. Let's think about it at length. Once the news from the secondary space comes back, we can contact the war tribe and take action. Humph. Let him be arrogant for 2 more days. I'll see how he dies then. The first prince snorted coldly. On the other side, the eighth prince withdrew his gaze and looked behind him. Brother Lin, please. Okay. Lin Xian nodded and took the lead to walk forward. Daoist Long, Duan Qingqing, and the others followed behind him. Apart from them, the first prince, the third prince, and all the other princes, as well as the king realm experts behind them, all walked forward and prepared to be baptized by the Tao of Dragon Aura. Lin Xian walked at the very front and came to the centermost area before sitting down with his legs crossed. The others had been sitting beside him, facing him from the inside out. The closer one got to the center, the denser and denser the Tao of Dragon Aura. The closer one got to the edge, the scarcer the aura of the Tao of Dragon became. These positions were determined based on battle merits and contributions. After the sequence was arranged, a few elders from the royal family walked out and quickly activated the array. The ground below trembled as dragon roars rang out. It was as if 10,000 dragons were roaring. Lin Xian's heart also trembled. He could feel a surge of energy surging up from the ground. It was as if a true dragon was rapidly awakening. What a powerful force! Lin Xian was shocked and overjoyed at the same time. This power was enough for him to break through. Without any hesitation, he used the Live Forever incantation to absorb the energy. The others were also overjoyed and absorbed the energy of the Tao of Dragon Aura. Dragon-shaped phantoms appeared on these people's bodies and quickly coiled around them. Lin Xian's was the most powerful. It was like a giant dragon coiling around his body. The other princes watched and waited at the side. This lasted for a day and a night. After a day and a night, the Tao of Dragon Aura disappeared. Everyone opened their eyes and were overjoyed. Some even broke through directly. Moreover, there were many of them. A powerful force tore through the void and rushed into the clouds. These people were all overjoyed. At this moment, whether it was the veteran powerhouses or the young geniuses, they all exclaimed. Lin Xian opened his eyes as well, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. However, the third prince sneered in the distance. What a piece of trash. After absorbing so much Tao of Dragon Aura, he still hasn't broken through. That's right. Although Lin Xian's aura was stronger than before, he hadn't broken through. This surprised many people. The third prince sneered in disdain. In his opinion, Lin Xian's talent wasn't very good. He didn't know why he was so powerful. Lin Xian ignored the puzzled gazes of these people. He quickly got up and came to the eighth prince's side. Then, he said, I'll go back first. The eighth prince was also puzzled. Why hadn't Lin Xian broken through? Even Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei had reached the peak of 6-star King Realm. Lin Xian's aura was still at the late stage of 6-star King Realm. Could it be that he was hiding his cultivation? But that shouldn't be the case. There was no way to hide one's cultivation when breaking through. The eighth prince couldn't figure it out. However, Lin Xian had already left. He returned to his residence, opened the array, and sealed the room. Then, he entered the black earth. Help me look outside. I'm going to break through. Lin Xian instructed and sat down cross-legged. He wasn't a piece of trash. It wasn't that he hadn't broken through. He had suppressed it. Lin Xian didn't want to break through in front of everyone because the dragon aura he had absorbed this time was too powerful. If it weren't for the mysterious longevity art, he wouldn't have been able to suppress it at all. So now, he released his power. Instantly, a powerful aura swept out. Fortunately, the Black Earth was incomparably powerful. Even an invincible almighty couldn't break it. Therefore, although Lin Xian's breakthrough was terrifying, it couldn't affect the Black Earth. Half a day later, an extremely terrifying aura surged from Lin Xian's body. He opened his eyes, and his gaze instantly pierced through the void. At the side, the Crimson Dragon also exclaimed, "Kid, you've broken through and become an almighty." That's right. Lin Xian had broken through. From the late stage of 6-star King Realm, he had directly broken through to 7-star King Realm. This definitely surpassed the breakthrough of everyone outside. If news of this spread out, it would definitely shock the group of people outside to death. 7-star King Realm, which was the Almighty Realm. Lin Xian had finally stepped into this realm. Not only had his cultivation broken through, but his strength had also increased exponentially. In the past, when he was a 6-star king, he already had the combat strength of a peak almighty. Now that he had broken through to the Almighty Realm, his combat strength had definitely reached the level of a peerless almighty. Ordinary almighties wouldn't be able to withstand a single move from him. Even peak almighties weren't his match. Only peerless almighties could contend with him now. Great, with a breakthrough in strength, it should be easier to deal with the war race in the future. Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. His current combat strength was still at the level of a peerless almighty. Even if he faced the war race, he wouldn't be afraid. Moreover, he still had a trump card, which was the Heaven-grade treasure sword. His current battle prowess was still at the level of a peerless almighty. Even if he faced the war race, he would not be afraid. Moreover, he still had a trump card, and that was the Heaven-tier treasure sword. During this period of time, Lin Xian had the Crimson Dragon research a set of formations. That was to seal the power of the Heaven-tier treasure sword, as long as it was sharp. Under normal circumstances, using the Heaven-tier treasure sword would take away half of Lin Xian's energy. Even if he broke through now, he would not be able to use it too many times. However, if he sealed the power of the Heaven-tier ancient sword, it would not absorb so much energy. However, the material and sharpness of the Heaven-tier treasure sword would be preserved. It would definitely be a divine weapon. It was most suitable for Lin Xian to use now. The Crimson Dragon thought for a few days and finally came up with a formation. Therefore, he sealed the Heaven-tier ancient sword again. This process lasted for another day. Alright, kid, you can use it now. Its sharpness definitely surpasses that of an Earth-tier treasure. Moreover, you don't need to consume too much energy now. Of course, its power cannot be compared to a true Heaven-tier treasure sword, but it can definitely crush an Earth-tier treasure. Also, if it really doesn't work, you can undo the seal when you are in danger and display the power of the treasure sword. However, you can use it as a trump card. That's great. Lin Xian was delighted. He had one more trump card. To be honest, although the war race was powerful, Lin Xian was not afraid. After all, he had many cards in his hand. As long as he was not surrounded by many peerless experts, he could deal with them. In the next moment, Lin Xian took out a few mid-grade Earth-tier treasures and threw them into the air. Then, he waved the Heaven-tier ancient sword. Buzz, caw-caw, with a swing of the sword, those mid-grade Earth-tier treasures were directly cut in half. So sharp, Lin Xian was shocked. He took out another high-grade Earth-tier treasure and found that it was also cut in half. Only a peak Earth-tier treasure could contend against it. However, after being hit so many times, cracks appeared on it. Great, with this divine weapon, Lin Xian's battle prowess increased again. After absorbing the Tao of Dragon Aura and becoming a powerful being, Lin Xian decided to leave. But the only pity was that he hadn't investigated much about the nest of 10,000 dragons. At the very least, he knew that the nest of 10,000 dragons wasn't in the Taiyu dynasty. However, he had to leave the palace first. Once he was outside, he would think of a way. Lin Xian left as soon as he said so. He did not intend to delay. He exited the Black Earth and decided to bid farewell to the eighth prince. However, just as Lin Xian was halfway there, a low and melodious bell rang out from the imperial palace. Like muffled thunder, it spread throughout the entire imperial palace. Dong, dong, dong. At this moment, all the powerful cultivators in the palace opened their eyes. In particular, the expressions of the royal family elders changed. Oh no, something big has happened. Hurry to the Grand Imperial Hall. The loud sound of the bell shocked everyone in the imperial palace. Many figures soared into the sky and turned into rainbows, flying towards the Grand Imperial Hall. At this moment, not only the royal family elders, but even the princes and the king realm experts around them rushed over. At the same time, they were discussing what would happen at this time. Needless to say, it must be news from the secondary space. Do you mean news about the Golden Lion King? It must be. Moreover, it wasn't good news. Otherwise, it wouldn't have activated the Celestial Emperor Bell, which was only activated during major events. Could it be that something had happened to the Golden Lion King? Thinking of this, everyone's scalps went numb. Let's go and take a look. While discussing this, they sped up. Lin Xian also frowned. He could naturally guess that this matter should be related to the Golden Lion King. However, it was too much of a coincidence. Just as he was about to leave, the news came back. Oh, isn't this Prodigy Lin? Why is he still standing here? Behind him, a sneer came. Lin Xian frowned and turned around, only to find that it was the third prince flying over with his men. Prodigy Lin, the news of the Golden Lion King has come back. Don't you want to hear it? Humph, Lin Xian coldly snorted. A trace of coldness appeared in his eyes. The third prince sneered. I advise you to obediently go and listen. However, don't think about escaping. The entire imperial city is under martial law now. Even peerless powerhouses can't escape, not to mention you. Ha 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 ha. Speaking of this, the third prince laughed wildly. A trace of malevolence appeared in his eyes. Then, he waved his hand and quickly left with his men. Looking at the third prince's back, Lin Xian's face was gloomy and his eyes flickered. However, the third prince also warned him not to go to the Grand Imperial Hall. Thinking about it, with the divine abilities of the royal family elders, they should be able to determine that the Golden Lion King was killed. If he went now, he would be walking into a trap. In the Grand Imperial Hall, there were no less than 10 peerless powerhouses, maybe even more. If the sage came, then he and Lin Xian would have no chance of escaping. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to leave the imperial palace immediately. He originally wanted to say goodbye to the eighth prince, but now it seemed that he didn't have the chance. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lin Xian's figure flickered and flew into the distance. At the same time, he secretly sent a voice transmission to the Crimson Dragon, telling him to be ready at all times. Because there must be a powerful array formation in the imperial palace for defense. When the time came, he would have to break the array formation. Just as Lin Xian was about to leave the imperial palace, on the other side, the Grand Imperial Hall was already crowded with people. The imperial elders, powerhouses, peerless geniuses, and princes were all gathered in the hall. The empress and the sage were also there. In front of the hall stood 3 elders with gloomy and solemn expressions. They were the 3 people who went to the secondary space to look for the Golden Lion King. At this moment, they had returned and brought back news. However, it wasn't good news. Everyone could guess a thing or two from the expressions of these people. However, they still couldn't be sure. At this moment, an imperial elder asked, "What's the situation?" "Yes, we're all here." "Please tell us, elder." A burly middle-aged man in battle armor said in a clear voice. He was really the first prince's uncle. The 3 elders looked around, then turned around and looked forward. "Your Majesty, the matter has been investigated." "Speak." The sage nodded and said in a deep voice. The 3 elders looked at each other, and the oldest of them walked out and said in a deep voice, "We've arrived at the place where the Golden Lion King and Lin Xian had their final battle. We didn't find a corpse there." "No corpse." Hearing this, many people heaved a sigh of relief. On the other hand, the first prince frowned. What's going on? Could it be that the Golden Lion King isn't dead? This was completely different from what they had expected. Could it be that their plan was going to be ruined? However, the elder at the front said again. Although they did not find the corpse, they could tell from the blood on the scene and the remaining aura. The Golden Lion King should have been killed. In fact, even their corpses were gone. What? The Golden Lion King was killed? Not even his bones remained. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. This news was like a bolt from the blue, making them dizzy. Those powerful figures swallowed their saliva, and the surrounding princes were also extremely shocked. Killed, he was really killed. The third prince was also shocked. However, a sinister smile soon appeared on his face. That's great. That brat is definitely dead. He killed the Golden Lion King. The war tribe will definitely not let him go. On the first prince's side, a pleased smile appeared on his face. This was great. Things went according to plan. The Golden Lion King was killed. Next, they only needed to capture Lin Xian. That would be enough. At that time, they would sow discord between the war tribe and the 8th prince. After using the war tribe to kill the 8th prince, he would become the crown prince. The 8th prince's face was cold and his eyes were serious. He had known about this news for a long time. However, he did not expect the whole world to know about it so quickly. Behind him, Daoist Long, Lord of the Underworld, Duan Qingqing, and other experts gasped. They were extremely shocked. It couldn't be. Lin Xian really killed the Golden Lion King. This guy was too crazy. Discussions broke out one after another. However, at this moment, the first prince stood out. He pointed to the right side of the hall and shouted coldly. 8th prince, where is Lin Xian? Hand him over, and hand him over to the war tribe. How audacious. How reckless. He even dared to kill a genius of the war tribe. He must be tired of living. Cold shouts could be heard. The people on the first prince's side were aggressive and wanted to force the 8th prince. Actually, it was not just the first prince. At this moment, everyone in the Grand Imperial Hall was looking at the 8th prince. Not only the elders and experts of the royal family, but even the empress and the emperor were looking over. Daoist Long, Duan Qingqing, and the others looked anxious. Were they really going to hand Lin Xian over? If that happened, Lin Xian would definitely die. The 8th prince was also bewildered. He didn't know if Lin Xian had left or not. However, he was now praying that they wouldn't come to the Grand Imperial Hall. If they came, they would die without a doubt. If he hadn't come, the situation might have taken a turn for the better. Seeing the 8th prince remain silent, the first prince coldly snorted again. Old 8th, stop struggling. Hurry up and hand over Lin Xian. What, could it be that you want to protect this murderer? Yes, hand over Lin Xian, 8th prince, don't hesitate. This person is the war clan's mortal enemy. If we protect him, it might cause the war clan to be dissatisfied. Sounds of discussion could be heard. The 8th prince coldly snorted, I did not see Lin Xian. Didn't see it? How could this be? Lin Xian is one of your people. The first prince sneered. Boss, now that the battle for the position of crown prince has ended, it is up to Lin Xian to decide whether to stay or leave. I don't know, it's normal. The 8th prince also snorted. However, at this time, the third prince stood out and sneered. It can't be, I saw that kid on the way here. However, that kid's expression didn't look too good. Perhaps he knew that the matter of him killing the Golden Lion King was exposed. Right now, he might be secretly trying to escape somewhere. What? Lin Xian wants to escape? Hearing this, everyone was shocked again. They searched the entire Grand Imperial Hall and found that there was no sign of Lin Xian. However, the third prince smiled again. Don't worry, the palace is already under martial law. Even a supreme expert can't escape, let alone that kid. Martial law is already under martial law. Those experts were shocked. The imperial elders were also silent. Martial law is indeed under martial law. It is impossible for that kid to escape. Boom. Support the original. Just as the third prince finished speaking, an earth-shattering explosion came from afar. It was as if 100,000 golden lightning bolts had descended. Then, the entire palace shook violently. Even the Grand Imperial Hall was shaking as if there was an earthquake. What's going on? someone is attacking the palace, everyone's expression changed. The imperial elders and the princes were also shocked. They had never seen such a thing in their lives. This is the palace. Who dares to behave atrociously here? The emperor's face darkened. He shouted coldly and a majestic force surged out. Instantly, the grand imperial hall was stabilized. Not only that, but the entire palace was also under the control of a supreme expert, preventing the palace from shaking. However, the explosions outside were still going on. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. The first prince and the others rushed out of the grand imperial hall and looked into the distance. The remaining people also followed him out one after another. In the distance, several figures flew over and landed quickly. They knelt on one knee and cupped their fists. The defensive array formation had been destroyed, and that brat Lin Xian had escaped. What? Lin Xian escaped? Everyone was stunned. Although the guard's voice wasn't loud, it was like a clap of thunder that exploded in their minds. Everyone was stunned, especially the third prince and the first prince. They were dumbstruck. They had previously said that even a supreme expert couldn't escape. That kid had no chance of escaping. But now, he had escaped in the blink of an eye. This was a slap to their faces in public. Moreover, they were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. Damn it, how is this possible? How is this possible? How could that kid escape? The third prince was about to go crazy. This was completely beyond his understanding. Could it be that the other party was a supreme expert, or was someone secretly helping him? The eighth prince was also shocked. Although he also hoped that Lin Xian would leave quickly, he was still shocked. When he heard the news, he was also shocked. It would appear that Lin Xian had not left stealthily. Instead, he had forcibly broken through the spirit formation's defenses before leaving. That was the imperial palace's array. Even a supreme expert couldn't break it. How did he do it? Damn it, chase him. Chase him, we have to catch that kid. The first prince was so angry that he stomped his feet. Immediately, many experts soared into the sky. The empress's gaze also focused as she secretly signaled with her eyes. A few of the royal elders who supported the first prince stood out. Their expressions were cold as they quickly flew into the sky. They formed hand seals with their palms, and huge palms that covered the sky appeared in the sky. They covered a radius of tens of thousands of miles and quickly enveloped the area. The supreme experts had attacked, and there were 3 of them. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed that they were really going to make a move, however, in the next moment, they were stunned. That was because the expressions of the 3 supreme experts changed, and they retracted their palms. In the sky, the huge palms that covered tens of thousands of miles collapsed into pieces. They were shattered. How was that possible? These people were all crazy. That was a peerless almighty figure. Moreover, 3 supreme experts had attacked at the same time. How could Lin Xian resist them? These people were crazy. Those were supreme mighty figures. Moreover, 3 supreme mighty figures had attacked at the same time. How could Lin Xian resist them? However, the result was beyond their expectations. The 3 sky-covering hands were instantly torn into pieces. What kind of power could cause such a thing? How did that kid do it? Wasn't he just a 6-star king? Impossible, the empress also exclaimed in shock, and her expression became extremely ugly. At the side, the emperor's gaze was gloomy. He was also angry. However, he did not make a move. He had no choice. He was the ruler of a country, an invincible king. How could he make a move against a 6-star king? Even if he could capture the other party, he would become a laughingstock if word got out. The subordinates naturally knew that. Therefore, at this moment, the empress's younger brother, General Xianxia, stepped forward. He quickly said, "Your Majesty, let me lead the troops to capture this thief." All right. Support the original and kill the pirated version. The emperor nodded slightly. General Xianxia immediately turned around and soared into the sky. At the same time, more than 10 figures quickly soared into the sky from the palace in the distance. They left the palace and charged into the distance. The others quickly followed. To be honest, they also wanted to see what kind of means Lin Xian had used to cause such a terrifying attack. When they left the palace, they were stunned. There was a huge hole in the incomparably profound array in front of him. It had been blasted into pieces. Could it be that this was caused by that brat, Lin Xian? That was too terrifying. How did he do it? Everyone gasped. The third prince and the others quickly rushed over. They wanted to see how Lin Xian was doing. Actually, this was what had happened. Originally, Lin Xian wanted to break the array. However, after thinking about it, he reckoned that after the news was exposed, these people from the royal family would definitely go crazy and hunt him down. Therefore, he decided to use the black earth and break it open by force. Lin Xian went to the edge of the imperial palace and summoned the black earth. Then, he used all the natural treasures he had, as well as those divine crystals, to launch the black earth's powerful attack. An earth-shattering beam of light blasted onto the mysterious formation, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The imperial palace's array was very strong. Even a peerless almighty couldn't open it. However, the might of the black earth was extremely terrifying. At this moment, Lin Xian didn't hesitate to use the natural treasures and divine crystals in his possession. That was why the resulting attacks were extremely terrifying, already exceeding those of peerless powerhouses. It directly blasted open the array formation in front of him. This scene caused an uproar in the entire imperial palace. Even the surrounding imperial palace warriors and guards were all stunned. They wanted to block it, but the shockwaves from the explosion sent them flying. Lin Xian entered the black earth, passed through the shattered formation, and flew into the distance. However, this was the palace after all. Even though those guards were sent flying, the supreme almighties hidden within the palace soared into the air and chased after them rapidly. 5 to 6 almighties instantly flew out and crazily attacked the black earth. However, the result was beyond their expectations. Because their attacks had no effect at all. There wasn't even a crack. The black earth was incomparably hard and shook off all the attacks. How was that possible? What kind of treasure was that? How could it be so terrifying? The peerless almighties behind were all stunned. Inside the black earth, Lin Xian snorted coldly and ignored them. He once again injected a large amount of energy and used many divine crystals as energy. Mysterious runes bloomed on the surface of the black earth. It tore through the void and then disappeared. Damn it! Seeing this scene, 5 to 6 peerless almighties roared crazily. They wanted to stop him, but they couldn't do so at all. Behind them, General Xianxia led a group of people and happened to see the other party tear through the void and disappear. He stabbed out with his spear. The huge spear light turned into a golden dragon and rushed out. However, he still didn't stop the other party. Damn it! General Xianxia roared crazily. He didn't expect the other party to escape so easily. This made him extremely angry. Behind him, those who rushed over were also completely stunned. Lin Xian escaped from the imperial palace so easily? Why did it feel like a dream? So many peerless almighties couldn't stop him. What's going on? The crown prince walked out and asked coldly. His eyes were filled with monstrous anger. That kid has an incomparably mysterious spirit ship. Its attack power is very strong and its defense is very strong. If he hides inside, we can't break it at all. Damn it, it's actually like this. The others' faces also darkened when they heard this. Uncle, what should we do? The crown prince looked at General Xianxia. General Xianxia frowned. I've never heard of such a treasure before. It must be of a very high grade. Moreover, to activate a spirit ship of this grade, it requires a lot of energy. I don't believe that kid can keep using it. I'll go back now and ask the emperor for an order to arrest him. Daring to kill the Golden Lion King is equivalent to declaring war on the war race. There will be no place for him in the Taiyu dynasty. Yes, that's right. Hearing this, the crown prince's eyes also bloomed with a vicious light. Although that brat had escaped now, there would be a day when he would be caught. As long as he is in the territory of our dynasty, he will definitely not be able to escape. In the next moment, the crown prince, a few supreme experts, and General Xianxia hurried back to the Grand Imperial Hall to ask the emperor for an imperial edict. The others were in an uproar. They were all discussing Lin Xian and what happened before. On the other hand, the 8th prince's face was gloomy. Although Lin Xian was fine now, the 8th prince knew that this didn't mean that this matter was over. In fact, it was just the beginning. Sure enough, after returning, the emperor issued an imperial edict to arrest Lin Xian. The empress even brought out a phoenix edict, stating that the world would reward him. Not only that, she also offered a generous reward. Anyone who captured Lin Xian would be conferred the title of king with a different surname. When the phoenix edict came out, the world was shocked. A king with a different surname was equivalent to a king of the Taiyu dynasty. The temptation was too great because there were currently 27 kings in the Taiyu dynasty. Among them, there were only 3 kings with different surnames. Moreover, 3 of them were kings with different surnames that had been decided 2,000 years ago. In the past 1,000 years, no one had been conferred the title of king with a different surname. Those who were conferred the title of king with a different surname would receive monstrous power, large areas of land, endless natural treasures, and endless cultivation resources. It could be said that they had reached the sky in a single step. Therefore, when the imperial edict came out, all the experts in the Taiyu dynasty were excited. They searched everywhere crazily, trying to capture Lin Xian. Not only that, the empress and the crown prince had also gathered a group of experts to search for him. They also contacted the kings who were stationed in various places, preparing to join forces. While the crown prince was working hard, the 8th prince also started to move. Relying on his newly promoted status as the crown prince, he had also gathered many elders and princes. However, he was still a crown prince to be. Compared to the first prince and the empress, he was still a far cry from them. Therefore, he had only gathered a small number of princes and elders. Even so, it was enough to alleviate the danger that Lin Xian was in. As for the other princes, they were divided into 2 groups. Some supported the 8th prince, and some supported the crown prince. Of course, there were also those who chose to remain neutral. After all, it was not good to offend either of them. The 3rd prince stood firmly on the crown prince's side. After all, he hated Lin Xian to the core. Of course, he hoped that Lin Xian would be killed. Moreover, he knew that Lin Xian would definitely die. Because the crown prince had not only gathered a large number of experts, but also princes. The empress had also sent someone to deliver a message to the war race. When the people of the war race learned of the Golden Lion King's death, they would definitely explode with rage. As long as the war race was angry, not to mention the kid, even the peerless powerhouses would be killed. On the other side, Lin Xian boarded the Black Earth and left the palace completely. After he confirmed that it was safe, he immediately left the Black Earth and put it away. After all, the Black Earth's level was too high. Activating it once consumed too much energy. Even he did not dare to use it for a long time. It was better to use it as a life-saving measure. He still used an ordinary spirit boat to fly. "Kid, what should we do now?" the Crimson Dragon asked. Lin Xian thought for a while and decided to leave the Taiyu dynasty first. After all, the commotion this time was too big. Lin Xian decided to find a city and buy a map. He asked for the location. He made a plan to leave. After flying for so long, he was surrounded by barren mountains. He did not know where to fly to leave the Taiyu dynasty. After confirming a direction, Lin Xian flew quickly. Half a day later, a city wall appeared in his vision. It was a huge city. It was incomparably bright. Looking from below, it looked like a giant beast entrenched on the ground. "Let's go down and take a look." When Lin Xian saw the giant city, his figure flickered and he descended. When they got closer, they realized that this huge city was really too majestic. The roads inside were like huge dragons, and the tall city towers were like immortal palaces. The atmosphere was majestic. The city walls below were all protected by formations. Mysterious runes flickered on the walls, emitting a unique aura. It was impossible to land directly inside the city walls. Therefore, Lin Xian landed outside the city walls. In front of the city gate, there were groups of guards. There were more than 30 people in total. They held long spears in their hands and wore battle armor that flickered with a cold metallic luster. They guarded the 2 sides of the city gate. At the entrance, there was an endless stream of people coming in and out. These people were not ordinary people. They were all martial artists. Many of them even had powerful auras. It was obvious that they were experts. Lin Xian landed below. When he was flying, he had already changed his appearance. At this moment, he changed his appearance in order to avoid being noticed by others. Sure enough, after he came down, many people looked in his direction. But soon, it moved away. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian was slightly relieved. It seemed that these people did not notice him. Moreover, he did not know if the Supreme First Dynasty had issued a warrant for him. But thinking about it, they would definitely not let him go. Therefore, he had better be careful. In the next moment, Lin Xian withdrew his thoughts and walked forward. The moment he entered the city, one of the middle-aged guards with a full beard suddenly felt his heart tremble. There was a look of shock in his eyes. He opened his mouth and spat out a green iron token. The iron token on the token shone brightly and trembled rapidly. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man was extremely shocked and his pupils suddenly dilated. He hurriedly said, "Go, and inform the governor that the person we are looking for is here." Whoosh whoosh, in front of him, the two guards turned into two streaks of lightning, rushed into the city, and disappeared. Lin Xian entered the city and walked on the wide street. Looking at the passers-by and martial artists on both sides, his eyes flickered. He was looking for a shop to buy a map to identify the direction. Buzz. The original version will win, the pirated version will die. In a corner, an old man in patched clothes with a broken bowl in front of him suddenly opened his eyes. His hair was messy and his face was ashen, but at this moment, his eyes were extremely sharp. There was a jade pendant on his body that was shining brightly. Runes flashed on it. "It's here," the old man whispered, his eyes shining with a sharp light. In the next moment, her figure flickered and disappeared. At the same time, a middle-aged man in white was sitting cross-legged on the platform of a high-speed railway. He was waving a feather fan, and there was a golden bell in front of it. At this moment, the golden bell shone brightly and made a tinkling sound. "It's here." The middle-aged man in white put down the fan in his hand and looked at the golden bell in front of him. His eyes flickered. In the next moment, he waved his hand and a palm-sized rune appeared in his hand. He bit his finger and wrote a few lines of words on it with his blood. At the same time, a formation was formed in front of him and it was shining brightly. The middle-aged man in white placed the rune on top of the formation. As the light flickered, the rune disappeared. One after another, orders were quickly passed down in the dark. Obviously, because of Lin Xian's arrival, the entire city was in turmoil. Lin Xian did not know about these things. At this moment, he came to a hall called the Thousand Treasure Tower, bought a map, and asked some questions about the geography. Lin Xian learned that this city was called Flame City. The place he was in was considered the center of the Taiyu dynasty. It would take a long time to leave the territory of the Taiyu dynasty. It seemed that he had to use a teleportation formation. Lin Xian asked where the super teleportation formation was. In the end, he learned that only the 12 main cities had super teleportation formations. Although Flame City was huge, it was not one of the 12. Of course, there were also super teleportation formations in the mansions of the princes. However, those places were more dangerous, so Lin Xian would not go there. The 12 main cities, Lin Xian nodded. It seemed that he had to find a way to go to the 12 main cities and use the super teleportation formation to lead the Taiyu dynasty. Although it was just a dynasty, its territory was frighteningly huge. It would take Lin Xian a few years to fly away. Thinking of this, Lin Xian walked out. As soon as he stepped out of the Thousand Treasure Tower, he was surrounded by a group of guards. There were about 20 of them, each with a cold expression. They held long spears in their hands and surrounded Lin Xian tightly. Seeing this, Lin Xian frowned. Could it be that he was exposed? In front, a young man in green armor stood out, looked at Lin Xian, and nodded. That's right, it was him. Take him away. As soon as he said that, 4 guards in black armor stepped forward, and a violent aura surged from their bodies. They reached out and grabbed Lin Xian. Scram! Lin Xian's face darkened as he roared. A majestic aura rushed out of his body and forced the 4 guards back. Puff! The 4 guards spat out mouthfuls of blood, their faces filled with fear. The young man's face darkened. He pulled out the sword at his waist and shouted coldly, "Attack!" Instantly, more than 20 guards attacked at the same time. The void in front of them exploded. Scram! Lin Xian roared furiously. His voice was like a clap of thunder that descended from the sky, causing the entire void to shake rapidly. Buzz! 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 The void split open, and the dozen guards that rushed over were sent flying. Their faces were pale, and their brains were in turmoil. Boom! 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 They all fell to the ground, screaming non-stop. The surrounding passers-by were all stunned. Heavens, who is this kid? He's too terrifying. With a roar, he actually forced more than 20 black armored guards back. These black armored guards were all elite kings. When they attacked together, they could fight against an almighty, but now, they were sent flying by a sound wave. Everyone was stunned. The young man's face was also extremely pale. The clap of thunder just now had a terrifying impact on him, causing his blood and chi to tremble. However, he quickly circulated his cultivation technique to suppress his churning blood and chi. At the same time, he clenched the sword in his hand and was about to attack Lin Xian. However, in the next moment, when he saw Lin Xian's cold and murderous gaze, his body fell to the ground and began to tremble. Who is this? How dare you cause trouble in Flame City? Are you tired of living? In the distance, the ground trembled as more black armored guards rushed over. Among them, there were a few who were riding on terrifying demon kings and rushing over. Among them, there were two who were extremely terrifying. One was riding a three-headed demon wolf, while the other was riding a purple lion. The lion had a pair of wings on its back, and its body emitted a monstrous demon chi. Behind them, each of them led a group of 50 black armored guards. They quickly rushed over and surrounded the area. Kid, how dare you cause trouble in Flame City in broad daylight and injure the black armored guards? Come back with us obediently. A middle-aged man with cold eyes sat on the back of the three-headed wolf. He stared at Lin Xian and said coldly. In addition, a bald man was sitting cross-legged on top of the purple lion. He held a long saber in his hand and pointed it downward. Seeing this scene, everyone in the distance felt their scalps go numb. They quickly retreated and widened the distance between them. That was because they recognized the two of them. One of them was the bald Golden Blade King, and the other was Violent Hand King. Both of them were powerful experts and held high positions in the Black Armored Army. It could be said that his strength was extremely terrifying. Who would have thought that the two of them would actually make a move together? Just who was this young man in front of him? Lin Xian looked at the two of them and snorted coldly. What did I do to deserve your arrest? Right now, I'm just defending myself. I'll give you a chance to disappear from my sight. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Impolite? Why aren't you being polite? In the sky, the purple lion spread its wings and flapped them continuously, emitting gusts of demonic wind. The bald man on its back, the Golden Blade King, widened his eyes and let out a cold smirk. Kid, go to hell. In the next moment, his figure flashed and disappeared from the sky. He instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian. The golden treasured saber in his hand slashed down forcefully. This golden saber light was like a bolt of lightning, bringing along a wave of pressure as it slashed down from the sky. It was as if an immemorial demonic beast was going to devour Lin Xian. Humph. That kid is dead meat. That was for sure. The Golden Blade King's saber technique was absolutely terrifying. Around them, the black armored army sneered. Lin Xian's lips curled into a sneer as he looked at the golden blade light that was sweeping down from the sky. In the next moment, he stretched out his right hand and grabbed the air lightly. What? He actually wanted to fight with his bare hands and not dodge. He was really looking for death. Idiot. Water must have entered his head. Seeing this scene, these people were even more puzzled. Humph, the Golden Blade King sneered. The other party actually dared to be so arrogant. He was really looking for death. One must know that even a powerful expert of the same level would not dare to fight with his golden saber barehanded. Boom. Support the original version. Pirates must die. Lin Xian's palm slapped on the golden saber, creating an intense collision, as if thousands of horses were neighing. With an earth-shattering sound, the void exploded, and the golden saber light that filled the sky was shattered. The Golden Blade King's chest caved in, and he was sent flying. Puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and sent more than 10 black armored army flying. What? The Golden Blade King was injured. Everyone was stunned. The black armored army's eyelids were twitching, and those who were watching from afar were also extremely shocked. They looked at Lin Xian, and their eyes were filled with fear. Who exactly was this kid? How could he be so strong? He actually sent the Golden Blade King flying with one move. Could it be that this kid was also a powerful expert? Thinking of this, they gasped. They had never seen such a young powerful expert before. Moreover, that was not right. According to the information, he was only a 6-star king. On the other side, the middle-aged man sitting on the 3-headed wolf, the Violent Hand King, also had a change in expression. He sneered. "Kid, you're looking for death." In the next moment, he stretched out his palm, and a fiery red big hand came grabbing at him from all directions. Buzz, seeing the other party making another move, Lin Xian pointed out his finger. On the tip of his finger, a dazzling sword light surged out. Rumble, the whole sky was trembling. Although it was only a sword light, it was enough to crush the heavens. This sword chi was simply too terrifying. As soon as this sword chi appeared, everyone began to tremble. The Violent Hand King's expression also changed. He did not expect the other party's sword chi to be so powerful. This aura was enough to threaten his life. Therefore, in the next moment, he wanted to escape. However, the sword chi had already enveloped him. Pung, ah, with a scream, one of his arms was chopped off, and blood flowed out crazily. The Violent Hand King frantically retreated, his face pale. Kill him for me, set up the black armored sky-splitting array, I want him dead, the Violent Hand King roared crazily. He quickly stopped his injuries, and commanded the black armored army to form a terrifying killing array. Although these black armored army were not almighty experts, they had mastered a terrifying array. At this moment, 100 black armored army quickly formed the array. Even an almighty expert could not contend against it. Black armored sky-splitting array. The 100 black armored army quickly formed the array. The sky was filled with light, and a terrifying aura was emitted from the array. It enveloped the whole space. In the distance, everyone's expression changed. They frantically retreated, not daring to get close. This array was too terrifying. The terrifying aura was like the awakening of a peerless demonic beast. Pung, in the next moment, these people attacked together. The aura in the sky, together with the array, formed a black rock, and rushed out quickly. That black rock slowly covered the sky, and its body emitted a monstrous aura. It charged toward Lin Xian. At the same time, the Hunter King and Golden Blade King also cooperated with the black rock, and quickly attacked. The two of them, one in front and one behind, charged toward Lin Xian's vital points. Looking for recommendations, monthly votes, subscriptions, collections, gifts. At the same time, Hunter King and Golden Blade King also cooperated with the Black Rock and quickly attacked. The two of them attacked Lin Xian's vital parts one after another. Wang. Blazing Palm. Sky-splitting Golden Blade. The two of them roared and used their ultimate moves. A terrifying flaming palm and a terrifying golden blade light flew out quickly. You don't know what's good for you. Facing the terrifying formation and the attacks of the two almighties, Lin Xian snorted coldly. In the next moment, he pulled out a broken sword. The broken sword was very ancient and there were sword patterns all over it. One look and you could tell it was not an ordinary item. It was Lin Xian's heaven-ranked ancient sword. In the next moment, the ancient sword swung out a terrifying sword light, tearing the heaven and earth apart. Pung pung pung, intense explosions sounded in the sky. Mushroom clouds rose one after another, the light was as dazzling as fireworks. The black rock formed by 100 black armored army was split in half by the sword. But even so, Hunter King's other arm was also cut off. Blood gushed out and it could not heal at all. Golden Blade King was even worse. When the golden blade in his hand touched the ancient sword, it broke with a clang. Damn it, how is this possible? Golden Blade King's pupils shrank. His golden blade was an earth-rank upper artifact. It was extremely terrifying, even the Almighties could not break it. How could the other party break it so easily, he did not dare to imagine. But in the next moment, he screamed in horror. Because the sword chi had split him in half from the middle. As the sword descended, Lin Xian withdrew his ancient sword. As for the 100 black armored soldiers, they vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Golden Blade King and Hunter King, one was dead and the other was crippled. Blood flowed and dyed the surroundings red. Impossible, this is impossible, damn it, how can you be so strong? Hunter King trembled, his eyes were filled with fear. The 100 black armored army kept retreating, their faces were in a mess. In the distance, the crowd was even more shocked. God, who is this kid? How could he destroy such a powerful team so easily, ruthless? This is definitely a ruthless person, everyone was terrified and retreated frantically. Humph, how dare you kill my black armored army? You're dead. Right at this moment, a cold voice came from afar, rolling over like thunder. Immediately after, the earth trembled as more and more black armored army gathered in this direction like a black tide. Light flickered in the sky as countless experts appeared. Those people who originally wanted to watch felt their heads explode. Such a terrifying formation, just to catch a young man. Who was this person? They did not dare to imagine. However, they knew that they couldn't stay here any longer, so they quickly ran away. They all hid at a distance that they thought was safe and watched carefully. This time, there were even more black armored soldiers. They were densely packed, numbering in the thousands. In the sky, several frightening old men appeared. Their auras were thick and heavy. They were like deities that looked down on the common people. Brat, you won't be able to escape. Come back with me obediently. Humph, what you have done is enough to make you have no place in the Tai dynasty. Lin Xian's face darkened when he saw this. If they were dealing with ordinary people, it would be impossible for them to deploy such a terrifying formation. From the looks of it, the other party should know his identity. So, you know who I am? Lin Xian looked up at the sky and said indifferently. From the moment you came in, we knew. Don't think that you can hide your appearance and aura, you can avoid our pursuit. In the sky, an old man coldly snorted. So that's how it is. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the first prince had used a lot of power in order to catch him. He thought that he had hidden very well, but he did not expect to be recognized so quickly. Since it was like this, he did not intend to hide anymore. Lin Xian's face changed, and he returned to his original appearance. Capture him for me. Kill. Support the original version, pirates must die. There was an angry roar in the sky, and the 500 black armored soldiers on the ground formed a formation again. This time, the formation was more terrifying than before. It was even more monstrous. The biting cold murderous aura directly pierced through the void, and nothing could stop it. 10,000 killing formation. As soon as this formation was formed, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The surrounding palaces and pavilions were completely destroyed. Everyone retreated far away, and there was only Lin Xian and the black armored soldiers in the sky in front of him. Kill. There was another angry roar, and the murderous aura was like thunder, rapidly attacking the void. They formed 100,000 murderous auras in the sky, and charged towards Lin Xian. It's over. That brat is definitely dead. This 10,000 murderous aura was really terrifying. Even an almighty could not contend against it. That's right. There were so many experts from the City Lord Mansion in the sky. This brat could not escape. In the distance, the surrounding warriors were discussing softly. In front, Lin Xian snorted coldly. His eyes turned cold, and his body emitted a terrifying sword intent. Since the other party had recognized him, there was nothing to say. Since they dared to chase after him, he would have to pay the price. Buzz, Lin Xian took a step forward. Suddenly, the aura on his body exploded, and the entire void shattered. A terrifying sword wave spread out in all directions. Boom boom boom, the sword wave spread in the sky and soon collided with the 100,000 murderous auras. Suddenly, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The surrounding buildings were directly destroyed. What? He actually resisted the 100,000 murderous auras? How was that possible? In the distance, everyone was shocked. The experts in the sky furrowed their brows. However, at this moment, there was another change below. Lin Xian's body was filled with sword aura again, and he slashed forward. Suddenly, the killing array formed by the 500 black armored army cracked, and it was about to break at any time. Damn it. I'll kill him. Seeing that the situation was not good, a man in black armor in the sky had a cold expression. He held a black spear in his hand and quickly charged down. The old man in black looked down and said in a deep voice, "The two of you go down too. At the same time, activate 2 more killing arrays. With 3 killing arrays together, I don't believe that we can't kill this brat." "Yes," a man and a woman beside him responded. Both of them looked middle-aged. The man held a thunder hammer in his hand, and the woman held 2 swords. The 2 of them were also wearing armor. One was wearing silver armor, while the other was wearing fiery red armor. After the 2 of them went down, they formed 2 more killing arrays. Each killing array was formed by 500 black armored army soldiers. The Thunder God array and the Flame-proof array. Heavens, there were 2 more killing arrays. The people in the distance went crazy. They estimated that no one could escape from such an array. The 3 killing arrays quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. Comparing arrays, in the next moment, he stamped his foot, and the demon-breaking sword array appeared on the ground. Countless blood-red sword runes circled around, and then ancient phantoms rushed out. Boom, the black ancient phantoms directly soared into the sky. Boom, the 2 collided, and the 500 black armored army soldiers immediately vomited blood. "Damn it, block for me." In the 10,000 killing array, the man in black armor roared. His spear stabbed out like a dragon. With the 100,000 murderous auras, it stabbed towards Lin Xian. It was useless. Lin Xian waved the ancient dragon abyss sword again, shattering the terrifying spear light in front of him. Not only that, but the black spear in the black armored man's hand was also split in half. Damn it, the black armored man's face was abnormally gloomy. His treasure weapon was actually shattered. What kind of weapon was in his opponent's hand? How could it be so sharp? When the other 2 killing formations saw this, they quickly rushed over as well. Thunder God kill. The man's hammers vibrated, and suddenly, silver lightning appeared in the void and quickly descended. Under the support of the formation, a terrifying sea of lightning was formed, swallowing the world. On the other side, the fire formation released a sky full of 5-colored flames, burning fiercely. The 2 forces of the sea of lightning and fire quickly enveloped Lin Xian. But in the next moment, it was split in half by 2 sword chi. Puff, the man and woman were struck until they cried and vomited blood. Their armor was shattered, and the weapons in their hands were broken into several pieces. Broken again, the 3 killing formations were also easily broken. Everyone was stupefied. They had never seen or even heard of such a scene before. Buzz. Buzz, Lin Xian stretched out his hand, and 3 true dragons flew out, sucking the 3 almighties over. The 3 almighties struggled frantically, but they were all formed by sword chi and contained the power of the great dragon sword soul. How could the 3 of them break free? The current Lin Xian was a true almighty. His strength was absolutely terrifying, reaching the level of a peerless almighty. These people were no match for him. "Kid, you dare to kill me? You're dead," the black-armored man roared crazily. He had never been treated like this. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and with a slap, the black-armored man knelt on the ground, his legs broken. "Ah! Damn it, kill me if you have the guts." The black-armored man roared crazily. "Kill you? Do you think I don't dare?" Lin Xian sneered and exerted force with his palm. Instantly, the black-armored man's armor was completely shattered, and his body turned into a bloody mist. What? He really killed him. Everyone was shocked, and the man and woman beside him were terrified. "Spare us. Please, I beg you, spare us." The 2 of them started to beg for mercy. They didn't dare to be stubborn anymore. Otherwise, their end would be very miserable. "Spare you? How could this be?" Su Chen sneered. "From the moment you decided to kill me, your fates were already decided. You chose to end up like this. You can't blame me." Lin Xian swung the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand. Puff. 2 heads flew into the sky. Plop, plop, another 2 mighty figures' bodies fell to the ground. Lin Xian's ancient sword was dripping with blood. He raised his head and looked at the sky. "Go back and tell the first prince that this is not enough for me to kill. Brat, you're too arrogant. You actually dare to contend against a big lunatic." Is that something you can contend against? There were still two old men left in the sky. Their faces were gloomy. The other party was actually so powerful that he could cripple so many of their experts with just a few strikes. This really shocked them to the core. As expected, you are the first prince's dogs. Lin Xian sneered. He raised his palm and slapped towards the sky. Two large green palms appeared and slapped towards the two old men in the sky. Bang bang, the two of them resisted, but it was useless. Their armors and defenses were all smashed to pieces. The two of them spat out large mouthfuls of blood and were sent flying. Damn it, how could he be so powerful? The two old men's scalps went numb because they realized that they were no match for the other party at all. Run. Support the original version. Pirates will die. The two of them were terrified and turned to flee. They didn't want any harsh words or orders. Survival was the most important thing. They fled into the distance like crazy. Want to run? Can you run? Lin Xian sneered. He stepped into the air and chased after them. However, he didn't make a move because he wanted to see where the two of them were going to escape to. He knew that these people weren't the final decision makers. There must be some core subordinates of the first prince in Flame City. In front of him, the two of them quickly fled, turning into streams of light and running towards the city lord's residence. Then, the two of them landed in the city lord's residence. City lord's residence? When Lin Xian saw this scene, he narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the city lord had given the order to capture him. Since that was the case, there was no need for the city lord's residence to exist. Seeing that the other party had chased after them, the two old men below felt their scalps go numb. They roared crazily, "Quick, attack, catch that kid. He's the one we're looking for." Below, countless figures flashed and rays of light lit up. Several large arrays appeared in the city lord's residence, covering the sky and the sun. Countless rays of light soared into the sky and attacked Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian waved the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand and used the chaotic heaven destroyer sword. A sharp chaotic sword chi rushed out, turning into a silver river in the sky and rolling down. Boom boom boom, the rays of light below were all shattered. The arrays were split into pieces, and the cultivators inside were directly kicked into a bloody mist. They exploded in the air. Not only that, the city walls, palaces, and pavilions below were all shattered. Nothing was intact. The ground cracked, and terrifying cracks spread in all directions. That was too powerful. He actually destroyed the city lord's residence. Behind him, many people followed from afar. When they saw Lin Xian split the city lord's mansion in half with a single strike, everyone was stunned. Their faces were filled with shock. In the city lord's residence, the two old men were even more dumbstruck. Their bodies had suffered a terrifying impact, but they could no longer feel the pain. That was because their souls had been attacked, and their faces were full of shock. Who was that person? Run, run quickly! The two of them ignored everything and wanted to escape into the depths of the city lord's residence. However, Lin Xian flicked out two rays of sword chi from his fingers and pierced through the bodies of the two old men. In the next moment, he took a step forward and descended. Below, the city lord's residence was shattered, and countless figures flashed. They surrounded Lin Xian. Among them, someone shouted coldly, "Damn it, who is that? How dare you cause trouble in the city lord's residence?" However, when they saw Lin Xian, they were all shocked. It was him, it was actually him. "Kid, you actually took the initiative to come to us, so don't blame us. Men, capture him and send him to the crown prince." "Send him to the crown prince? I'll send you to hell first." Lin Xian waved the ancient sword in his hand quickly, and a terrifying sword chi tore through the void. Immediately, screams sounded one after another. Those cultivators in front of him could not resist at all and were directly split open. In an instant, more than 10 figures fell. There were even 5 mighty figures among them. This scene directly provoked everyone in the surroundings. They screamed crazily, "Run, run quickly!" At this moment, they finally knew that the young man in front of them was absolutely terrifying. He was not someone they could contend against at all. "Kid, you're courting death." In the sky, 3 figures descended, accompanied by a terrifying aura. They were 3 elite mighty figures. At this moment, their faces were extremely gloomy as they stared at Lin Xian. Kid, you're too presumptuous. Do you really think that there's no one in the city lord's mansion? Kneel down and come back with us. Otherwise, we'll make you wish you were dead. He crippled his own arms and knelt on the ground to await his punishment. The three elite mighty figures had cold expressions, and their bodies emitted terrifying auras. It was as if mountains were pressing down on the void, making it difficult for people to breathe. In the city lord's mansion, the other martial artists who were running away also stopped in their tracks. They turned around and revealed ferocious expressions again. Ha 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 ha, our elite mighty figures are here. Our elders are here. Kid, don't be so arrogant. You're going to kill us. Watch how our elders kill you. They laughed maniacally because these three elders were elite mighty figures with terrifying strength. Moreover, they had many secret techniques and treasures in their hands. It would be a piece of cake for them to kill the kid in front of them. Elite mighty figures, how dare you show off in front of me? Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. One had to know that he could kill elite mighty figures before he broke through. Now that he had become a true mighty figure, his strength had increased exponentially. Elite mighty figures were nothing in front of him. You're courting death. The three elites were furious. They knew that the kid in front of them had offended a master, and they had information about him. However, they had never seen Lin Xian's power with their own eyes. In their opinion, no matter how heaven-defying a six-star king was, how powerful could he be, they had no idea that Lin Xian had successfully broken through, and they had never seen Lin Xian's power before. Therefore, they were obviously courting death. I'll kill him. A tall old man walked out. At that moment, an elder with a walking stick said, "There's no need. Let me do it. Let me do it." The third elder stood out with a sharp gaze. The three of them fought with each other, wanting to capture Lin Xian. That was because the higher-ups had ordered that whoever captured Lin Xian and handed him over to the first prince would be conferred the title of king. How could they possibly give up such a huge temptation to someone else? The three elite almighties were fighting with each other, completely disregarding Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered when he saw the scene. This was the first time he had seen people rushing to their deaths. Thinking of this, he stretched out his finger and pointed at the tall old man and said, "All right, there's no need to fight. You'll do." Seeing this scene, the tall old man laughed. He looked at the old man beside him. "Did you see that? That brat personally chose him. The two of you have nothing to say, right?" Then, the tall old man looked at Lin Xian again with a sinister smile on his face. "Brat, I have to say that you have good taste. You actually chose me. Don't worry, since you chose me, I'll give you a quick death." "Is that so? Thank you very much. Hurry up and do it." Lin Xian waved his hand as if he didn't care. This attitude stunned the tall old man, and his face immediately darkened. What did the other party mean? Did he not care about him at all? He was really courting death. He was an elite almighty, and his strength was far from what those ordinary almighties could compare to. "Brat, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you killed a few ordinary almighties. You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me." In the next moment, the tall old man made his move. He grabbed out with his palm. It was very simple and crude, but it had an unparalleled pressure. His strength was indeed beyond that of ordinary almighties. In an instant, his palm flew out like a mountain and enveloped Lin Xian. "Elite almighty? That's all there is to it, you're still nothing in front of me." Lin Xian waved his palm, and a bright light shot out. Clang! Support the original version. Pirates must die. The light shone and blasted on the large palm, immediately producing a clang. Meanwhile, the tall old man's expression changed, and a sinister look appeared in his eyes. His palm was directly broken. "Ah, damn it, how dare you hurt me!" The tall old man retracted his palm, and his expression was extremely ugly. The two people at the side discussed and then sneered. "No way, old boy, how can you be injured? Can you do it? If you can't, let the two of us do it." The two elite almighties at the side sneered. In their opinion, it was really embarrassing that they couldn't even deal with a brat. The tall old man snorted. "What do you know? I was just careless just now." As he spoke, he activated his mystic technique. Instantly, his arm made cracking sounds as the broken bones were connected. In the next moment, his eyes were cold as he stared at Lin Xian. "Brat, you've completely angered me. I originally wanted to give you a quick death, but now I've changed my mind. I'll let you have a taste of living a life worse than death." Thousand Hands Demonic Palm. The tall old man waved his palm, and a dark light flashed in the sky. Numerous palms appeared in the void, densely packed, and there were at least 1,000 of them. It was as if a mountain range was pressing down. Each of them was incomparably terrifying, and they could shatter heaven and earth. At this moment, thousands of palms appeared together, and it was really terrifying to the extreme. Burning Sky Scorching Sunday. Lin Xian activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul and simulated the Golden Lion King's ultimate move. Black hellfire spread and covered his fist. Then, he punched out with his fist. In the sky, the shadows of the fists turned into black suns and soared into the sky. Boom! Boom, boom. These black suns were incomparably violent, and they brought along heat that filled the sky as they collided with the thousands of palm shadows. Boom! Countless palm shadows were ignited and burned fiercely. In an instant, a sea of black flames appeared in the sky and enveloped the tall old man. Whoosh! Whoosh! Damn it! The tall old man's expression changed. All of his attacks were ignited. Not only that, the black flames followed his attacks and spread towards him. Even the clothes on his body were set on fire. Playing with fire? Suppress! The tall old man snorted and spat out a blue ice ball from his mouth. Instantly, the sky was covered with frost, and he wanted to extinguish the terrifying flames. Snow Soul Pearl. This old man actually used this magical treasure. At the back, the two elite almighties nodded continuously. They didn't expect this tall old man to be really angry. Lin Xian sneered in disdain. He clenched his fist again and punched out. The black flames in the sky condensed and formed a real dragon. It roared in the sky and shattered the Snow Soul Pearl. Boom! With a collision, the Snow Soul Pearl shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. The old man's face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, impossible. How is this possible? He's so powerful? Fear appeared in the old man's eyes. However, in the next moment, he froze. Because a sword light flashed, and he instantly lost consciousness. At the back, the two elite almighties were stunned. In the distance, the martial artists who hadn't escaped were also terrified. Because they realized that the tall old man's head flew up and his headless corpse fell down. He was killed. How is this possible? How is it possible that he was killed? Everyone went crazy, and the two elite almighties were even more shocked. They didn't see how the other party attacked. Everyone went crazy, and the two elite powerhouses were even more shocked. They did not see how the other party attacked. Originally, they thought that the two sides were evenly matched, but thinking about it, the final victory would be theirs. However, in just a short moment, one of their elites was killed. What method did the other party use? Lin Xian looked at the headless corpse and sneered. Then, he turned his gaze and stared at the other two elite powerhouses. He said, "Now, have you decided who will come up?" Hearing Lin Xian's words, the two elite powerhouses trembled, and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. Thinking about how they were fighting to be the first to attack, they even had the heart to die. They did not expect that they were fighting for the chance to attack, but they were actually fighting for the chance to die. Thinking of this, their faces were extremely pale. Damn it, don't talk nonsense with him, let's attack together. The two elite powerhouses looked at each other and decided to attack together. Buzz, the yellow-robed elder on the left pulled out a treasure sword, and his body emitted a dazzling sword light. The purple-robed elder on the right took out an umbrella, and the Linglong treasure pagoda was floating above his head. Kill! The yellow-robed elder waved his long sword and used a terrifying sword technique called the 7-killing sword technique. The sword chi in the sky turned into 7 demonic wolves, roaring ferociously as they swooped down. On the other side, the purple-robed elder spun the umbrella in his hand. The umbrella left his hand and floated in the air, releasing tens of thousands of auras. A terrifying force enveloped Lin Xian, trying to suck him away. This umbrella was a very terrifying Dharma treasure. Once sucked in, even an elite powerhouse would be refined. It was extremely terrifying. The two powerhouses attacked Lin Xian together, and it seemed that they really wanted to kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian formed a hand seal, and an ice phoenix shot out, instantly freezing the sword technique in the sky. The 7 demonic wolves were frozen in the void. What a terrifying power of ice! The yellow-robed elder was shocked, but at this moment, the mysterious umbrella arrived above Lin Xian and instantly sucked Lin Xian away. Buzz. Support the original, kill the pirated version. Seeing this, the purple-clothed old man hurriedly activated his seal. The umbrella closed and spun in the air. With a wave of his hand, the blood-red umbrella returned to his hand, and he laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha, brat, no matter how strong you are, so what if you enter my blood river umbrella? In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, you will turn into a puddle of blood. Even if you call yourself a genius, you won't be able to stop him. The purple-clothed elder laughed heartily at the sky, looking extremely pleased. At the side, the yellow-robed old man's figure flickered as he came to the side. He said, "Be careful, don't really kill him. Otherwise, we won't be able to answer to the first prince. Don't worry, I won't wait for an incense stick's worth of time. After half an incense stick's worth of time, I'll let him out." Then, he used the Millennium Cold Steel to tie him up. At that time, let's see how he can escape. This time, the purple-clothed elder was too excited, because if he captured Lin Xian, he would be crowned king. At that time, he would have a meteoric rise and become an overlord. The yellow-clothed old man at the side was also extremely envious. Why didn't he have such a fate? Of course, he also knew that in a one-on-one battle, he was no match for Lin Xian. The reason why the other party was able to succeed was entirely because of the red umbrella. The Blood River Umbrella. A top-tier Earth-rank artifact. It was extremely mysterious and terrifying. Anything that was absorbed by the Blood River Umbrella would be refined by the mysterious power inside. Even if an elite mighty figure saw it, they would be terrified. Thinking of that, he sighed. Lin Xian was unlucky to have encountered the Blood River Umbrella. Perhaps, no matter how powerful he was, he would not be able to use it. Boom! At that moment, the Blood River Umbrella suddenly exploded, forming a violent energy wave that tore the void apart. The energy was so terrifying that the purple-clothed elder was directly blown into a bloody mist. Not only that, because the yellow-robed elder was too close, half of his body was blown away. He fell to the ground and kept twitching. What was going on? Why did the Blood River Umbrella explode? However, in the next moment, he was stunned. That was because he discovered that the Blood River Umbrella had split open and a large hole had appeared. A figure came out from inside. It was the kid from before. Lin Xian, what? He was fine, and he had rushed out. How was that possible? The yellow-robed elder was stunned. The other party's body was spotless and undamaged. That was beyond his expectations. He knew the power of the Blood River Umbrella. Even an elite mighty figure would not be able to escape from it. However, not only was the other party not injured, but he had also successfully broken the Blood River Umbrella. That was a top-tier artifact. How did that kid break it? He was too shocked. The surrounding people were even more terrified. Such a powerful artifact had been broken, and an elite mighty figure had been killed. The other one had also lost half his life. That method was too terrifying. Humph. Do you think a small artifact can trap me? Lin Xian's body was surrounded by sword light. He sneered disdainfully. His eyes flickered as he stared at the yellow-robed mighty figure on the ground. Go to hell. He raised his hand and shot out a sword wave. Don't kill me, no, the yellow-robed mighty figure screamed crazily and wanted to escape. However, just as he moved, he was enveloped by the sword wave. The remaining half of his body was directly slashed into a bloody mist. Looking at that scene, the surrounding warriors of the city lord's mansion all went crazy. They trembled and knelt on the ground. Some of their faces were pale, while others turned around and fled. There was nothing they could do. The impact was too great. 3 elite mighty figures had been killed in just a few moves. They could not believe it at all. It was like a dream. Run quickly, those people fled in all directions. Lin Xian sneered. With a wave of his hand, the demon-slaying sword array surged out. Streaks of blood-colored sword light swept out in all directions. Every time the sword chi slashed down, many people would be directly split apart. Their blood would fuse into the demon-slaying sword array again, increasing the power of the sword array. Lin Xian was like a god of death, harvesting the lives of those people. Those people screamed crazily, but they could not escape at all. "Damn it, I'll fight you!" In the crowd, 6 mighty figures roared. They attacked together from all directions and attacked Lin Xian. 5-colored lightning strike. Lin Xian stood on the spot without moving. He formed a seal with his palms, and 5-colored lightning struck down from the sky, piercing through all 6 mighty figures. "Ah, ah," screams sounded one after another. The lightning spread rapidly, and nothing could stop it wherever it passed. "Humph, how dare you cause trouble in my city lord's mansion? You must have a death wish." At that moment, a majestic voice sounded. It was like an ancient demonic voice that sounded in the void. Hearing that voice, Lin Xian frowned and looked into the distance. As for the surrounding people, they all became excited. The city lord! The city lord was here. Their bodies trembled, and hope appeared in their eyes. In the sky, a figure appeared like a demon god. He quickly descended, bringing with him countless rays of light and terrifying energy fluctuations. In the sky, a human figure appeared. Like a demon god, he descended quickly, bringing with him countless rays of light and terrifying energy waves. Boom, then, the figure descended. Behind him, there were 5 elders, each of them emitting a terrifying aura. The auras of these people merged together, causing the entire space to freeze. They were too powerful, especially the figure at the front. He was like a god of war. City Lord, everyone was trembling from this aura, but at this moment, they were all extremely excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The reason for that was because the imposing figure that had appeared was their Flame City's city master. Their city lord was extremely powerful and was a pinnacle almighty. His strength was far above the elite almighties. Originally, these people were in despair because even if the elite almighties joined forces, they would not be able to contend against Lin Xian. But now, it was different. Their city lord was here. A pinnacle almighty was here. They would definitely be able to kill him. Moreover, the 5 elders behind the city lord were also elite almighties. Such a lineup was even more terrifying than before. When the city lord of Flame City descended, his body was surrounded by flames, making it impossible to see his face. But his eyes were like divine lamps, shining brightly. He stared at Lin Xian and said coldly, "Kid, surrender obediently and I can spare your life." His voice was extremely cold and emotionless, but it carried a biting cold pressure that caused everyone's heart to beat wildly. "You are the city lord of Flame City?" In the face of such a godlike figure, Lin Xian merely sneered and kept sizing him up. "In that case, you are directly under the orders of the Crown Prince, right? It seems like you are the Crown Prince's dog. Well, if I kill you, no one in Flame City will dare to go against me." "What? This kid wants to kill the city lord." Hearing this, the surrounding warriors felt their scalps go numb. Was this kid crazy? The city lord was a pinnacle almighty. Could it be that this kid had the strength to kill a pinnacle almighty? They did not dare to believe it. One had to know that although they were all almighties, the difference between an ordinary almighty and an elite almighty was many times greater. And the difference between an elite almighty and a pinnacle almighty was many times greater. The difference was huge and could not be made up. Therefore, when these people heard Lin Xian's words, they were all stunned. "You want to kill me?" Flame City's city lord, Xiaoyun, laughed. "Brat, I admit that you're very strong. You actually managed to kill your way into the depths of my city lord's mansion by yourself. He had even killed many powerful experts. But do you think you can go against me like this? I, Xiaoyun, am 530 years old this year. Although I am not a peerless almighty being, I am the city lord of Flame City. What do you think I relied on? Let me tell you, it's power. My strength is definitely not something that ordinary top almighties can compare to. It's not something you can imagine. Therefore, the fact that you dared to attack me is the biggest mistake you've ever made, relying on strength. What strength do you have? Let me take a look." Lin Xian snorted coldly. He wasn't an ordinary king tier either. His battle prowess was equivalent to a peerless almighty. So what if his opponent was powerful, Could it be that the other party was stronger than him? More than his trump cards, therefore, Lin Xian wasn't afraid of Flame City's city lord. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. Flame City's city lord, Xiaoyun, was also a genius in the Taiyu dynasty. Indeed, as the other party said, ordinary city lords were all peerless almighties. However, this Xiaoyun in front of them wasn't a peerless almighty. He was just a top king-tier king. However, his strength was extremely terrifying. In the past 100 years, there had always been 3 top experts who attacked the city lord. In the end, they were all killed mercilessly. Yes, the city lord's strength was absolutely terrifying and unfathomable. This brat was definitely dead. Behind them, the 5 elite almighties were also discussing in low voices. In front of them, Xiaoyun's face sank. His eyes were like divine lamps, flickering with a cold light. A terrifying flame rushed out from his body, burning fiercely. His entire person was like a god of fire, dazzling and eye-catching. Buzz, in the next moment, Xiaoyun attacked. He stretched out a hand and pressed forward. A boundless sea of fire spread, instantly dyeing the surroundings red. The entire city lord's mansion shook as if it would split open at any time. Pung pung pung, the air exploded. Many of the city lord's mansion's martial artists in the distance knelt on the ground, trembling. This was because they couldn't withstand such terrifying energy fluctuations. Peng, Lin Xian also punched out. Hellfire appeared and turned into a black fist, shining in the sky like a black sun. It collided with Xiaoyun's palm and then exploded. The two collided, and energy exploded, sweeping in all directions. The surrounding buildings exploded in an instant, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. Some of the nearby martial artists were directly sent flying. There were even a few who were burned to ashes on the spot. He blocked it. That brat actually blocked the city lord's attack. How was that possible? The remaining people all frantically retreated, their faces filled with horror. Xiaoyun also frowned. The flame in his eyes became even brighter, like a divine lamp. The opponent in front of him was beyond his expectations. However, he snorted coldly and waved his sleeve. Instantly, the sea of fire in the sky condensed, forming a fire phoenix that quickly rushed over. This fire phoenix was extremely huge, covering the entire space. Its entire body was burning with flames, as if it was alive. In an instant, it rushed towards Lin Xian. A strong wave of heat hit him in the face. Wang, on Lin Xian's body, the ice protection appeared, and the ice in the sky resisted the terrifying flames. At the same time, countless sword chi rushed out from under his feet, turning into a dark demonic crocodile. The huge immemorial shadow directly rushed into the void. It was together with the fire phoenix. Boom boom boom, Lin Xian and the city lord of Flame City fought, as if 2 gods were fighting fiercely. Terrifying energy collided in the air, tearing apart the void. At this moment, everyone in the Flame City raised their heads to look at the sky. They were looking at the space that had been torn apart. Looking at the flames in the sky, all the martial artists in the city were separated. What's going on? Someone is fighting in the city lord's mansion? Heavens, someone actually dares to fight here. Does he not want to live anymore? It's that brat. Previously, he had killed many black armored guards on the streets. Who would have thought that he would kill his way to the city lord's mansion? Sounds of discussion rang out. Many people soared into the sky, flying towards the city lord's mansion. Wang, in front, Xiaoyun roared, and an even more terrifying flame appeared on his body. At the same time, a sea of fire quickly formed in his palm, as if it could cover the entire world. Wang, in the next moment, he stretched out his palm, and the sea of fire in his palm bloomed with light, enveloping Lin Xian. 8 Desolation Palm. This was Xiaoyun's ultimate move, and it was extremely terrifying. Even the top powerhouses could not fight against it. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. The sword chi in his body rushed out quickly like lightning, bombarding the void. At the same time, he waved the ancient Dragon Abyss sword. The chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword rushed out. The chaotic sword chi was like a long river, falling in the air. The sword was like the light of the beginning. What was more shocking was that there were stars circling within the sword chi. It was extremely mysterious, like a universe. What kind of sword chi was that? It was terrifying. Why did it feel like the beginning of the world? Many people gasped, their eyes filled with shock. Although they did not recognize that sword technique, they knew that it was extremely terrifying. Buzz, at that moment, Xiaoyun's flame world arrived above Lin Xian's head and mercilessly fell. The void below was instantly burned into a black hole. Terrifying flames surrounded it, about to swallow the entire world. However, in the next moment, the flames in the sky were mercilessly split apart. A chaotic sword chi crushed the 9 heavens and directly struck the flame world. Boom, heaven and earth shook, and cracks appeared on the flame world. More and more cracks appeared, and then it exploded with a boom. What? The City Lord's ultimate technique was broken. How was that possible? These people were truly stupefied. The 8 Desolations palm was a kind of great divine ability. It was incomparably terrifying, but now it was actually split apart by a single sword. What kind of sword technique was that? Wasn't that kid too terrifying? The City Lord of Flame City, Xiaoyun's expression changed. He retracted his palm, and there was a sword mark on his palm, almost cutting his palm off. How dare you injure me? Kid, you've committed an unforgivable crime. Xiaoyun's expression was cold. In the next moment, blood dripped from his wound, but it burned in the air. Then, it turned into a giant flame beast. These flame beasts were densely packed, and there were more and more of them. They all rushed toward Lin Xian. Xiaoyun's lips curled into a cold smile. This was one of his techniques. He used his blood and fire energy to form a terrifying attack. Holy light bloomed on the surface of his body, wanting to heal his wound. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. Because he realized that the wound was difficult to heal. What was going on? Xiaoyun frowned. How could his opponent's sword chi be so powerful? Until now, there was still a terrifying sword chi lingering on his wound. It made it impossible for him to heal. Damn it, Xiaoyun snorted coldly and activated a secret technique to stop the bleeding. However, when he raised his head, his pupils shrank again. This was because the demonic beasts formed by the combination of blood and flames had been completely split apart. Lin Xian used the dragon sword domain and released tens of thousands of sword chi, directly piercing through all the flame demon beasts. Is this your divine ability? He couldn't even withstand a single blow. Next, I'll show you my divine ability. Lin Xian sneered and waved the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand. Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword, Demon Seal. Boom, heaven and earth split apart, unable to withstand this terrifying sword light at all. The City Lord's mansion was instantly split into 2. Boom, Xiaoyun's pupils shrank as he released 6 flame divine shields to protect himself. At the same time, the flames on his body condensed, forming a battle armor to block this terrifying sword. However, he was still sent flying. His body landed heavily on the ground, creating a bottomless pit. The surrounding people were all spitting out saliva. What kind of power was this? A single slash was enough to split open the City Lord's mansion. Even the City Lord was sent flying. Roar, damn it, I'm going to kill you. Below, the ground was suffused with red light as a figure soared into the sky. It was Xiaoyun. His hair was disheveled and the 6 flame divine shields on his body were all broken. His battle armor was also in tatters. However, the flame aura on his body was even stronger. It was even mixed with the smell of fresh blood. Obviously, that attack just now had injured him, and it was a serious injury. This completely infuriated Xiaoyun. He was the City Lord of Flaming Cloud City and his strength was extremely terrifying. At such a young age, he was already able to suppress an expert. But now, he actually suffered a loss at the hands of a 20-year-old brat. He couldn't tolerate it. Brat, you have completely angered me. Xiaoyun shouted coldly as he pulled out a flaming saber from the void. This flame was very strange. It wasn't red, but green. See, returning saber, it's over. The City Lord is really angry. He actually used see returning saber. Behind him, the 5 elite almighties also exclaimed. They knew that the origin of this saber was very special. This green flame came from a very terrifying demon beast in the Endless Sea region. It was called the green sepal demon turtle. This kind of turtle could typically live for more than 7,000 years. It was very terrifying. They had a type of deviant flame in their bodies that was very terrifying. Sea-returning saber was refined from this demon beast's deviant flame. With a swing of the saber, it could burn the heavens and destroy the earth. Even peerless almighties would find it troublesome. It was even more impossible for those below the level of peerless almighties to resist. Indeed, when Gui Haidao appeared, the flailing flames had already reduced the city lord manor beneath to ashes. Everyone retreated extremely far away, not daring to approach. Even the 5 elite almighties were pale as they quickly retreated. Lin Xian also felt a wave of heat surging towards him. But in the next moment, he snorted coldly. Countless sword auras rushed out from his body, forming a light screen that enveloped him. These sword auras were extremely sharp. Even though these deviant flames were terrifying, they were all destroyed in front of the sword auras. They couldn't survive at all. Go to hell, brat. Opposite him, Hu Xiaoyun held sea-returning saber and slashed down crazily. Lin Xian also brandished the ancient dragon abyss sword and slashed forward. Intense collisions sounded in the sky. Every collision tore through the void, creating extremely terrifying destructive light. After more than 100 collisions, the city lord of Flame City suddenly retreated. His eyes were filled with intense shock. This was because the flames on sea-returning saber that he was so proud of had dimmed as though they would extinguish at any moment. The ancient dragon abyss sword in Lin Xian's hand was still extremely simple and unadorned. It emitted a mysterious aura. Damn it, how is this possible? Sea-returning saber can't withstand it. Hu Xiaoyun was extremely shocked. What kind of sword was it? How could it be so powerful? Lin Xian was also surprised. As expected of the city lord of Flame City. He could actually resist me for such a long time. But now, it's over. With that said, his aura became sharp again. An even more terrifying sword Dao aura surged out. Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword, War Song, another sharp beam of light. There was no light in the world, only this eternal sword beam. Damn it! Block it for me, Hu Xiaoyun roared angrily. He held sea-returning saber with both hands and swept it out. Immediately, boundless green flames spread in the air, condensing into a huge black tortoise that roared in all directions. Boom! Clang! In the next moment, the two collided with an earth-shattering sound. Countless cracks, vortexes, and black holes were formed. It was blocked. Hu Xiaoyun heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. However, in the next moment, the huge black tortoise phantom in front of him suddenly cracked open. A beam of eternal light slashed toward him. No, he screamed crazily, trying to escape. However, his body was cut in half by the sword chi. The armor on his body could not block the sword at all. Not only him, but the ground below and the buildings in the distance were all cut in half by the sword. In fact, the entire giant city was almost split in half. This was also because of the array formation's protection. Otherwise, the entire Flame City would have been destroyed. What? The city lord was killed. How was this possible? Everyone was stunned. The city lord's body was cut in half and fell to the ground. Blood dyed the ground red. Lin Xian was like a god fiend. He stood in the air, surrounded by killing intent. Looking at this scene, these people were terrified. As for the warriors in the city lord's mansion, they screamed and tried to escape. However, Lin Xian waved his hand and the dragon sword's spiritual domain flew out. It quickly expanded and covered thousands of miles. Sword chi fell and killed all the warriors in the city lord's mansion. The 5 elite almighties wanted to block, but they could not. In an instant, all the warriors in the city lord's mansion, including the city lord, were killed. Blood gathered into a river and flowed in Flame City. The pungent smell of blood made people want to vomit. Some people even fainted from fright. It could not be helped. This scene was too terrifying. Lin Xian looked down and said coldly, "Tell the first prince that this is the outcome of trying to kill me." With that, he snorted and waved his sleeve. He turned around and soared into the sky, disappearing into the void. It was not until Lin Xian left for a long time that these people came back to their senses. Then, they all exclaimed. Lin Xian, he was the wanted Lin Xian. Are you saying that he is the one who killed the legendary Golden Lion King? Heavens! It was really him, only he could be so powerful to destroy the entire city lord's mansion. Cries of surprise could be heard one after another. It was obvious that they knew about Lin Xian as well. After all, the Tai dynasty had already issued an imperial edict. There was probably no one in the Tai dynasty who did not know. However, very few people had seen Lin Xian before. That was why they didn't recognize him earlier. It wasn't until Lin Xian's final words that they realized that the person in front of them was the ruthless devil who was wanted by the entire country. In an instant, Flame City was extremely shocked. This news swept across the Tai dynasty like a gust of wind. However, this matter was not over yet. Previously, when Lin Xian had entered Flame City, the Flame City Lord wasn't the only one who had received the news. 2 other factions had also received the news. Come to think of it, they should be arriving soon. On the other side, Lin Xian destroyed Flame City and collected all the cultivation resources within before leaving. His current target was one of the 12 main cities because there was a super teleportation array there. They could only leave the Tai dynasty by using the super transmission array. Just as Lin Xian was deciding which direction to head to, a few figures suddenly appeared behind him. Their eyes shone brightly as they stared at the blurry silhouette before them. Their lips curled into a cold smile. It's that brat. I didn't expect to meet him here. It seems that even the heavens are helping us. Once we capture him, we can be crowned kings. 3 figures appeared in the void. They looked at Lin Xian's figure in the distance and sneered. They had received the news and rushed over from other cities. They didn't know what had happened in Flame City. Therefore, they didn't know that Lin Xian's current strength was extremely terrifying. The 3 of them planned to launch a sneak attack. 3 against 1? No matter how strong the other party was, they could kill him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After about half an hour, Lin Xian frowned because he heard the sound of something tearing through the air behind him. Therefore, he stopped and turned his head to look. As expected, 3 rays of light rushed over in a triangular formation. In an instant, they arrived beside him and surrounded him. Someone was coming to kill him again, Lin Xian frowned. However, the aura of the 3 people made his expression turn serious. They were actually 3 top-notch almighties. However, individually, each of them wasn't as strong as the Flame City Lord's aura. However, when the 3 of them worked together, they were still much stronger than the Flame City Lord. Who are you? Lin Xian frowned because the 3 of them not only had powerful auras, but they were also dressed strangely. They weren't wearing luxurious robes or armor. Instead, they were wearing tattered clothes that were patched up. They looked like beggars. However, the 3 of them were obviously not beggars. Have you ever seen 3 top-notch almighties as beggars? How could these people be so poor that they couldn't even afford clothes? Who are you? Lin Xian asked coldly. Who are we? The 3 patched-up men snorted. Listen carefully, we're from the Green Bamboo Gang. Kid, you're Lin Xian, right? Come with us if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. What Green Bamboo Gang? I've never heard of it. If you want to capture me, you'll have to pay a painful price. Lin Xian snorted and a terrifying aura rose from his body. Idiot, kid, you haven't even heard of the Green Bamboo Gang. Looks like you're really courting death. The 3 of them were furious. The Green Bamboo Gang was a huge force in the Tai dynasty. The Green Bamboo Gang had members all over the Tai dynasty. Moreover, there were many experts in the gang. It was terrifying. Now, the 3 of them were ordered to capture Lin Xian. Kid, since you're so stubborn, don't blame us for being rude. In front of them, a middle-aged man snorted. Then, he turned into a stream of light and charged at Lin Xian. Humph, the other 2 top-notch almighties also snorted and attacked. They didn't want to talk nonsense with Lin Xian because he had a special identity. If he escaped, or if someone else came in between, it would be troublesome. In an instant, the first middle-aged man came to Lin Xian's side with a cold smirk on his face. Then, his 5 fingers turned into claws and grabbed at Lin Xian. The palm abruptly grew in size and completely enveloped Lin Xian. There was even a green light shining on his palm. It looked like he wanted to capture Lin Xian. When the middle-aged man saw that Lin Xian didn't dodge, he thought that Lin Xian was scared out of his wits. He was delighted. Capturing such a person was really easy. They had done a great job and would be rewarded when they returned. However, they were too confident. If they had been to Flame City and seen the whereabouts of the Flame City Lord, they might not be so arrogant. Unfortunately, they had just arrived from another city and didn't know what had happened in Flame City. Therefore, what awaited them was tragedy. Buzz, indeed, in the next moment, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light. It was like a divine sword that cut through the void. Not only that, a sharp sword chi came out of Lin Xian's body and slashed at the void. Lin Xian's eyes emitted a terrifying light that cut through the void like a divine sword. A sharp sword chi rushed out of his body and slashed into the void. Clang! Immediately after, an earth-shattering collision was heard. Then, the smile on the middle-aged man's face froze and his expression became very ugly. His heart was beating wildly and a strong sense of danger rose from his heart. Even the blood in his body froze. Ah! In the next moment, the middle-aged man screamed crazily. His voice was heart-wrenching. That was because his palm was completely split in half. Not only that, his entire palm was cut in half. Blood and bones flowed out. The 5 fingers were connected to the heart, let alone the entire palm. The pain was so excruciating that even this top-notch almighty shrieked out in pain. This was because Lin Xian's sword light was simply too sharp. In fact, even his soul was trembling along with it. Boom! The middle-aged man was sent flying and his blood dyed the void red. The other 2 members of the Green Bamboo Gang were also shocked. What was going on? How could the other party be so powerful? Their comrade was actually injured. How was that possible? The 3 of them were all top mighty figures. Who was this kid? How could he be so powerful? The 3 of them were shocked. They realized that things were not as simple as they had imagined. Damn it, this kid is a little tricky. He doesn't seem to be weaker than us. Let's attack together and kill him, otherwise, it would be troublesome. One of the elders said in a deep voice. The other 2 nodded. The injured middle-aged man's face was gloomy. He had already taken out a treasure from his storage ring and smeared it on his wound to stop the bleeding temporarily. However, his long and narrow eyes were filled with the fury of the previous day. How dare the other party hurt him? That was unforgivable. Buzz! Buzz! In the next moment, the 3 of them took out bamboo poles from their storage rings. They were not ordinary bamboo, but rather, they were very magical. The bamboo poles were a meter long and were crystal clear. They were emitting an emerald green light and looked like green jade from afar. Not only that, but there were mysterious patterns on the 3 bamboo poles and they emitted a mysterious aura. They thought that the Green Bamboo Gang was just a random name, but now it seemed that it had something to do with the bamboo in their hands. The aura emitted by the 3 bamboo poles was too unusual. Charge! The 3 of them held the resplendent bamboos in their hands as their auras erupted and swept across the land. When the 3 pinnacle almighties attacked together, their power was terrifying. Most likely, none of the top almighties would be able to fight against them alone. That was because if the 3 of them joined forces, they would be able to fight against a peerless almighty. However, to say that they could resist was only in theory. If they really encountered a peerless almighty, they still wouldn't be able to win. And Lin Xian's strength was equivalent to an unparalleled mighty figure. Countless cracks spread in the sky. 3 emerald green bamboos flickered non-stop, as if 3 huge green dragons were dancing in the sky. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian. Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, Lin Xian executed the 3 Heavens Dragon 8 steps and quickly dodged. In an instant, he disappeared from where he stood. Boom, the space where Lin Xian had been was blasted apart. However, Lin Xian had already left their attack range. At the same time, he pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword and quickly counterattacked. Fire God's Roar, a huge flaming sword appeared in the sky. It was held by a giant that was hundreds of feet tall and slashed down. The spiritual energy in the area boiled and the air cracked. The terrifying flaming sword collided with the 3 huge dragons and instantly let out an earth-shattering sound. The 3 pinnacle almighties continued to fight. In the end, 2 waves of energy disappeared in the sky at the same time. Damn it, this kid is so strong. He can actually fight us to a draw. The 3 of them were shocked. They didn't expect that the 3 pinnacle almighties couldn't do anything to Lin Xian. Damn it, let's quickly execute the 3 elements green bamboo formation. Kill him with the formation. The 3 of them discussed for a while and quickly formed the formation. The mysterious runes on the green bamboos in their hands began to appear and float in the air. Soon, the 3 of them were about to form a magical formation. A terrifying and monstrous power surged from the 3 of them. However, Lin Xian wouldn't let the 3 of them successfully execute the formation. Therefore, just as the 3 of them moved, Lin Xian moved as well. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand seemed to have turned into a huge dragon and slashed down from the sky. Suddenly, it slashed at the center of the 3. A terrifying force was produced and shattered all the mysterious runes in the sky. Damn it, the formation was broken before it was completed. The 3 pinnacle almighties were furious. They kept waving their palms and launching terrifying attacks at Lin Xian. At the same time, runes appeared on the 3 of them again. They wanted to continue to set up the formation. However, at this moment, the middle-aged man whose palm was injured earlier suddenly narrowed his eyes. That was because he felt a biting cold killing intent appear behind him. In the next moment, he suddenly turned around and his scalp went numb. He was almost scared out of his wits. That was because he realized that Lin Xian had already arrived behind him. Damn it! How could he be so fast? The middle-aged man's face immediately turned green. He turned into a stream of light and tried to escape. Destroy! Lin Xian swung the ancient dragon abyss sword and slashed down. Poof! The middle-aged pinnacle almighties froze. A line of blood appeared between his eyebrows and spread down. Poof! His body was split into 2 halves. What? He was killed. The other 2 pinnacle almighties felt their scalps go numb when they saw the scene. What kind of joke was this? Their companion was also a pinnacle almighty. He was actually killed by a single sword strike. How was that possible? This kid was too terrifying. They couldn't believe it at all. However, there was no time for them to think too much about it. After Lin Xian succeeded, he used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps again and came in front of the old man. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand stabbed out again. Damn it, block it for me. The old man's reaction was fast enough. In an instant, he waved the green bamboo pole in his hand and blocked in front of him. On the bamboo, mysterious runes flashed and formed a green light screen to block the attack. Crack crack crack, when the ancient dragon abyss sword collided with the green light screen, the entire light screen instantly cracked and shattered like glass. Clang, the old man was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly waved the pole in his hand to block the attack. In the next moment, the 2 collided, and a huge force blasted the old man away. After retreating for a few thousand meters, the old man stopped. The blood in his body was boiling. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his eyes were filled with shock. When he saw that the bamboo in his hand had cracked, he was even more shocked. The green bamboo had an extraordinary origin. Its power and hardness were equivalent to a pinnacle treasure. However, cracks had appeared on it when it collided with the other party. What grade was the sword in the other party's hand? He couldn't believe it. Looking for recommendations, monthly votes, subscriptions, collections, rewards. 1. He wanted to escape, but countless chaotic sword chi fell from the sky and cut his body into countless pieces. What? Another one died, the last elder's scalp went numb. He didn't expect another top powerhouse to die in the blink of an eye. He couldn't believe it. So in the next moment, he quickly burned the spiritual power in his body and turned around to escape. Where do you think you're going? Lin Xian's figure flashed and blocked his way in an instant. Seeing that the other party was so fast, the elder's face was extremely ugly. Because he knew that the other party's speed was far beyond his. It would be difficult for him to escape. Thinking of this, a hint of determination appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he took out a red pill the size of a walnut and quickly swallowed it. Whoosh, ah, in less than 2 seconds after he swallowed the pill, the elder screamed crazily. A layer of red light rose from his body, and his skin was ignited. Countless flames burned. The old man's clothes were instantly torn apart, revealing the battle armor underneath. Ah, his expression was twisted, but the aura on his body had become more powerful than before. The blood-burst pill was a pill that could increase a warrior's strength. Of course, it was a forceful increase. Although it was a temporary increase, the side effects were very terrifying. However, now that it was a matter of life and death, the elder could no longer care about the side effects. He could only deal with the young man in front of him now. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to survive now, let alone in the future. Die, kid. After the elder's strength increased, he waved his hand and smashed down with his staff. Immediately, the void was shattered. His strength had increased, Lin Xian didn't take it head-on. Instead, he used his movement technique to quickly dodge. As for the energy storm, it was destroyed by a few slashes of his sword. He looked ahead and frowned. He could clearly feel that the elder's strength was stronger than before. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Then, a ball of hellfire appeared on his body. At the same time, sea god ice appeared. The power of ice and fire intertwined on the surface of his body and finally turned into an ice and fire giant. He was very tall, and the aura of ice and fire intertwined on his body. He was like an ice and fire martial god looking down on the world. The martial god of ice and snow reached out and grabbed at the air in front of him. The fusion of the two types of ice and energy was extremely terrifying. In an instant, the void was pierced, and thousands of li were sealed in ice. It wanted to trap the elder from the Azure Bamboo gang. Brat, my strength has already multiplied, you're no match for me. The old man laughed sinisterly, waved the green light in his hand, and quickly counterattacked. However, when he came into contact with the power of ice and fire, his expression changed again. This was because the power of ice and fire was far beyond his imagination. Whoosh, ah, in an instant, the old man screamed miserably as the hellfire and sea god's ice instantly enveloped him. The next moment, he felt as if his body was being ignited, as if his entire body was going to burn. As for the other side of his body, it was like 10,000 miles of ice had been sealed. The power of ice and fire, the fusion of ice and fire, damn it, how could he be so strong? The old man roared crazily. His body trembled violently because he had never seen such a terrifying power before. Ah, the old man screamed crazily. It was extremely miserable. His hair was disheveled as he let out a sharp howl. Lord Green Bamboo, please show yourself, the old man gritted his teeth and roared. Then, with a crack, he tore off his left arm. That arm was dripping with blood, but he couldn't care less about that. He crazily placed his left arm under the green bamboo in front of him. The runes on the green bamboo flickered. Then, a mouth appeared and directly swallowed the left arm. Then, it began to chew on it. This scene was extremely strange. A weapon actually grew a mouth and ate an arm of a pinnacle mighty figure. One had to admit that it was really too strange. At this moment, the green bamboo ate the arm of the pinnacle mighty figure and its entire body shone brightly. The runes on it flickered rapidly. It was incomparably mysterious and constantly enlarged. Buzz buzz buzz, in an instant, it turned into 100 feet tall bamboo. It shone brightly and emitted a terrifying aura. Buzz, the bamboo leaves in the sky shook and turned into a rain of light that charged forward. Everywhere it passed, the void shattered. This power was too terrifying. It could even kill a pinnacle mighty figure. What a strange bamboo, Lin Xian also frowned. He had never seen such a scene before. He still didn't know if this bamboo was a living thing or a weapon. However, facing the torrent of bamboo leaves, he quickly used his movement technique to dodge. At the same time, he waved his hands, and the terrifying power of ice and fire surged forward. Boom boom boom, there was an intense collision, and the energy in front of him exploded. Lin Xian's figure flashed and appeared in another direction. He used his demon sealing technique, and the terrifying sword chi slashed on the green bamboo. A terrifying crack appeared on it. This sword strike almost split the bamboo into two halves. Roar! Pirates must die. The bamboo was also angry. As if it had really come to life, it let out a monstrous roar. In the next moment, it waved the branches in the sky and wrapped around the armless pinnacle old man. Moreover, all the bamboo leaves pierced into the old man's flesh and quickly absorbed his blood. Ah, no, Lord Green Bamboo, please spare me, the pinnacle mighty figure screamed crazily and struggled non-stop. However, he couldn't escape at all. He was nailed in the void and could only watch as his blood and energy were sucked dry by the green bamboo. Gulp, gulp, soon, the flesh and blood of the pinnacle mighty figure caved in, and in the end, he was only human skin. As for the green bamboo, it shone brightly. Its body shrank again, turning into a 2-meter-tall bamboo man. It had a head and 4 limbs, but its entire shape was like a puppet. Crack, 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 as it moved its hands and legs, it made cracking sounds. Its movements were obviously very stiff and not as agile as humans. However, its speed was too fast, and its strength was very violent. It definitely surpassed the previous 3 pinnacle mighty figures, and was even stronger than the Flame City's city lord. What was that? Lin Xian frowned. In the next moment, he formed a seal, and the Hell's Ice Lotus quickly flew out. The other party was bamboo, which was also a plant type. It should be afraid of fire. Therefore, he used the Hell's Fire, and the raging flames enveloped the other party, wanting to burn it to ashes. However, he didn't expect the green bamboo to be so tenacious. It wasn't damaged at all by the Hell's Fire. Mysterious runes appeared on its body and floated in the void, blocking the Hell's Fire. Not only that, a pale human face appeared in the square head. It was the old man whose blood had been sucked dry. His face appeared on the bamboo man's face. It was extremely strange. Go to hell, brat. The ferocious face let out a crazy roar. Then, the light on the bamboo man's body became even more violent. The bamboo man stretched out its palm and quickly transformed into a dark green spear that emitted a cold aura. When the spear pierced out, a terrifying energy pierced through the void, and there was a rumbling sound between heaven and earth. One could imagine how terrifying that attack was. Ha 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 ha, kid, go to hell. The human face let out a sinister smile. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He felt a sense of danger. However, he did not dodge. In the next moment, he gripped the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand tightly. The great dragon sword's soul in his body quickly circulated. A terrifying sword principle aura swept out. Boom, the ancient dragon abyss sword slashed down. The terrifying sword chi tore through heaven and earth and slashed forward. In an instant, it hit the bamboo man's body, and there was a deafening rumble. It's useless. You can't break it at all, the human face sneered disdainfully. However, in the next moment, its pupils constricted and it let out a miserable scream. That was because the runes on the bamboo man's body began to shatter. There were also cracks on the surface of its body. And they were getting bigger and bigger. No. Damn it. That's impossible, the pale human face screamed crazily as if it could not believe it. That was because the origin of the bamboo was too mysterious. Even a top-grade weapon could not crack it. However, the other party's sword almost split it open. What kind of sword was that? How could it be so powerful? It could actually block my attack. Lin Xian was also surprised. He did not expect the bamboo to be so tough. But so what? Soon, he slashed out a few more sword chi. The terrifying sword chi flickered in the air and hit the bamboo man. Immediately, the cracks on the bamboo man became even bigger. Not long after, there was a loud bang and it shattered into pieces. Ah, the human face screamed, then turned into a wisp of white smoke and disappeared into the void. A pool of blood flowed out of the bamboo man's body. It was done. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief and turned to leave. However, at that moment, the void above the bamboo man suddenly tore open and a terrifying black hole appeared. Moreover, an extremely violent force surged out from within. Damn it, how dare you destroy my clone, a cold voice sounded, accompanied by a large green hand. Like a precious jade, it shot out of the black hole and instantly blasted forward. This palm was simply too terrifying. Everything within a radius of 100,000 miles exploded in an instant. Lin Xian also felt a terrifying sense of crisis. He instantly entered the black earth. Boom. Boom, the black earth was bombarded by the energy and was sent tumbling away. Fortunately, it was only a shock. The black tycoon was extremely tough and did not crack. The black earth slowly came to a stop after retreating for 30,000 miles. The shattered space within a radius of 100,000 miles was quickly mending itself. It didn't take long for the space to return to normal. In the distance, the black vortex also disappeared, and the large green hand also disappeared. Damn it, what the hell is that? This was too terrifying. The Crimson Dragon looked terrified. That palm strike from before had also given him a feeling of death. Fortunately, they had the Black Earth, which could withstand such a terrifying attack. Otherwise, all of them would have been done for by that attack just now. This was at least a peerless almighty, or an even more terrifying existence. Black Earth said in a deep voice. He did not expect such a person to make a move. Fortunately, he seemed to be very far away and could only rely on his connection with the Green Bamboo Man to make a move. Now that the Green Bamboo Man was completely shattered, he should not be able to make a move anymore. Lin Xian's gaze turned solemn. It seemed that this should be the top expert of the Green Bamboo Gang. Green Bamboo Gang, I will remember this. There will be a day when I will completely annihilate it. Lin Xian snorted coldly and then came out of the Black Earth. He identified the direction and moved again, leaving this place. 12 main cities. The nearest Qilin main city was more than 10 days away. However, Lin Xian was not worried about this time. He was worried that his identity would be exposed when he entered Qilin main city. After all, even Flame City could detect his tracks. As one of the 12 main cities, there must be even more terrifying experts. Moreover, these people might even guess that he wanted to use the super transmission array. Therefore, Lin Xian did not plan to enter directly. He planned to use a clone to enter and check whether it was safe or not. After flying for about 13 days, Lin Xian finally arrived at Qilin City. This city was 10 times bigger than Flame City. It was very majestic, as if a black Qilin was entrenched in the earth. As expected of one of the 12 main cities, it was incomparably majestic. Lin Xian landed in a mountain range 20,000 miles away from Qilin City. Then, he created a clone. This clone was exactly the same as him. It was condensed from his pure energy. This cultivation technique came from the All Beginnings Holy Land. The moment the clone appeared, it looked at Lin Xian with a smile on its face. In the next moment, its figure flashed and it soared into the sky, preparing to head towards Qilin City. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and silently waited. A wisp of his soul had already entered this clone. Therefore, he could also know what this clone was experiencing. This clone possessed 80% of Lin Xian's strength. It could be said that it was extremely powerful. However, it could only exist for 3 days at most. After 3 days, even if no one attacked it and it wasn't killed, it would vanish into thin air. Moreover, this clone did not have the great dragon sword soul or the heavenly secret divine eyes. Of course, none of this was important. Lin Xian's main purpose in using this clone was to check if there was any danger. A distance of 20,000 miles was nothing to Lin Xian's clone. Therefore, it didn't take long for him to arrive. With a sway of his body, Lin Xian's clone landed on the ground. He strode towards the city in front of him. As he walked, his face also changed. Buzz, when Lin Xian's clone entered Qilin City, there were at least 3 places in the city that were emitting light. Numerous figures looked at the signal in front of them and sneered. As expected, that brat came here. He wanted to use the super transmission array to lead the Taiyu dynasty? Fat chance, capture him. We must deliver him to the war race. That's right, we have to act quickly. I heard that the war race has already received the news and is preparing to head to the Taiyu dynasty. If such a person comes and we don't capture him, who knows what will happen? Has the war race already arrived? Then we have to act quickly. Ordinary almighties shouldn't go. That brat is very powerful. Since he was able to kill the Golden Lion King, it means that he is at least a peak almighty. Or perhaps even stronger. How about this? Send 3 peak almighties and 1 exceptional almighty. We must capture him. In a magnificent palace, several old men made their decision. How about this? Send 3 top-notch mighty figures and 1 peerless mighty figure to capture him. Inside a magnificent hall, several old men made their decision. In another place, in a quaint pavilion, a woman in red and wearing a mask waved her arm. Immediately, her subordinates disappeared into the void. Go and capture him for me. In another place, in a private manor, in front of a huge lake, a man in white opened his eyes. On the surface of the lake in front of him, there was an array formation. At this moment, a message was appearing from it. That kid actually came to Qilan City? That's great. I originally wanted to look for him, but I didn't expect him to take the initiative to come to me. As he spoke, the man in white stood up. He carried a black ancient sword on his back, emitting a terrifying aura. The man in white's figure blurred and disappeared into the void like a sharp sword. In an instant, the three forces moved quickly. In an instant, they came to the street. Moreover, they quickly flew toward Lin Xian. In almost the blink of an eye, they surrounded Lin Xian. Kid, you can't run away, how dare you take the initiative to come to me? You're courting death. There were about 10 people from the three forces, and they firmly locked on to Lin Xian. The corners of Lin Xian's clone's mouth curled up into a cold smile. It seemed that it was just as the main body had guessed. There was an inescapable trap here. As soon as he entered, people surrounded him. Among them, there were at least 3 peerless mighty figures. If the main body rashly went forward, it would probably be difficult for him to escape. Since he knew that, there was no need for the clone to stay. Therefore, in the next moment, the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer, and then his body suddenly exploded. Boom, the clone's energy was equivalent to 80% of Lin Xian's. It was absolutely terrifying when it exploded at this moment. In an instant, those top-notch mighty figures were directly enveloped. The 3 peerless mighty figures reacted relatively quickly and quickly distanced themselves. However, they were still affected. Among them, the clothes on one of the peerless mighty figures were blown to pieces. Another one had disheveled hair and a dark face. The third one was still fine. He was the fastest to escape, but those top-notch mighty figures were not so lucky. 2 of them got too close and were directly blasted into pieces. The others were all seriously injured. Not only that, the entire street was completely destroyed. The surrounding palaces and buildings were all smashed into pieces. Fortunately, when the 3 parties surrounded Lin Xian, the surrounding cultivators saw that the situation was not good and ran away. Therefore, the people in the surroundings were not affected. Damn it, it was actually a clone, and it even exploded. The faces of the 3 peerless almighties were extremely gloomy. They had not expected the other party to have such means. They hadn't even seen the other party's true body, and their subordinates had already been killed. Even they themselves were battered and exhausted. This made them so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. They were all peerless almighties. It was incomparably terrifying, capable of suppressing a region. At this moment, they had actually suffered a loss at the hands of a brat. How could they endure this? Ah! Pirates must die. Damn it, among them, an old man roared at the sky, instantly shattering the sky above. In addition, there were 2 other people with gloomy expressions. One of the women shouted coldly. This brat actually sent a clone over. He must be here to investigate the situation. I reckon that his true body isn't too far away. Hurry up and chase. After saying that, she ignored the other 2 people. Her figure swayed, and at the same time, she took out a small colorful flag and waved it forcefully. Immediately, more than 10 figures rushed out of the entire Qilan city and followed behind her. They turned into a torrent and left Qilan city. The other 2 people also made their moves. They gathered their subordinates again and quickly rose into the sky. They belonged to different monarchs' mansions, and at this moment, they were also fighting for themselves. However, when it was time to search, they could work together. However, when it was time to capture him, they would probably still fight over him. However, they could not care so much now. They had to find that detestable brat first. The 3 forces flew out of Qilan city in a mighty manner. For a moment, tens of thousands of miles outside Qilan city were covered, and a carpet search was carried out. Lin Xian was in the mountain range of 20,000 miles, so naturally, he could not escape. However, he had already found out about these things through his clone, so he did not plan to escape. Since those people dared to come after him, he planned to give them a big present. Lin Xian had killed quite a number of experts, and the resources and storage rings of these experts were all in his hands. Therefore, he had already started to set up killing formations with the Crimson Dragon. At that moment, he had already set up more than 10 killing formations in the mountain range where he was. Not only that, he also took out all the crystals in the hands of those powerhouses to provide energy for the Black Earth. This time, no matter who it was, even if it was a peerless powerhouse, he would not let them leave. He wanted the entire Tai dynasty to know that there was only one consequence for those who dared to hunt him down. That was death. Found him, I can sense his aura. Over there, a cry of surprise came from the sky. That was because they discovered that there was a powerful aura in the mountain range below that seemed to be stopping. The three peerless powerhouses were even more ecstatic. That was because they discovered that the aura was exactly the same as the clone in Qilin City. Needless to say, it should be the brat they were looking for. Humph, let's see where you can run this time. An old man gritted his teeth. He had already changed into a new Taoist robe. The other two also had gloomy expressions. They were very unhappy that they had suffered a loss at the hands of a brat. In the next moment, the three peerless powerhouses waved their hands and led their subordinates downwards in a grandiose manner. Buzz, they sealed off the mountain range within a radius of 10,000 miles. The three peerless powerhouses raised their hands and set up formations to seal off the area. Then, they quickly descended with their subordinates. Below, in a cave. Lin Xian opened his eyes. His eyes flashed as they pierced through the void. He smiled coldly. They were here. Buzz, Lin Xian's body swayed, and he left the cave. He came to the ground in front of him, stood with his hands behind his back, and looked up at the sky. Boom! Boom, boom! Countless figures appeared on the surrounding mountain peaks. They were all powerful martial artists. Their auras were solemn, and their expressions were cold. Their eyes were firmly fixed on Lin Xian. In the sky, there were three godlike silhouettes that were looking down from above. They were the three peerless powerhouses. It's really you, brat. The eyes of the three peerless powerhouses were like burning lamps as they stared at Lin Xian. They discovered that it was not a clone this time, but a real person. That's right, it's me. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Waiting for us? Could it be that you knew we would come? One of the women in yellow frowned. The other party had a smile on his face as if he had nothing to fear, which surprised them. One had to know that they had brought more than 100 subordinates with them. Among them, there were many top-notch, elite, and other experts. And the three of them were even more peerless experts. With such a lineup, not to mention a brat, even a peerless expert wouldn't be able to escape. But why wasn't the other party afraid? He even had a fearless look on his face. Could it be that there was an ambush here? In their opinion, since Lin Xian dared to make a move on the Golden Lion King, he must have some backing behind him. However, after scanning the area with their souls, they didn't discover any powerful figures hiding in ambush. This made them heave a sigh of relief. Brat, don't try to be mysterious. There's no one here. Do you think that you can fool us with some tricks? Stop resisting and obediently return with us. Otherwise, you'll end up very miserably. How dare you plot against us? I'll break your limbs first. I'll let you have a taste of the consequences of offending me. The three peerless experts' voices were cold. Their eyes were as sharp as knives, containing a monstrous aura. That gaze seemed to want to pierce through Lin Xian. The surrounding experts and almighties sneered. Lin Xian also laughed. Is that so? You want to catch me? No hurry, have a taste of the big gift I prepared for you. With that, he waved his hand, and the crimson dragon came out of the black earth with a sinister smile. Haha, foolish humans, Ben Huang can't wait any longer. The crimson dragon was like an old monster as he laughed wildly. His dragon claws danced, and more than a dozen killing arrays quickly lit up. There was an ambush. The three peerless experts were stunned. Looking at the rapidly flickering arrays, they sneered. Sure enough, there was an ambush, but they didn't expect that it wasn't other experts, but more than a dozen arrays. But so what, it was only a few spirit arrays. How could it possibly hurt them? These people sneered disdainfully. They didn't think that the other party had any terrifying arrays. But this time, they were wrong. The array in the hands of the Crimson Dragon was incomparably mysterious. Moreover, there were countless ancient books in the Black Earth. Most of them were about formations, pills, and cultivation methods. During this time, the Crimson Dragon had been studying the ancient formations in the Black Earth. Coupled with his own experience, it could be said that his current attainments in formations were definitely beyond the imagination of these people. Boom. Boom, therefore, when more than 10 killing arrays were activated, the surrounding experts and mighty figures were instantly attacked fiercely. Many people were directly penetrated by the terrifying energy and turned into a large bloody mist that drifted in the air. Ah, 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 screams rang out one after another as blood flowed out. It was like hell on earth. The expressions of the three supreme beings changed as well. Damn it, die for me, one of the old men roared in anger. His palm struck out with terrifying power, shattering the mountain peak. Several formations were affected by the shockwaves. However, at this moment, Xianxia sneered. Old man, don't be hasty. I still have other gifts for the three of you. Humph, do you think you can deal with the three of us with just these formations? You're too naive. The woman in yellow sneered disdainfully. The three of them were supreme beings. Such formations might be dangerous to ordinary mighty figures. But to them, it was completely useless. The other middle-aged man also sneered. Kid, don't waste your energy. The realm of a supreme being is not something you can imagine. Just surrender obediently, otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. I'll die a horrible death? Xianxia sneered. I think you'll die a horrible death. As he said that, he waved his hand, and a black spirit boat appeared behind him. At the same time, Xianxia's figure flashed and entered the black earth. The Crimson Dragon also entered. On the opposite side, the three supreme beings sneered disdainfully. Kid, how dare you threaten us, you really don't know what's good for you. However, when they saw the black earth, they were stunned. What's going on? Does this kid think that he can escape our pursuit by entering a spirit boat? What an idiot. Humph. It's just a spirit boat. Does he really think it's a safe shelter? Kid, you're too naive. The old man sneered and waved his hand. A thunderous hand grabbed over. The palm contained the power of lightning and directly pierced through the void. It carried an incomparably terrifying aura and enveloped the black earth. Break! The old man shouted coldly. The thunderous palm exerted force, wanting to crush the black earth. Pirates must die. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. That was because he realized that the black earth in his hand was incomparably hard and could not be crushed at all. Damn it! It's so hard. The old man was also very surprised. He did not expect the other party's spirit boat to be so strange that it could withstand his power. The other two peerless almighties were stunned as well. What kind of spirit boat is that? It can withstand the power of a supreme being? No wonder this kid is so confident. Kid, I didn't expect you to have such a treasure. I have to say, it's really surprising. But do you think you can avoid being hunted like this? I'll let you know the power of a supreme being. The old man sneered. He exerted force in his palm, and the lightning aura in his body surged out. The thunderous palm exploded with an incomparable light, and the world was completely penetrated by lightning. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. That was because he realized that the black earth in his hand had not been destroyed. Damn it! How could this be? That's impossible. The Supreme Being was shocked. What is this thing? How can it be so hard that it doesn't even have a crack? Boom. Boom, boom. However, at that moment, countless runes appeared on the black earth. They turned into beams of divine light and directly pierced through the thunderous palm. Ah! That peerless almighty exclaimed and loosened his grip. His face was filled with shock and uncertainty. At that moment, a cold voice sounded from the black earth. Next, I'll let you have a taste of death. Buzz. Boom, following Xianxia's voice, countless runes flickered on the black earth. Then, it turned into a beam of black light and suddenly shot out. Boom, the void in front of him instantly exploded. A beam of black light flew out like lightning and directly enveloped the old man. This attack was so fast that the three supreme beings did not even have time to react. The old man did not even have time to react before he was hit by the black light. Suddenly, a thunderous sound was heard, and countless black holes appeared in the world. When everything disappeared, everyone went crazy. That was because they realized that a huge bloody hole had appeared on the body of the Supreme Being, the black-robed old man. He had been directly pierced through. Ugh, the old man fell into a pool of blood and struggled for a while. Then, his neck tilted and he stopped breathing. What? He was killed. A Supreme Being was killed. How is that possible? What? Killed, a peerless Almighty was actually killed. How was that possible? In the distance, the Almighties who were still resisting the killing formation were all stunned. The other two Almighties were even more shocked. They could not believe that someone could actually kill them. They were both peerless Almighties with terrifying strength, and the other party was just a small king. Could he kill a peerless Almighty with just a spirit boat? What a joke. They had never heard of such a thing, but now, the truth had happened in front of their eyes. They had no choice but to believe it. Damn it, this kid is too strange. Hurry up and leave. The two Almighties were so scared that their hair stood on end, and they did not dare to stay any longer. They turned around and wanted to escape. Crack! Crack! They waved their palms and tore through space, about to enter the black cracks that filled the sky. However, at this moment, the black earth fired two more cannons. Boom, boom. Two streaks of black light tore through the void and collided, completely enveloping the two Almighties. Boom, this attack was even more terrifying than the previous one. The energy in front of them exploded, and a mushroom cloud rose into the sky. A radius of 50,000 miles was completely enveloped by violent energy. The mountain peaks shattered, the ground cracked, and the surrounding King Almighties who were resisting the killing formation were drowned by the aftermath of the energy. Boom. Boom, boom. The apocalyptic scene continued for a long time before it gradually subsided. This scene was so terrifying that even Xianxia city, which was 20,000 miles away, was affected. The entire Xianxia city shook rapidly, and the ground was trembling as if an earthquake had occurred. The countless experts in the city were all shocked. They rose into the air and looked around, bewildered. Damn it, what's going on? Why was there such an earthquake in Xianxia city? However, when they saw the shocking explosion in the distance and the aftermath of the energy, they were all stunned. What a terrifying energy. Just who was fighting? This energy surpassed that of ordinary Almighties. It was probably a battle between peerless Almighties. Everyone was shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. Peerless Almighties were extremely terrifying existences. They did not expect to fight here. Moreover, it was so close to Xianxia city. Let's go and take a look. Many people rose into the air and flew forward. Of course, they didn't dare to approach. They could only wait for the energy ripples to dissipate before they dared to approach. When the energy shockwaves dissipated, they quickly flew to a place of 20,000 li. But when they looked down, they were all stunned. Heavens, what kind of battle is going on here? How could there be so many corpses and blood? The entire ground had been pierced through. This energy was simply too shocking. Many people looked at the cracked ground around them and felt their scalps go numb, because they were unable to create such a terrifying scene of destruction. However, there were a few elders who were even more shocked because they discovered something even more terrifying. What is this? Thunder and Lightning King. He was actually killed, Thunder and Lightning King. Are you talking about that peerless Almighty? This was impossible, everyone cried out in alarm. An exceptional powerhouse was killed? How could this be? When the densely packed cultivators in the sky heard this news, they were terrified. One had to know that this was a peerless Almighty. Other than the invincible kings, it could be said that this was the most powerful existence on the continent. For such a person, even if he encountered danger, he would have no problem escaping if he couldn't win. But now, a peerless Almighty had fallen. Who was the opponent? Could it be that an invincible king had made a move? If it wasn't an invincible king, then Xianxia city would have been long gone. That was another peerless Almighty. What kind of existence could actually kill a peerless Almighty of the same level? Everyone was discussing spiritedly. However, at this time, another two exclamations sounded. Pirates must die. What? Pink King and White Sword King. They were actually killed too. Another two peerless Almighty had been killed. Everyone's brains were not enough to comprehend this. Each and every one of them was dumbstruck. Some of the more cowardly ones even turned around and fled. What kind of joke was this? 3 peerless almighty were killed together. Who was it? This method was too heaven-defying. Many elders even suspected that an invincible king had secretly made a move. Otherwise, there was no way to explain this matter. Everyone was discussing spiritedly because this news was too shocking. In the crowd, a few people frowned. Because these people knew that whether it was Thunder and Lightning King, Pink King, or White Sword King, they were all here to capture Lin Xian. But now, they were all killed by someone. All the King Almighty they brought were killed. Not a single one was left alive. Could it be that it was Lin Xian who did it? Impossible. That kid was just a junior king. He didn't have such great strength. These people shook their heads decisively. Then the only explanation was that there was an incomparably terrifying figure behind Lin Xian. Damn it, they were too careless. This kid definitely had a family force behind him or a monstrous background. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to be so powerful at such a young age. Moreover, he even dared to kill the Golden Lion King. These people were shocked. They guessed that Lin Xian's background was probably extraordinary. No, they had to report this to the Crown Prince. At the same time, they had to strengthen the defenses of the 12 main cities. They definitely couldn't let this kid escape using the super teleportation array. Otherwise, it would be difficult to catch him. Many people soared into the sky. Some passed on the news, while others returned to Qilin City to strengthen the defenses. In short, this news swept out like a gust of wind. When the martial artists of Qilin City learned that 3 peerless almighty had been killed, they were also stunned. On the other side, in the Tai dynasty's palace. When the crown prince heard the news, he was furious. With a bang, he directly cut the entire palace in half. Damn it, he was so angry that he roared crazily because he didn't believe that he hadn't caught that kid yet. Not only that, he had also lost so many of his subordinates. The death of those 3 peerless almighties shocked him greatly. What was going on? What was that kid's background? He didn't know. He hadn't found out yet. His subordinates were also trembling. The crown prince snorted coldly. Hurry up and investigate. Also, strengthen the defenses of the 12 main cities. They definitely couldn't let this kid use the super teleportation array. Yes. Each of the 12 main cities had at least 20 peerless almighties. There was also a city protection array. It could be said that they were impregnable. Unless an invincible king came, no one would be able to use the super teleportation array of the 12 main cities. Hearing this, the crown prince heaved a sigh of relief. With such a lineup, no matter how powerful that kid's background was, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape. Not only the crown prince, but the third prince also frowned when he received the news. The first prince heaved a sigh of relief. With such a lineup, even if that kid had a huge background, he wouldn't be able to escape. Not only the first prince, but the third prince also frowned when he received the news. Damn it, that kid is really lucky. Go, quickly send more people to investigate that kid's whereabouts. Once there's any news, report it to me immediately. Yes, the third prince's side also moved quickly. After the 8th prince received the news, he heaved a sigh of relief. That's great. Brother Lin is fine. The 8th prince was also on tenterhooks these days. After all, most of the forces were trying to capture Lin Xian. He had no confidence at all. What he could do was to try his best to rope in these princes and princes so that they would give up on making a move on Lin Xian. However, when he heard the news today that 3 peerless experts were killed, the 8th prince was still shocked. Although there was no direct evidence to prove that it was Lin Xian who did it. But thinking about it, it definitely had something to do with Lin Xian. Regardless of whether it was Lin Xian who did it, or whether there was a terrifying expert behind Lin Xian, it was good news to him. But soon, a piece of news came that made the 8th prince's face sink again. He even started to worry for Lin Xian. Because his subordinate reported a piece of news to him. The people of the war tribe had arrived. The war tribe was a legendary race that was extremely terrifying. The Golden Lion King was a young 6-star king and already possessed heaven-defying battle strength. Now that the true experts of the war tribe had arrived, there was no need to mention. Needless to say, the ones who came this time were definitely not of the younger generation. They were powerful figures. Such figures were definitely heaven-defying and terrifying. If they attacked Lin Xian, then Lin Xian would be in danger. "Brother Lin, please don't encounter the experts of the war tribe." The 8th prince prayed in his heart. When the empress, the 1st prince, the 3rd prince and the others heard the news, they were overjoyed. Especially the 1st prince and the empress, they personally invited the experts of the war tribe to the palace. The battle race powerhouse that came this time was a man who looked to be around 30 years old. But his real age was definitely not in his 30s. This was an expert who had lived for nearly 800 years. His cultivation was at the almighty level. However, no one knew his true combat strength. After all, the war clan was born for battle. It was obvious that their strength far surpassed that of ordinary almighties. Zhang Wuhan stood there with a cold expression. His long and narrow eyes were emotionless. "Where was the Golden Lion King's corpse?" Zhang Wuhan said coldly. Even though he was facing the empress and the eldest prince, he did not show any respect. "The corpse was in that kid's hands," the 1st prince said. Humph, hearing this, Zhang Wuhan snorted coldly. His expression became extremely gloomy. To be honest, he had never thought that the Golden Lion King would be killed by someone. Not even its corpse could be found. When this news reached the war race, the entire war race flew into a rage. They were the war clan. Born for battle, their strength was terrifying. As for the Golden Lion King, he was the apex genius of their generation. He was their battle race's future hope. But now, he was killed by someone. Who was it that dared to kill a genius of the war race? Previously, when the Empress asked the Golden Lion King to attack, they were not worried at all. Because as long as the Golden Lion King revealed his identity as a genius of the war race, even an unparalleled king would not dare to kill him, because whoever wanted to touch the Golden Lion King would have to consider the consequences of offending the war race. Therefore, even an unparalleled almighty or unparalleled king would not easily offend the war race. But now, a junior had actually killed the Golden Lion King. Furthermore, not even his corpse was left behind. This was absolutely daring. Did he not know how to write death? Where was that kid now? Zhang Wuhan asked coldly. Right now, he only wanted to quickly capture that kid and bring him back to the war race to be judged. That kid had appeared in Qilin City before, but now that he thought about it, he should have left. Right at this moment, Great General Xianxia spoke as well. He said, "Brother Wuhan, don't worry. We have already sent more people to track down that kid. As long as we have news of him, we will inform you immediately." "Good, this time I will personally take action and capture that kid. I will let him know the consequences of offending the war race." At this point, Zhang Wuhan's body emitted a biting cold killing intent. Sensing this killing intent, the expressions of the Crown Prince and General Xianxia changed. Even the Empress raised her eyebrows. But in their hearts, they were extremely excited. From the looks of it, this Lin Xian would definitely not be able to survive. On the other side, Lin Xian used the Black Earth to kill 3 almighties and then left. He did not enter Qilin City because he knew that Qilin City was extremely dangerous at this moment. Who knew how many almighties were waiting for him? Even if he had the Black Earth and could destroy almighties, its energy was limited. He could not kill many of them. Every time he used the Black Earth, it required a large amount of energy. Fortunately, he had killed many powerhouses and obtained many storage rings. Otherwise, he would not have been able to use the Black Earth. "Ruzalong, how much time do you have to recover to the Almighty Realm?" "Soon, after absorbing the Heart of Darkness and the primordial demon blood, it will not take long for you to break through." "Well, when you break through, let's do something big." "Kid, you have a plan?" the Crimson Dragon asked. Lin Xian said. "Previously, I collected the soul of an almighty and found that these people were all under the command of a person called General Xianxia. General Xianxia is the Crown Prince's uncle. You want to attack General Xianxia? Or do they want to attack the 1st prince?" Ruzalong was a little excited. "None of them. General Xianxia has a general's residence and there is a super teleportation formation in his residence. I think, since the 12 main cities are so tightly guarded, why don't we go to the general's residence and borrow the teleportation formation?" "Good idea. I like it." Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon smiled. Don't worry, kid, give me another 5 days and I promise to break through. The Crimson Dragon said. He had reached a bottleneck and could break through at any time. He was just looking for an opportunity. Okay. Lin Xian's figure flashed and quickly left. He wanted to find a barren mountain and ancient forest for the Crimson Dragon to break through. Sure enough, 5 days later, the Crimson Dragon roared. The aura in his body suddenly erupted and swept through heaven and earth. Dragon roars resounded throughout the forest. All the surrounding beasts prostrated on the ground and trembled. Even those powerful monster kings knelt down. No matter how powerful these monster kings were, they could not withstand the dragon's might. Roar, roar. Roar, the Crimson Dragon's body danced in the air, and with a light wave, it tore through the void. That huge aura suppressed the surroundings. He had recovered, haha, Benhuang had finally recovered to the almighty realm. The Crimson Dragon kept roaring. He was too excited. It couldn't be helped. The period of time when his dragon essence was sucked away was really too miserable. Now, he had finally recovered to the almighty realm. He could also use some of his great abilities. Thinking of this, he roared excitedly. Alright, stop roaring, lest you attract other experts. Lin Xian shouted from below. The Crimson Dragon's figure flashed, turned into a red light, and landed. Let's go, and rob the general's mansion. Benhuang can't wait anymore. The Crimson Dragon grinned and said. The little white monkey also jumped out and waved its little paws excitedly. It seemed like it wanted to do something big too. Lin Xian was speechless. What the hell? What do you mean by robbing the general's mansion? We're just going to borrow the super teleportation portal, okay, don't worry, you borrow the teleportation portal. Little White and I will rob the general's mansion. This Xianxia has been commanding his almighties to hunt us down. It's time to make him bleed. By the way, kid, how is the general's mansion? Is it heavily guarded? And Hong was a little worried. The general's mansion is indeed more heavily guarded, but I think it's definitely not as strong as the 12 main cities. Lin Xian said. They definitely won't be able to guess that we're going to the general's mansion. Alright, I'll prepare a few killing arrays. They might be useful when the time comes. The Crimson Dragon swung its tail and returned to the black earth. The little white monkey lay on Lin Xian's shoulder, hugging a spiritual fruit. Let's go. Lin Xian took out a map, identified the direction, and left in a flash. This time, he was flying towards the general's mansion. General Xianxia's mansion was not in the 12 main cities, nor was it in the imperial city. It was self-contained. The general's mansion was in a mountain range with abundant spirit qi. When Lin Xian arrived, he stood in the void, looked down, and exclaimed. He had to admit that General Xianxia's mansion was really bold and generous. Its size was not smaller than Flame City at all. Flame City was a city, and this was just a general's mansion. One could imagine how awe-inspiring General Xianxia was. Not only that, there were spirit springs all around, and the spirit energy below was very rich. It was obvious that General Xianxia's residence occupied a good spirit vein. Not only was the spiritual energy abundant, but the scenery was also beautiful. There was a waterfall in the distance, a lake beside it, grass, forests, trees, and everything else one could think of. It looked like a paradise on earth. The Crimson Dragon also poked its head out and looked down, drooling. Such a good place, there must be a lot of treasures in the general's residence. He must not be soft-hearted later. He had to rob them properly. Lin Xian nodded, but he didn't go down rashly. Ruse along, there should be a formation around here. Let's destroy the formation first. At that time, he would give them a surprise. Good idea, I like it. The Crimson Dragon's eyes lit up. His body turned into a red flash and disappeared into the mountains below. Lin Xian found a safe place and waited patiently. After about 3 days, the Crimson Dragon returned with a smile on his face. It's done. I've destroyed the defensive formation here, but it's not obvious now. When they activate it, they will realize that it's useless. I've also tampered with their offensive formation. At that time, I'll give them a big surprise. Alright, let's get ready. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. He stood up and walked forward. In front of the general's residence, there was a lake. It was very green, and there were many martial artists around the lake. They weren't old. They were about 20 years old, and the younger ones were 15 or 16 years old. At that moment, they were sparring by the lake. It looked like they were from the general's residence. It had to be said that the people from the general's residence were pretty good. Just these young people alone were using powerful mystiques. Each of them shone brightly, illuminating the surroundings. Of course, in front of Lin Xian, this was nothing. Lin Xian walked over with big strides, completely ignoring these people. He was about to enter the general's residence. When the youths by the lake saw this scene, they frowned. Among them, a round-faced young man walked out and shouted coldly. "Who are you?" Lin Xian didn't bother with him, but the little fatty was furious. He waved his arm, and a shining sword slashed out. Boom, a crack appeared on the ground. Boom. Kill the pirate. The ground in front of Lin Xian caved in, and a deep pit appeared. The other young people walked over and stared at Lin Xian. "Kid, who are you? Do you know where you are? This is General Xianying's residence. It's not somewhere you can come and go as you please. Hurry up and crawl out. Kid, kneel down and kowtow to us 10 times, and we'll let you go. Otherwise, we'll break your legs and feed you to the dogs." Damn, he's so vicious at such a young age? At the side, the Crimson Dragon snorted. These young people looked young, but their words were extremely vicious. They wanted to break someone's legs and feed them to the dogs. Are they human? They're a bunch of demons. Where did these snakes come from? How dare they talk to me like that? Do you know who I am, you lowly trash? How can you be worthy of coming to the general's residence? Get lost. Damn, you're the snake. Your whole family are snakes. The Crimson Dragon was furious and swung its tail. Bam, the little fatty who spoke was slapped in the face. He screamed as he was sent flying. With a plop, he fell into the water, causing countless splashes. What? Attack, how dare you attack? You sent our 6th young master flying. The surrounding people were stunned. Who was this person? How dare he attack in front of the general's residence? Did he not want to live anymore? Kid, you're dead meat. This is our 6th young master. Among them, a young man in his 20s snorted. Kneel down and accept your death. Where's that snake? I'm going to catch it and eat snake soup. Angry roars came one after another. Bang! 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 However, in the next moment, all of them screamed and were sent flying by the dragon's tail. All of them were sent flying and fell into the water. Splash! Splash! The water kept splashing, but there was still no one by the shore. Ah! Damn it! Kill him, I must kill him. In the lake, these people kept screaming. Their faces were swollen, and their teeth were broken. These were all young masters and young masters who lived like princes. How could they have suffered any injuries? But now, they were slapped until their heads were swollen. Their lungs were about to explode from anger. These people gritted their teeth and wanted to risk their lives. They did not know that the Crimson Dragon had already stopped. Otherwise, these people's heads would have exploded long ago. However, these youths did not know that at that moment, they were screaming crazily. Where are they, men? Capture the 2 of them. I must torture them to death. Boom. Boom, boom. They were very close to the general's mansion, so the guards who were patrolling in front of the gate were shocked when they saw that. They turned into streaks of light and quickly rushed over. One of the teams went to save the young masters who had fallen into the water, while the other team surrounded Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. They were wearing bronze armor, and their expressions were extremely cold. They had even unsheathed their swords and sabers. They firmly surrounded Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. The other team rescued the young masters. However, their expressions were extremely gloomy. In fact, they could not believe it. At that moment, the faces of the 5 or 6 young masters were completely swollen, as if they were pigs. Who was it that dared to do such a thing? One had to know that these people were all very honorable and respected. Did the man and the snake in front of them really want to die? The guards hurriedly took out spirit pills and elixirs and fed them to the young masters. The young masters were so angry that they gritted their teeth. Kill him. Kill the two of them, yes. The eyes of the 10 guards in the other team were cold. When they heard the words of the young masters, their bodies emitted a biting cold aura. Among them, there was a middle-aged guard who seemed to be the leader. He waved his arm and said coldly, "Kill them." How dare they enter the young masters in front of the general's mansion? If the people inside found out, they would definitely not have a good ending. Therefore, the guards did not hold back at all. The sabers, swords, spears, and divine spears in their hands quickly slashed down. A terrifying light instantly enveloped Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. Humph, they were courting death. Seeing the 10 guards attack with all their might, the young masters immediately sneered. They seemed to have already seen Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon being killed. Boom, however, in the next moment, they were stunned. Because there was an explosion in front of them, and a terrifying energy instantly exploded. Then, 4 guards were sent flying while vomiting blood. Their eyes were wide open, and the vitality in their bodies had long been extinguished. What? They were all dead. In an instant, 10 guards were killed. The young masters were all stunned. Who were those people? How could they be so terrifying? These guards were all elite kings who had been carefully selected. Every single one of them was extremely terrifying. If all 10 of them attacked together, they would be able to fight against an almighty. But now, they were all killed in an instant. They did not dare to imagine. The other team was also on high alert as they stared at Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. As for those youths, their faces were filled with terror as they continuously retreated. Although they were arrogant, they were also afraid of death. However, the round-faced young master from before shouted coldly, "Go, kill him. Kill him for me, hurry up and send more people." The other team was led by an old man. His gaze was extremely solemn. Roar, he let out a long whistle to sound the alarm. At the same time, his gaze was like lightning as he looked ahead. "Damn it, who are you people? How dare you make a move in the general's residence? Are you tired of living? You're the ones who don't want to live. How dare you say Ben Huang is a snake? You're dead meat today." The Crimson Dragon sneered and waved its dragon claws. Immediately, dozens of red rays of light flew out and enveloped the front. "You're courting death." Seeing that the other party had attacked again, the old man roared angrily. The 9 guards beside him all drew their swords and sabers and charged forward. Bang, bang. Bang. However, how could they fight against the Crimson Dragon? The Crimson Dragon was now a true almighty. His combat strength was extremely terrifying and was not weaker than Lin Xian. Therefore, dealing with 10 guards could be said to be a piece of cake. More than 10 red rays of light were like sharp swords, instantly piercing through the bodies of the 10 guards. Puff. Puff, puff. The 10 guards widened their eyes and fell to the ground with unwilling expressions. They could not believe that the person who had attacked was so terrifying and powerful. As for the 5 or 6 youths, they were extremely terrified and began to tremble. "Damn it, how dare you touch me? You're dead meat." Were all young masters of the general's residence. Their faces were filled with fear. "Don't kill them, but cripple their cultivation," Lin Xian said coldly. "Hee, I like the feeling of living a life worse than death." The Crimson Dragon stared at those youths. "Is the general's residence that powerful? Your mysterious general dares to send people to kill us? Give him a big gift now." With that, the Crimson Dragon waved its dragon claws and 5 or 6 rays of light flew out. These rays of light blasted into the youths' bodies and destroyed all the spiritual power in their bodies. "Ah!" The youths screamed and kept rolling on the ground. Their faces were filled with fear and despair because they knew that their cultivation had been crippled. "Ah! Damn it! How dare you cripple me? I'll kill you. I'll definitely ask my father to kill you." Those youths screamed crazily. "How dare you scream?" Lin Xian snorted coldly and glanced at those youths. Immediately, those young masters' scalps went numb and they did not dare to scream anymore. Their eyes were filled with infinite fear. However, at that moment, more than 10 figures came out of the general's residence. They had rushed over after hearing the long screams outside. When they saw that the guards outside were all lying in pools of blood, they were all stunned. Then, they roared. "Who dares to attack us here? Young master, damn it, let go of our young master. They roared crazily and charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He raised his arm and suddenly swung it down. Boom, a ray of sword light flew out from his palm and turned into a shocking rainbow that slashed forward. Boom, the ray of sword light directly enveloped more than 10 warriors, causing them to scream. They were all slashed apart by the sword chi. Not only that, the sword light did not weaken. Instead, it became even more resplendent and directly blasted into the general's residence. Boom, the majestic door of the general's residence was directly split open. A deep sword mark split the ground and spread into the general's residence. Boom boom boom, huge rocks rolled down, the void split open, and smoke billowed. The commotion immediately alarmed the entire general's residence. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, rays of light shot into the sky and roars of anger could be heard. Countless figures gathered in that direction. However, when they saw the shattered door of the general's residence, their expressions changed. All of them were extremely gloomy and their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Someone actually dared to destroy the door of the general's residence. That made them furious. One had to know that the door of the general's residence was carved with their faces. It was their faces. Now, someone was slapping their faces in public. How could they tolerate that? In an instant, countless gazes were like sharp swords that stared at Lin Xian and the crimson dragon below. However, their pupils quickly shrank because they realized that there were more than 10 figures lying in pools of blood beside the two of them. There were also 5 or 6 youths who were twitching nonstop. What? All the guards were killed. They could not believe it. They realized that there were more than 10 figures lying in a pool of blood beside the two of them. There were also 5 or 6 young men twitching nonstop. What? All the guards were killed? They couldn't believe it. When they saw those young men, their scalps went numb. What's going on? That's their young master. He's also lying on the ground. Could it be that he's also killed? When they saw that the young man was still breathing, they heaved a sigh of relief. However, all of their expressions were gloomy. These people actually dared to attack the young master of the general's residence. They really don't know what's good for them, men. Kill him for me. At this moment, an elder shouted coldly. His voice was like thunder, spreading in all directions. Whoosh, in the sky, 4 figures quickly descended. They were like lightning, emitting a terrifying aura. These were 4 peak 6-star kings, and each of them had an aura that was even stronger than that of the previous team. They were like killing gods as they rushed toward Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon quickly. 6-star kings, hee, they don't know what's good for them, the Crimson Dragon sneered. He opened his mouth and spat out a ball of dragon flames. The terrifying dragon flames instantly surged out and enveloped the 4 6-star kings in front of him. Ah! 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 Screams could be heard. The 4 of them were ignited by the flames, and they were screaming nonstop. Wherever it passed, the void was torn apart. Damn it, behind them, the elder's expression became extremely gloomy when he saw the scene. Attack! Next to him, another 3 martial artists walked out. They quickly formed hand seals and spat out seawater. Boom! 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 The seawater surged and completely enveloped the 4 6-star kings. They wanted to use the seawater to extinguish the flames. However, these people's expressions became extremely ugly. That was because the flames weren't extinguished at all. Instead, all the seawater near the flames evaporated and burned, forming clouds of white mist that shrouded the surroundings. For a moment, the surroundings were filled with white mist. Even their figures couldn't be seen clearly. As for the 4 6-star kings, they fell to the ground. Their bodies were charred black, and they were no longer breathing. Looking at this scene, the faces of the martial artists in the general's residence were extremely gloomy. That was because they didn't expect their opponent's methods to be so bizarre. That monstrous fire was not afraid of the seawater at all. It was impossible to extinguish it. One had to know that this seawater was no ordinary seawater. It was some kind of great divine ability. This was a type of deep-sea Xian water mystical ability. Once unleashed, ordinary flames were no match for it. Even the most powerful flames would be extinguished. However, not only was their opponent's flame completely fine, but it had also completely refined their deep-sea profound water. This was truly shocking. Damn it, who the hell are you? The old man asked coldly. He realized that these two people were not simple. Perhaps they had some background. However, when Lin Xian heard this, he sneered. What, only now do you remember to ask about our identities? But it was too late. That's right, we're here to get rid of your general's residence. The Crimson Dragon roared from the side. What? Get rid of our general's residence? Hearing this, the people in the distance were stunned. Then, they sneered disdainfully. Brat, I have to say, you guys are really idiots. Do you think you can get rid of the general's residence with just the two of you? The two of you may have some tricks up your sleeves, but you're too ignorant. Do you know where this place is, General Xianying's residence? There are many experts inside, and the formations are exquisite. Even if a peerless mighty figure comes, he will be killed. Do you think the two of you can fight against them? Hee, it's just a general's residence. Why are you making it sound so powerful? Those who don't know might think that it's a palace, the Crimson Dragon sneered disdainfully. Show me what you've got. Let's see if you can stop Benhuang today. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. In front, a figure walked out. It was a middle-aged man with shoulder-length hair and a gloomy face. His eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. Someone actually dares to behave atrociously in front of the general's residence. He's courting death. The murderous intent on his body was soaring to the sky. It directly shattered the void, and a terrifying aura shrouded the surroundings. He could no longer hold it in. He wanted to kill the other party. Mighty figure. Seeing that scene, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, but he still had no intention of making a move. At the side, the Crimson Dragon revealed a disdainful expression. You're just a mighty figure. You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of us. I advise you to hurry up and attack together. Otherwise, you'll die miserably. You're courting death. Hearing that, the middle-aged mighty figure was furious. He could not take it anymore. The other party was too arrogant and did not even take him seriously. He was a mighty figure. The two of them looked extremely strange, but thinking about it, they were definitely not mighty figures. Do you think mighty figures are cabbages? I cultivated for hundreds or thousands of years before I became a mighty figure. In the next moment, he laughed. You're courting death. With a wave of his arm, his green Taoist robe suddenly expanded, especially his sleeves, which turned into a monstrous green river that swept over. Boom! Pirates will die. The void instantly shattered, and a terrifying energy surged in all directions. The resplendent light filled the sky. How dare you behave so atrociously in front of me? The Crimson Dragon sneered disdainfully. He raised a pair of dragon claws and directly clawed at them. He was very bold, and he did not dodge at all. Seeing this scene, the people from the general's residence in the distance sneered disdainfully. A mere snake dares to resist the attack of a mighty figure with his bare hands? Isn't that courting death? However, they were soon stunned. Because in front of them, the Crimson Dragon's dragon claws collided with the green energy, and a violent explosion immediately sounded. The void exploded in an instant as terrifying energy blasted out in all directions. However, the green robe was instantly torn apart. Bang! The expression of the middle-aged mighty figure on the other side changed. His robe was directly shattered, revealing a section of his arm. Damn it, how is this possible? The middle-aged mighty figure was extremely shocked. That was not an ordinary sleeve. That attack was called the Heaven and Earth Sleeve. It was a great divine ability that could store mountains and rivers with a raise of one's hand. Legend had it that when cultivated to the extreme, one could store an entire world. Now that he had used such a great divine ability to deal with a mere snake, he did not expect that not only would it not work, but his Heaven and Earth Sleeve would also be destroyed by the other party. This really shocked him to the core. Damn it, impossible, I don't believe it. The middle-aged mighty figure roared angrily, and his body emitted a resplendent light. In the next moment, he stretched out his large hand and grabbed again. Demonic flame hand. When he stretched out his palm, a green light flickered on it, turning into a strange green flame that burned strangely. An incomparably mysterious power burst out. The void that filled the sky was instantly shattered, and a terrifying green light covered the entire space. In an instant, the crimson dragon was enveloped. The people from the general's residence sneered again. They were also stunned when they saw the universe in the sleeve being broken. They did not expect the other party to be so powerful. But now, when they saw the middle-aged man using the demonic flame hand, they were shocked. They became ferocious again. That was because the demonic flame hand was even more terrifying than the universe in the sleeve. Especially the green flames that could burn everything. Playing with fire in front of me? You're courting death. Seeing this, the crimson dragon sneered. The crimson dragon sneered in disdain because his dragon flames were extremely terrifying. How dare the other party compete with the power of his flames? He was courting death. In the next moment, he opened his mouth and spat out clouds of dragon flames. Boom! Boom! The terrifying dragon flames emitted light and surged forward. The entire void trembled and the space was ignited in an instant because the power of the dragon flames was too terrifying. Bang! In the next moment, it collided with the demonic flame hand, making a shocking collision sound. A scream was heard, and everyone was stunned. The green light on the demonic flame hand was extinguished in an instant. Not only that, but cracks also began to appear on the dark green palm. Then, it exploded with a loud bang. Ah! The middle-aged man screamed and retreated frantically, holding his bleeding arm. His face was extremely ferocious. Horror, extreme horror, he stared at the crimson dragon in front of him and felt his scalp go numb. Damn it, how is this possible? I don't believe it. The people behind were also stunned. How is this possible? That was the demonic flame hand, a great ability that was even more terrifying than the universe in the sleeve. The demonic flame hand could burn everything. In their opinion, they could kill the other party in an instant, but now, the situation was out of their expectations. The terrifying demonic flame hand was shattered by the other party in an instant. They could not believe it at all. On the opposite side, the crimson dragon sneered. I told you, you're courting death by playing with fire in front of me. In the next moment, he waved his dragon claws and grabbed forward. This grab brought with it a domineering and powerful energy. It covered the entire sky and earth as it surged forward, wanting to envelop the middle-aged Almighty. Damn it! They had gone too far, the middle-aged Almighty being roared in anger. The other party had actually underestimated him and dared to treat him like this. He couldn't stand it. In the next moment, he roared and the inner strength in his body surged out crazily. Demonic flame slash, extinguish. Countless green flames jumped out of his body and turned into a green flaming saber that slashed down from the sky. Die for me, the flaming saber was incomparably terrifying. It directly shattered the void and crashed onto the dragon claw. Seeing this, the middle-aged mighty figure sneered. He was going to chop off the other party's hand to avenge himself, however, a moment later, he was scared out of his wits. What revenge? He didn't even dare to think about it. This was because his jade-green flaming saber had directly broken through the opponent's dragon claw and smashed it into pieces. Not only that, the red claw descended from the sky. With an indomitable aura, it enveloped him. It was as if a red mountain was pressing down on him. No, save me, unable to hold it in any longer, the middle-aged mighty figure shrieked in terror. This was because he realized that his opponent was too strong. He couldn't withstand this claw attack at all. Therefore, he sent out a cry for help. Behind him, the warriors of the general's residence roared in anger when they saw this scene. They shot out beams of light in an attempt to save the middle-aged mighty figure. Boom boom boom, countless energy blasted onto the dragon claw, but it had no effect. The crimson dragon's red dragon claw was very stable and impregnable. It blocked all the attacks. In the next moment, it mercilessly descended. Boom, with a slap of the claw, the illusory technique shattered and countless cracks spread in all directions. Ah, the middle-aged mighty figure screamed in agony as he was smashed into pieces. His body suddenly exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. What? He was killed. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. In the distance, the warriors of the general's residence had ugly expressions and their eyelids were twitching wildly. They couldn't believe that a mighty figure had been killed with a single slap. What kind of person was this? What kind of energy would be able to do this? Damn it, how could this be? the pupils of the old man leading the group also shrank abruptly. He realized that he had underestimated the other party. Originally, he thought that the two of them couldn't be mighty figures and couldn't block the attack of a mighty figure. But now, it seemed that he was very wrong. The other party's power was far above his. Thinking of this, he didn't dare to act tough anymore. He quickly opened his mouth and spat out a bronze shield, then slammed his palm on it. Clang, 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 sound waves spread out in all directions. Obviously, this was a kind of alarm. The old man was asking for help from the general's residence. Whoosh, seeing this scene, the crimson dragon soared into the sky and spat out balls of dragon flames. The terrifying flames surged forward like waves. Run quickly, in front, the people of the general's residence were scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. This flame was something that could even burn a mighty figure to death. How could they resist it? So in the next moment, they quickly fled. Puff puff puff, puff, but at this moment, flaming spears appeared in the flames that filled the sky. They pierced through the void and pierced through all the warriors. Those people were pierced through and nailed to death in the void. Then, they were engulfed by the flames and burned to ashes. Ah, screams were heard one after another as the warriors fell in droves. But at this moment, dozens of lights rushed out from the general's residence. Each of them emitted a powerful aura like a god fiend as they soared into the sky. At the same time, angry roars were heard. Damn it, stop it, boom, a big blue palm slammed down from the sky and extinguished many of the flames. Buzz, a sharp blade light emitted a shocking light and slashed through the dragon flames, splitting the sea of flames in the sky. Boom, a bronze bell fell from the sky like a green mountain. It covered the remaining survivors and blocked the sea of flames. They were saved. The old man who led the group heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly waved the bronze shield in front of him to block the flames. He knew that the mighty figures of the general's residence had arrived. That's right, the ones who came this time were indeed the mighty figures of the general's residence. They were all mighty figures, other than the ordinary lords. There were also elite mighty figures and even a top mighty figure holding the fort. The arrival of such a group of mighty figures directly crushed the void. Countless cracks appeared in the sky as it couldn't withstand their aura at all. However, these mighty figures were like killing gods as they stared coldly in front of him. What was going on? Among them, one of the elite mighty figures frowned. The scene in front of him was really terrible. The door of the general's residence had been smashed by someone. Deep pits and cracks appeared on the ground below. The surrounding mountains and trees were completely burned. Even the green lake was evaporated. Corpses were everywhere as blood flowed wildly. In the distance, the few young masters of the general's residence were also knocked to the ground as they twitched and screamed. Damn it! Was it the two of them who did it? Damn it! Were the two of them the ones who did it? Before the surviving warriors could respond, the faces of these powerful beings darkened and their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Damn it! They deserved to die. These people actually dared to cause trouble in the general's mansion. They deserved to die. They were very strange. Although they did not have a strong aura, they could actually kill powerful beings, especially that snake. It could spit out a type of flame that was very terrifying. The old man hurriedly told everyone what he knew about the situation so that he could remind them. Could kill powerful beings and had a strange flame. Hearing this, the newly arrived almighties all frowned. No wonder, they had some tricks up their sleeves. But do you think you can behave atrociously in the general's mansion? You really don't know what death is. At this moment, the elite powerful being walked out. He had a cold smile on his face and his eyes were shining with a terrifying light. Kid, I will let you know the consequences of offending the general's mansion. The elite powerful being emitted a terrifying aura. His body shone brightly and a terrifying red fist flew over. Boom. Support the original version, pirates must die. When the fist was thrown out, there was a metallic sound. The terrifying fist was like a meteorite that pierced through the void. This attack was too sharp. It was unstoppable. Nothing could stop it. In an instant, it arrived in front of Lin Xian. Buzz, looking at this terrifying fist, Lin Xian smiled disdainfully. Then, he reached out his palm and grabbed forward. What? He dared to take the elite powerful being's attack with his bare hands. He was courting death. Was this kid crazy or an idiot? In the distance, the people from the general's mansion sneered when they saw this scene. The surviving warriors also had a ferocious look on their faces. They knew that the Crimson Dragon was powerful, but they had never seen Lin Xian in action. In their opinion, Lin Xian should not be that strong. Now that he dared to take the elite's attack with his bare hands, he would definitely be smashed into pieces. The corner of the elite mighty figure's mouth curled up into a disdainful sneer. No one had ever dared to treat his attack like this. Not even a warrior of the same level. The other party was just a kid, but he dared to be so arrogant. He was definitely dead. Boom. The next moment, a low voice sounded. Lin Xian grabbed his opponent's fist with his palm. However, the expected shattering scene did not happen. Lin Xian's palm was incomparably simple and unadorned. There were no cracks at all. He wasn't injured either. However, in the next moment, he exerted force in his palm and the elite supreme being screamed in pain. That was because countless cracks had appeared on his glowing fist and were spreading rapidly. By the end, his entire arm was cracked. Crack! Then, Lin Xian exerted force in his palm and tore off the elite almighty's hand. Blood flowed wildly, dyeing the sky red. That elite supreme expert screamed crazily. Damn it, this is impossible. I don't believe it. The cultivators in the distance were also stunned, each and every one of them terrified. Heavens, what happened? The arm of an elite mighty figure was torn off by someone else. How did he do it? Was he even human? That elite supreme expert's expression became even more distorted. He didn't expect that his arm would be crippled as soon as he started fighting. This was intolerable. In the next moment, he roared angrily, pulled out an incomparably terrifying spear with his left hand, and quickly stabbed it out. Boom! This attack was like a bolt of lightning, tearing through the void and instantly piercing through the space in front of him. Lin Xian was also pierced through by the spear. When the cultivators behind saw this scene, they all cheered. That's great, we finally killed that kid. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. That was because they discovered that the figure that was pierced turned into a wisp of green smoke and dissipated with the wind. Damn it, it was an afterimage. Many people exclaimed. However, the pupils of the elite supreme expert who attacked constricted. That was because he felt an incomparably terrifying killing intent coming from behind him. Damn it, the elite supreme expert roared angrily, and the spear in his hand swept out, cutting off the entire space. However, it didn't hurt the other party at all. However, at this moment, a palm grabbed his head. Bang! In the next moment, a huge force came from the palm, and the elite supreme expert screamed in pain as blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. Not only that, but his body also fell like a meteor. Then, he landed on the ground. Boom! The ground cracked open, and countless deep pits appeared. The elite supreme expert's body smashed into the ground. He struggled crazily, causing the cracks around him to become even more terrifying. However, a hand firmly grabbed his head, making it impossible for him to break free. This pair of hands naturally belonged to Lin Xian. He grabbed the elite supreme expert's head, and the corners of his mouth curled into a disdainful smile. Elite supreme expert, in my eyes, you're just trash. As he spoke, he exerted force with his palm, and a terrifying force surged out from his palm and poured into the elite supreme expert's body. In an instant, the elite supreme expert's flesh and internal organs were destroyed. With a bang, the elite supreme expert turned into a snow mist. What? He was killed. Everyone went crazy. They didn't dare to believe it. That was an elite supreme expert. He was killed so easily just like that. This made them feel like they were dreaming. Especially those cultivators who had survived before, all of them trembled. Heavens, this young man was even more terrifying. Previously, they already thought that the Crimson Dragon was very terrifying. They didn't expect this handsome young man to be even more terrifying. He killed an elite supreme expert with a raise of his hand. Damn it. Who exactly were they? Could they be a top supreme expert? For a moment, everyone trembled and kept retreating. At the same time, they all looked at a figure in the field. This figure was that top supreme expert. The top supreme expert's face was extremely gloomy. He didn't expect this young man to have such power. To be honest, only a top supreme expert could kill an elite supreme expert in an instant. The other party did it, and it was obvious that he had entered the ranks. However, he found it hard to believe that the other party had reached this realm at such a young age. He didn't know. But now, he didn't have time to think about it. He had to attack and kill the other party. Boom, in the next moment, the top supreme expert made his move. His strength was several times stronger than that of an elite supreme expert. Therefore, the moment he appeared, the surrounding void instantly collapsed. Boom, this pinnacle mighty being wielded a long black spear and stabbed out rapidly. Thousands of rays of light shot out in a row, piercing through the void and heading towards Lin Xian. Boom, Lin Xian's body swayed and he dodged all the attacks like a flickering shadow. In the sky, black holes appeared one after another, unable to withstand this power at all. So terrifying, the cultivators watching the battle from afar were shocked. As expected of a top supreme expert, his strength definitely surpassed that of an elite supreme expert. Probably no one below the level of a supreme expert could contend against him. As expected of a pinnacle mighty figure, his strength definitely exceeded that of an elite mighty figure. Perhaps no one below the level of a peerless mighty figure could contend against him. Great, that kid can't fight back at all. He can only dodge. It seems like he's no match for a pinnacle mighty figure. That's right, this time when I catch him, I must tear him into pieces. I'll pull out his tendons and skin him alive. I'll make him suffer a fate worse than death. I must let him know the consequences of offending the general's residence. Cold laughter could be heard. In their opinion, this battle was already over. A pinnacle mighty figure could definitely suppress everything. That kid can't escape either. In the sky, the terrifying spear radiance was like a river of stars. It was extremely dazzling as it chased after Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Countless black flames appeared on his body and burned fiercely. He was like a god of fire as he charged forward. Hellfire spread out and surged forward, colliding with the spear radiance. Whoosh, whoosh, in the next moment, the spear radiance that filled the sky shattered. Those dazzling attacks were all burning. Damn it! How is this possible? The pinnacle mighty figure screamed. His eyes were filled with shock. Because he had never thought that a young man could be so terrifying. No wonder those mighty figures were all killed. It seems that his opponent is indeed terrifying. Thinking of this, he did not dare to be careless. He gripped the black spear tightly with both hands and the aura on his body erupted again. Sea Dragon, with a thrust of the spear, energy surged and roared. On the other side, Lin Xian sneered. He did not waste any more time with his opponent. He directly drew the ancient dragon abyss sword and quickly slashed down. Boom, the sound of metal vibrating could be heard. The surrounding void trembled. The spear radiance that filled the sky was cut apart by the sword. Not only that, but countless cracks also appeared on the black spear. Damn it, how is this possible? The pinnacle mighty figure's expression finally changed. His eyes were filled with fear. If the other party was able to contend with him previously, he would be surprised. But now, the other party had shattered all his attacks and even shattered his weapon. This was not just a surprise. He did not expect the other party to be so powerful. Damn it, attack together! In the next moment, he roared. He wanted to gather all the mighty figures and attack together. He realized that the young man before him was unimaginably terrifying. However, as soon as his roar was heard, countless sharp sword lights appeared in the sky. Every single one of them was extremely terrifying, and they instantly enveloped him. Damn it! Block it for me. Upon seeing such a terrifying sword beam, the pinnacle mighty figure wanted to flee. However, his escape route had already been sealed, so he could only launch an attack to block it. The black spear in his hand was like a black river, sweeping out horizontally. At the same time, a layer of armor appeared on his body, and 3 black shields appeared around him. Between the shields, blue lightning interweaved. This pinnacle almighty being still had Dharma treasures that he had yet to use. However, it was already too late. That torrential sword light had already slashed down. Clang, a sword chi slashed at the black spear. The black spear, which was originally full of cracks, was shattered into pieces. Pung, the other sword chi struck the black shield and split the lightning apart. Among them, 2 of the shields were sent flying, and one of the shields was split in half. Puff, in an instant, the defense that the pinnacle almighty being had created was gone, leaving only the armor on his body. However, his armor could not withstand such a terrifying sword chi and soon caved in. Puff, the pinnacle almighty being spat out blood. Countless ribs were broken, and his internal organs were damaged. He kept retreating, his body covered in blood. However, Lin Xian did not intend to let him go. Demon Seal. With one ultimate move, the terrifying sword chi tore through heaven and earth and instantly enveloped the pinnacle almighty being. The other mighty figures who wanted to charge forward were all stunned. They stopped and looked in front of them in surprise. That was because the sword chi in front of them was too terrifying. When the sword chi disappeared, they all screamed in horror. That was because the pinnacle almighty being had been killed. Damn it, how was that possible? Those people were crazy. That was a pinnacle almighty. That was right, he was the most powerful one among them. Even so, he was still killed. The other party's strength had already exceeded their imagination. Damn it, hurry up and inform them. There's an expert attacking. At the same time, activate the array formation, an old man cried out in shock, his face full of fear. He knew that the current situation was still beyond what they could bear. They were not a match for the other party at all. They had to activate the array formation and let a peerless almighty being attack to suppress the other party. Boom. Boom, boom. Countless rays of light lit up in the surroundings, and array formations quickly formed. A defensive array formation that was like a black tortoise completely enveloped the surroundings. Seeing the formation of the black tortoise defensive array, the mighty figures of the general's residence all heaved a sigh of relief. They looked forward with a hint of ferocity in their eyes. Damn brat, I'll definitely kill you today. With the defensive array formation, they regained their confidence. At least the array formation was extremely terrifying. No matter how powerful the other party was, he would not be able to break in for a while. Moreover, in addition to the defensive array formation, they also had an extremely terrifying offensive array formation. Now, they had to activate the offensive array formation to kill the other party. Buzz, the moment the array formation was activated, the 5 or 6 crippled young masters of the general's residence were also wrapped up by the array formation and sent to the side of the lords safely. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he saw that. However, he did not stop them. In the next moment, he looked at the sky and the mighty figures and sneered. Why? Do you think you're safe with the array formation? In my opinion, you still can't escape death. Humph, cut the crap. Die. On the other side, the mighty figures roared angrily as they activated the array formation. The offensive array formation was quickly formed, but it disappeared when it was only halfway formed. The energy in the surroundings retreated like the tide. How could this be? What happened? The mighty figures were all stunned. Why did their offensive array formation disappear? This shouldn't be. These people had blank looks on their faces. Many of them quickly performed hand seals, wanting to activate it again. However, they could not succeed at all. Damn it, what happened? These people were almost stunned, and their faces were extremely dark. However, that was not the most desperate thing. In the next moment, they experienced what true despair was. That was because Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon's figures flashed and directly entered the array formation. Damn it! How did you get in? These people screamed crazily, their faces full of horror. That was the Black Tortoise defensive array formation, which could block all the powerhouses outside. However, the 2 of them had entered in an instant. How did they break the array formation? The mighty figures swallowed their saliva and looked at Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon as if they had seen demons. They were extremely terrified. In the next moment, their scalps went numb, and they turned around to flee. What a joke! The other party had already ignored the Black Tortoise defense formation. With the other party's combat strength, it would be very easy for him to kill them. Run! These people screamed and ran in all directions. More people fled into the depths of the general's mansion. That was because their true powerhouses were there. You want to run? Lin Xian sneered. The demon-slaying sword formation quickly formed under his feet, and streaks of blood-red sword chi soared into the sky. Boom! Boom! Pft, some of the stronger powerhouses were sent flying by the sword chi, and they vomited large mouthfuls of blood. As for the weaker ones, they were directly pierced by the sword chi. Blood splattered in the air, dyeing the general's mansion red. Damn it! At this moment, an extremely angry voice was heard. It directly shattered the void and blocked all the sword chi. This voice was too terrifying. It was several times more terrifying than the previous top powerhouses. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian was stunned. The kings of the general's mansion were all ecstatic. A peerless powerhouse. A peerless powerhouse is here. We're saved. These people cheered wildly. That's right, it was indeed a peerless powerhouse. That terrifying aura crushed the 9 heavens. A figure descended from the sky like an immortal king, suppressing a part of the world. As soon as he appeared, he slapped out a large palm and sent all the blood-red sword chi flying. Immediately, the sky became clear again. A peerless powerhouse. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He did not attack again. Instead, he stood in the void and looked ahead. The person in front looked to be in his 30s. His face was gloomy, and his gaze was solemn. His body emitted a terrifying aura as if he had merged with the entire world. This aura made one's heart tremble. Indeed, it was a peerless powerhouse. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon also had solemn expressions. A peerless powerhouse had surpassed the top powerhouses and had entered the realm of an 8-star king. It could be said to be extremely terrifying. An 8-star king could become a peerless powerhouse. However, if one were to break it down, there were 4 small stages in the 8-star king realm. Early stage, mid-stage, late stage, and peak stage. The peerless powerhouse in front of them was at the early stage of an 8-star. However, this was also very terrifying. He could suppress a top powerhouse with a raise of his hand. Are you two the ones causing trouble in the general's mansion? Killed many martial artists from the general's mansion? The peerless almighty said coldly as he stared coldly at Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. That's right, it was us, the Crimson Dragon sneered. What? You think you can scare us just because you're a peerless almighty? Let me tell you, it's not that simple. Today, everyone make way for me, we are going to take over the general's residence. Hearing these arrogant words, everyone's eyelids twitched violently. That peerless almighty's face also turned gloomy, and an extremely cold killing intent erupted from his eyes. The surrounding temperature dropped sharply, and everyone swallowed their saliva. They knew that a storm was coming. Daring to behave atrociously in front of a peerless almighty was definitely courting death. As expected, the peerless almighty was enraged. He said coldly, "You really don't know what's good for you. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." As he spoke, he waved his sleeve, and a terrifying purple flame gushed out, instantly enveloping half of the sky. The terrifying temperature burned fiercely, and it charged toward Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. The flame's aura was terrifying, and this energy made Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon frown. As expected of a peerless almighty, he was indeed terrifying. Although he was shocked, he was not afraid. Lin Xian let out a long roar. Coincidentally, I've just made a breakthrough, and I haven't fought with a true peerless almighty yet. Today, I'll use you as an offering to my sword. As he spoke, he pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword with a clang. With a slash of the sword, a biting cold sword radiance tore through heaven and earth, and slashed forward. What? He's going to attack a peerless almighty, this brat is crazy. Everyone looked at this scene with their mouths agape, and they couldn't believe it. That was a peerless almighty, a true expert who could suppress a top-notch almighty with a raise of his hand. It was extremely terrifying. This brat in front of them actually dared to attack such an existence. Humph, he's courting death, just wait, he'll be killed soon. Of course, no one dared to provoke a peerless almighty. He's overestimating himself. Cold laughter could be heard. Those people from the general's residence didn't believe that Lin Xian could contend with a peerless almighty. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon was floating in the sky. He squinted his eyes and said in a low voice, "A bunch of idiots, what do you know? You'll definitely be shocked to the point where your jaws drop." Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, a series of exclamations could be heard from the general's residence. That was because in the sky, the biting cold sword radiance tore through the purple flames, forming a vacuum. What? The flames were torn apart? That's impossible, that was an attack from a peerless almighty. How could he possibly contend against it? Those people from the general's residence went crazy. This was completely different from what they knew. That peerless almighty was also stunned. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to tear apart his purple flames. But soon, his face turned gloomy, and monstrous killing intent appeared in his eyes. A terrifying aura burst out from his body, and swept across heaven and earth. Boom, the purple flames in the sky surged and turned into terrifying killing intent that surged in the sky, trying to destroy Lin Xian. Not only that, countless purple flames gathered in the sky, forming mysterious runes that carried monstrous killing intent as they flickered in the sky. That was a terrifying superpower. Coupled with the power of the purple flames, it could definitely kill everything. He didn't believe that Lin Xian could contend against it. He could tell that Lin Xian was a young genius, but so what? No matter how talented he was too young. His foundation was too weak. There was no way Lin Xian could contend against an expert who had lived for thousands of years. But this time, the peerless almighty was wrong. That was because he didn't know that although Lin Xian was young, the trump cards in his hands were extremely terrifying. Any one of them would be able to shock the world. Buzz, indeed, when he saw the mysterious purple runes flickering in the sky, Lin Xian's expression turned solemn. However, he didn't move. He stopped moving, and his body released a terrifying sword aura. Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword. He swung the Dragon Source Ancient Sword, and a terrifying chaotic sword aura surged out, crossing the sky. Every ray was extremely sharp. Boom, boom. Boom, once the sword radiance appeared, heaven and earth lost its color. The martial artists in the general's residence were also terrified. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, the purple flame runes flickered, colliding with the sword aura in the sky. Each time, they would be pierced through. However, those purple runes weren't ordinary superpowers. The monstrous energy was also from the Lotus Chaotic Sword aura. The two of them clashed in the sky, and they were evenly matched. A draw. How was that possible? Was that kid also a peerless almighty? Everyone went crazy. What had they just seen? A young kid was actually fighting a peerless almighty who had lived for thousands of years to a draw? Heavens, if this were to spread, it would definitely shock the world. Who is this kid? Is he really just a teenager? Or is he an old monster that has lived for countless years? They were more willing to believe the latter. Hell's Ice Lotus. At that moment, Lin Xian waved his sword, and a Hell's Ice Blue Lotus quickly formed and floated in the sky. The terrifying power of ice and fire blended, shattering all the purple runes in the sky. Damn it, this kid actually has the upper hand. Seeing this scene, everyone was even more shocked. When the peerless almighty saw that his opponent had actually suppressed him, his face became extremely gloomy. A trace of anger appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he waved his hand. Buzz, countless purple auras intertwined and condensed above his head. An incomparably ancient pagoda formed above him, emitting a mysterious aura. It was surrounded by runes, and as soon as it appeared, it crushed the void like a mountain. It was extremely terrifying. For Symbol's pagoda. It's actually such a treasure. Seeing this scene, the people of the general's residence exclaimed. Then, they all cheered. This is a top-tier Earth-grade treasure. This kid is definitely dead. That's right, the Four Symbols pagoda was extremely powerful and difficult to refine. It was a top-tier Earth-grade treasure. Buzz, in the next moment, the peerless almighty activated the Four Symbols pagoda, and 4 different types of power surged out. The power was too terrifying, and it was indestructible. It was going to destroy heaven and earth. It was too terrifying. No one below the peerless almighty could block it. Lin Xian also felt the pressure, but he was fearless. So what if it's a top-tier treasure? I have a heaven-grade treasure sword. Therefore, in the next moment, he took a step forward, and his eyes shone with a sharp light. An even more terrifying sword intent surged out from his body, Demon Seal. With a swing of his sword, a terrifying sword light tore through heaven and earth and collided with the 4 types of energy. Boom! Boom, the void instantly exploded, and terrifying energy swept out in all directions. The surrounding ground and mountains quickly shattered, and the kings kept retreating. Below, the general's residence trembled, but at this moment, countless arrays appeared and enveloped the general's residence. This prevented the risk of being destroyed. Obviously, other than the outermost array that was destroyed by the Crimson Dragon, the other array formations in the depths of the general's residence still existed. Moreover, its power was extremely terrifying. It was able to block the violent energy. Boom, the terrifying 4 types of energy were split apart. The terrifying sword light slashed forward, almost hitting that peerless almighty being. Fortunately, the peerless almighty dodged quickly. However, he retreated to the side with a bewildered expression. His eyes were filled with shock. Damn it! How could this be? What kind of swordsmanship was he using? The peerless almighty was completely stunned. He, a dignified peerless almighty, had actually been reduced to such a sorry state by a brat. To be honest, he really couldn't accept it. Brat, you've successfully angered me. The powerful being shouted coldly. His eyes were filled with a cold light. I will let you know the true power of a powerful being. Boom, in the next moment, the 4 symbols pagoda above his head emitted a dazzling light before fusing into his body. One, the 2 merged into one, becoming one. A metallic luster appeared on that peerless almighty's body. His terrifying aura suddenly soared, and a powerful force surged out of his body. Brat, be careful. He actually fused with the treasure chi in his hand. At the side, the Crimson Dragon's expression was solemn as he quickly reminded. Lin Xian also frowned. He didn't expect this peerless almighty to be able to cultivate to such a level, and from the looks of it, the other party was really angry. However, so what? He was no longer the same person as before. Now that his strength had increased tremendously, he was no longer afraid of an early-stage 8-star almighty. Boom, die, brat. That peerless almighty struck again. He waved his palm, and a terrifying energy surged, causing the void to explode instantly. That palm contained the terrifying energy of the 4 symbols pagoda. It transformed into a dragon that roared in the void. Lin Xian quickly brandished the ancient dragon abyss sword to contend with it. Streaks of sword chi swept across the sky like lightning and collided with the other party's fist. Boom, boom. Boom, there was a burst of dazzling light, and the entire sky was filled with clanging sounds. Bang! Bang! Bang, bang! Bang, the 2 of them exchanged blows, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. However, after more than 10 exchanges, that powerful being screamed in agony. The reason for that was because his fist had directly split open. Several cracks had appeared on it. Even his bones were exposed, and blood instantly dyed the void red. Damn it, how was that possible? That powerful being's expression was extremely ugly. In the distance, those people from the general's residence were all stunned when they saw this scene. They couldn't even believe it. Damn brat, who exactly are you? That powerful being's eyes were like lightning as he stared at Lin Xian. He was too shocked. One had to know that he was a powerful being, and his body was extremely strong. Ordinary attacks couldn't break through his defense at all. Moreover, now that he had merged with the 4 symbols pagoda, his defense had greatly increased. Even a powerful being of the same level would find it difficult to injure him. However, after exchanging dozens of blows with the other party actually shattered his fist. That was just too unbelievable. He didn't know that the ancient dragon abyss sword in Lin Xian's hand was a heaven-grade treasure sword. Moreover, Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul had terrifying attack power. That kind of attack power was definitely beyond the imagination of a powerful being. Kid, do you know that this is General Xianying's residence? General Xianying is the younger brother of the current empress. He's the uncle of the current crown prince. If you offend such a person, you'll never have a foothold in the Tai dynasty. If you leave now, I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, what awaits you is a dead end. Why? You can't beat me, so now you want to use the name of the empress and the crown prince to suppress me? But it's a pity that these titles are of no use to me. Today, I'm here to take over General Xianying's residence. So, hurry up and kneel in the void to welcome me. Otherwise, if you anger me, don't blame me for starting a massacre. blood stains the general's residence. After hearing Lin Xian's words, these people's minds went blank. What was going on? Was he really going to fight the general's residence to the end? Thinking of this, the powerful beings behind them couldn't hold back anymore. They said, "Elder, let's attack together and kill this kid. Although he's powerful, there's only 2 of us. I don't believe that he can fight against so many of us." "Yes, that's right, kill him," the other powerful beings also shouted angrily. That was because they had been too aggrieved previously. They were scared out of their wits by a young man. If word of this got out, how could they live in the future? Therefore, they decided to get rid of the kid. Even if they couldn't defeat him alone, they would join forces and kill him together. Today is the 1st of June. It's finally my holiday. Everyone, please vote for me as a holiday gift. They decided to get rid of that kid. Even if they couldn't defeat him alone, they would work together to kill him. Attack, the peerless mighty figure's eyes flickered. He did not refuse. The kid in front of him was too strange, next to him was a snake. He did not know how strong it was. He had to get rid of the other party quickly. Otherwise, the longer it dragged on, the more the general's residence would lose face. Go to hell, kid. Behind him, the mighty figures were also shocked when they heard that. They were no match for the other party in a one-on-one battle. But now, with a group of people attacking together, they would definitely kill the other party. Boom, among them, 3 top mighty figures joined forces and attacked Lin Xian. 5 elite mighty figures joined forces and attacked the Crimson Dragon. The void was instantly shattered, and terrifying energy surged out. What, you want a team battle? Do you think Ben Huang is afraid of you? The Crimson Dragon roared. He had already recovered to the realm of a mighty figure and could use the dragon race's divine powers. Why would he be afraid of these elite mighty figures? In the next moment, his body suddenly expanded and transformed into a divine dragon that was 1,000 feet long. Then, his dragon tail rolled forward like a river and blasted in front of him. Boom, those elite mighty figures vomited blood and were sent flying. Their faces were filled with shock. Damn it, a dragon, he's a dragon. Those elite mighty figures were filled with fear. They originally thought that the other party was a snake or a loach. But now, it seemed that they were completely wrong. However, some people shook their heads. Impossible. How could there be a real dragon? At most, he has the bloodline of the dragon race. Perhaps he's a flood dragon. Legend had it that a real flood dragon was full of treasures. Capture him, pull out his tendons. Drink his blood. Eat his flesh. That will help us break through. Those elite mighty figures stared at the Crimson Dragon with bloodshot eyes as if they had heard a treasure. They thought that it was a flood dragon. If they knew that the Crimson Dragon was a real dragon, they would probably go crazy. What? How dare you have designs on me? You're courting death. The Crimson Dragon was also furious. These guys want to eat my flesh and drink my blood? How reckless. The next moment, he sneered. Let Ben Huang send you on your way first. Soon, the Crimson Dragon spat out dragon flames and brandished its claws to attack. On the other side, the 3 Pinnacle Almighties were also charging towards Lin Xian. When the 3 of them joined forces, their power was terrifying. Moreover, there was a peerless Almighty at the side who was eyeing them covetously. He was ready to strike at any moment. It could be said that Lin Xian's current situation was even more dangerous than the Crimson Dragon's. Lin Xian did not dare to be careless. He immediately summoned the dragon sword domain to cover the surroundings. Terrifying sword chi crisscrossed, forming a screen of light that protected him. At the same time, his body swayed and he instantly dodged the attacks of the 3 top Almighties. The 3 peak powerhouses missed their target, but they didn't give up. Instead, they sneered. Kid, you can't escape, today is the day you die. As they spoke, they attacked even more ferociously. In the sky, one afterimage after another was torn apart as terrifying energy blasted out in all directions. However, at this moment, Lin Xian's dragon sword domain was also activated. Terrifying sword chi appeared in the sky, transforming into the phantoms of heavenly rocks, cheilants, true dragons, phoenixes, and other divine beasts. That terrifying power made the hearts of these top Almighties tremble. As a result, these top almighties had no choice but to activate their king domains to resist. Damn it, how could this kid be so powerful? Seeing this scene, the three top almighties had the urge to curse. At this moment, the peerless almighty also made his move. Originally, he was disdainful of being surrounded. After all, he had a noble status. But now, seeing that the three top almighties couldn't even take down the other party, he was furious. The peerless almighty's face was gloomy. In the next moment, he decisively made his move. The peerless almighty's attack greatly increased the pressure on Lin Xian. For a moment, he was surrounded by danger and was almost hit by a palm strike. Fortunately, he was fast enough and was only grazed by the palm wind. Even so, he was still forced to retreat, the blood in his body churning. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. At this point, Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul began to circulate wildly. At the same time, a terrifying energy erupted in his body. Demon Seal, Battle Song. Lin Xian suddenly unleashed two powerful attacks towards the peerless almighty. Boom, the peerless almighty was sent flying. At the same time, he charged towards the three top almighties. Boom. Boom, boom. The dragon sword domain completely erupted, and countless sword chi descended, forcing the three top almighties to separate. At this moment, Lin Xian waved his hand, and countless sea gods' ice erupted, forming a terrifying world of ice that enveloped two of the top almighties. Only the last one was left. Go to hell, the great dragon sword soul in Lin Xian's body erupted, and the dragon source ancient sword mercilessly slashed down. This attack was incomparably terrifying. Even the top almighties would feel their scalps go numb if they saw it, let alone the top almighties. Therefore, this pinnacle mighty figure screamed as he was split in half. The armor on his body was also split open by the sword. Boom. Boom. On the other side, the two top almighties broke through the ice wall and charged out. But soon, they were stunned. Because their companion had been killed by the other party, instantly, they were so scared that their scalps went numb. Buzz, however, at this moment, a golden light suddenly pierced into their souls, and they seemed to have lost control of their souls and fell into a momentary daze. Poof, when they recovered, two heads had already flown into the air. Damn it, how could this be? The almighties who were watching the battle from afar were all scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. Three top almighties were killed just like that. This kid was too terrifying. Not only was he powerful, but he also had rich combat experience. It could be said that he was far beyond their imagination. Perhaps no one below the top almighties was a match for this kid. They were terrified and did not dare to attack him again. However, at this moment, the top almighty charged over again. Previously, he was sent flying by the two sword chi and was injured. However, he was still a top almighty after all. Although the two sword chi had injured him, it was not fatal. Therefore, he charged over again. The battle erupted again. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon had also killed 5 elite almighties. However, at this moment, another top almighty charged up from below. When he fought with the Crimson Dragon, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Although the Crimson Dragon had just entered the almighty realm like Lin Xian, he was a dragon and had the dragon race's great divine power. Therefore, he was on par with the top almighties for a while. Buzz, at this moment, the top almighty who was fighting with Lin Xian, the Four Symbols King, roared angrily. His body emitted an extremely terrifying light, accompanied by countless lightning bolts that descended around him. For Symbols Divine Thunder, terrifying lightning flashed in the air and blasted towards Lin Xian. This lightning was too terrifying. Not only did it contain the power of a peerless almighty, but it also contained the power of the Four Symbols Pagoda. The two combined into one, forming a monstrous attack. Lin Xian naturally felt threatened. He instantly activated the ice shield, and the terrifying ice goddess statue formed. Its huge wings enveloped him. At the same time, the dragon sword domain quickly shrunk, completely enveloping him. Countless sword chi surrounded him, forming a sword Dao world. Boom! Boom, boom! The lightning that filled the sky blasted onto the ice goddess statue, producing a violent sound. Then, the ice goddess statue was pierced through. Boom! Boom! The terrifying icy aura caused the lightning energy to dim. in fact, many of them were even frozen. However, the four symbols' divine lightning still passed through the icy aura and attacked Lin Xian again. Clang, the sword chi around Lin Xian was extremely sharp. It destroyed all the lightning, and none of it could get close to him. Seeing this scene, the kings of the general's residence were all stunned. Their scalps went numb. Although they knew that the other party was very powerful, they did not expect him to be so powerful. It was far beyond their imagination. The other party was only a young man in his 20s, but he actually had the battle strength of a peerless almighty. It was too shocking. Kill, hurry up and kill, form a formation, cooperate with the killing formation, and attack. Kill him for me, the peerless almighty in front roared. Kill, soon, the almighty kings from the general's mansion rushed over. Some of them joined forces, some formed a formation, and some directly controlled the killing formation to attack Lin Xian. Boom, boom. Boom, a terrifying energy burst out, but the result left them extremely shocked. This was because the young man in front of them was ridiculously powerful. It was completely beyond their imagination. A casual sword chi from the other party was like the Milky Way, crushing the surroundings and shattering all of their attacks. How was he human? He was simply like a sword god that had descended into the mortal world. Poof. An elite almighty wielded a long saber and attacked with the help of a formation. However, he was directly cut in half by the other party's sword chi. Blood splattered, dyeing the void red. Damn it. He was too powerful. The others were pale and trembling. Boom, another earth-shattering sound rang out. Four elite powerhouses had joined forces to form a killing formation. They descended from the sky, wanting to envelop him. This killing formation was incomparably terrifying. It carried with it a shocking killing aura that pierced through the void. However, it was still useless. After being slashed apart by the other party's sword, it turned into spiritual energy that filled the air and scattered in all directions. As for the four elite almighties, they spat out blood and flew backwards. Damn it, impossible, who are you? Who are you? These people were all crazy, screaming nonstop. They simply couldn't believe that a young man could be so powerful. Who am I? Who do you think I am? Lin Xian sneered. Meanwhile, the more these people looked, the more shocked they became. Damn it, could it be someone from the war clan? After thinking about it, they realized that only the legendary war race could produce such a young genius. Other than that, it was impossible for anyone else to do so. However, why did the battle race want to take action against their general manner? This shouldn't be the case, thus, he shouldn't be someone from the war clan. However, if it wasn't the war race, then who could it be? Which young man could be so heaven-defying? They really couldn't figure it out. However, Lin Xian sneered. Why, don't you recognize me? Your general manner sent so many almighties to hunt me down, and now you don't recognize me, what? Hunt you down? These almighties were stunned, and then their expressions changed drastically. Damn it, could it be you? They were extremely shocked because they thought of a person. A young demon king, a person who was wanted by the Taiyu dynasty, a person who killed the Golden Lion King. Thinking of this, they came to a realization. Perhaps only such a demon king would have such terrifying strength. The other party could even kill a peerless genius of the war clan. One could imagine how terrifying he was. However, wasn't this kid being hunted down? Why would he appear here? And he wanted to cause trouble in their general manner. Could it be that this kid wanted to take revenge? It seems that you have recognized who I am. Since you know who I am, then you should know what will happen to you. Obediently kneel on the ground and surrender. Otherwise, don't blame me for massacring the general manor. What, you really suppressed the general manor? Hearing this, these people felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, and their bodies began to tremble. They did not expect the other party to be so arrogant. That was the general manor. General Xianying's manor was not inferior to the king's manor. However, now, a young man had come knocking on their door and threatened to suppress them. If news of this spread, how would the general manor survive in the future? However, the other party was too powerful. Even a peerless almighty could not kill him. He was definitely a murderous fiend. Therefore, they really could not do anything to him for the time being. Could it be that the general manor was really going to be suppressed? Ah, damn it. Impossible. Kill him for me, someone roared angrily, and his body emitted a terrifying light. King Domain soared into the sky and enveloped the surroundings. At that moment, more than 10 King Domains flickered in the sky, and the sky was filled with light, completely sealing off the entire space. Use your King Domains. Use your cultivation base to suppress him. Although his combat strength was powerful, his cultivation base was not high. The King Domains crazily attacked Lin Xian. In fact, the Peerless Almighty also activated a King Domain and flew over quickly. Lin Xian sneered. His body flickered, and he was the first to dodge the Almighty's domain. However, he did not bother to dodge the other King Domains. Buzz, the Dragon Source Ancient Sword was swung, and the void was cut in half. Then, the King Domain of an Almighty was directly split apart. Not only that, the light that filled the sky disappeared, and at the same time, a scream was heard. That elite Almighty was also slashed into a bloody mist by the sword. Seeing this scene, everyone's scalps went numb. Some of the ordinary Almighties even began to flee into the distance. The other party was too terrifying. Killing Almighties was like mowing grass. How would they dare to stay here? However, in the next moment, they screamed. This was because they realized that they could only escape a few thousand miles away. They could not go any further. An incomparably terrifying and mysterious array completely enveloped the entire general matter. It cut off all their escape routes. What? The general matter was completely sealed off. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the Almighty's faces were extremely gloomy. They did not expect the other party to be so decisive and completely seal off the entire general matter. When did the other party make a move? How could there be such an exquisite array formation? They did not dare to imagine. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon sneered. You want to escape? How is that possible? You can't break Vhumad's array formation. Seeing this, even the faces of the two Almighties turned gloomy. Ruzalong, do it. Activate the killing formation and kill them all for me, Lin Xian said coldly. At the same time, his Dragon Sword realm also surged out and collided with the other realms in the sky. Instantly, cracking sounds could be heard. Countless king realms were instantly shattered. The Dragon Sword realm was too powerful. Countless dragon-shaped sword chi surged out from within. It contained the power of the Dragon Sword soul and had the power to split the heavens and earth. The king realms of these Almighties could not withstand it at all. Lin Xian charged forward like a god of death and chased after these Almighties. Damn it! Stop it! At the sight of this, the four Symbols Kings let out a furious roar. He quickly chased after Lin Xian, but Lin Xian's speed was so fast that he couldn't catch up for a while. This made him mad. He could only watch as his subordinates were killed one by one in the void. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon also made its move. It opened its mouth and spat out killing formations one after another. These killing formations were all prepared by it. Now that it used them, they were extremely terrifying. The other Supreme Being, the demonic Crystal Guru, roared out furiously as well as he launched an attack. He wanted to destroy these killing formations. However, as soon as these killing formations appeared, they covered all directions. Even though he destroyed some of them, more of them surrounded the remaining Almighties. Ah! 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 Screams of agony rang out one after another. It was extremely miserable. Soon, countless people were pierced by these killing formations. Blood flowed freely. Above the general's residence, a rain of blood fell. It was unusually bloody and had a pungent smell. Boom! The commotion here finally alarmed the general's residence below. Countless martial artists rushed over, but the weaker ones were directly killed by the energy in the sky. However, this was the mysterious Yin general's residence after all. Its status was comparable to a king's residence. There were still many experts here. At this moment, a large group of people rushed over from the depths of the general's residence. They were murderous like gods of war. Boom! 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 As soon as they appeared, these people attacked and shattered all the killing formations in the surroundings. The energy that filled the sky was torn apart, and the terrifying light disappeared. The sky regained its clarity. However, when they saw the scene in the sky, their expressions all changed. Their faces were terrifyingly gloomy. Those King Realm Almighties from before were all killed, their corpses turning into blood mist. Apart from Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, there were only 2 Almighties left in the general's mansion. "Damn it, who are you, kid? How dare he be so cruel?" the warriors who came later roared crazily. Up ahead, Master Magic Crystal said coldly. "He is the one we are looking for. Capture him, then we will have made a great contribution." What? It was actually that brat, he actually dared to come here. When those people heard this, they were also extremely shocked. They couldn't believe it. However, in the next moment, their eyes shone with a terrifying light. That was great. They had long known that capturing this brat would bring them great benefits. Therefore, at this moment, they were all extremely excited. However, at this moment, Master Magic Crystal said coldly again, "Don't act rashly. He is not simple. Otherwise, we wouldn't have lost so many people. Don't worry, Elder, we won't be careless." Formation, behind him, a middle-aged man and woman walked out. One of them was wearing a white robe, while the other was wearing a green robe. Both of their auras were extremely powerful. They were top Almighties. Among them, the man held the Thunder Hammer, while the woman held the Gale Sword. Their king domains instantly rushed out and enveloped the entire sky. Wind and thunder formation, the terrifying power of wind and thunder flew out in an instant, whistling as it shot towards Lin Xian. Clouds and rain, however, the Crimson Dragon sneered. Countless white mist surged out of his body and slowly rose into the sky. Immediately, the power of wind and thunder that filled the sky was completely absorbed. What was going on? Those clouds could absorb the power of wind and thunder. How was that possible? The other party's top Almighties were stunned. They couldn't believe it. The others were also extremely shocked. When they saw the true body of the Crimson Dragon, they all exclaimed. Flood Dragon, my ass, go and die for Ben Huang." The Crimson Dragon sneered and waved his dragon claws. The absorbed lightning was released again. Boom! Boom! Terrifying power pierced through the void and surged forward. Boom! 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 The 2 top Almighties were sent flying. They spat out large mouthfuls of blood and their faces were filled with shock. Attack together, don't hesitate anymore, the 4 Symbols Kings also roared angrily. Beside them, Venerable Magic Crystal's body was filled with killing intent. Their expressions were extremely unsightly. Both of them were peerless Almighties. Their cultivation was at the early 8-star Almighties, and their strength was extremely terrifying, even top Almighties couldn't withstand a single blow from them. But now, the 2 of them couldn't do anything to each other, this man and dragon were simply too terrifying. However, no matter how terrifying they were, they had to kill each other if they wanted to attack. On the other side, Lin Xian also snorted coldly. In the Dragon Sword domain, a dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared. It caused the power of the Dragon Sword domain to skyrocket again. Streaks of sword chi soared into the sky, each of them able to pierce through Almighty. Not only that, but Lin Xian was also going all out now. Hellfire, Sea God Ice, terrifying energy surged out and swept in all directions. Not only that, the demon-slaying sword array was formed under his feet. One after another, primordial shadows filled the sky. Terrifying power roared. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon was even more powerful. He repeatedly used the dragon race's mystique, causing Venerable Magic Crystal to continuously retreat. He was in an extremely sorry state. Poof! Poof! In an instant, 5 Almighties were killed by Lin Xian. Their corpses fell to the ground. As for the others, they were all extremely terrified. They originally wanted to capture the other party and obtain battle merits. But now, it seemed impossible. The other party was like a demon king, causing them to feel despair. Blade Group, send them over, the 4 Symbols Kings roared. Boom! Pirates must die. Below, a torrent rushed out, and 6 black-robed men appeared. The 6 of them had a biting cold aura. Their eyes emitted a cold light, and there was no emotion on their faces. They carried long sabers on their backs and looked like killing gods. Clang, the 6 black-robed men pulled out their long sabers. Saber light instantly erupted. The 6 of them merged into one and instantly charged forward. Every member of the Blade Group was an extremely terrifying saber monarch. At this moment, the six of them even used the six-direction saber technique. When the six of them merged into one, their strength was countless times stronger than before. Buzz, the ancient dragon abyss sword in Lin Xian's hand instantly expanded, turning into a giant sword that was 100 feet long and slashed down crazily. Clang! Clang! The six sabers in their hands collided with the ancient dragon abyss sword and broke. Poof! The six black-robed swordsmen also vomited blood and were sent flying. Their expressions finally changed. Their faces were filled with fear and shock. What kind of weapon was that? It could break the six-sided saber in an instant? One had to know that each of them had an upper-grade Earth-class artifact in their hands. However, at this moment, they were like pieces of paper, shattered. However, this was not the end. The ancient dragon abyss sword roared as if it had turned into a giant dragon. It transformed into six dragon-shaped sword chi and instantly split the bodies of the six men. Puff! 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 The bodies of the six men in black fell to the ground, causing dust to rise. Blood dyed the ground red. The people around him went crazy. These six men were extremely terrifying saber kings. They were powerful. This was the killing move of the Wang residents, however, it was easily broken by someone else. In front of that giant sword, any artifact or saber technique was useless. It was a direct suppression, nothing could stop it. Damn brat, the general's residence will not let you off. An elite powerhouse roared crazily when he saw this scene. Hearing this, Lin Xian snorted and flicked his finger. Buzz, a sword wave flew out. Puff, the elite powerhouse's eyebrows splattered as he fell into a pool of blood. At this moment, Lin Xian strode forward. It seemed like he wanted to enter the general's residence. Damn it, stop him quickly, angry roars could be heard. The four symbols kings even reached out a huge palm that covered the sky, trying to imprison Lin Xian in the void. Boom, whoosh, however, Lin Xian's speed was too fast. He only left behind an afterimage as his real body had already entered the general's residence. Boom, sword chi flew out from Lin Xian's body and slashed forward. Boom. Boom, boom. The surrounding buildings, pavilions, and halls of the general's residence were split into pieces. Huge rocks rolled and the terrifying ground cracked open. The terrifying sound startled everyone. The surrounding martial artists were all dumbfounded. Was this guy really trying to tear down the general's residence? Damn it. He really deserved to die. Kill him for me. More experts rushed out of the general's residence. When they saw this scene, they roared crazily. In the surroundings, countless formations lit up. Some were defensive, some were offensive. The runes in the sky flickered with terrifying power. However, none of this could stop Lin Xian's sword light. All of a sudden, everything that got close to him was split apart. Not only that, a sword wave spread out in all directions with him as the center. Wherever it passed, the void was mercilessly split open. Lin Xian formed a seal with his hands. Immediately, countless clouds above the general's residence began to tumble, forming a virtual sky eye that looked down. The terrifying eyes were very illusory, but when he appeared, it still caused the people of the general's residence to be alarmed. At this moment, everyone looked up at the sky. Heavens, what is this thing? The Eye of Heaven, damn it, what kind of divine ability is this kid using? Everyone was going crazy. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was forming a seal with both hands. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. This illusory eye was the illusion of the heavenly secrets Abhijna, and it was imprinted in the void by him. His purpose was naturally to find the super teleportation array. As expected, Lin Xian soon found it. In the sky, the illusory eye disappeared, and Lin Xian's figure charged forward like a bolt of lightning. Rosalong, over here, Lin Xian called out as he flew. The crimson dragon swung its tail, sending more than a dozen people flying. At the same time, its dragon claws tore through the void and quickly followed. Damn it, stop them. We have to stop them, the experts of the general's residence roared crazily. They did not know what these two fellows were trying to do. However, they knew that they could not let these two fellows enter the depths of the general's residence. Boom. Boom, boom. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts descended from the sky, and the terrifying energy shattered the void. On the other side, a sea of fire surged into the sky. Behind them, hundreds of saber lights slashed down mercilessly like the Milky Way. However, Lin Xian only swung his sword once, and all the terrifying energy in the world was destroyed. Countless large cracks appeared in the void and spread into the distance. A few martial artists were even swallowed up by the cracks. How terrifying! The martial artists of the general's residence were terrified. However, this time, they did not escape. They still wanted to stop them. The godly spear team, more than a dozen figures soared into the sky. They were tall and held red spears in their hands. Their auras were like demonic beasts that rushed into the sky. The spears in their hands were like dragons that pierced through the void. In an instant, the resplendent spear lights that filled the sky enveloped Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon swung its tail and sent all the spear lights on his side flying. On the other side, Lin Xian formed hand seals and used the great dragon sword soul to simulate the war tribe's seal of fearless lion. A golden lion flew out from Lin Xian's fingertips and roared in all directions. The terrifying sound waves turned into golden waves that surged in all directions. Boom! Pirates must die. The spear lights that filled the sky turned into countless fragments and dissipated. Puff! 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 More than a dozen divine generals spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Countless cracks appeared on their bodies. Many of them directly collapsed and turned into a bloody mist. Damn brat, you're too arrogant. Behind them, the Four Symbols King roared angrily. His body suddenly exploded with light, and his speed instantly increased. He must have used some kind of secret technique to catch up to Lin Xian. Soon, he blocked the path. On the other side, the demonic crystal venerable also appeared in front of the Crimson Dragon. These two peerless almighties were really angry now. The Four Symbols King unleashed the Four Symbols Pagoda. It floated in the palace and emitted a shocking killing intent. On the other side, the demonic crystal venerable took out a black bottle. The black bottle was engraved with runes and had an extremely cold aura. In the next moment, the demonic crystal venerable opened the bottle and injected power. Buzz, the bottle emitted light, and a black poisonous scorpion crawled out of the bottle. The scorpion was extremely black and crystal clear like black jade. It was only the size of a palm. As soon as it appeared, its eyes lit up with a scarlet light. The tail on its back was raised high, and its body emitted an extremely terrifying aura. This aura sent chills down the spines of everyone around. Although it was only the size of a palm, it was an extremely terrifying scorpion. It could even threaten the peerless almighties. Go, kill him, the demonic crystal venerable waved his finger, and the black scorpion flew out. It quickly charged towards the Crimson Dragon. On the other side, the Four Symbols King activated the Four Symbols Pagoda. Buzz, the pagoda rapidly expanded. It was 100,000 feet tall, and it was like an ancient demon mountain. It pressed down on Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand suddenly expanded into 100 feet long giant sword. He held it and slashed it towards the sky. Crack, this sword was extremely powerful. It was like a divine light with a monstrous killing intent that directly split the void. Then, it collided with the terrifying Four Symbols Pagoda. Boom! 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 Huge energy exploded, and thunderous sounds could be heard. Boom! 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 There was a huge explosion of energy, and thunderous sounds could be heard. The two collided, and a blast of air swept out in all directions. Although the general's residence was protected by a defensive array formation, the buildings collapsed. It couldn't be helped. This was the attack of a peerless almighty, and it was too terrifying. However, in the next moment, the people in the general's residence screamed. They were all terrified. Even the Four Symbols King's face darkened. That was because he realized that his Four Symbols Pagoda had been sent flying, and it crashed into the void, creating a terrifying black hole. Damn it, how can he be so powerful? The Four Symbols King's face darkened. He realized that he couldn't suppress the other party. Lin Xian was also surprised. The Four Symbols Pagoda was definitely a top-notch treasure. His Dragon Abyss Valley ancient sword had only sent it flying, and there were no cracks on it at all. This was something that had never happened before. as expected of a peerless Almighty's treasure. It was indeed much more powerful than ordinary top-notch Almighties. Humph, Lin Xian sneered. Since you're courting death by blocking my path, I'll fulfill your wish. I'll let you have a taste of my ultimate move. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He was about to use his ultimate move, but at that moment, his heart thumped wildly, and a sense of danger rose from the bottom of his heart. Whoosh, in the next moment, he immediately left his original spot without hesitation and dodged to the side. Buzz, boom, just as he was about to move, a black bolt of lightning instantly pierced through the void he was in. The armor on his body was also grazed by the black lightning, and countless cracks immediately appeared. Fortunately, he had more than one defense. Although his armor was shattered, the sword chi on the surface of his body blocked the black energy. Even so, Lin Xian was still frightened. That was because it was too dangerous. If he was any slower, he would have been hit by the black flash, and he would definitely be seriously injured. It might even pierce through his body. Damn it, what exactly is that? Lin Xian was bewildered and looked at the place where he was originally standing. In the next moment, he was stunned. It was because he discovered that it was a black scorpion. It was the size of a palm and looked like black jade. Wasn't this the scorpion released by that peerless Almighty earlier? Damn it, I thought he would attack the Crimson Dragon, but I didn't expect him to be his target. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's face darkened. The Crimson Dragon was also shocked. Then, he cursed, damn, that's too shameless. 2 against 1. He did not expect these two peerless Almighties to join forces to kill Lin Xian. On the other side, the faces of the two peerless mighty figures were dark. Previously, when they had made their move, they had secretly communicated with one another and decided that the two of them would work together to kill one of them first. This way, the pressure on them would be greatly reduced. Therefore, they set their sights on Lin Xian. However, he did not expect Lin Xian's reaction to be so sharp and quick. In the blink of an eye, he dodged the sure-kill attack. Damn it, let's attack together. Kill him, the venerable magic crystal roared angrily and formed a seal with his palms. The black scorpion once again turned into a bolt of lightning and charged over. On the other side, the Four Symbols Kings activated the Four Symbols Pagoda and launched 4 terrifying attacks. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He was really angry. He held the ancient dragon abyss sword and quickly attacked. Buzz, with a slash of his sword, the terrifying chaotic sword chi slashed forward like the Milky Way and blocked the attack of the Four Symbols Pagoda. That was not the end. Lin Xian quickly waved his arm. 8 streaks of sword chi flew over quickly one after another. The sword light was like a stormy sea, bringing with it endless air waves that tore the void apart. Clang, boom, boom, boom. One sword fell and another rose. The sword chi was even more powerful than the previous one and appeared one after another like a wave. Damn it. On the other side, the Four Symbols King's face darkened and they were extremely shocked. That was because he had suffered a great impact. His opponent's sword light was continuous. After the first sword strike, the second one soon fell. Moreover, the power of the second sword strike was even more violent than the previous one. In this way, he could not block the 9th sword strike at all. Not only him, but Magic Crystal Venerable's face also darkened. That was because his opponent had launched 9 streaks of sword chi in a row. They were like a wave that suppressed the entire space. His black scorpion was also under great threat and could not break through, let alone kill his opponent. Humph, 2 shameless old men. You want to fight me together? Impossible, Ben Huang will kill you. The Crimson Dragon also flew over. It raised its huge head and roared. Roar, roar. Roar, the terrifying dragon roar was earth-shattering. It shook the surrounding warriors and made their blood boil. Their faces were extremely pale. In the sky, the black scorpion also stopped moving. It no longer flew quickly and even began to tremble. It looked as if it was kneeling before a king. Damn it. How was that possible? Magic Crystal Venerable's face changed drastically when he saw that. The black scorpion was called the Ink Jade Scorpion. It was an extremely terrifying ancient mutated species that was extremely fast. Moreover, it was highly poisonous, even a peerless almighty would die from the poison if they were hit. It could be said that it was extremely terrifying. It was an ancient mutated species that had the power of a bloodline. Even a peerless almighty would not be able to make it tremble. However, his opponent's roar made his scorpion tremble. It could not help but kneel down. This was simply too shocking and unbelievable. Boom. Pirates will die. It made his opponent reveal its true form and make it tremble. At that moment, the Crimson Dragon laughed. He slapped the scorpion away with his claw. Countless cracks had appeared on his black body, and black blood was even flowing out from them. As soon as it landed, it corroded the entire ground. All the trees and plants in the surroundings withered. Damn it. Run. It's highly poisonous. The surrounding martial artists fled frantically. A few of them who were too slow were covered by the black aura. Their bodies quickly decayed, and in the end, not even their bones were left. They turned into a pool of black blood. Seeing that, everyone was terrified and did not dare to approach. Damn it. Magic Crystal Venerable roared when he saw that the ink jade scorpion was injured. He waved his arm. He made use of the black liquid that dripped down. It turned into black poisonous needles and flew towards Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. Wherever it passed, the void would be pierced, and black holes would appear one after another. From this, one could imagine how potent the toxicity of the black blood was. Whoosh, the Crimson Dragon opened its mouth and spat out balls of dragon flame. He was a dragon. So what if his opponent was strong? Could it be that his bloodline was more powerful than his? He did not believe it. The dragon flame was indeed the nemesis of the black poison. It instantly burned the black blood. Damn it. How is that possible? Magic Crystal Venerable was shocked when he saw that. He could not believe it. He realized that this dark red flood dragon was simply too strange. His opponent was ridiculously powerful. Could it be an ancient mutant too? He could not understand. However, he soon exclaimed again. Not only did the Crimson Dragon destroy the black blood, but Lin Xian's sword chi also destroyed the black blood. Damn it. How did he do it? The venerable magic crystal was going crazy. He could accept it if the Crimson Dragon could do it. He felt that Lin Xian had an extraordinary background and was very likely to be an ancient mutant beast. However, how did the young man in front of him do it? Lin Xian was only a human. How could he have such a powerful sword chi? He could not believe it. However, he didn't have time to think too much at this moment because Lin Xian's ultimate move was coming at him again. The ancient dragon abyss sword in Lin Xian's hand suddenly emitted a sharp light as if a peerless beast had awakened. The sharpness of the sword instantly increased. Damn it, there was something wrong with the sword. The venerable magic crystal and the four symbols kings immediately changed their expressions. They felt a chill down their spines and a deathly threat. They did not know what the sword in Lin Xian's hand was. However, their instincts told them not to take it head-on. Buzz, 9 runes appeared on the ancient dragon abyss sword in Lin Xian's hand, and one of them quickly disappeared. The aura on the sword also reached its peak. Oh no, dodge. The two supreme beings' expressions changed when they felt the aura on the sword suddenly increase. That was because they felt a deathly threat. That feeling was too creepy. They had not felt it for hundreds of years. Who would have thought that he would actually be able to sense it from a junior? Buzz, the ancient dragon abyss sword slashed down, shattering the void. The four symbols king screamed. The four symbols pagoda beside him was instantly blasted away, and a crack appeared on it. Not only that, but he was even more miserable. The armor on his body was dented, and more than half of his bones were broken. He crashed into more than 10 palaces. What? A supreme being was sent flying. How was that possible? Those people went crazy. They could not believe it. However, at this moment, the magic crystal guru roared and turned to flee. However, how could Lin Xian let him escape? He held the dragon abyss in his hand and swept it out. A terrifying crescent-shaped sword chi flew out. Damn it, block for me, Magic Crystal Guru roared and released his king's domain in front of him. His king's domain was a field of violet gold crystals, and each of them was like a demonic pillar that spun in the sky, giving off a terrifying aura. Unfortunately, this time it was unable to block Lin Xian's sword chi. This was because Lin Xian had unlocked the first seal on the ancient Dragon Abyss sword. That power was absolutely terrifying. Thus, in the blink of an eye, the demonic crystal guru's king's domain cracked. As for the magic crystal guru, he spat out mouthfuls of blood and cut a sorry figure. Boom, in the next moment, he also flew out and crashed into a dozen pavilions. Boom. Boom, the earth trembled, countless rocks flew, and dust filled the air. The terrifying sound caused everyone to fall into a daze. This was because they did not dare to imagine that two peerless almighties would be sent flying by two swords. What kind of technique was that? How could that be? Who was that person? That was too terrifying. At the side, dark red Shenhong sneered. The general's residence was just SOSO. Today, I'll wash your general's residence with blood. I'll let you know the consequences of offending us. As he spoke, he also swung his dragon tail. The huge tail was like a river that swept in all directions. Wherever it passed, the earth split open, and the arrays in the sky were all shattered. Nothing could withstand it. Buzz, who was it? How dare you cause trouble in my general's residence? In the sky, there was an angry roar. Following that, dozens of figures appeared. This time, after the dozens of figures appeared, hundreds of figures flashed quickly in the general's residence below. More and more experts moved out, and the first person to roar was a middle-aged man. He had a pale face and no beard, and his eyes were cold with a biting cold-killing intent. The aura on his body was monstrous and pierced through the void. If one looked carefully, one would realize that his appearance was very similar to General Xianying's. That was because he was General Xianying's younger brother. Xianfeng. After Xianfeng came out, he looked around with a gloomy face. Soon, he fixed his eyes on Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. Attack! Kill them for me. I want to use their souls and flesh as a sacrifice to my dead clansmen. Kid, go to hell. Beside him, the void split open, and a middle-aged man in a white robe walked out. He held a 5-colored feather fan in his hand, and it emitted a terrifying power. Buzz, as the feather fan waved, a strong wind blew between the heavens and the earth. Sand and stones flew, and the mountains and palaces were all blown away. The terrifying power of the wind surged in the air, and the strong wind turned into wind blades that slashed towards Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. This scene was too terrifying. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Get lost, Lin Xian roared. He waved his ancient sword, and the terrifying sword chi tore all the wind blades apart. On the other hand, his dark red divine dragon was moving forward rapidly. Kid, you block them first. Whitey and I will go and collect some things. The Crimson Dragon said. He then waved his hand and grabbed the little white monkey from the black earth vessel. Whitey yawned and was very dissatisfied. However, after hearing the Crimson Dragon's plan, its big gem-like eyes flashed with a sneaky light. Roar, the Crimson Dragon roared and flew down. The little white monkey rode on its back and cheered. Damn it, stop him for me, the middle-aged man, Xianfeng, roared. Suddenly, hundreds of martial artists rushed out of the cave, trying to stop him. Some of them joined hands, and some of them formed arrays. In short, they would not let the Crimson Dragon pass. Unfortunately, the Crimson Dragon roared and tore the void apart. At the same time, he spewed out dragon flames that spread in all directions. The terrifying flame aura made the hundreds of martial artists scream. Whitey was also constantly swaying its body. It was like a bolt of white lightning. Anyone who got close to it would be knocked unconscious with a single slap. Damn it, when the man in white saw this, he quickly waved his feather fan and wanted to attack the Crimson Dragon. However, he was blocked by Lin Xian's sword radiance. Humph, Lin Xian snorted. Your opponent is me. He naturally would not let these people touch the Crimson Dragon. He knew that the Crimson Dragon and Whitey were probably going to rob the general's residence. How could he let others destroy such a good thing? Damn it, half of you go and kill those two demonic beasts. The rest of you, kill this kid here. Xianfeng stood in the void and roared crazily. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh. More than 10 figures blocked Lin Xian. The man in white quickly waved his wind blades. On the other side, a woman in blue was holding a blue bell and shaking it gently. Crack! Crack, crack! Dark clouds rolled in the sky and heavy rain poured down. A hole seemed to have been torn in the sky. Lightning fell from the sky, mixed with rain. It was abnormally terrifying. The power of lightning was all directed at Lin Xian. On the left, there was a burly man in yellow. He was 3 meters tall and his muscles bulged like a dragon. His hands kept dancing in the air, and suddenly, yellow mountains appeared in the sky. They were like Mount Tai, tens of thousands of feet tall. They quickly fell and instantly exploded the void, wanting to completely suppress Lin Xian. The person on the right was even more strange. It was a black-robed man with a red ghost mask on his face and a white soul-summoning banner in his hand. He waved it gently, and thousands of vengeful spirits roared, emitting a cold aura, wanting to tear Lin Xian apart. "You want to compete with me? Go to hell," Lin Xian shouted coldly and roared at the sky. His black hair danced wildly. He was like a god of death. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand kept slashing out, and the dragon sword domain on his body quickly cooperated. Boom, with a swing of the sword chi intertwined and turned into a black tortoise. It burned fiercely and instantly knocked away the 10,000 feet tall mountain. Not only that, the black tortoise slapped down. Terrifying black flames pierced through the void and directly smashed the burly man in yellow into ashes. Buzz, the sword moved horizontally, forming an icy wind in the sky. It spread in all directions, and the terrifying power of ice froze the storm that filled the sky. With another swing of the sword, the terrifying sword light formed a dragon phoenix fire furnace. Black flames spread and burned all the vengeful spirits to death. Facing the terrifying lightning above his head, Lin Xian's figure swayed and directly rushed over. The dragon sword domain swayed beside him, turning into an azure dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws, surging and roaring. Boom, the azure dragon's shadow was angry and tore all the lightning apart. Not only that, millions of sword lights flew out from Lin Xian's body and slashed in all directions. Puff. Puff, puff. Puff. The dozen or so experts in the surroundings quickly screamed. They were hit by hundreds of thousands of sword chi and directly turned into blood mist. "Damn it, how can he be so strong? I don't believe it," many people roared madly. However, at this moment, an old man walked out. He held a purple pagoda and said coldly, "Everyone, help me." The king realm mighty figures of the general's mansion all turned around in shock. This was the demon ceiling pagoda, everyone exclaimed. Who would have thought that he would even take out such a treasure? The demon ceiling pagoda was an extremely terrifying treasure. Since it was able to seal experts, it contained terrifying Dao patterns. It was extremely terrifying. It was even rumored that it could seal peerless almighties. Now that he had taken it out, the people from the general's residence regained their confidence. Charge, another dozen or so almighties quickly came to the old man's side. They kept waving their palms, sending streams of spiritual energy into the demon ceiling pagoda. Wang, the demon ceiling pagoda shone with boundless light, and mysterious runes appeared on it. Whoosh, it shot out a purple ray of light, which instantly enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned. He felt a sense of danger and wanted to use the demigods and semi-devils. However, a terrifying power instantly sucked him into the demon ceiling pagoda. Boom, the demon ceiling pagoda rotated in the air and landed on the ground. The Dao patterns on it shone even brighter. Ha 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 ha, seeing this scene, the people from the general's residence finally laughed wildly. Their bodies were stained with blood, but at this moment, they were cheering. That was because they had finally captured the young demon king. As expected of the demon ceiling pagoda, a legendary treasure. It was indeed terrifying. I'll be able to completely refine that kid in less than half an hour. At that time, we'll seal that dragon. I want to extract their souls from their bodies. I'll burn them with endless flames, I'll let them suffer for thousands of years, I'll let them know what it means to live a life worse than death. These people looked ferocious. However, at this moment, a cold voice came from the demon ceiling pagoda. What demon ceiling pagoda? In my opinion, it's just a broken pagoda. Do you really think you can seal me? What? Hearing this voice, everyone was stunned. What was going on? How could this kid still speak? They were terrified because legend had it that after entering the demon ceiling pagoda, even peerless almighties would be sealed by a terrifying power. In the end, they would turn into a pool of blood. However, the other party could still speak, and from the looks of it, he didn't seem to have suffered much damage. What was going on? Could it be that the energy in the demon ceiling pagoda was useless against this kid? Impossible, they were about to go crazy. This kid was too strange, the old man's face was even gloomier. He roared angrily, "Everyone, let's work together and quickly refine this kid, okay?" The dozen or so almighties nodded. They quickly activated their spiritual power and poured it into the demon ceiling pagoda. Immediately, terrifying Tao patterns flickered, and the demon ceiling pagoda shone brightly. It was like a peerless treasure that kept spinning. Boom, however, at this moment, the demon ceiling pagoda trembled violently, and a terrifying voice sounded like thunder. The dozen or so almighties' faces turned pale. Damn it, what was going on? These almighties were terrified, while the old man's face was gloomy. Oh no, that kid is trying to break through. Hurry up and suppress him. Don't let him out, hurry up, everyone come over. Another 20 or so figures came over, and there were more than 10 kings among them. Although they were weak, they couldn't care less now. It was always good to be able to add a bit of strength. Immediately, the dozen or so kings joined forces and frantically poured their power into the demon ceiling pagoda, wanting to seal Lin Xian. However, at this moment, another earth-shattering sound was heard. This time, it was several times stronger than before. Boom, the shockwaves caused the King Realm experts to continuously retreat. Some of the kings even vomited blood. They were terrified. They didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. Damn it. They gritted their teeth and prepared to use their powers again. Boom. Boom, boom. Another earth-shattering explosion sounded in front of him. Then, the incomparably terrifying demon ceiling pagoda exploded into pieces. And from inside, a figure rushed out. That person was Lin Xian. As soon as he appeared, he used the chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword, and the terrifying sword technique pierced through all directions. More than 30 martial artists were all killed. Murderous intent surged from his body, and his eyes flickered with a golden light. He was like a god of death. Those who block me will die. Lin Xian held the ancient dragon abyss sword, and dragon-shaped sword chi surrounded his body as he strode forward. The demon ceiling pagoda was indeed powerful, but Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul was even more terrifying. The moment he entered the demon ceiling pagoda, he directly sent out the great dragon sword soul. The power of the great dragon sword soul was incomparably terrifying. Coupled with the ancient dragon abyss sword, the power was absolutely shocking. Therefore, although the demon ceiling pagoda was powerful, it couldn't resist at all and was directly blown apart. That was why the previous scene happened. After killing these King Realm almighties, Lin Xian strode forward. Around them, countless figures moved quickly. They did not dare to get close at all. That was because the scene from before had truly shocked them to the core. In the air, Xian Feng looked at the other party with a gloomy face. He did not expect the other party to be so powerful. Could it be that the other party could really massacre the general's mansion? Thinking of this, his face turned gloomy and he looked to the other side. There, a dark red figure and a white figure were moving freely. The terrifying power also blasted all the martial artists in the general's mansion away. Not only that, the dragon and monkey specifically picked the secret chamber of the general's mansion and robbed many treasures. Seeing this scene, Xian Feng's face became even gloomier. Two beasts actually dared to rob the general's mansion? If this spread out, no one would believe it. However, at this moment, there was another exclamation from below. Not good, damn it. This kid's target was actually there. Hearing this, Xian Feng also looked down. In the next moment, his pupils shrank. Because, he also discovered Lin Xian's intention. Damn it, this kid's target was actually the super teleportation array. Could it be that he wanted to escape? Xian Feng's face was gloomy. He naturally knew that the entire Tai dynasty was after the other party. And the one who was in charge of this matter was his elder brother. In addition to the tempting reward issued by the imperial edict, it could be said that all the experts in the entire Tai dynasty were chasing after the other party. Not only that, it was said that the experts of the war tribe were also there. Moreover, these people also knew that the other party was likely to use the super teleportation array to escape. Therefore, the 12 main cities were heavily guarded with countless almighties guarding them. As long as the other party dared to enter, they would definitely capture him. However, they did not expect that the other party did not enter the 12 main cities but came to their general's mansion instead. Other than the 12 main cities, there were super teleportation arrays in the Duke's mansions. Of course, there was another place, which was their general's mansion. Whether it was the Duke's mansion or the general's mansion, they were heavily guarded and had many experts. Moreover, they did not think that the other party would dare to come. However, they did not expect the other party to really come. Damn it, this is too much. Does he really think that there is no one in the general's mansion? Xian Feng's face was gloomy, his eyes were red, and his body emitted a biting cold killing intent. The other party actually wanted to use the super teleportation array to escape. How could he let him succeed? Men, set up the 10-direction killing array. He absolutely could not let that brat escape. His voice was loud and clear, spreading to every corner of the general's residence. In an instant, countless figures soared into the air and converged in this direction. They quickly took their positions below. Inscriptions lit up under their feet and intertwined on the ground. It formed an incomparably profound array. There were hundreds of people in this formation, and all of them were King Realm experts. At this moment, they had formed a terrifying killing formation together. The energy was truly terrifying to the extreme. The 10-direction killing formation was a formation passed down from ancient times. It was extremely terrifying. It was rumored that once it was used, it could wipe out the 9 heavens 10 earths, no one able to escape. At this moment, seeing that Lin Xian wanted to use the super teleportation formation, Xian Feng could no longer hold it in. He displayed the incomparably terrifying Great Sand Town. Buzz buzz buzz, sounds rang out one after another. Terrifying radiance linked up heaven and earth. These were all formed from murderous energy. As soon as they came out, they tore apart the sky and quickly flew toward Lin Xian. This was the murderous aura formed by the ancient array. It was extremely terrifying. When Lin Xian saw the array and felt the murderous aura, his face changed. That was because he felt a sense of danger. Moreover, what shocked him even more was that the 10-direction killing formation had sealed the entire space. Terrifying murderous aura was everywhere. It pierced through the void, making it impossible for him to dodge. Humph, Lin Xian snorted. Since he couldn't dodge, he could only block it with all his might. He formed a seal with his palms and the sea god's ice spread rapidly on his body. The ice goddess appeared and the terrifying power of ice resisted the murderous aura. Boom boom boom, the power of the sea god's ice was extremely terrifying. It instantly froze the surroundings. The murderous aura in the sky was completely frozen. At a glance, it was a world of ice and frost. In fact, even the King Realm experts below were trembling. Because of this cold aura, their faces turned pale and the blood in their bodies was about to be frozen. Damn it, this guy has such a strong power of ice, he actually blocked the first layer of murderous aura. Many people were shocked. However, Xian Feng snorted. Don't panic. So what if this guy is strong? The 10-direction killing formation had a total of 10 layers of attacks. Each layer would increase the power by several folds. The fact that he could block the first layer didn't mean anything. Don't worry, by the time he reaches the 10th layer, he will definitely die, no one would be able to resist it. Hearing this, the people felt more at ease. Indeed, the 10-direction killing formation had a total of 10 layers of attacks. The power of each layer would increase by several folds. As expected, when these people crazily circulated their inner strength and poured it into the killing formation, countless murderous aura rose between heaven and earth again. This time, the energy was much stronger than before. It directly broke open the void and formed a terrifying black hole. Hellfire, seeing the second layer of murderous aura, Lin Xian snorted. Countless black flames surged out and spread in all directions. This was the hellfire. It was extremely terrifying. It burned fiercely and ignited the murderous aura. Under the terrifying power of the flames, the second layer of murderous aura was burned clean. Damn it, below, those people roared and launched the third layer of murderous aura. Boom boom boom, this time, the murderous aura was extremely terrifying. It was like the Milky Way that descended from the nine heavens. That energy was absolutely unimaginable, Lin Xian snorted coldly. The energy of the sea god's ice and the hellfire intertwined, forming the power of ice and fire to resist the third layer of murderous aura. Then, a sharp light burst out from his eyes. His palms danced continuously, and the power of ice and fire intertwined to form the Hell's Ice Lotus. Under his control, it flew downward. He was not a person who would sit and wait for death. Since the other party had attacked, how could he not retaliate? The terrifying Hell's Ice Lotus spun in the air and continued to expand. The power of ice and fire on it quickly bloomed like a lotus of destruction. As soon as they got close and felt the power of ice and fire, the expressions of the King Almighties below all changed. Their faces were filled with fear. Damn it! Block it! These people released the fourth layer of murderous aura. The terrifying murderous aura soared into the sky like a dragon, roaring ferociously. It collided with the Hell's Ice Lotus. The collision of the two caused an earth-shattering explosion. It was like thunder that spread in all directions. The entire sky was blown up. Terrifying energy swept out and a large number of palaces collapsed. The general's mansion below was once again heavily damaged. Boom, the fourth layer of murderous aura was too terrifying. Even the Hell's Ice Lotus could not resist it. It shattered in an instant. End of chapter 22-25. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.